Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Is it feasible to live a twin's life while stealing their identity? When twins appear together, people are generally always quite interested in them. It should come as no surprise that they have also always been the focus of close examination for scientific studies. From biology to psychology, such research is thought to be essential for understanding the genetics of their behavior. Even though they live far away, many twins say they can sense their sibling or sister's emotional state and occasionally even their physical suffering. They have a unique bond that sometimes even causes them to repeat each other's fate. Since identical twins are produced when a single fertilized egg divides, they are identical. In addition to their striking physical similarities, their fingerprints are strikingly similar in terms of pattern type and line count, albeit the finer details are obviously different. Though it took place in real life, the story of Sunny and Gina Han, twin sisters, reads like the plot of a thriller or even a horror film. After being split up in their early years and then reunited, the girls experienced a peculiar emotion that turned into jealousy and a never-ending rivalry in everything. Every girl thought her sister was luckier and more successful than she was, and their relentless pursuit of perfection at all costs led to a true tragedy. On April 3, 1974, sisters Sunny and Gina Han were born into a modest household in a South Korean province. Sunny and Gina were the names given to the twin daughters. The couple's modest, if not impoverished lifestyle was severely impacted by the way their two children looked. The parents chose to divorce when the daughters were under 2 years old because they were continuously scandalized. In this instance, the children only shared during the divorce proceedings. The mother stayed in her home province with Sunny, while the father took Gina to a nearby city. The sisters did not see each other throughout the nearly 4 years that the ex-spouses did not speak, but when Mr. Han found a woman in 1980, she made the decision to be married and start a family. But Gina was detested by his new partner. Almost once, by forcing the man to give the child back to his mother, the lady tensely posed the question and only agreed to marry him in this situation. He took the girl to his ex-wife in the fall of that year and simply left her there without providing an explanation or even taking note of the circumstances in the home. After that, he departed and never again showed concern for his children's welfare or provided them with financial support. By that time, the daughter's mother was severely struggling with alcoholism, had no steady employment, and was addicted to gambling, which led to her accruing enormous debt. For days at a time, the lady might be gone from home, leaving her girls alone with a bag of inexpensive convenience foods or perhaps no food at all. They appeared to have no one else in the world but one another, and they were both hungry and terrified. Still, the sisters' relationship was falling apart quickly. They started fighting over everything and were always vying for their mother's attention. Their arguments frequently resulted in violent altercations that left them with abrasions, bruises, and ripped hair. In an interview many years later, the mother herself stated that she never tried to reconcile her daughters or separate them. She did not step in to stop the clashes between siblings because they were usual in Korea. In the early 980s flee to the United States of America. Mrs. Han chose to leave the country by sea in order to avoid creditors and attempt to start over, since she was unable to pay off her growing debts and was worried about her life and the safety of her daughters. The woman, who had only seen images and articles of the sunny state of California, wanted to visit. She purchased one-way tickets for herself and her kids and just packed the essentials in her suitcase. They encountered a number of issues as soon as they moved to Irvine, a city in Orange County, California. They had no family, friends, or acquaintances to offer any assistance. The girls who didn't know English struggled in school, and Mrs. Han was unable to get employment since she didn't speak the language. Living on a limited stipend, the family was barely surviving, and the future appeared ghoulish and terrifying. The mother and kids took a few years to get used to their new surroundings. However, just as things appeared to be improving, the woman developed a gambling and alcohol addiction. The same thing happened again, but this time she also started exhibiting mental health issues. She wanted to place her daughters in a foster home or orphanage because she couldn't raise them herself. Mrs. Hannah, Aurem, sister and her spouse, relocated to California in 1986. She herself offered to take the 12-year-old girls to her for rearing, after learning about the circumstances in a relative's home, as the pair did not have any children of their own. Mrs. Han eagerly accepted the offer, but she didn't even discuss it with her daughters. She hurriedly packed their things in a suitcase, caught a bus to Sunny and Gina in a nearby town, and just told them where to go when she dropped them off at her sister's house at the bus stop. The girls' lives quickly started to resemble a fairy tale, as they were embraced with open arms at their aunt's house despite their confusion and fear. Auntie and her husband made every effort to ensure the sisters were comfortable and had nothing to require. For the first time in their lives, Sunny and Gina ate enough, dressed beautifully, and were driven to a prestigious school. However, not only did the sisters' relationship not get better, it got so bad that it broke down. They were in the same class, studying together, and they were always competing. Each of the top-achieving females attempted to get around her sister in this way. In an effort to outperform their sister, they participated in athletics as well. Shared pals liked boys and vied for the attention of guardians and teachers. The sisters appeared to be very inspired and motivated by this rivalry, which pushed them to excel in all they did, rank first in their school, excel in athletics, pay close attention to their appearance, and set a good example for others. Love was the single thing that never occurred between them. The second sister didn't want to lag behind and give in because they all believed she received the best treatment. It should be mentioned that Sunny found it simpler to establish friendships or connections with boys because she was more outgoing, gregarious, and talkative. Her guardians unknowingly provided her more love and attention, and her teachers treated her better. However, Gina appeared to be motivated by hatred and rage. From the army to the alcoholic to the gambler, she would make a special effort to beat her sister and show everyone that she was superior. The sisters' paths took different turns after high school. Gina signed a 4-year contract to join the U.S. Air Force after deciding she could fulfill her potential as a soldier. The girl was physically fit and hardy, but she quickly came to the conclusion that she did not enjoy being in the military. Strict order and discipline prevailed here. The soldier did not truly belong to himself, and orders were not debated. She tried to breach the contract for the first time after a year, but was unsuccessful. Another 6 months later, she pretended that she had to care for her father because he was gravely ill. Naturally, she was unable to obtain the medical certificate that the management required as proof. Gina was really suffocating without any personal freedom. After another 6 months or so went by, in Bexar County, Texas, at Lackland Air Force Base, her unit was moved. Enlisted members of the U.S. Air Force and Space Force can only get basic military training there. Furthermore, Lackland is most famous for being the sole place where the U.S. Air Force conducts military training. Although many individuals aspire to visit this base, Han felt that it was a true jail. Gina didn't want to wait for her contract to end for another 2 years. Thus, she chose to cheat once more. She approached a senior official and told him about her nonconformist views. Note that it was 1994, and at that time, a scandalous comment like that was a valid grounds to end the contract right away. After being released from her responsibilities, Gina went back to California and made her home in the Los Angeles suburbs. The attractive 20-year-old lady soon secured a position at a well-known casino, earning roughly $20,000, 0 cents annually. Even at the time, the amount was modest, but tips occasionally far outstripped her daily income. Gina's life appeared to be improving for a while. She had her own car, although a second-hand one, rented a residence in a nice neighborhood, made a solid living, and could afford to buy clothing and cosmetics from high-end stores. However, that was short-lived. She quickly developed an addiction to hot beverages and started using them virtually every day. It wasn't as bad as that, though. After working a shift one day, Han decided to try her luck and sat down at a slot machine after picking up her paycheck and collecting a respectable tip. She lost everything she had made in a matter of hours. However, she woke up with a genuine, excruciating excitement rather than remorse. Every day, once her work ended, she hoped to win back and hit the lottery. She sat at the machines where she lost all the money and drank. She initially only bet her salary and tips, but she soon started taking out loans from friends and co-workers, which led to her debt. Gina was unaware that she was following in her mother's footsteps, who also struggled with gambling and alcohol, and as a result, the woman once fled her own country to America while carrying 2 children. Gina became more addicted. She soon stopped lending money as she just didn't repay them, and she started doing common thievery. She took money from her co-worker's purse for the first time, But after realizing the loss, the coworker felt terrible for Hand and chose not to call the police. The thief was brought to administrative accountability when the incident recurred, but she was simply given a fine and a suspended sentence. She visited her aunt, who reared her, in mid-1995 and stole from her a few months later. For the first time, Gina was given a real sentence after being found guilty of stealing. She was sentenced to 3 months in prison, but she was released early after less than a month. She was seen by the police a few more times for drunken revelry after that, but she was only in prison for a few days. Sunny, a successful twin, attended a renowned university after graduating from high school. She pursued a scholarship to study law, made many wealthy and accomplished acquaintances, moved around in high society, and led that painfully ideal life that many often boast about on social media. She rented a large apartment in a high-end apartment building in a posh neighborhood, complete with a gym and swimming pool. Sunny and Helena Smith, a fellow student and close friend who was the heiress of extremely affluent parents, split the rent. In addition to owning a pricey white BMW, Han was in a relationship with a young, attractive man from a bright family who was enrolled in medical school and aspired to become a surgeon. She appeared to be the total opposite of her sister, to have fulfilled all of her dreams and to have a long and contented life ahead of her. Sunny was almost forgetting about her twin sister. Since high school graduation, they had not seen or spoken to each other. She was aware from her aunt's statements that Gina had previously served time in jail for stealing, struggled with alcohol, and accrued debt due to gambling. The girl didn't try to locate her sister, get in touch with her, or offer assistance because she was too preoccupied with her education, relationships, and creating the ideal existence. But early in 1996, Gina called her sister out of the blue and requested assistance. Is it feasible to take another person's life? Gina called Sunny in April 1996 and requested to see her. For the first time in 4 years, the sisters saw one another, but they were not happy about it. Because it appeared as though they were seated in front of a mirror, the folks in the cafe across from them had their eyes fixed on them. Gina told her sister that she was having a lot of problems and was unsure of what to do. Unemployed and very indebted, Gina had no place to live and no one to turn to. Sunny truly felt sad for her sister and paid close attention to what she had to say. Without even talking to Helena, she recommended that Gina remain at her apartment for the time being. With just a bag and her possessions, Gina moved into her sister's apartment that same day. Gina had heard that Sunny wasn't impoverished, of course, but she hadn't anticipated seeing such an opulent and comfortable apartment in a nice neighborhood with all the amenities one could want. Gina, of course, did not pay for the apartment and lived at her sister's cost for almost a month. Envy and loathing consumed her more and more each day. She was always wondering what might have happened in her life. In what way was her sister superior to her now? Gina had an apparently insane idea. After all, she and Sunny had the same appearance, and only her mother and aunt had ever been able to tell them apart. What if the twins simply vanished, and Gina was able to lead her ideal life? Since Gina had virtually no friends and her family, to be honest, didn't like her, she believed that no one would even notice the changeover or her disappearance. Such thoughts quickly became obsessive. Over time, a sneaky scheme developed in Gina's brain. She closely observed who her sister spoke to, where she went, and how she dressed and spoke. She also meticulously imitated her hair, cosmetics, and mannerisms. In an effort to get to know her sister's friends better and keep them from noticing the changeover, Gina made every effort to interact with them. The sisters continued to argue and struggled to find common ground. Sunny's constant threats to evict her sister were the primary point of contention, but she simply gave up and bottled up her resentment since she had nowhere else to go. After yet another scandal, on August 18, 1996, Gina had been drinking when she walked through the apartment, took all the money she could find, and went to the casino, while her sister and a neighbor went somewhere else. The property was in disarray, and the money was gone when Sunny and Helena got home. They could no longer stand Gina's pranks and went to the police as soon as they understood what had transpired. That same evening, the girl was taken into custody in the casino. She was convicted and sentenced to 6 months in prison. However, after 2 months, the terms of her incarceration were loosened, allowing her to go for work 6 hours a day, but having to return to the prison at night. After 2 weeks of compliance, she made the decision to flee in order to finish her scheme, a cunning one. After being set free, Gina returned to Orange County by hitchhiking. The hunt for her was not a full-time job because she was not a dangerous criminal. Gina had to spend the night in a homeless shelter in a highly underprivileged area since she had no money. She wanted to replace her sister and kill her as quickly as possible, but she couldn't do it by herself, and she couldn't afford to hire a hitman. Then, after meeting two local adolescents in the same problematic neighborhood, Gina recruited them. They were identified as Joni Sirrett and Archie Bryant, his friend. In the event that they were successful, the girl agreed to give them each $100. 0 cents. The men made extensive preparations for the crime, purchased duct tape and rope, and even obtained a gun, albeit unloaded, that they could use to threaten people. After borrowing funds from friends, Gina hired a used Ford Mustang on November 15, 1996, with the intention of traveling to her sister's home with her accomplices. Everything was to take place on Wednesday, November 20, in the afternoon, when Sunny would undoubtedly be home by herself, based on her sister's estimates, as well as to do reconnaissance. The invaders also purchased a pack of magazines so that Johnny, posing as a salesperson, could inspect the apartment and see who was inside. The strategy appeared to be perfect. Each of the three criminals understood what they were supposed to do, and their roles were scripted, but all of a sudden, everything went wrong. A failed assassination attempt, to be exact. When a Mustang arrived to Sunny's apartment building at midday on the scheduled day, two men got out. While Johnny carried the magazines to the victim's apartment, Archie quietly moved to the side. Sunny answered the door when he knocked, but she didn't bother to knock and just slammed it in his face, claiming she didn't want anything. Johnny returned to his assistants, filled them in on everything, and they went over the plan's specifics again. Because the girl had opened the door without calling anyone, nobody was suspicious that she might not have been home alone. The young guys returned to the apartment after concluding their discussion of the subtleties and retrieved the rifle, duct tape, and rope from the car. When Johnny called the apartment again at around 1, Archie was standing a short distance away, ready to kick down the door when Sunny opened it. But by that time, Sunny had already gone to shower because she had a crucial meeting to attend. When the bell rang, her neighbor, who was seated in front of the TV in the living room, refused to even open the door. However, the unexpected guest persisted, so after a few minutes, Smith gave up and made his way to the door. Without any fanfare, the males kicked out the door as soon as the latch clicked and it started to open, knocking the girl on the ground before realizing that it was not Sunny in front of them and brandishing a revolver. After duct taping Helena's mouth shut and tying her up, Johnny rushed to Gina to ask her how to handle the problem and whether to allow the witness to remain alive. A bank card in Sunny's name was on the dresser when he left. Sunny, who was still in the restroom at the moment, heard a sound and warily peered out. After concluding that the house had been broken into, she went back to the bathroom, picked up the cell phone in the corridor, and began phoning the emergency services. She only had time to inform them about the armed robbery and provide the address. The friends anticipated being tortured to discover where the money and valuables were in the house, or being abused when Archie grabbed a terrified Sunny by the hair, tied her up with rope, taped her mouth shut, and threw her on the floor next to a bound Helena when the connection was abruptly cut off and the room door swung open with a powerful kick. But the police showed up a few minutes later. When the cops got to the residence, Johnny and Gina were still in the Mustang. A few minutes after the initial 3 police officers rushed past them, a second vehicle arrived to assist. Every force was hurried to the scene because it was a hostage situation. The intruder sitting in the car heard the number of the apartment radioed by a passing police officer. Gina shouted that she was Sunny as she exited the vehicle. Law enforcement officer Han glanced at her, but he couldn't make out what that meant. He requested that she rush to the location, where his colleagues had already disarmed the assailant and freed the hostages. The policeman was astonished and confused when he walked into the flat. The same girl he had just rushed past on the street was sitting in front of him, weeping and terrified. The policeman briefly questioned whether what was happening was genuine when he inquired her name, and she replied that it was Sunny Han. Since the same person could not be in 2 locations at once, he believed he was going insane. The Ford Mustang carrying the girl and her accomplice, the good twin and the bad twin, had already vanished when the man who had told his colleague that he needed to check something leaped back into the yard. Gina knew the attempt had failed when she heard the radio announce the apartment number and saw the cops coming. Then, in a desperate move, she jumped out of the car and called herself by her sister's name. By claiming that the true offender was now in her flat, the girl attempted to appear like a victim, but the rushed officer ignored her and merely requested her to wait. Gina, of course, didn't wait. She and Johnny went to the closest ATM and used her sister's stolen card to withdraw a couple $1,000s. The crooks then hurried to the Mexican border, but not before they had to swap their car for a less noticeable one at the car dealership. Gina used her sister's name when introducing herself, but she accidentally wrote her own name on the form. The staff found this extremely odd and requested her to wait while the formalities were completed. The management was then notified and the police were contacted. Gina insisted that Sunny was her and that the other sister was impersonating her even after she was jailed. Even after fingerprints were used to determine each girl's identity, they both continued to identify themselves as Sunny during the inquiry and in court. The Han sisters appeared to be ordinary good and bad twins at first, but a closer look at their past showed that this was not the case at all. Sunny had a successful and happy life, while Gina struggled with addictions, was frequently in problems, and had multiple criminal records. Sunny lost her primary motivation, though, when the sisters' paths parted and they ceased their ceaseless rivalry. She enrolled at a prominent university, but her academic performance declined in the second year, and she was unable to maintain her scholarship to pay for her education. She carefully concealed the fact that she was working as a dancer in a nearby city's nightclub from her boyfriend and friends. Sunny made an effort to keep up the appearance of an ideal existence, but in actuality, she was no longer leading one. Gina and her lesser accomplices were accused of conspiring to kill Sunny Han throughout the trial and punishment. Additionally, the girl was charged with attempting to pass for her twin sister, whose she even used while introducing herself at the hearing. Overall, the process was both intriguing and unsettling since the sisters, who were experiencing the same emotions, started crying, had panic attacks, and, during one session, passed out all at once. Gina stated that she merely intended to remove her sister's possessions from her apartment and had no intention of killing her. Johnny and Archie were meant to assist her with that, but instead they chose to act like gangsters and frighten Sunny and her neighbor. A bit too much, though. The defendants argued that since the rifle was unloaded, the girls would not have actually been harmed. A year after the attempted murder, on November 20, 1997, the court rendered its decision. Gina had a history of many convictions, had fled from jail, and was wanted at the time of this offense, all of which the jury considered. Given all of this, Gina Han received a 26-year prison term after being found guilty on all counts. In the case's aftermath and cultural reflection, her accomplices, Archie Bryant and Jonia Sirat, were sentenced to 14 and 8 years respectively. After serving 21 years, Gina was released in May 2018 after her lawyer's appeal was approved by a California state commission. It's important to note that Sunny supported her in her parole case because her sister was able to pardon her. After Gina gained her freedom, she moved into her mother's home and now looks after her. The Khan sisters' story received extensive media coverage, was featured in several prominent talk show episodes, and served as the inspiration for several documentaries and feature films. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Crime is frequently associated with a particular motivation. Acts by people with mental health conditions, those under the influence of alcohol or other controlled substances, or incidents that happen during periods of severe emotional upheaval may be exceptions. Although the phrase motiveless crime is used, criminologists contend that the majority of these cases have unidentified hidden motives. Ohio as a whole was rocked by the disappearance of college student Emily Murray in 2000. The individual who caused Emily's terrible demise had been hiding in plain sight, helping law enforcement with their investigation and even providing tips to implicate others, until she was discovered dead a few weeks later. Authorities encountered a bewildering dilemma when they eventually took him into custody. There didn't appear to be any clear reason. Many theories were put forth, but none of them were supported, to explain why he did this. To make things even more confusing, The suspect seemed to like Emily and even to be protective of her, but then something changed and he became a predator. The perpetrator has never disclosed the reason behind his killing of a helpless young woman, even though it has been almost 25 years since the incident. On February 19, 1980, Emily Miranda Murray was born in Sleepy Hollow, a small town in Westchester County, New York. She came from a wealthy family and was the youngest of 4 siblings. Growing up with her 2 older brothers and 1 sister, Emily remained close to them all of her life. Emily's family moved to Shaker Heights, Cuyahoga County, Ohio, when she was 2 years old. Her father quickly rose to the position of head of one of the scientific university's departments after receiving an offer of a distinguished position there. The family's financial stability allowed them to live comfortably, and her mother devoted herself to raising the kids and providing a cozy home environment. The Murray children achieved academic success, graduating with honors from high school and attending prestigious universities. Emily in particular had a strong interest in biology and medicine and hoped to work in these fields. She frequently placed at the top of her class and was acknowledged as a gifted student. Interestingly, Emily was also able to work part-time jobs and donate her earnings to worthy causes. Emily's parents' strong Christian beliefs had a significant impact on her upbringing. Emily followed the family's example by attending church on a regular basis and being always willing to lend a helping hand to those in need, both verbally and physically. She spent a year traveling the world with different humanitarian organizations after graduating from high school. She visited New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and a number of European nations during this trip. Emily Murray moved into the campus residence halls at Kenyon College in Gambier, Ohio, in 1998 to start her studies. According to those who knew her, she was a positive influence on everyone around her, full of vitality and vitality. Emily was very driven, kind, sympathetic, and personable. She did, however, have a sensitive side and frequently displayed moments of melancholy and vulnerability. She wrote down her deepest worries, dreams, and thoughts in a private journal. Emily was in her junior year of college by 2000. She continued to be actively involved in church-based charitable work and worked evening shifts as a waitress at a nearby restaurant in addition to her rigorous academic schedule. She appeared to manage her enormous workload with poise. She even managed to make time for her personal life, going to events that she loved. But soon, it would be evident that her life was more complicated than it seemed. Emily's bed was empty when her 2 roommates in the dorm woke up on Tuesday, November 3, 2000. They couldn't figure it out. Emily was always thoughtful and informed them if she would be spending the night somewhere else. They thought she might have gone straight to class or stayed late at work because her restaurant shift had ended at 2 in the morning. However, things started to feel strange when they discovered that her notes and textbooks were still on her shelf. The roommates asked friends if anyone had seen Emily before leaving for their lectures in the morning. As it happened, she hadn't been seen since the day before and hadn't attended any of her classes. Her friends initially attempted to explain the situation in the hopes that there would be a plausible explanation, even though her absence was disturbing. Emily had been anticipating the celebration of a close friend's 20th birthday for weeks, and it was scheduled for that evening. She had picked out a thoughtful present and even assisted in planning a surprise for the birthday person. Emily could not imagine missing the party, but her friends became increasingly concerned when she failed to appear. They contacted Emily's family in a desperate attempt to get answers, believing that she might have returned home because of an emergency. When her parents learned that she had disappeared, they became very upset. Desperate to learn what had happened to their daughter, they drove to Gambier that same evening to participate in the search. The Murrays and their older children had reached the campus by morning, and they were desperately attempting to determine what might have happened to their youngest daughter. By then, the college community had become aware of Emily's disappearance. She was not found despite the efforts of several volunteer groups, friends, and classmates. She appeared to have disappeared completely. Emily's car, a dark green Subaru Outback that her father had given her for her 20th birthday, was also found to be missing. The Murrays immediately contacted campus security to report the missing student and ask for assistance in setting up a search, but their worries were dismissed with indifference. Security personnel waved away their concerns, speculating that Emily was probably hanging out alone with a boyfriend and would be back shortly. The family was told to wait a bit longer, even though they insisted Emily would never leave without telling anyone. Emily had not been seen for over 24 hours, and her family was becoming more and more desperate. They reported a missing person to the local police after realizing that campus security would not be able to assist. They were shocked to learn that police initially appeared to minimize the incident as well, assuming Emily might have taken an unplanned break or gone off on her own. She was a 20-year-old college student after all, and they didn't have to explain her every action. Nevertheless, the police finally consented to check Emily's dorm room. At that point, they learned she had forgotten her identification, bank cards, and personal items. It appeared that she hadn't changed since leaving her job because she had last been spotted in her restaurant shift uniform. This cast doubt on the notion that she had taken an unplanned break or gone off to hang out with a boyfriend. It was improbable that Emily would depart without cash or necessities. Emily was officially listed as missing on the second day following her disappearance, which was also her last day of employment. By that point, her friends, family, and community members who were worried were already searching on their own, distributing flyers featuring her picture throughout the town and searching the neighborhoods. The investigation started at the eatery across the street from the campus where Emily was last seen. The Pirates Cove was a well-liked hangout for students because of its convenient location and reasonably priced menu. Emily's shift that night turned out to be her final one. Overburdened by her demanding schedule, she had resigned from her job that evening. She had made the decision to reduce her workload. She had been finding it difficult to balance her rigorous coursework, her part-time evening shifts, and her volunteer work at the church. Her personal life had suffered as a result of her hectic schedule. She had broken up with her boyfriend Adam just a month prior because they hardly ever had time together. Many of Emily's friends came to the Pirates Cove that night to cheer her on her last day of work. However, since they had classes the following morning, nobody stayed up too late. Emily stayed for an extra half hour to complete some tasks, even though her shift ended at 2 in the morning. As a result, her coworkers were the last to see her, and the police would use their testimonies to piece together what happened that night. During those last moments at the restaurant, Emily wasn't by herself. She was assisted in closing up by her friend Olivia, who was also a waitress, and a bartender named David Cale. Around 2:45 a.m., they completed cleaning the dining area together. Everyone started to head home shortly after that. Gregory McKnight, a 24-year-old cook who was the last to depart and shut down the restaurant at 3:15 a.m., confirmed this. Nothing out of the ordinary caught the attention of her colleagues. Emily was being kind, happy, and courteous as usual. She told them she was just going back to her dorm to get some sleep before her morning classes, without mentioning any plans for the rest of the evening. Investigators discovered Emily's personal journal, which had disturbing entries when they searched her dorm room. Emily had been fighting a protracted bout of depression, which she had kept a secret and attempted to handle on her own, despite her cheerful and amiable manner. Emily was well known for being sensitive and sympathetic, and she frequently internalized other people's suffering, which made her both emotionally vulnerable and incredibly compassionate. Emily was frequently exposed to the harsh realities of life, such as tales of cruelty and injustice, through her charitable work. She gave her all to helping those in need, but she felt helpless in the face of the world's more powerful forces, which frustrated her. She described in her journal how difficult it was for her to handle the weight of her empathy and how overwhelming these feelings could be. Detectives were unable to completely rule out the possibility that Emily may have made the decision to leave her life, even though the journal made no explicit mention of plans to harm herself or take extreme measures. Emily's close friends and family were extremely offended by this theory. They vehemently denied the notion, stating that Emily would never entertain such an act because her faith was so important to her. Because of her strong religious convictions, such behavior was considered an unforgivable sin. In addition, Emily had detailed her aspirational plans for the future in her journal. She drew a picture of her ideal life in one entry, which included a big house, her future spouse, their 5 kids, and a dozen dogs. Her desire to create a life focused on community, family, and love seemed to inspire her daily. At first, investigators thought Emily might have run away because she had vanished along with her car. They speculated that she may have chosen to leave town to contemplate her life due to her battles with depression. This is a reasonable explanation for her disappearance, because it could have been made worse by her recent breakup with her boyfriend and resignation from her job. Adam, Emily's ex-boyfriend, was the first person investigators focused on, which makes sense in situations like this. Their relationship had been turbulent, with several breakups and reconciliations, but it had lasted for roughly a year and a half. But this time, Emily had made the decision to permanently break things off, and she had told Adam so in what seemed to be a peaceful and friendly exchange. Investigators couldn't help but wonder what if Adam hadn't been able to let her go. They decided to stay friends. When contacted, Adam voluntarily went to the police station. He seemed truly upset and genuinely concerned about Emily's welfare. He clarified that he and his roommate had visited the Pirates Cove the night before Emily vanished, but they had departed at midnight. Other students attested to seeing them when they returned to their dorm. According to two other roommates, Adam and his roommate spent the remainder of the night inside. Adam was promptly ruled out as a suspect because he had a strong alibi and no evidence of involvement. After that, investigators focused on Emily's colleagues. In the course of their investigation, one of the Pirates Cove's cooks revealed an unexpected fact. Emily was rumored to have rejected the romantic feelings that the bartender David Cale had for her. Emily and Cale worked the same shift, stayed late to close, and left the restaurant 10 minutes apart on the night of Emily's disappearance. After she turned him down, could Cale have waited for her outside and hurt her in some way? They brought David in for another round of interrogation. He acknowledged that he had once asked Emily out, but he had never brought up the subject again after she declined. He insisted that their relationship was merely cordial and business. In addition, David gave what investigators considered a very strong alibi. He was picked up from the restaurant by his father after his shift, and they immediately drove to another state to attend his sister's wedding. Investigators had no evidence to connect him to Emily's disappearance after the alibi was confirmed. The same cook, Greg McKnight, gave detectives a new lead after the bartender was ruled out as a suspect. He implied that Dave Yoakum, another cook, was also strangely attracted to Emily. Dave had a reputation for having trouble relating to women. When rejected, he was prone to losing his temper and was awkward and rude. This behavior was corroborated by other waitresses, who also reported that Dave had awkwardly approached them. He frequently made scathing comments in response to his attempts being rejected and acted in a generally disrespectful manner. Additionally, investigators found it highly suspicious that Yoakum was fired from the restaurant after a heated argument just 4 days after Emily vanished. Yoakum had not been at the restaurant the night Emily disappeared because he was off work, but detectives had to question him and find out where he was. When asked, Dave said he was genuinely shocked to be named as a suspect in the case. He gave a convincing alibi by claiming that he had gone to a rock band concert in a nearby city that evening with friends who corroborated his account. The investigation came to a standstill after all suspects were exonerated and no fresh evidence surfaced. Emily's friends and family prayed for her safe return home and clung to hope, but seasoned investigators suspected she was dead and feared the worst. Let's go back to an incident that at first glance appeared to have nothing to do with Emily's case, which occurred around a month prior to her disappearance. A small car accident happened on the outskirts of Harrison, a small town in Vinton County, Ohio, on October 1, 2000. Ronaldo Hopkins was on his way home when an old Buick swerved into his lane and collided with him. When Hopkins exited his vehicle to inspect the damage, he discovered a gun in the trunk of the other car, which had exploded from the collision. He was so alarmed that he reported the incident to the police right away. Authorities permitted the other driver to depart, even though he was fined for the collision, and the gun was seized. That same driver was accused of participating in a theft on December 9, 2000, more than 2 months later. He lived in a remote trailer park according to the case documents, so 2 officers were sent to deliver a court summons demanding that he come in for interrogation. Officers discovered the trailer in a remote location, far from the other homes in the park. When they got there, 2 rusted, damaged cars that looked unlikely to ever run again were parked in front of the property, which gave the impression that it was deserted. But the officers found a dark green Subaru Outback behind the trailer, which didn't fit the scene. They verified that it was Emily Murray's car, which was reported missing along with its owner, after searching the license plates through their database. The name of the resident of the property where Emily's car was found, as well as information about the car's discovery, were promptly forwarded to the Gambier division looking into her case. The cook from the restaurant where Emily had worked, Gregory McKnight, was that person. In the past, McKnight had tried to deflect suspicion from his colleagues while evading personal scrutiny. In record time, a police team was sent to the scene and a search warrant for McKnight's trailer was obtained. 2 officers went inside to start their search because the door lock was broken. The foul stench of decay overcame them almost immediately. They located the source of the smell, a young woman's body covered in a carpet, by following it to the rear of the trailer. Emily's remains were immediately thought to be hers, and forensic analysis quickly verified this. A gunshot wound to the head was the cause of death. The weapon had been pressed against the right side of her skull, and the bullet had been fired at close range. The fact that there was a large amount of blood and spent shell casings at the scene suggested that the crime had been committed inside the trailer. Detectives now focused on apprehending and interrogating McKnight, their main suspect. Later that day, Gregory McKnight was arrested on suspicion of participating in an armed robbery, which was initially unrelated to Emily's death. But when they told him about the discovery in his trailer, he fell silent, refused to comment, and asked for a lawyer right away. Police detained him pending additional investigation, even though there was no concrete evidence at the time connecting him to Emily's death. Investigators were informed by the trailer park's neighbors that they had not heard or seen anything strange. Considering how far away McKnight's trailer was from the other houses, this wasn't shocking. The property itself was in poor condition, with rusted, dilapidated cars all around it and trash all over it. Investigators searched the area extensively in the hopes of finding more evidence. They soon discovered a small, overgrown well beneath a sheet of metal that was weighed down by a fallen tree. After draining the well, researchers found a human skeleton at the bottom that seemed to be that of a man. Other bone fragments were discovered nearby, dispersed throughout the property. All of the remains belonged to a single person whose identity was still unknown, according to forensic analysis. Police quickly linked the discovery to a 6-month-old missing person case, though McKnight's friend, a 20-year-old student named Glenn Julius, had disappeared. According to Glenn's girlfriend, he was planning to go to a party with McKnight the last time she saw him. Following the start of the Glenn Julius search, Gregory McKnight emerged as the main suspect, but according to McKnight, Glenn and he got into a fight at the event, and Glenn drove off with a few new friends. No one saw him again after that. Although they couldn't find any hard evidence to link McKnight to the disappearance, investigators also couldn't find any evidence to back up his story. Thus, he was set free. Later, pieces of Glenn's belts and clothes that were found in the well were recognized by his girlfriend. Dental records from his family attested to the fact that Glenn's remains were present. Inside McKnight's trailer, a number of his personal belongings were also found. Shortly after Glenn vanished, McKnight sold his car illegally, according to additional investigation. Associates who were also connected to an armed robbery case purchased the car. The car's license plates had been replaced with fake ones, and it had been hurriedly repainted. Authorities found the car after one of McKnight's accomplices was taken into custody. They discovered sizable amounts of cleaned-up blood in the trunk, which forensic analysis verified belonged to Glenn. This implied that Glenn had been carried in the trunk, either injured or dead. The work had been done sloppily, probably with homemade tools, and Glenn's body had been partially dismembered. The bones were deeply scratched, like saw marks. Investigators discovered an axe, a shovel, and several other tools inside McKnight's trailer. These were all removed for forensic analysis. Although unidentifiable marks were left by other tools, it was definitively established that the axe had been used during the dismemberment. On November 12, 1976, Gregory McKnight was born in a poor Columbus, Ohio suburb. He was raised in a big, impoverished family without a father, where everyone was left to fend for themselves. McKnight began stealing when he was a young boy, and at the age of 14 he first came to the notice of the police. He had committed his first deadly crime at the age of 15, a poorly executed robbery. The jury was lenient toward McKnight because his accomplices were older, and he was given a comparatively light sentence. He was placed in a juvenile detention center and given a sentence of only 6 years. After being freed in 1997, he quickly wed Catherine, who went on to have 2 children. Before McKnight saved up enough cash to purchase his trailer, the couple briefly resided with Catherine's parents, but they never made the move to their new home. Gregory McKnight killed Glenn Julius in May 2000 and concealed his body in the well behind his trailer. He then abducted and murdered Emily Murray in November of that year, leaving her body to decay inside the trailer. Catherine, McKnight's wife, acknowledged during interrogation that she had begun to have doubts about the trailer. Her husband refused to allow her to visit or even come near the property, and he often went there by himself. She believed that he was either using the area to meet potential lovers or to hide his criminal associates from the authorities. She had thought of a lot of things, but she had never thought of him keeping human remains there. The majority of the evidence against McKnight was circumstantial, despite the fact that it was substantial. The precise manner and location of Julius's death were unknown to the authorities. Consequently, the prosecution was unable to pursue the death penalty for that specific offense. Emily's case appeared to be simpler. There were obvious traces connecting her and McKnight to the trailer when her body was discovered at the scene, but there was no apparent reason for such a heinous act, and the murder weapon was never found. Emily had not been robbed, she had not been assaulted, and even her car had been left behind the trailer. Why McKnight would perpetrate such a heinous act against the young college student was still a mystery. Several colleagues attested that McKnight had consistently treated Emily with dignity. He was said to be courteous, and once he had even intervened to shield her from an inebriated patron who had mistreated her. Even McKnight declined to assist investigators. He gave no information about either crime and denied all charges. The prosecution contended that McKnight had tricked Emily into falling into a trap following her work at the restaurant. Given her kindness and trustworthiness, he may have asked her for assistance, and Emily, oblivious to the danger, was powerless to refuse. He may have shown romantic feelings for her once he was inside the trailer, but he went into a rage and committed the crime after she rejected him. A psychiatric evaluation found that McKnight was fully aware of his actions and could be held accountable, despite the defense's attempt to claim that he was mentally unfit. By changing strategies, McKnight's lawyers attempted to portray Emily as a suicidal person with severe depression, alleging that McKnight only helped her carry out a purported death wish. Emily's loved ones were incensed by this argument, but it didn't change the court's decision. Gregory McKnight was convicted of 2 indictments of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and armed robbery in 2002. He was placed on death row to await execution after being given a death by lethal injection sentence. Every appeal and clemency request was turned down. Gregory McKnight, who said in 2015 that he would sooner die than rot in prison while awaiting execution, asked that his sentence be carried out. He quickly had second thoughts, though, and made another unsuccessful attempt to appeal the sentence. McKnight filed a lawsuit in 2020, claiming that he was subjected to unfair treatment and racism during his trial. He maintained that the punishment was unduly severe because the jury and the judge were both white and had acted biasly against him. Gregory McKnight is still waiting to be executed on death row as of right now. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story is an excellent illustration of how life can occasionally be more terrifying than a horror film. Imagine an ideal marriage and an opulent mansion. She is a charming and self-assured woman. He is a successful businessman, and they lead a glamorous life filled with luxury and style. The twist is that there are sinister truths that will chill you to your core beneath that gleaming exterior. I want to tell you about Mike and Susan Reichel, who were viewed by everyone as the model couple, but who were unaware of the sinister secrets that were kept inside their house. Nobody could have predicted that all would end in tragedy. An emergency services call, and skin-chilling accusations on a chilly February night. Do you know what they say? This story demonstrates the adage, the devil is in the details, as the small details, text messages, casual remarks, and scarlet droplets on the floor, combine to create an image that is impossible to ignore. Wealthy. In order to provide the impression of a perfect married life, Mike Reichel and his wife Susan were frequently spotted out together, dining at upscale restaurants and taking vacations at opulent resorts. With a sparkling pool, a well-kept lawn, and sleek contemporary interiors, their mansion in the affluent Naplesville, Florida neighborhood gleamed as brilliantly as their romantic union. Everything Mike touched seemed to turn to gold, and Susan, his prize, was no different. However, there were profound fissures behind those walls that were impossible for even the most talented designer to hide. Although Mike was well known in some circles due to his commercial success, nothing was known about his personal life. His past, which dated back to his early years at the University of Florida, where he first fell in love with Dee Dee Hoffman, was rarely discussed. He was already making big plans and moving up the professional ladder at the age of 19, and their young passion developed into a marriage that lasted for 25 years. Dee Dee described him as a trustworthy and gentle man who never raised his voice or even his fist. However, a successful career came at a price. Mike turned into a workaholic who abandoned his family to spend months abroad on business travels. Their discreet divorce in 2005 was ultimately the result of this. Although Dee Dee moved on, the memories of the past persisted. Mike met Susan, a young nurse he found on an internet dating service, and she took over. From the first messages, he was drawn to the 38-year-old woman. He invited her into his universe without hesitation because of her fascinating energy, charm, and love for life. The space that had once belonged to Dee Dee was soon occupied by Susan. Once replete with memories of Mike's first family, the estate became the site of a new union when they were married in August 2007. However, the tranquility of this new life was upended on February 3, 2018. Just before daybreak, the quiet was broken by a call to emergency services, and Mike's tremulous voice announced a break-in. He and his wife had been attacked by an unidentified assailant wearing a mask and carrying a knife. Despite their fast arrival, police and paramedics were astonished by what they discovered. The mansion's enormous windows reflected the siren's flashing lights, creating ominous shadows on the glass, and the yard remained eerily silent, as though it was witnessing everything. On the surface, everything seemed ideal, but those who knew them well saw that their marriage was not as easy as it seemed. Susan had a strong hand in running their home, affecting many facets of Mike's life, and she wasn't afraid to assert her dominance. She used to work at a hospice, where she provided care for patients with life-threatening conditions, but she quit to concentrate on her new social standing and household duties after getting married. Mike bought a dental clinic to be nearer to Susan and stopped traveling for work, but every year that went by increased the stress in their home. A very different reality existed behind the facade of success and luxury. As the police officers moved through the mansion's hallways taking note of details that had previously gone unnoticed, a troubling picture started to take shape. Mike would tell his friends that he had found in Susan someone with whom he could start a new life, but his hesitant attempts to deepen their bond were frequently met with a cold, distant attitude. These details suggested that things had been hidden within these walls, things Mike had never openly discussed. Everyone was anticipating responses. What had led the man with the mask to this house? Who was he? And, above all, what was lurking beneath the surface of a happy and successful marriage? However, before delving further into those horrifying incidents, let's pause and examine this couple's history. The main reason for their increasing stress by 2015 was that Mike and Susan's relationship was no longer as ideal as it appeared to the outer world. Was the complex relationship between Mike and Susan related to his daughters, particularly Caroline, his oldest? Susan's distaste for Caroline was not concealed, and occasionally she would text Mike about his daughter in a sour mood. She thought Mike was spending too much time and energy on Caroline. Caroline, on the other hand, was not fond of her father's new wife and accused her of attempting to remove her from Mike's life. According to Caroline, Susan frequently drank a little too much. She frequently drank 5 or 6 glasses of wine or martinis in a single evening, but even after having too many, she was able to maintain her poise and carry on a discussion. The family was at a breaking point in terms of tension by the fall of 2017. When Caroline began organizing her wedding, things became more heated. Mike set aside $100,000 0 cents for the event because he wanted her special day to be flawless. Although it was a significant sum, Susan grudgingly consented to allow him to pay for it. Susan became enraged when the wedding's expenses continued to rise, and, by the time everything was finalized, the budget had risen to almost $250 0 cents. 3 weeks following the November 2017 wedding, Susan was still furious when she learned how much Mike had spent on the party, despite efforts to find common ground, particularly throughout the wedding planning. Mike confided in Caroline that he had been physically attacked by Susan multiple times. Since his daughter had seen a faint white scar on his cheek on the day of the wedding, she instantly believed him. After one of the instances, Mike even showed her pictures of his injuries. Susan had been arrested after allegedly attacking him with a knife. Was this, however, the sole instance? What was actually happening in that house behind closed doors? Susan became enraged upon learning the actual expense of Caroline's wedding. She became enraged, tossed a phone at Mike, and started hitting him. Everyone who believed they know this couple was shocked by the incident. Unexpectedly, Susan was the one who contacted the police after assaulting her husband. She had always attempted to keep control of the situation, so this decision seemed odd. It's possible that she wanted to give her version of events first in order to avoid being charged, but things didn't work out that way. A smashed phone on the floor, overturned furniture, and a heated environment between the couple were among the obvious evidence of a recent argument that the police found when they arrived at the Rochelle residence. Officers spoke with Susan and Mike for a short while. Mike was clearly upset, and Susan was distraught, recounting the events in a fragmented manner. The officers concluded that Susan needed to leave the house for a bit in order to collect herself and think about what she had done. She merely verbally agreed. Presuming the problem had momentarily fixed, the police departed. 30 minutes had gone by, but Susan was still inside the house, urging Mike to stay with her and hash out their differences. The quaint restaurant's soothing candlelight and the sound of the running water gave the impression that it was a quiet evening. But Mike and Susan Rochelle's table was anything but. Things had seemed odd that morning. Instead of a welcoming grin, Susan's face had a stern expression, and their talk soon turned to familiar, tense issues. Mike had thought that this dinner would be the beginning of a truce, a chance to go back to the days when everything between them was simple. She used to be the one who brightened his life, but now she was the primary cause of his tension and worry. Frustration and miscommunication simmered between them like water in a pot that was about to boil. Let me now give you a detailed account of what happened that day. The evening ended almost as suddenly as it had started. Mike got up, threw some money on the table, and walked away. Susan sat there looking at nothing, as though she was trying to take in everything that had been said. Mike's eldest daughter from his first marriage, Caroline, had been the subject of another argument between them. Susan would never be able to forgive him for spending $250,000, 0 cents, on Caroline's wedding because, in her opinion, it was both lavish and a betrayal. He grew further estranged from Caroline the more he invested in her. Their marriage was gradually being destroyed by her constant battle for power and the sense that she was the most significant person in his life. Susan was lost in contemplation as Mike departed the restaurant. Although she had no idea what to do next, she was certain that she wasn't going to lose control of the situation. After a few minutes, she got up, picked up her phone, and texted him, "Good luck with your daughter. I'm going to file for divorce." It was a declaration of her goals rather than a threat. She sent another SMS after learning that their talk was far from over. "You have significant problems with your daughter. I will not put up with this conduct." Susan called a cab and went home as soon as she made up her mind. There was silence in the house. Long shadows were thrown across the corridors by the lovely moonlight that spilled in through the enormous windows. Unaware that this evening would offer a test she would never forget, Susan walked into the guest room. Mike emerged in the doorway as the door abruptly opened as the clock struck midnight. His eyes were filled with a wildness that made Susan uncomfortable. They got into a heated argument once more, which soon turned into a full-fledged altercation, but this time it went beyond than it had before. They were soon fighting against one another after Mike's rage got the better of them. Susan experienced a searing pain in her stomach. She was horrified to see that Mike was brandishing a knife, and she made a valiant attempt to free herself. It all happened so quickly. She had no time to comprehend how a furious dispute had devolved into a nightmare. He hit her again in a matter of seconds, and blood began to slowly run down her arm. This was no coincidence. This was deliberate. Mike was surprised by one thing, though. She had no intention of giving up. He attempted to hold her back, but was hesitant due to Susan's will to live. She understood that she might not see the morning if she couldn't persuade him to stop. "All right, I'm not going to get a divorce. I will not abandon you." In a desperate attempt to get him to stop, she whispered through the agony. Something shifted in Mike's eyes as he froze. perhaps realizing what he had done. He started to put the knife away in a panic, gathered his belongings, and hastily made up a new story. It was an unknown individual. We'll pretend it was a person wearing a mask and all will be well. You understand what I'm asking you to say? Susan acknowledged that she had nothing left to lose, but she gave her version of events as soon as she was taken to the hospital and felt secure. The following few hours passed quickly, filled with heated conversations in the hospital hallways, police calls, and urgent announcements over the intercom. Susan told investigators, physicians, and anybody else who would listen. Mike, meantime, insisted that they had been the victims of a late-night invader in an attempt to persuade everyone of his story. In an attempt to remove any evidence of what had actually transpired behind their home's walls, he even erased the security camera recordings. Officers were shocked to see no evidence of a break-in when they returned to the Rochelle property. The windows were still in place. There was no damage to the locks. They quickly came to the conclusion that Mike's story was not credible. However, he had a contingency plan and promptly implemented it. He made a thorough effort to convince the police that possibly someone had entered while they were asleep because the doors had been left unsecured. His portrayal was so compelling that it briefly appeared possible that this might have been an isolated incident. Then the pieces began to fit together once the investigators got footage from the restaurant security cameras. They witnessed Mike and Susan leaving apart without exchanging words, then coming inside and going to separate rooms. These scenes obviously had nothing to do with a fictitious invader at night. Suspicions started to arise since everything seemed strange and unbelievable. Investigators realized that this was only the beginning as they attempted to fit everything together. No one could have predicted the complexity and depth of the story Mike had attempted to present as an attack. Mike persisted in promoting his version of events, but his story was beginning to fall apart. The house's shadows, which seemed serene on video, were concealing things that nobody anticipated discovering, and they served as the backdrop for a new, far more terrifying turn in this story. Mike Royce called his daughter's cell as soon as he was taken into custody. He spoke in a trembling but resolute voice, as though he could eliminate any uncertainty with pure willpower. "I didn't do anything, Caroline." He said it again. "He insisted that you phone my attorney. Get me out of here, please." He was aware that he had little chance of escaping without her help. His daughter Caroline was more than that. She was his unwavering ally and the only one who could protect his reputation both in the public and in court. However, Mike was known in some circles as a successful and calm businessman, and everything that had transpired in the past few weeks didn't fit that image. The shock of hearing of his incarceration was evident, and it affected not just his family but also his friends, co-workers, his ex-wife Dee, and everybody else who had ever met Mike. After 25 years of marriage, Dee appeared to be inconsolable. Mike was a nice, soft guy. It's unbelievable that he could achieve this. Even at times of crisis, friends said he was steady, calm, and logical. However, an almost unthinkable thing had happened to this model of stability and success. However, the prosecutor's viewpoint differed from theirs. He was accustomed to having total control over his life, according to the story. Mike couldn't bear the thought of a divorce and losing the things he had fought so hard to build up over the years, and life abruptly lost its control. He was struck hard by this blow, which caused him to act recklessly. The prosecution's account was simple. Mike was motivated to try to find a permanent solution because he was afraid that Susan would take half of his fortune after the divorce. It was now up to his lawyers to demonstrate that Mike had nothing to do with the attack, that the intruder's narrative was true, and that Susan's injuries were caused by a terrible accident rather than deliberate action. Mike initially gave a public account of what happened at the initial court hearing in mid-February. His story sounded earnest but unpersuasive. He acknowledged that he and Susan had in fact argued at the restaurant on the evening of February 2, and that they had both gone home separately, going to their own rooms. After his rage subsided on this cold evening, Mike made the decision to try to talk to someone and make amends in the guest room. He wanted to make amends, but upon entering, he saw something unsettling. Susan had a knife in her hands and was kneeling by the bed. She appeared desperate, he said, and he thought she might hurt herself. According to Mike, he attempted to get Susan to put down the knife, but she resisted. A struggle broke out, one that was more desperate and awkward than aggressive, like two people caught up in their own feelings. At one point, Mike said he felt the cool blade brush against her stomach. The knife slipped out of her grasp and cut him as well. Blood was slowly seeping through Susan's clothing, and she was breathing deeply. He said he was merely attempting to stop her and that it was an accident. One significant contradiction, however, occurred that same evening when the couple allegedly chose to fabricate a narrative about an intruder to hide the occurrence. According to Mike, they sat on the bed discussing the future while attempting to block out their wounds. We were talking about life, vacations, and our travel plans. Our talk was among the greatest we'd had in a long time. He smiled almost nostalgically as he remembered. However, who could be gravely injured and speak of a bright future? It sounded ridiculous to the people listening. New information was slowly coming to light during the trial and investigation. Bloodstains were noted in the police report on the bed, the walls, the floor, and even the bathroom mirror. Another concerning element, however, was that the room smelled stifling and humid, and the bed was not only blood-stained, but also contained signs of vomit and feces. Their version of events offered no explanations, and Mike was unable to explain how this occurred. The idea that the situation was more darker than anyone could have envisioned in court was strengthened by all of this. Another odd incident involving their dog jumping on the bed was also described by Mike. Susan was able to slit her wrists with the knife once he became distracted. She was sobbing and muttering that she was afraid of going to jail and that she was unsure of how to deal with it. Mike claims that he recognized he had to take action because he knew the cops would discover the surveillance tape. To avoid being accused, he said, he turned off all the cameras. He then made the decision to phone emergency services a few minutes later, fabricating a tale about an intruder who had entered at night, but a lie-based narrative started to fall apart due to its own contradictions. It became evident that no one had broken into the residence when investigators searched the area and looked over the security tape. There was tension between Mike and Susan, as evidenced by the fragmentary clips of the recordings that Mike had painstakingly erased, but not all of them. The medical professionals verified long before that evening that Susan's injuries were intentional and not the result of an accident. The signs of struggle that Mike attempted to conceal indicated a different story than the exact, non-random knife cuts. He maintained that he was merely attempting to keep her safe, but as the court proceedings progressed, the evidence presented a more ominous and gloomy picture. The tale of a masked invader seemed to be a front for something far more sinister, and Mike didn't seem ready for that front to begin to fall apart. The atmosphere in the courtroom was electric, the questioning aggressive, and it seemed as though a spark could explode at any time and alter the entire case's trajectory. Mike's attorneys tried to use the picture of a guy trapped in a terrible relationship as the foundation for their case. According to their perspective, Susan was a tormentor who threatened his safety and tranquility in addition to being a wife. They firmly pointed to the threatening and accusing messages that were discovered on Mike's phone from Susan, and they reminded the court of her previous arrest for aggressive behavior, citing it as proof of her propensity for animosity. Their most effective tactic, however, was to bring up Mike's posts on internet forums where he asked other guys who had gone through home difficulties for help, characterizing his life as a constant struggle to find understanding and empathy. Desperation, complaints over persistent adultery claims despite no proof, and Susan's insistence that he break off contact with his daughter only served to increase the tension in these posts. Mike's assertion that Susan had turned the knife on herself looked credible, and the defense attempted to persuade the court that Mike was stuck in a toxic, unstable marriage. On the surface, this story made sense. Instability was evident in Susan's messages. She wrote that she didn't know how to continue and that her life had lost purpose in some of them, expressing thoughts of self-harm. This was used by Mike's lawyers to suggest that she may have planned the attack to incite disagreement and cause Mike pain, but Susan's legal team was not going to back down. She disputed all charges of violent conduct and asked pointed, straightforward questions, such as why Mike never called the police if he was a real victim. Why did he continue to maintain the appearance of a happy marriage and remain in the relationship? A straightforward but effective argument served as the foundation for their case. Why didn't Mike leave if his fear of Susan was real? He stayed, but why? First and foremost, why did he make up the tale of an intruder on the evening of the event? The court had to determine who was telling the truth, and as the case became increasingly intricate and intertwined with each session, it became clear that an emotional defense would not suffice. Mike's lawyers made the decision to hire a forensic specialist in order to bolster their case. The blood spatter analysis discovered in the guest room was the main focus of this specialist's examination of the evidence at the scene. He claimed that Mike's account of events was confirmed by the pattern and direction of the blood, which showed that Susan's injuries were sustained late at night, closer to 3 in the morning. However, Susan maintained that her husband was the one who attacked her initially, and that the attack occurred in her room when she was sleeping at around midnight. The trial's turning moment was this argument. Mike's lawyers contended that this supported his allegation that the injuries were caused just before the paramedics arrived, despite medical experts testifying that a person with such severe wounds to the wrist may die within 1 hour without proper medical attention. Susan, however, lived, but when the forensic expert's reliability was questioned, things took a different turn. His reputation was quickly revealed to be far from impeccable. His name had previously been connected to a somber controversy, and his license had already been suspended for violations of professional ethics. When Susan's defense team produced records exposing the expert's involvement in a horrific occurrence, it was like a lightning bolt in the courtroom. The police found a stockpile of organs, including hearts and brains, in his own refrigerator after he was caught collecting organs from the deceased. The validity of his conclusions in Mike's case was called into question by these startling disclosures. All of a sudden, the expert's conclusions were more than just dubious. Mike's whole defense plan was in danger of being destroyed. Susan and her attorneys took advantage of this, claiming that the bloodstains on the walls and furnishings indicated intentional knife attacks rather than unintentional self-harming wounds. They said that Mike had prevented Susan from moving or defending herself during the attack by holding her in place. Susan gave evidence in court that Mike had put the knife in her hand to give the impression that she had hurt herself, then had wounded himself to support his narrative. However, soon after, this story's darker facets surfaced. Evidence indicating Mike had long lost interest in the marriage was discovered throughout the investigation. He was actively seeking a life without Susan, even though he claimed to be trying to resolve the conflict. His argument took a significant hit when it was revealed that he had registered on several dating websites. As it happened, Mike was openly talking about future plans that did not involve his current wife and was looking to make connections with younger women. Taking advantage of this, Susan's legal team claimed that Mike had always been deceitful about his intentions. In order to get rid of his wife without losing money in a divorce, they indicated that the attack might have been planned. From trying to delete surveillance footage to calling the police with a burglary story, the defense contended that his whole course of conduct was intended to establish an alibi and evade financial repercussions. Mike fought to keep things under control, but as his web of falsehoods thickened, every new detail showed how his hold was slipping. At first glance, Mike and Susan's story appeared to be just another domestic conflict, but it soon turned into a profound tragedy in which everyone was caught up in their own lies. Each day in court uncovered additional secrets, revealing a far darker reality beneath the facade of a happy life, despite the opinions of witnesses, defense lawyers, and prosecutors. One of the most dramatic trials in recent memory developed from what started out as a routine supper. Mike Royschel, a guy known to many as a successful and composed businessman, found himself in the center of a high-profile scandal, accused of attempting to murder his own spouse. It appeared to begin with a straightforward argument. Mike didn't want to give up control or money, and Susan wanted a divorce. However, how did it all turn into a nightmare at night, involving knives, blood, and deceit? With stony faces, the jurors listened carefully to the accused, attorneys, and experts' testimony. Every word was well considered, and every gesture and look might be construed in a variety of ways. Mike, a 63-year-old successful businessman who was accustomed to maintaining order, was found guilty of attempted manslaughter, evidence tampering, depriving the victim of medical assistance, and witness intimidation in just 4 hours when it came time to deliver the verdict. When the court imposed the 30-year prison term in December 2019, it did not show any mercy. That was it, or at least it appeared to be. Mike had no intention of giving up. The court rejected his attempt to appeal the decision. He is currently incarcerated in a Florida institution with little to no possibility of being released early. However, The case continued to attract attention despite this. Following his incarceration, there were speculations that Mike was looking for someone to look after Susan while he was in custody. Even after he was imprisoned, he was allegedly planning to get rid of her. The public was agitated by these rumors, which led the police to launch a fresh inquiry. Mike was spared further punishment because there was insufficient evidence to file new charges, but the tale got much more sinister, and his reputation more damaged. After all of the trauma, Susan made an effort to lead a regular life. She pushed for a speedy divorce procedure and filed for one as soon as Mike was jailed. She stayed out of the spotlight. No interviews, no public remarks. Unlike her husband, all she wanted to do was go on. One problem remained, though. Their home, which had once represented their love but had since become the scene of nightmares, was now the location of a fresh court case. Susan was adamant about getting her portion. Despite Mike's best efforts to leave her with little, she claimed that she had every right to a share of his assets. Ironically, this opulent home that had once appeared to be a stronghold for their union had now devolved into a battlefield. Even from behind bars, attorneys on both sides were attempting to claim triumph by scheming against one another. Through his lawyers, Mike made every effort to deny Susan her claim to the joint property. The house was more than simply a financial concern for Susan. It was about putting her past behind her. She wished to forget how her blood had smeared those shiny floors and how she had sat there, gripping her stomach, pleading with Mike to call for assistance. There was more to her battle for the house than just the law. She was fighting to get rid of the ghosts of her past. Will Susan have a happy ending? Her life would never be the same because she lost so much more than she had won in court. After a bloody end to what began as a peaceful dinner conversation, her husband was sentenced to 30 years in prison, and Mike, a man accustomed to luxury, attention, and control over his destiny, now spends his days and nights alone in a cell without fancy suits, fast cars, or the people who once looked up to him. What can we see here then? It's not all about wealth, prestige, or power. It tells the tale of how even the strongest people may be torn apart by unsolved disputes, concealed grudges, and a desire for dominance. Every lie and deception has a cost, as we are all aware, and Mike paid with his freedom, while Susan paid with her mental stability. Consider it. If you were in their shoes, how would you have responded? Who is the victim in this situation, and who is the true villain? The answers are in the middle, and they might never be entirely understood. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It was a quiet evening in Dallas when Amber Geiger, a seasoned police officer, entered the wrong apartment. What happened next would send shockwaves through the community, the nation, and change the course of two families' lives forever. But was it truly a tragic mistake, or was something darker at play? As the courtroom drama unfolded, questions about race, power, and accountability took center stage. What happened that night, and who was really to blame? Botham Shem Jean was born on September 29, 1991, in Castries, the capital of the island nation of St. Lucia. His parents, Allison and Bertram Jean, were deeply religious and members of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Raised in such a faith-driven environment, Botham's upbringing instilled in him strong moral values, including honesty, tolerance, and a desire to help others. These qualities were noted by many who knew him in his lifetime. From a young age, Botham stood out among his peers. His parents raised him with a strong sense of responsibility and a focus on education. In school, he demonstrated exceptional abilities in mathematics and music. At a young age, Botham began singing in the church choir, where his deep and moving voice immediately caught attention. Music became an important part of his life, and the church was a place where he felt supported and confident. After finishing school, Botham decided to continue his education in the United States. He chose to attend Hardin-Simmons University in Texas, where he pursued a degree in accounting. This decision marked an important milestone in his life, as moving to the U.S. opened up new opportunities for professional growth and personal connections. After graduation, Botham secured a job as an accountant in Dallas. His career quickly flourished, and his colleagues highly valued his professionalism and approach to work. For Botham, working at PwC wasn't just a career step, it was an opportunity to contribute to society and provide for his family. He supported his parents, helped the youth in his community in St. Lucia, and dreamed of advancing further in his career. His coworkers remembered him as someone who always brought positivity and inspiration to the team, fostering a strong sense of camaraderie and striving for the best results. But it wasn't just his professional life that mattered to Botham. He was actively involved in the life of his church in Dallas, where he was part of the music group and often spent time with friends from the community. He found joy in simple things, cooking dinners for his friends, organizing parties to maintain friendships, and always sharing his sincere smile and support with others. His life was filled with plans for the future, full of optimism and a drive to achieve even greater things. Amber Geiger, on the other hand, came from a small town near Dallas. She was born on August 9, 1988, and grew up in a family where discipline and hard work were strongly emphasized. From an early age, Amber dreamed of becoming a police officer. Her father worked in local law enforcement, and she knew she wanted to follow in his footsteps to help people and bring order to society. Amber pursued this dream after high school by enrolling in the police academy. She worked hard and demonstrated the discipline and focus needed for a career in law enforcement. After graduating from the academy, Amber began her career with the Dallas Police Department, where she eventually became an officer. Her colleagues described her as determined and hardworking, though she often expressed frustration with the emotional strain and high stress of her job. The life of a police officer is always filled with risk and stress, and Amber was no exception. She often found herself in situations that required quick decisions, where her reaction had to be immediate. These working conditions took a toll on her emotional state. Over time, she became more withdrawn and cautious in her relationships with others, preferring to spend her free time alone to recharge. Amber Geiger was dedicated to her profession, but her life was full of contradictions. She tried to hide her vulnerabilities, but those who knew her well could see that she often felt lonely and sometimes even lost in the world. Despite her strong and determined character, her internal struggles and fatigue from the constant pressure made her life less stable. She would often return home late, exhausted and emotionally drained, which perhaps played a critical role in the tragic events that unfolded later. After moving to Dallas, Amber bought an apartment in a high-rise building not far from her workplace. She hoped that living close to her job would help her rest more and not waste too much time on commuting. Life in Dallas was supposed to be a fresh start for her, but this new beginning didn't bring the peace she had hoped for. Work stress and emotional strain became part of her daily routine. She often found it hard to manage the growing exhaustion, which led to tension and personal issues in her life. September 6, 2018, started for Botham John just like any other day. He woke up early in the morning as usual and headed to his office in downtown Dallas. It was another busy day, filled with meetings, discussions, and preparing reports for clients. Botham was someone who always strived to do his best at work, and this day was no different. His colleagues noticed his upbeat mood and the smile he shared with those around him. No one could have predicted that this would be the last day of his life. After work, Botham returned to his apartment in the Southside Flats complex, located in the heart of Dallas. His apartment was his sanctuary, a place where he could unwind after a long day. That evening, Botham decided to keep things simple. He planned to cook dinner, play his favorite music, and relax. He loved cooking, and it was one of his ways to relieve the stress of his workday. Meanwhile, Amber Geiger was finishing a 13-hour shift at the police station. That day had been especially grueling for her. Numerous calls, patrolling, and paperwork had completely worn her out. She felt a fatigue that seemed to weigh down her entire body, and all she wanted was to get home as quickly as possible. When her shift finally ended, Amber headed home, eager to collapse into bed and rest. However, her exhaustion and emotional depletion would play a pivotal role in the tragic events that were about to unfold. Amber arrived at her apartment complex, where she lived on the 3rd floor. On her way to her apartment, her attention was distracted as she was scrolling through messages on her phone, reflecting on the day she had just experienced. At some point, she accidentally rode the elevator to the 4th floor instead of her own. The doors to the apartments in this building were similar, and in her tired state, she didn't notice that she had approached the wrong unit. The door to Botham Jean's apartment was slightly ajar, which immediately made her suspicious. In her exhaustion and confusion, she thought someone might have broken into her apartment. Amber drew her service weapon without considering the potential consequences. The only thought in her mind was that she needed to protect herself. She pushed the door open and entered inside. Botham, who was preparing dinner in his apartment, heard the noise. He turned toward the door, unsure of what was happening. Amber, seeing a figure inside, mistook him for an intruder and without hesitation fired twice. The shots echoed through the quiet apartment, and within moments Botham fell to the floor. Amber turned on the lights, and only then realized her mistake. She saw an unfamiliar man lying in a pool of blood, and it hit her that she had entered the wrong apartment. Panic and horror overwhelmed her. She rushed to Botham, trying to administer first aid. She called 911, explaining the situation to the operator, desperately trying to explain that she had entered the wrong unit and had shot someone. Her voice trembled with fear and regret as she pleaded with Botham to hold on, repeatedly saying she hadn't meant for this to happen. While waiting for emergency services to arrive, Amber attempted to stop the bleeding, but her efforts were in vain. Neighbors who had heard the gunshots and cries began to step into the hallway. Some of them also called the police, reporting the gunfire in the apartment complex. Paramedics arrived at the scene and tried to save Botham, but his injuries were fatal. That evening, the life of a young man with so many hopes and dreams was tragically cut short. Amber Geiger was detained at the scene. She appeared to be in a state of shock, completely disoriented, repeating that she hadn't meant for this to happen and that it was a mistake. She was taken to the police station for questioning. The police launched an investigation to understand how this tragedy unfolded. There were many questions. Why hadn't Amber realized she was not in her own apartment? Why had she resorted to using her weapon without confirming that there was an actual threat? These questions became central to the investigation and sparked intense public debate. As investigators gathered evidence, the public began to actively discuss the incident. The case sparked a massive outcry, especially in the context of racial issues and concerns about police abuse of power. Botham Jean was black, and many saw his death as yet another example of unjust treatment and bias by law enforcement. People began to ask, did Botham's race play a role in Amber mistaking him for an intruder and shooting him without attempting to assess the situation? Meanwhile, Botham's family was devastated by the events. His mother, Allison Jean, was in St. Lucia when she learned of the tragedy. It was a crushing blow for her. Her son, who had moved to the U.S. to build a better life, was killed in his own apartment. Allison began to demand justice for her son, calling on the public and authorities for a thorough and impartial investigation. She knew Botham as a kind, responsible, and hardworking person who posed no threat to anyone. In the days following the incident, there was a flood of contradictory reports and rumors. The media extensively covered the case, and public opinion was deeply divided. Some believed Amber had made a tragic mistake, while others argued her actions were the result of bias and an inability to properly assess the situation. Protests and rallies began in Dallas and other cities, with people taking to the streets demanding justice for Botham Jean and his family. During the investigation, it was revealed that Amber Geiger had been exhausted after a long shift and may have been disoriented due to her fatigue. Her defense attorneys argued that she acted in a state of stress and fear for her life. However, the prosecution maintained that her actions were inexcusable for a police officer who should be able to control their emotions and make sound decisions, especially in situations involving the use of a weapon. Witnesses who lived in the apartment complex testified that they heard screams and gunshots. Some of them tried to figure out what was happening, but no one expected such a tragic outcome. Investigators collected evidence, reviewed surveillance footage, and analyzed testimonies to reconstruct the full picture of the events that day. They were trying to determine whether this was truly a tragic mistake or if other factors contributed to such a devastating outcome. After Amber Geiger's arrest, the case entered a new phase, a lengthy and complex process of investigation and trial preparation. Amber was charged with manslaughter. During the investigation, her attorneys argued that her actions were a tragic but unintentional mistake caused by extreme exhaustion following a long shift. However, the prosecution maintained that Amber's actions were unacceptable for a trained police officer who was expected to assess situations carefully and avoid unnecessary use of force. One of the key pieces of evidence was footage from the surveillance cameras at the apartment complex, where both Botham Jean and Amber Geiger lived. These recordings helped reconstruct the events of that night. The cameras captured Amber arriving at the building and entering. The footage showed her going to the wrong floor and approaching an apartment that belonged to Botham. Investigators pointed out that she failed to exercise due diligence and did not notice she was on the wrong floor. In addition to the video evidence, phone records played a significant role in the case. Shortly before the incident, Amber had been texting with a colleague with whom she had a personal relationship. Prosecutors argued that these messages might have distracted her and contributed to her failing to realize she was entering the wrong apartment. The defense, however, downplayed the importance of the texts, claiming they were unrelated to the incident and could not have influenced her actions. Over the course of several months, investigators continued gathering evidence and interviewing witnesses. Neighbors in the apartment complex provided statements about hearing shouts and gunshots. Some claimed they heard voices before the shots were fired, suggesting there may have been an exchange between Amber and Botham prior to the tragic event. However, witness testimonies varied, making it difficult to piece together a definitive account of what happened. At the same time, forensic examinations were conducted. Experts meticulously analyzed the firearm used in the shooting, as well as the bullet trajectory and other physical evidence, to determine the positions of Amber and Botham at the time of the shooting. One contentious point was the positioning of Botham's body and the angle of the bullet. The prosecution argued that the evidence showed Botham did not pose a threat to Amber, while the defense claimed she acted out of self-defense. In August 2019, a highly publicized trial began, attracting widespread attention from both the public and the media. The courtroom was packed with journalists, family members, and friends of Botham Jean, as well as supporters of both the prosecution and the defense. The case promised to be a difficult one, touching on issues of police competence, personal responsibility, and racial justice. The trial opened with statements from both the prosecution and the defense. Prosecutors argued that Amber Geiger's actions were not just a mistake, but the result of her negligence as a police officer. They emphasized that any officer should exercise heightened caution, especially when it comes to using a firearm. Furthermore, they pointed out that Botham Jean was in his own home and posed no threat to Amber. The defense, on the other hand, built its case around the idea that Amber was acting out of extreme exhaustion and confusion, driven by fear for her own safety. Her attorney sought to portray her as someone who made a tragic mistake without any malicious intent. They also highlighted her previously unblemished record in law enforcement, hoping to elicit sympathy from the jury. Over the course of several weeks, witnesses, experts, and family members of both the defendant and the deceased testified. One of the most emotional moments of the trial came when Botham's mother, Allison Jean, took the stand. She spoke about her son's dreams and plans for the future, describing him as a kind and compassionate person. Her words deeply moved everyone in the courtroom, emphasizing the tremendous loss her family had endured. Also testifying was Botham's brother, Brant Jean, whose statement became one of the most talked about moments of the trial. In his address to the court, he publicly forgave Amber Geiger and even asked for permission to hug her. This gesture sparked a range of reactions. Some saw it as an incredible act of kindness and Christian forgiveness, while others felt that such an action should not overshadow the need for fair justice. Among the evidence presented in court were surveillance footage and an audio recording of Amber's 911 call after the shooting. In the recording, she can be heard in a panic, repeatedly stating that she had entered the wrong apartment and never intended to kill anyone. This call sparked further discussion as it captured her desperation, but also highlighted the lack of any attempt to determine who was in front of her before resorting to using her weapon. The expert testimony focused on analyzing the trajectory of the bullet, the position of Botham Jean's body, and the circumstances surrounding the shooting. Experts for the prosecution argued that the bullet's path suggested Botham was in a relaxed position, likely sitting or standing up from his couch when he was shot. This contradicted the defense's claim that he had been moving toward Amber and posed a threat. However, the defense attempted to discredit these conclusions, stating that the trajectory could not be conclusively determined due to a lack of data. Throughout the trial, the public closely followed the developments of the case. Protests and rallies continued, with activists calling not only for a fair sentence for Amber Geiger, but also for police reform to prevent similar incidents in the future. There were widespread calls for changes to police training, especially regarding decision-making skills in high-stress situations, and for greater accountability for mistakes that lead to tragic outcomes. Amber Geiger also took the stand, describing the events of that night from her perspective. She explained how she had come home after a long shift, feeling tired and disoriented. She claimed that she genuinely believed she was in her own apartment and thought Botham was an intruder who had broken into her home. She cried as she spoke, stating that she never intended to harm anyone and that it was a terrible mistake, one that she would have to live with for the rest of her life. Her testimony was emotional and, in the opinion of some, sincere, though it sparked conflicting reactions among the audience. The question of what the appropriate sentence should be became central in the final stage of the trial. Prosecutors insisted that Amber Geiger should be convicted of manslaughter, arguing that her actions led to the death of an innocent person and that a police officer who cannot assess a situation properly should not remain on the force. The defense, on the other hand, requested a lighter sentence, citing the lack of intent and arguing that Amber already carried a heavy burden of guilt for her mistake. After several days of deliberation, the time finally came for the jury to render their verdict in the case of Amber Geiger. Tension filled the courtroom as all eyes were on the judge and jury, who would decide whether the former police officer was guilty of causing Botham Jean's death. For many, this trial had become a symbol not just of a personal tragedy but also of the deep-rooted issues within American society: racial bias, abuse of power, and a lack of accountability within law enforcement. On October 2, 2019, the jury announced their verdict. Amber Geiger was found guilty of the crime that resulted in Botham Jean's death. This decision came as a surprise to many, particularly since the prosecution had initially sought a conviction for manslaughter. The charge of murder carried more serious consequences and a longer prison sentence. In the courtroom, there were audible expressions of relief and quiet celebrations. This verdict was a significant step toward justice for Botham's family and those who had supported them throughout the long and painful trial. The following day, the judge delivered the sentence. Amber Geiger was sentenced to 10 years in prison. In her statement, the judge acknowledged the complexity and tragedy of the case, emphasizing that both sides had experienced significant loss. Geiger, the judge noted, had made a grave error that cost an innocent person his life. However, despite the weight of the sentence, many felt that 10 years was too lenient for a life lost as a result of such a severe mistake. While some were satisfied with the court's decision, others believed it fell short. Activists and supporters of the Jean family argued that the sentence did not reflect the gravity of the crime and was not enough punishment for the life that had been taken. Protests continued in Dallas and other cities, with many calling for further reforms in the criminal justice and law enforcement systems. This case became a symbol of the fight for justice and brought renewed attention to the challenges Black Americans face in interactions with law enforcement. Amber Geiger herself remained in shock following the verdict and sentencing. She repeatedly stated that she had no intention of harming anyone and that it was a terrible mistake. Her attorneys filed an appeal, hoping to reduce her sentence. They argued that 10 years was too harsh for someone who acted out of confusion, stress, and exhaustion. However, as the trial concluded, Geiger was taken into custody to begin serving her sentence. Botham Jean's family expressed their gratitude to everyone who supported them throughout the long months of the trial. Botham's mother, Allison Jean, stated that while the verdict provided some sense of resolution, it could never bring back her son. She emphasized the need for systemic reforms in the justice system and law enforcement to prevent similar tragedies from happening again. Allison continued to advocate for change within police departments, hoping her son's case would serve as a catalyst for meaningful progress. The case of Botham Jean had a profound impact on public opinion and the national conversation around policing. This incident became yet another example highlighting systemic issues in law enforcement and the treatment of Black citizens. In response to public pressure, several states began considering legislative initiatives aimed at improving police training, particularly in situations involving the use of force and community interactions. Calls grew louder for increased accountability for officers' actions, and mandatory training programs focused on racial and cultural competency. Additionally, the Botham Jean case inspired the creation of organizations and funds dedicated to supporting families of victims of police misconduct and advocating for law enforcement reform. These groups provided legal and emotional support while spearheading campaigns to raise awareness about racial discrimination and abuse of power. Allison Jean became an active participant in these initiatives, using her personal story to fight for justice and systemic change. As time passed, Amber Geiger continued to serve her sentence in prison while awaiting the outcome of her appeal. This case not only shattered the lives of two families, but also left a lasting mark on American society. The tragic mistake that led to Botham Jean's death served as a stark reminder of the need for reform and the importance of law enforcement officials making sound and responsible decisions, especially in life-and-death situations. The story of Botham Jean and Amber Geiger remains one of the most discussed and impactful cases in recent U.S. history. It underscores the profound consequences of poor judgment, particularly when exercised by those in positions of power. While justice, according to many, was only partially achieved, the case left unanswered questions and became a symbol of the ongoing fight for equality and accountability in America. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The nation was rocked by the disappearance of Adam Walsh from Hollywood, Florida, on July 27, 2981. He vanished from a nearby Sears store, and the ensuing investigation was beset by misunderstandings and errors, leaving detectives frustrated and with dead ends. Adam's family was left in despair when police were unable to piece together a clear timeline or motive despite a plethora of leads. What serious errors occurred during this investigation, and how did the pursuit of justice come to a standstill? Let's examine the specifics. Reeve and John Walsh welcomed Adam Walsh into the world in Hollywood, Florida. He was a normal child who made his parents happy, loved baseball, and was quiet. But after going missing on July 27, 1981, when he was 6 years old, he became well known. Adam and his mother, Reeve, went shopping at the Hollywood Mall that summer afternoon. They went directly to the Sears store after entering the mall via the north entrance. Reeve was there with a specific goal in mind: to ask questions regarding a lamp that was for sale. She left Adam at a kiosk with Atari 2600 video games, where a number of other boys were gathered and playing the games, to keep him occupied while she took care of her business. Around 12:15 p.m., Rev finished her questions in the lamp department and went back to the kiosk where she had left Adam. Adam and the other boys were gone, and she was shocked to find this out. Rev was overcome with fear, as any parent would be when they lose sight of their child. She was told by a store manager that the boys had gotten into a fight over who would get to play the video games first. A security guard responded to the commotion by telling the boys to leave the store. The older boys responded that their parents were not present in the store when the guard asked them if they were. This implied that Adam, who was quieter and younger, probably lacked an adult companion to provide him with support at that time. Adam was a shy kid, and Rev later surmised that he might have been too scared to speak up when the security guard was questioning him. She thought the guard likely didn't realize Adam was alone, because he thought he was one of the boys. The security officer forced Adam to leave through the same door that the other boys had used to enter the store, the Sears West entrance. Adam's parents were increasingly worried about his safety after he went outside because they thought he had lost contact with the group and was now alone in a strange place. As the minutes went by, Rev frantically looked around the toy section for Adam, but was unable to locate him. Her panic increased in intensity with every second that went by. She asked the store staff to shout his name over the loudspeakers in a last-ditch effort to find him, hoping that if Adam heard it, he would come back to her. She kept searching the store, calling out his name and searching every hallway in the hopes of finding him while she awaited a response. She happened to run into Jean, her mother-in-law, who volunteered to assist in finding Adam right away. They searched the store together, asking staff and other customers if they had seen him. But after searching for more than 90 minutes, and calling on Adam several times without finding him, Rev realized that time was of the essence. She had a growing fear in her heart that something horrible had occurred. She made the difficult choice to call the Hollywood police at 1:55 p.m. with a heavy heart and a sense of urgency. She had no idea that her worst nightmare was going to come true. A massive search for her son was launched in response to this call, with ground crews searching the area for any hints and helicopters hovering overhead. A horrifying find was made in a drainage canal next to the Florida Turnpike, close to Vero Beach, on August 10. On closer examination, 2 fishermen saw what appeared to be the head of a baby doll floating in the water, but it turned out to be a child's detached head. They called the police right away, horrified. The Indian River County Sheriff's Office sent Detective Ralphie Latimer Jr. and a deputy to the scene to conduct an investigation. Regretfully, no additional remains were discovered during the canal search conducted by divers from Indian River County and St. Lucie County. Adam's parents, meanwhile, continued to hope that their son was still alive. They were left to look for him by themselves, heartbroken and feeling totally powerless. The FBI's National Crime Database at the time allowed reports of stolen vehicles including horses, but there was no mechanism in place for missing children. Because of this, law enforcement was unable to communicate important details about missing children, giving the impression that Adam might be anywhere. Adam's parents made a public plea for their son's safe return on the Good Morning America television show on the morning of August 11th. In the hopes that their message would strike a chord with viewers and inspire anyone with information to come forward, they shared their anguish and desperation. Additionally, they promised a $100,000 reward for any leads that could lead to Adam's location. This outreach emphasized the gravity and urgency of the situation and was a component of their attempt to engage the community in the search. The medical examination was essential in identifying the recovered remains as the investigation progressed. Adam's dental chart and the severed head discovered in the canal were thoroughly examined by the coroner's office. One notable similarity that emerged from this comparison was a filling on the cheek side of a lower left molar. This distinctive dental feature verified that the remains were, in fact, those of Adam Walsh. The coroner then conducted an autopsy to ascertain the cause of death. Adam had died from asphyxiation, according to the examination, which indicated a lack of oxygen because of an obstruction of the airway. This suggested that the act was violent and planned. In addition, the condition of his remains indicated that Adam had most likely passed away a few days prior to his head being found. Adam's death was officially declared a homicide by the coroner, which horribly confirmed the worst suspicions. Despite thorough searches of the canal and the surrounding areas, the remainder of Adam's body was never found, which presented a major challenge to the investigation. The nation was shocked when Adam's head was found 130 miles from his Hollywood home. People were saddened and deeply disturbed by the heinous crime. The way the Hollywood Police Department conducted the investigation into their son's disappearance infuriated John and Reeve Walsh. They believed the case was not handled with the necessary urgency from the beginning, which resulted in a disjointed response that made them feel powerless. John took action to bring attention to Adam in those early days. He held press conferences, distributed flyers featuring Adam's photo, and contacted the local media to request information. In addition to finding Adam, they wanted to force a more exhaustive police investigation. They argued for a thorough investigation of every lead during their meetings with law enforcement. They persisted in trying, but the police's lack of cooperation demoralized them more and more. John became a vocal critic of the investigation as a result of his frustration, which eventually influenced his subsequent public policy work. Their message was further amplified by John Walsh's hosting of the 1988 premiere of the television program America's Most Wanted. The program developed into a potent vehicle for bringing attention to wanted criminals and missing children, in order to encourage viewers to pay attention and report any information they may have. Each episode included segments on current missing child cases. In addition to educating the public about the realities of child abduction, the series gave law enforcement a way to ask for community assistance. The life of convicted serial killer Otis Elwood Toole was filled with violence, abuse, and chaos. Toole was born in Jacksonville, Florida, on March 5, 1947. His early years were characterized by an abusive mother who dressed him in girl clothes and called him Susan, an alcoholic father who abandoned him, and a maternal grandmother who exposed him to satanic rituals and practices. His older sister and a neighbor next door were among the many family members and acquaintances who sexually assaulted him. With an IQ of 75, Toole was categorized as having mildly disabled intellectual capacity. Due to his epilepsy, he frequently had grand mal seizures. Toole visited gay bars and became a prostitute as a teenager, At the age of 14, he allegedly committed his first murder in 1961 after being coerced into having sex by a traveling salesman. In the 9th grade, Toole left school and started living on the streets of the southwestern United States, earning a living through panhandling and prostitution. Toole, then 17 years old, was arrested for loitering in August 1965. Although there is little evidence of his activities after this arrest, authorities believe he drifted around the southwestern United States between 1966 and 1973, making a living through panhandling and prostitution. Toole was implicated in the 1974 murder of Patricia Webb, a 24-year-old woman in Nebraska. He left Nebraska shortly after and briefly made Boulder, Colorado, his home. His stay was brief, though, as he quickly emerged as a leading suspect in the October 14, 1974 murder of 31-year-old Ellen Holman. Toole's private life was a mystery in the years that followed. He hitched a ride in the American South and drifted back to Jacksonville in early 1975 D. Toole married a woman 25 years his senior on January 14, 1976. But their marriage didn't last long. When his wife found out he was gay, she left him 3 days later. Later on, Toole disclosed that his marriage was an attempt to conceal his actual sexual orientation. Toole was taken into custody for an unrelated arson incident in April 1983, while George Sonnenberg, 65, was inside his house. He had set it on fire. For the horrifying arson attack, Toole was taken into custody, admitted to the crime, and was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Toole, however, stated at his trial for killing George Sonnenberg that he only signed the confession to be sent back to Jacksonville and did not set the house on fire. He was given a death sentence for first-degree murder, but it was later reduced to life in prison. Toole, who was already serving a prison sentence for 2 unconnected killings, shockingly admitted to killing Adam Walsh on October 21, 1983. John Walsh, Adam's father, was convinced that Toole had committed the crime despite the lack of hard proof. According to Toole, he promised Adam candy and toys to entice him into his white 1971 Cadillac sedan DeVille, which had a noticeable dent on the right bumper. At first, Toole said Adam was quiet and cooperative as they traveled north on Interstate 95 toward Jacksonville, but as time went on, Adam started to get anxious. In a shocking development, Toole said he struck Adam in the face. He claimed that when things became more heated, he hit Adam once more, knocking him out. Toole continued north on the Florida Turnpike to an abandoned service road north of the Raid Bar Road overpass in northwest St. Lucie County while Adam was hurt. Toole used his car's seatbelt to strangle Adam to death after realizing he was still alive. He then allegedly used a hatchet to decapitate Adam after dragging his lifeless body out of the car. Toole later stated that he destroyed Adam's remains in an old refrigerator as part of his disposal process. He claimed he wanted to adopt Adam after he got back to Jacksonville, but that plan wasn't seen as feasible. The blood-stained carpet from the car, the hatchet allegedly used in the murder, and eventually the car itself were among the important pieces of evidence that police lost during the course of the investigation. This evidence loss was a major blow to the investigation. However, Toole was never formally charged or found guilty of Adam's murder because there was not enough tangible evidence. Toole initially admitted to the crime, but later recanted his admission, casting doubt on the case. In addition to depriving Adam's family of the justice they were entitled to, this lack of accountability also raised grave questions regarding the efficiency of the investigation and the handling of evidence in such dire circumstances. There are serious concerns regarding Otis Toole's possible involvement, because multiple witnesses located him in the Hollywood region in the days preceding Adam's disappearance. Toole, who was serving a life sentence for other offenses, passed away in prison in September 1996 at the age of 49 from cirrhosis after a long and difficult life. According to his niece, he confessed to Adam's murder on his deathbed after he passed away. On October 10, 1983, the television movie Adam, which told the tragic tale of Adam Walsh's kidnapping and murder, debuted. When it first aired, it attracted 38 million viewers and significantly increased public awareness of child abduction. In 1983, 1984, and 1985. Each broadcast included a hotline for tips along with images and descriptions of missing children. 13 of the 55 children who were highlighted were able to recover successfully as a result of this initiative. The American rapper Busy Bone was reunited with his mother after a babysitter recognized his photo during the broadcast, making it a noteworthy case. The Walsh family changed the way society views missing children by using Adam to transform their tragedy into a potent advocacy tool. Additionally, in 1984, the U.S. John and Reeve Walsh, along with other parents of missing children, tirelessly lobbied Congress to pass the Missing Children's Assistance Act. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCEMEC, an organization devoted to offering resources, support, and advocacy for missing children and their families, was made possible by this important legislation. The act sought to strengthen the response to kidnappings of children and guarantee that law enforcement had the resources and direction required to successfully handle these tragic situations. After John Walsh's book was published, Hollywood Police Chief Rick Stone conducted a thorough review in 1997, which sparked a renewed effort to look into Adam's case. Prior to being named Hollywood's chief of police the year before, Stone had 22 years of law enforcement experience, having worked for the Dallas, Texas, and Wichita, Kansas departments. Stone carefully examined the evidence, even going back to Toole's recorded interrogations by Hollywood detective Mark Smith, even though the crime had taken place 16 years prior. After reviewing, Stone came to the conclusion that Toole had killed Adam with proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Toole and Henry Lee Lucas, his partner, had admitted to or linked themselves to over 200 murders, many of which turned out to be untrue. The majority of Lucas's confessions were actually discovered to have been forced by the police, which further calls into question the veracity of Toole's statements. After Adam Walsh's father called the America's Most Wanted hotline to voice concerns about his son's pedophilia, Jeffrey Dahmer was named as a suspect in the case in 2007. At the time of Adam's kidnapping, Dahmer had resided in Miami Beach, which is close to Hollywood. Both recognized Dahmer from pictures following his arrest, and witnesses claimed to have seen a suspicious young blonde man at the Hollywood Mall on the day Adam vanished. Furthermore, just before Adam's severed head was found, a truck driver claimed to have seen a man driving a blue van close to a canal. However, police rejected his account. John Walsh voiced doubts about any link between Dahmer and the murder of his son, pointing to a dearth of evidence, even though Dahmer denied any involvement in Adam's case. Due to his 2-week absence from home in 1981 and the installation of a new seat cover in his vehicle soon after Adam's disappearance, Edward James, another suspect, sparked suspicions. Investigators cleared him after a voice stress analysis revealed no deceit. Only incomplete dental records were used to identify the child, and there was no autopsy report. Even though the Walsh family acknowledged Otis Toole's guilt, these unanswered questions cast doubt on the case's legacy. With John Walsh at his side, Hollywood Police Chief Chad Wagner declared the case closed on December 16, 2008. The police came to the conclusion that Otis Toole was the murderer following an outside review. Following Adam's tragic story, legislative efforts kept changing. On July 25, 2006, the Adam Walsh Child Protection and Safety Act was passed by President George W. Bush, who signed it into law a few days later. This historic act strengthened punishments for violent crimes against children, put policies in place to prevent human trafficking, and created a national database for convicted juvenile offenders. The Adam Walsh Reauthorization Act, which was introduced in 2016, made sure that programs established under the 2006 Act had the money they needed to continue their essential work. This law, which was a part of the Survivors' Bill of Rights, demonstrated a strong dedication to protecting children. Even though Adam Walsh's passing is a tragic chapter in American history, his narrative has sparked important change. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In May 2007, a suspect was formally identified by Portuguese police looking into the disappearance of 3-year-old Madeleine McCann, who vanished while on vacation in the Algarve 15 years ago. 3-year-old Madeleine McCann disappeared from her family's vacation rental in Praia da Luz, Portugal, on May 3, 2007. The investigation reached a number of dead ends, in spite of extensive worldwide media coverage and extensive searches conducted in several nations, including Portugal, the UK, Spain, Germany, and Morocco. Time and resources were wasted as a result of the deluge of misleading hints, unreliable reports, and unconfirmed tips. Every lead was followed by major media outlets like the BBC, Sky News, and The Guardian, but none of them produced the breakthrough that everyone had been hoping for. Did authorities discover her whereabouts years later? Why has this case remained one of the most perplexing disappearances in history? And what went wrong? Now, let's explore the narrative. Interest in the enigmatic disappearance of Madeleine McCann has been rekindled by a new search in a new location. When she was a toddler on a family vacation in Portugal in 2007, she vanished. Every family wished for a vacation like this one. Kate and Jerry McCann, both in their late 30s, had been putting in a lot of effort in their respective medical professions. They decided it was time for a break after years of juggling their family and work lives. They made travel arrangements to Portugal's Algarve, a well-liked vacation spot for British families. On May 3, 2007, they left for what was supposed to be a quiet week at the Ocean Club Resort in Praia da Luz with their 3 kids, twins Sean and Amélie, as well as their oldest daughter, Madeleine. At the time, Madeleine, their 3rd child, was 3 years old. The family stayed at the resort in a spacious, cozy apartment. Despite the basic lodging, the location was ideal for a restful vacation. The McCanns were a close-knit, loving, and well-educated family that was perfect in many respects. In addition to being doctors, Kate and Jerry were also loving parents who were very involved in their kids' lives. They chose a family-friendly resort with a kids' club and lots of activities because they had carefully planned their trip. They weren't the kind to take chances or neglect the security of their kids. Actually, the resort was known for being safe, so they were at ease knowing that their kids would be protected while they spent some peaceful time together. But everything would change on the night of May 3, 2007. A night that nobody could have foreseen. After spending the day at the resort, Kate and Jerry McCann made the decision to have a quiet dinner with friends at a nearby tapas restaurant on the evening of May 3, 2007. In their apartment, their 3 kids, Madeleine, Amélie, and Sean, were fast asleep. The couple took turns checking on them and felt at ease leaving them alone for brief periods of time. Kate checked on the children at 9:30 p.m. She discovered that everything was in order. Madeleine seemed to be sleeping soundly in her bed, and Sean and Amélie were both sleeping soundly. Their friend, who was staying next door, Matthew Oldfield, later offered to come see how the kids were doing. The door to the children's bedroom was open when he went to check on himself, but he didn't look any further and couldn't remember if the window or shutter was open. Kate returned to see how the kids were doing at around 10 o'clock at night. The patio doors were unlocked when she stepped inside. Due to an open window, the door of the children's bedroom slammed shut on its own as she attempted to close it. At that moment, she noticed that Madeleine was gone and that the window and its shutter were open. Kate yelled, "Madeleine's gone," as she hurried back to the restaurant in panic. She's been taken. Approximately 10:10 p.m., Matthew Oldfield was asked by Jerry McCann to go to the resort's reception and call the police on May 3, 2007. At 10:30, hotel employees and visitors started the resort's missing child procedure by looking around for Madeleine. After searching for hours, they still couldn't find her, although at first they thought she might have gone missing. Together with their friends, the McCanns broadened their search by calling Madeleine's name and knocking on doors. Panic increased as the evening wore on. Their fear only grew as each minute seemed to drag on for an hour. Even though Kate and Jerry were desperate to find their daughter, it seemed to be getting harder as time went on. Despite their best efforts to remain strong for their other children, they were overcome with pain and anxiety, and the uncertainty was nearly unbearable. But the police's reaction wasn't the best. Around 11:10 p.m., 2 Guardia Nacional Republicana (GNR) officers showed up at the resort. Following a quick search, they called the criminal police, or Policia Judiciaria, PJ, who showed up at around 1 in the morning. Search dogs were brought in by 2 a.m., and by 8 a.m. the police had broadened their search to include nearby caves, wells, and waterways. But during what are referred to as the golden hours of a missing person case, errors were made. Roadblocks did not appear right away, and it took hours for border and marine police to be notified. Numerous resort employees were never interviewed, and important surveillance footage was never requested. After samples were sent to 3 forensic labs, Madeleine's bedroom was found to contain the DNA of an unidentified stranger. However, the evidence might have been compromised because by the time the apartment was sealed off, about 20 people had already entered the room. The investigation was further delayed when Interpol took 5 days to issue a global missing person alert. It was useless by the time the police put tape across the door at 3 in the morning. Crowds were reportedly assembling outside the apartment, including close to the window of the kid's bedroom, which is where the kidnapper may have entered. Even police officers contaminated the scene by handling the evidence improperly. One even dusted the window shutter for fingerprints without gloves. Robert Murat, a British-Portuguese property consultant, was the first suspect 12 days after Madeleine McCann vanished. Murat, who had been involved in the case and offered to assist with translations, lived close to the McCannans' apartment. He was questioned and his house and possessions were searched extensively, but no evidence connected him to Madeleine's disappearance was found. After his suspect status was revoked in July 2008, he was awarded hefty damages for defamation. Portuguese police did not take the McCann's suggestion in June 2007 to use a former police officer's matter orientation system to help find their daughter seriously. The Portuguese police responded by writing to the British government to request more help. As a result, Keela and Eddie, 2 British sniffer dogs, arrived in July 2007. The investigation took a darker turn, despite the fact that there was no proof whatsoever that Madeleine was dead or that the McCannses were responsible for her disappearance. A number of witnesses reported seeing suspicious people in the vicinity of apartment 5A in the days preceding Madeleine's disappearance, including a man acting strangely close to the apartment and men collecting money for fictitious charities. A man with blonde hair was also frequently spotted observing the McCannans' block. In spite of this, the investigation did not immediately make any progress. However, what took place that evening? Was a random crime the cause of Madeleine's disappearance? Or was there a darker motive at work? The reasons behind her disappearance have been the subject of several theories, some of which we will discuss later. Let's examine the DNA analysis in more detail for the time being. Hair and fibers from apartment 5A and the McCann's vehicle were sent for DNA analysis in August 2007. The findings on August 8 moved the investigation from kidnapping to murder. The forensic lab employed a contentious, easily contaminated low-copy number DNA technique. A partial match to Madeleine's DNA was discovered in the car's boot on September 3, but the findings were not conclusive. This raised questions about the validity of the results by implying that the DNA might belong to several different people. The McCanns were formally designated as arguidos, suspects, by September 2007. Although DNA evidence from the apartment and their rental car was provided, the findings were ambiguous and complicated. In spite of this, the Portuguese police urged the McCanns to confess and speculated that Madeleine might have died in an accident. Due to a lack of evidence, the case was later archived in 2008 after receiving progressively negative media coverage. A thorough police investigation was warranted for Madeleine McCann. A dearth of evidence presented significant difficulties for the investigation in the days after Madeleine McCann vanished. No forensic evidence indicated a crime scene, no indications of forced entry into the apartment, and no definitive answers regarding Madeleine's fate were found. The following theories surfaced. 1. During an abduction by a sex offender, many initially thought that Madeleine had been kidnapped by a sex offender who had broken into the apartment while the McCanns were eating. The door to the children's bedroom was discovered ajar, and suspicious men were spotted all over the resort. But there were concerns about how the kidnapper could have gotten in undetected or without leaving any evidence of forced entry. 2. Robbery wrong. According to a different theory, Madeleine was taken during a robbery that went awry. It's possible that thieves broke into the apartment to take valuables, but when they discovered the kids inside, they kidnapped Madeleine. Witnesses reported seeing suspicious men around the apartment, and there had been several reported burglaries in the area. 3. Accident and cover-up. According to this theory, Madeleine may have overdosed on medication or died in another accident while she was in the apartment. The McCanns may have attempted to conceal the death and make it seem like an abduction in a panic. Although some investigators noted discrepancies in the McCanns' account, this theory was not substantiated by any tangible evidence. 4. Suspicious woman. On the evening of May 3, 2007, a number of witnesses claimed to have seen an odd woman close to the McCanns' apartment. Although she was said to be acting strangely and wearing a purple top, there was no evidence linking her to Madeleine's disappearance. Though each theory had its proponents, none of them was able to provide a definitive explanation for Madeleine's disappearance. The mystery remained unsolved, despite the investigation's continued exploration of every potential lead. The disappearance of Madeleine McCann swiftly gained international media attention. What began as a missing child story quickly became a worldwide event. The media started to doubt the McCannans' involvement as the investigation was postponed, with some conjecturing that they might be concealing something. According to reports, a police dog picked up the smell of blood in the McCannans' rental car and apartment, which heightened suspicions that they might be behind Madeleine's disappearance. A media frenzy ensued, with the world waiting for answers that never materialized, from what began as sympathy for the McCanns. On September 9, 2007, the McCannans left the UK, even though they were named as suspects in their daughter's disappearance case. Chief Inspector Tavares de Almeida came to the conclusion in a report on September 10, 2007, that Madeleine had died inadvertently in the family's apartment, and that the McCannans had staged the kidnapping with the assistance of their friends. A leaked diplomatic cable from September 28, 2007, which showed that US and UK authorities were cooperating on the case, provided more evidence in support of this theory. Tensions with the McCanns grew when they declined to take part in a police reconstruction. Even though Portuguese police had broadened their investigation in October 2007, when the Portuguese Attorney General declared on July 21, 2008, that there was no evidence connecting the McCannans or Robert Murat to Madeleine's disappearance, the investigation was declared closed. But only a few weeks later, on August 4, 2008, the authorities acknowledged the lack of conclusive evidence and made thousands of pages of case files public. Following Madeleine McCann's disappearance, her parents established the Madeleine's Fund, which by March 2008 had amassed over PS 1.8 million. With assistance from individuals such as J.K., the fund provided a PS 2.5 million reward for leads, including Rowling and Simon Cowell. Control Risks and Mateto 3, two private investigators the McCanns hired, may have produced some results in Morocco. In 2008, tensions grew between the McCannans and the Portuguese police. They hired Oakley International, which produced e-fits of a suspect, 4 PS 500,000. When Scotland Yard released these e-fits in 2013, they caused a stir because they had been kept secret until then. The Sunday Times later paid the McCannans PS 55,000 in damages for publishing the story. The McCanns met with British Home Secretary Alan Johnson in 2009 to ask that Madeleine's case be reviewed. Jim Gamble's 2010 report, which criticized the British and Portuguese authorities' lack of coordination and suggested closer cooperation, was the result of this. The British government began Operation Grange, a thorough investigation of the case by Scotland Yard, in May 2011 under Home Secretary Theresa May. A petition from the Sun newspaper served as one of the catalysts for this. By July 2013, the investigation had grown from a team of 29 detectives to a full-scale operation. Over the years, the team looked into hundreds of potential sightings and sex offenders, translated documents, and published age-progressed photos. The investigation's scope was reduced by 2016, but in 2018, the Home Secretary authorized more funding, raising the overall cost to PS 11.6 million. In order to continue the investigation, there were additional extensions in 2018 and 2019. Calls made close to the Ocean Club around the time Madeleine vanished were tracked by police in 2014 using mobile phone tracking. After being questioned, the former bus driver and his associates denied any involvement. Euclid Monteiro, a former employee of the Ocean Club whose phone was found close to the scene, was another important person. No evidence connected him to Madeline's case, despite the fact that he had previously been questioned about break-ins, and he passed away in 2009. During the same raid on Scotland Yard, believing Montero was responsible, issued a request for information in March 2014 regarding a man implicated in sexual assaults in vacation homes in the Algarve. Interviews with 4 Portuguese nationals produced no leads, and a thorough search in Praia da Luz in June 2014 produced no fresh evidence. 11 individuals, including Robert Murat's associates, were questioned later in December, but once more, no significant results were obtained. More than 8,600 sightings of Madeleine had been reported globally by 2016, but none of them were deemed credible. Scotland Yard kept investigating every lead, but she was nowhere to be found. Authorities were hopeful that the remaining pieces of the puzzle, including cell site data and leads about possible suspects, including local suspects offenders, would eventually come together as the investigation continued. 10 years after Madeleine vanished, in 2017, her parents continued to hold out hope. They felt that someone out there knew what had happened, so they vowed to keep looking for as long as it took. Meanwhile, authorities in Braunschweig, Germany, got a vital tip regarding Christian B., who allegedly admitted to a friend in 2017 that he was aware of Madeleine's fate. German police made a shocking announcement in June 2020. They had a new top suspect in Madeleine McCann's disappearance. Christian Bruckner, the suspect, was a 43-year-old convicted sexual offender with a history of unsettling offenses. This new lead gave the investigation new hope after years of dead ends. Bruckner had a troubling criminal history. He had a lengthy criminal history that included drug trafficking, sexual abuse, and burglaries during the previous 30 years. Authorities characterized him as an empathetic psychopath who preyed on defenseless girls. When Bruckner was found guilty of sexual abuse in Germany in 1994, his criminal career officially began. He carried on committing crimes after fleeing to Portugal, such as robbing hotels and vacation rentals close to the Praia da Luz resort. Bruckner's actions on the night of Madeleine's disappearance were connected by German police. 3 primary suspects, 2 men and a woman, who were spotted with a girl who looked like Madeleine, are the subject of the most recent development. Investigators found that Bruckner's cell phone had made a call close to the resort an hour prior to her disappearance. The day after Madeleine vanished, investigators discovered that Bruckner had left Portugal and registered his vehicle to someone else. Did he know more than he was revealing, or was this merely a coincidence? When investigators found troubling evidence connecting Bruckner to other crimes, it appeared that his involvement was even more likely. Bruckner was discovered to have posted about his fantasies of abusing children in a Skype pedophile chat room in 2013. It raised suspicions even though he didn't bring up Madeleine. Then, in 2016, investigators discovered images and videos of child abuse in an abandoned factory that had once belonged to Bruckner. Police took years to link Bruckner to Madeleine's case even though he was a known criminal, but when they looked further, they discovered that he had 68 videos and 391 pictures of child pornography. Christian Bruckner was given a 7-year prison sentence in December 2019 for the 2005 rape of a 72-year-old American woman in Portugal, close to Praia da Luz, where Madeleine McCann's family had been lodging. It is thought that Bruckner assaulted the woman, another woman, and a teenager during the assault, which was caught on camera. Portuguese authorities did not disclose the person's identity, but by 2022 they had named him an official suspect in Madeleine's case. Both German and British police had requested the announcement. Whether Bruckner was the suspect or if someone else had surfaced was unclear. Bruckner's criminal record also included drug trafficking sentences. The Barragem do Arade Reservoir, located approximately 30 miles from Praia da Luz, was searched for 3 days by Portuguese and German authorities in May 2023 after Madeleine vanished. In 2008, a lawyer said he had previously searched the area after receiving information from his criminal contacts that Madeleine's body might be there. Bruckner was also on trial in Germany for rape and sexual assault, with the attacks allegedly taking place in Portugal from 2002 to 2017. An email account connected to Madeleine's disappearance was discovered by authorities, according to a German investigator in June 2024. Bruckner was purportedly connected to the account. A second email account used to disseminate pictures of child abuse was also discovered by investigators. Remarkably, the emails associated with this account were erased soon after Madeleine vanished in early 2007. In a separate trial in October 2024, a German court cleared Christian Bruckner, although he has not been charged in Madeleine's case. Bruckner, 47, is currently serving a 7-year prison sentence in Germany for rape. According to the defense, there was not enough proof to find him guilty of the charges. Although no charges have been filed against him in relation to the case, Bruckner is still the main suspect in her disappearance, even though prosecutors had pushed for an additional 15-year sentence. Though they need more proof before they can charge him, German investigators continue to believe Christian Bruckner may have been involved in Madeleine McCann's disappearance. They cite his history of targeting young girls, cell phone records, and suspicious behavior as important connections to the case. "We will never give up hope of finding Madeleine alive," the McCanns wrote on their website, expressing their continued optimism. "But in order to find peace, we must know the truth regardless of the result." The investigation goes on while Bruckner remains silent in prison. Is there more to the story? Or is he the one at fault? We live with this doubt in our hearts, even though we don't know what happened. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It can seem like everything around you is predetermined when the shadows of the past start to close in. Will anyone ever be able to fully avoid what fate has in store for them? The family that disappeared overnight, leaving a trail of unresolved questions and the eerie echoes of unfinished phone calls, is the subject of today's story. This is the tale of Melissa Wolfenbarger, whose abrupt and inexplicable disappearance sparked a true tragedy. On November 26, 1998, a peaceful Thanksgiving night at the Patton home was marred by a feeling of unease. Melissa called to wish her parents a happy Thanksgiving. Melissa is Norma and Carl's youngest daughter. It was a normal and familiar conversation, with topics including Christmas preparations, gift selection, and plans for the approaching holidays. As they did each year, Melissa wanted her kids to spend the holidays at her parents' house. She smiled and said, "Mom, don't forget that old picture of Grandma. I'd love to have it framed under the tree." However, there was neither a phone call nor a knock on the door on Christmas. Despite their concerns, Norma and Carl hoped that their daughter and her family would arrive at the last minute, which they occasionally did. No one showed up as the hours went by. There were gifts under the tree, sparkling with holiday lights, but the atmosphere was solemn, and the quiet became unbearable. It all began on a typical day, but after a few days passed with no communication from their daughter, Norma started to worry. This time it seemed different, but Melissa had always managed to get in touch, especially if plans had changed. When the parents tried to call, no one picked up. Additionally, fruitless were attempts to contact their son-in-law Christopher. Melissa's parents continued to reside in their comfortable home in Last Grove, Georgia, while Melissa and her spouse and children lived in Atlanta. When the long period of silence became intolerable in January, Norma and Carl got into their car and drove to Atlanta. Their hearts sank when they arrived at the duplex on Brooklyn Avenue after following the well-known streets. Although the apartment doors were open, the interior felt eerily deserted and lifeless. It appeared as though their daughter and her family had never lived there because the rooms were immaculate and well organized. It appeared as if someone had purposefully removed every indication of their presence. Asking neighbors if they had seen Melissa or her kids, Norma went door to door. No one knew where they were going or why they hadn't left a message or forwarding address, but one man remembered seeing them packing things into a moving truck just before New Year's. It appeared as though they had made the decision to depart suddenly, without warning, and with no intention of coming back. It was intolerable to Carl and Norma. They were aware that Melissa would have contacted them if something had gone wrong. If plans had changed, their daughter would not have concealed it. She had always been forthright and honest. Norma concluded that this could not be ignored. Someone had to know something if Melissa and her family had left. They located the glass manufacturing company where their son-in-law worked, and the management verified that Christopher had worked there as a truck driver, but had recently been fired. He was fired because he was involved in an accident involving one of the company's vehicles. They were unable to respond when questioned about Christopher's future plans. Like his family, he had just disappeared. January and February saw no updates, but time went by. Norma continued to make an effort, but every day only brought more disappointment. Her February birthday was particularly painful. Despite her busy schedule, Melissa had always called to wish her well, but this time the phone was silent. At last, Norma started to understand that her daughter's silence wasn't a coincidence. There had been a horrible incident. What might have caused Melissa to leave her former life behind? Carl and Norma had a hard time understanding it. Their youngest daughter was always happy and affectionate, they recalled. She distinguished herself from her peers early on by actively competing in school pageants and lending a hand with her older sister Tina's projects. Their dreams of starting a veterinary clinic and helping as many animals as they could were dashed when Melissa's adolescent misbehavior landed her in legal troubles, running away from home and falling in love with Christopher for the first time. During those tumultuous years, when she was caught between her desire to discover herself and her parents' expectations, he became her only source of stability. She was altered by marriage. Everything appeared to be coming together at last. She and Christopher seemed to have a happy life together after they moved to the city and had kids. However, her parents continued to feel a subtle, unnerving feeling, as though there was a deep crack beneath the surface. The calm. Those uneasy feelings had now become a terrifying reality as I stood in that empty apartment on Brooklyn Avenue in January 1999. The questions continued to mount. How had their daughter and her family fared? Why did their searches for answers only result in dead ends? And why did all the leads go nowhere? Where had Melissa's kids disappeared to? And why hadn't any of the neighbors seen her since New Year's? What did that picture she had requested for Christmas represent? These small, unimportant details assumed a sinister tone, giving the impression that something much more significant was going on. It would have felt like betrayal to leave everything unsolved, so Norma continued to look for any information, clinging to the tiniest hints to figure out what had happened to her cherished daughter. Nothing could have prepared her for the truth that lay ahead, a truth that would completely upend their lives, and a story that had started out as a straightforward family vacation had evolved into a grim, desperate search for light in the dark. Melissa's disappearance also perplexed Tina, her older sister, who worked alongside her at a small bakery. Their co-workers said Melissa just stopped showing up, as if she had disappeared into thin air, and the management at Denny's where they worked reported that she hadn't been there for more than a month. If she had found another job, no one knew. All they said was that she failed to report for work one day without providing any prior notice. Even some of her co-workers paid her a visit, but it didn't help. The family had moved out, but no one knew where they went, the neighbors said with a shrug. Time went by. As the year 1999 went on, Melissa had not been contacted. Praying for their daughter's safe return, Carl and Norma were inconsolable. Their hope dwindled with every month, but they held on to it as if it were a lifeline. Since Melissa had always remained close to them, despite her turbulent upbringing, they were unable to think of a good reason why she wouldn't call. They thought they would soon awaken from the nightmare. However, reality only became more grim, and the nightmare continued. The Patton family had run out of patience by January 2000. Norma reported a missing person to the authorities. After starting an investigation, detectives quickly located Christopher Wolfenbarger, Melissa's husband. He had also been out of touch for some time at the time of Melissa's disappearance, but he eventually made a comeback. But there was no sign of his wife or children. Melissa had gone out on her own, according to Christopher. He claimed that one day she simply made the decision to fulfill her dream of starting over and relocating to California. Carl and Norma, however, knew their daughter. They were positive that she would never simply vanish without a word, and that she would never do that. The parents were adamant that Christopher was concealing something, but the police could find no reason to take any further action. Melissa was an adult, and she had every right to travel to California if she so desired. Without any proof of a crime, the police had no reason to declare her missing because her husband had not filed a missing persons report. The inquiry came to a standstill. According to Christopher, Melissa had been preparing the move for some time. In order to save money, she worked double shifts at the bakery. After long, exhausting days, she occasionally even rented a hotel room to avoid the lengthy commute home. He claimed that this was how she was getting ready for the next phase of her life. When she simply disappeared one day, Christopher assumed she had finally carried out her plan and departed for California alone. He maintained that it was nothing out of the ordinary, citing Melissa's wish to make a new beginning. By bringing up Christopher's past, detectives attempted to exert pressure on him. Wolfenbarger had a very turbulent childhood. "Melissa and I were like Bonnie and Clyde, just on a smaller scale," he grinned while being questioned. They did encounter some minor issues. Even before they were married, their lives appeared to be a succession of snap judgments. However, it quickly became apparent that Christopher was lying. Melissa filed complaints, according to the records. She had repeatedly reported instances of domestic violence. It wasn't just him lifting his hand against her, she said. He allegedly gave her illegal drugs and, despite her protests, pulled her down the street by her hair on one occasion. Christopher filed a counterclaim after learning of these reports. The court case became increasingly complex. Christopher requested authorization to speak with Melissa alone during one of the hearings. Melissa backed off from her complaint and went home with him after a brief, private conversation. That was all she said. "We have kids, after all." Following Melissa's disappearance, Christopher took an unexpected action. He left the house they shared and went to live with family. Christopher rarely paid them a visit. The children lived with their paternal grandmother. He appeared to be making an effort to put his former life behind him. Joy and little Christina adapted to life without their mother very fast, and they only ever thought about their father when he would arrive at his mother's house. Christopher had never been liked by Norma Patton. She thought that shortly after graduating from high school, Melissa fled her home because of him. She saw this marriage as nothing more than a source of heartache and disappointment. "He was never who he pretended to be," she would frequently say while gazing at pictures of her daughter. It felt like a terrifying prophecy now that Melissa was gone. Her parents found it hard to believe that their daughter had just up and left her life behind. Why were people who might have known the answer keeping quiet? And what actually happened to Melissa? A darker and more unsettling image of the Wolfenbarger family, where happiness was merely an illusion, began to take shape as the haze of the past gradually cleared. During an interview with detectives, Tina Patton recalled a previous incident. She had seen a handprint-like bruise on Melissa's neck. Normally calm and collected, Melissa started crying and pleaded with Tina to keep it a secret. Following that, one of Tina's friends attempted to speak with Christopher directly, but it was never successful. Things appeared to have calmed down, but this was a facade. The thought that their daughter had just decided to disappear without saying anything was unacceptable to Carl and Norma Patton. Melissa would have found a way to get in touch with her parents even if she had felt the need to leave them. However, days and months stretched into years, and Melissa was nowhere to be found. It appeared as though a young mother of two had vanished into thin air. Melissa's husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, was constantly rephrasing his claims. When questioned in the spring of 2000, he abruptly revealed that he had seen Melissa on the street close to their house in March or April of 1999, despite initially claiming that he had last seen her in December 1998. This discrepancy did not clarify the case. Rather, it only increased suspicions. The Patton family returned to the public eye in 2003, 5 years later. This time, Carl Patton himself was at issue, not Melissa. They had taken him into custody. As it happened, Carl had already had a run-in with the law in the middle of the 1980s. He was released on parole after serving a brief sentence for theft. He had made an effort to avoid trouble ever since, but over 20 years after the crime, his past finally caught up with him. His participation was verified by DNA analysis. Carl was taken into custody on February 23, 2003, in connection with the death of Liddy Mae Evans, age 31. Her body was discovered in a river in 1977, chained to a concrete block and wrapped in a sleeping bag. A gunshot wound to the head was the cause of death. However, Carl was linked to other crimes as well. Carl's wife, Norma, made the startling declaration that she would testify against her husband in exchange for immunity as soon as he was arrested. After the agreement was reached, Norma started providing in-depth testimony that astounded everyone. She claims that Carl and his friend Joe Quint were involved in several crimes between 1970 and 1977. The murder of Carl's uncle, Fred White, and his lover was the beginning of it all. Carl persuaded Norma to assist in removing any possible witnesses because he knew too much. Norma described how Carl used a shotgun to kill his uncle and his uncle's lover after luring them to their house on December 17, 1977. After that, he and Norma placed weights on the bodies, wrapped them in sleeping bags, and disposed of them in the river. Carl burned the blood-stained couch in the backyard, while Norma cleaned the house and cleaned up the blood. However, their van's blood-stained trunk was not cleaned. Investigators questioned Carl and Norma after discovering blood traces in the trunk that matched the victim's blood type, but there wasn't enough proof to file charges at the time. Carl's involvement was not confirmed by DNA testing until 25 years later, and Melissa's father was arrested on February 23, 2003. Rumors about Carl's potential involvement in Melissa's disappearance started to circulate after his arrest. Her own father, who couldn't risk anyone in the family talking, may have been her victim, according to some theories. However, there was no concrete proof to back up this theory. "I would never harm my daughter. I only dealt with those who threatened my family." Carl denied any involvement, but everyone knew that there was a harsh reality behind those words. Carl was suspected of more than just Melissa's disappearance. Rumor had it that he was connected to criminal groups in the southern United States. He was known as a cold-blooded shooter as early as the 1960s, but he consistently denied any involvement. Carl acted out of greed, according to Norma, who made this revelation in 2003 during the investigation into the deaths of Fred White and his lover. In addition to hiring Carl to look after her unfaithful husband, Fred White's official marriage entitled his wife to an insurance payout. Detective Bruce Jordan handled these old cases. He managed to apprehend and convict Carl Patton after 25 years, but it was insufficient. Now, while incarcerated, Carl pleaded with Jordan, "Find my daughter, find Melissa." This was a surprising statement from a man who seemed to have no remorse. All of a sudden, his daughter's disappearance caused concern. This gave Norma and Tina hope, but it also sparked a wave of new anxieties. They were concerned that Melissa's disappearance was not an accident, and that the mystery that had been hidden for so long might become even more horrific. Detective Bruce Jordan became interested as soon as the reopened Wolfenbarger case made the news. The story appeared to be set in stone for years, but everything changed when a sudden lead came from the Atlanta morgue. Jordan was contacted by a forensic specialist who told him that they had been storing unidentified remains in their facility for 4 years. These remains were body parts discovered in various months of 1999 in the neighborhood where Melissa's family resided. A severed head had been found close to the Wolfenbargers' residence back in April of that same year. Legs and arms were discovered in a nearby wooded area 2 months later, wrapped in garbage bags. The remains were initially identified as belonging to a male because they could not be properly identified, and the torso was never recovered. These graphic findings were unrelated to Melissa's disappearance because she had not yet been reported missing at the time. Only later did the terrible truth come to light. Those were her remains. Bruce Jordan noticed important details when he got the information. Near the glass company where Christopher Wolfenbarger used to work, the head and limbs were discovered. Back then, experts had assured everyone that the remains were male, but Norma Patton remembered hearing about the unsettling findings on the news. Only years later, following DNA testing, was it determined that the mutilated body belonged to Melissa Carl Patton. While incarcerated, Melissa's father was informed. When he heard that her mutilated remains had been discovered soon after she vanished, but had not been identified, he was overcome with emotion. He was deeply saddened by the fact that the DNA test, which would have provided insight into his daughter's fate, was not carried out until almost 4 years after his arrest. Melissa's remains weren't identified until 2003, when Norma first reported her missing in early 2000. Important evidence that could have resolved the case much sooner was lost, along with crucial time. Experts initially thought the remains were male because Melissa's neck had been cut with a saw and her skull had been bleached. According to forensic analysis, it was impossible to tell if the injuries were caused before or after death because of the same chemical. It was almost impossible to find the perpetrator's car because her head and limbs were strewn along busy roads in trash bags. Her torso was never located, so it was impossible to determine the precise time or cause of death. Christopher was taken in for additional interrogation. He told investigators that he had always been cooperative and had given them all the information he could years before his wife was finally identified. He said he had no reason to hurt Melissa. There were no assets, no debts, and no insurance policy. He made it clear that, knowing that it would raise suspicions, he would never have disposed of the remains close to his place of employment. Even in interviews with reporters, Christopher insisted that he sincerely thought Melissa had changed her name and moved to a new place in the hopes that she would eventually come back, if only for their kids. He never submitted a missing persons report because of this. Melissa's older sister Tina was particularly affected by the loss. She saw it as a persistent, eerie pain, rather than merely an unsolved case. She even experienced nightmares in which Tina was unable to reach Melissa when she called out for assistance. Carl also changed while he was incarcerated. He couldn't help but want justice for his daughter. Losing Melissa appeared to be the first time he had ever experienced the depth of the suffering his own victims' families had gone through. The story's most startling element was that Carl, a convicted criminal, devoted his last years to pursuing justice for Melissa. Even though he seemed to love his daughter, her death was still unknown. Although her remains had been located, no one had been charged or arrested. Norma Patton made contact with Cheryl McCollum, a cold case investigator, once more in 2017. Norma and Cheryl first met at an official dinner. Cheryl is well known for her true crime podcasts and shows. A new investigation started when Norma came up to her that night and said, "My daughter was decapitated and I need your help." Cheryl McCollum immediately recommended to Norma that they re-examine all of the evidence, because she knew the case would not be simple. In an attempt to put the pieces of the puzzle together and uncover even one new clue, she planned a fresh search of the forested area where the bags containing remains had been discovered years prior. However, thus far, the endeavors had failed. Norma was determined to persevere. She had faith that eventually the truth about her daughter's death would be revealed. Cheryl kept looking into Melissa Wolfenbarger's case in an effort to find the final piece that would complete the picture. Cheryl McCollum, the investigator, could scarcely have predicted how many shadowy corners she would have to light when she started her work. She was able to get in touch with Melissa's father, Carl Patton, right away. Carl wrote about his personal experiences and his ideas about who he thought was to blame for his daughter's disappearance. Her husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, was the one name he kept bringing up repeatedly. In regards to his son-in-law, Carl had no illusions. From the first time they met, he thought Christopher had destroyed his daughter's life. Melissa used to be a bright, upbeat person, but after Christopher came into her life, everything changed. Carl claims that Christopher taught her how to steal, persuaded her to sneak out of the house at night to meet him, and twice attempted to take Carl's car so that she and Melissa could flee to California. He gained complete control over her after she became pregnant and gave birth to their daughter. Norma and Carl only ever saw their granddaughter Christina when Christopher was at work, because he made an effort to keep her away from her parents. In a terrified whisper, Melissa said that if her husband discovered that her parents had come to visit, she would be in serious trouble. Carl remembered how Melissa refused to heed Christopher's warnings, even though he had repeatedly bruised her arms and neck. She thought she could turn her life around, but Carl realized something had gone horribly wrong when she failed to show up for Christmas. Although he was certain Christopher had something to do with her disappearance, proving it was a different story. Knowing that his grandchildren didn't comprehend that their mother had truly left to start a new life, but had instead gone forever, was the thing that tormented Carl the most. Carl wrote about how, despite being incarcerated, he attempted to help with the investigation. He suggested that whoever tied the knots might have left evidence, and he asked the experts to check the trash bags containing the remains for any DNA traces. Although he wrote, "There's no such thing as a perfect crime," the police were never able to find any evidence that connected Christopher to the case. Carl clung to the hope that the inquiry would eventually produce something. Norma detailed her suspicions to Cheryl McCollum during multiple meetings. Norma believed Christopher was responsible for the death of her daughter. Carl's desire to learn the truth was evident in his letters. Despite his reputation as a convicted criminal, he was prepared to assist. Detectives were still unable to link Christopher to Melissa's disappearance, though. Carl thanked Cheryl for her efforts at the end of one of his letters, stating that he had only realized the seriousness of his own crimes after losing his daughter. To understand the feelings of his victims' families, he had to go through that kind of loss himself. One day, he hoped, his grandchildren would discover the truth about their mom. In order to determine whether any family members might have had a reason for seeking retribution, Cheryl McCollum also looked into the possibility of enlisting the help of Liddy Evans' children, one of Carl's victims. The idea that someone involved in Carl's previous crimes might have sought revenge was entertained by the police, but it was soon disproved. Years passed after Melissa vanished before Carl's crimes were discovered. Despite the fact that her father was a criminal, Liddy's children felt Melissa also deserved justice and consented to be interviewed for a podcast about her story. Joseph Morgan, one of the forensic specialists, discussed the results of the autopsy. He surmised that Melissa might have been dismembered at the glass company where Christopher worked, rather than at home. All the equipment needed to carry out such an act was on hand, and the remains were discovered at a landfill close to the building. The police were unable to verify this theory, though, because they did not discover any blood or DNA traces at the facility where the crime had occurred, and more crucially, who was behind it were still unknown. Cheryl was careful to pay attention to every little detail. She reviewed all the case materials, brought in experts, and communicated with Carl on a regular basis. One thing appeared to be universally accepted by the experts: Christopher was still the most likely suspect. McCollum declared that she was prepared to risk her reputation in order to bring the offender to justice. When Melissa's podcast debuted in February 2023, her story was the first one she discussed. Then, in April 2024, she received a call from a listener who said she had seen Melissa and Christopher fight at a party. The case gained new life and momentum as a result of this information. With newfound vigor, investigators resumed their work. After over 20 years of uncertainty, Christopher Wolfenbarger was taken into custody on suspicion of a serious crime in early August. To piece everything together, detectives re-interviewed witnesses, followed up on old leads, and employed new technology. He attempted to hide behind a dryer when the police arrived at his house, which one of the officers remarked was not the conduct of an innocent man. Although Christopher insisted he was innocent, the charges had already been filed. Tina and Norma attended the press conference. When Norma heard the news of the arrest, she clasped her hands together and prayed in private. "Now he's behind bars," she said, in front of the cameras, "and I hope he stays there." Christopher's motivations remained unclear, and the police did not reveal all the evidence that led to the arrest. However, one thing was for sure: 25 years after Melissa vanished, her family was at last hopeful that justice would be served. I told you this story because the truth always finds a way to come to light, even after years have gone by and everything seems lost. Despite all the difficulties and public scrutiny, the Patton family persisted in fighting for their daughter, and their efforts were rewarded. This case demonstrates that misconduct cannot be disregarded. Families that experience abuse frequently find themselves in dire circumstances, but keeping quiet and concealing the truth won't help. Don't let yourself be broken. Seek justice. Melissa would advise you if she could talk to you right now. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The phone rang early on April 27, 2006, in a comfortable home in a small Michigan town. The homeowner's previous life was instantly shattered by the sound she heard when she answered the phone. But the second phone call she would have to take 5 weeks later was nothing like that conversation. Whitney Sarek, an attractive and outgoing 18-year-old student, was crossing campus to attend a lecture on Wednesday, April 26, 2006. Whitney attended Taylor University in Upland, Indiana, as a freshman. Both Whitney and her older sister were now students at the same university where her parents had previously attended. Whitney actually wanted to attend a different university, but her parents assured her that they would pay 2/3 of her tuition if she attended a Christian university. They wouldn't even cover the cost of her education, if she chose to go to a non-religious school. Whitney's decision was clear-cut, given the high expense of higher education. Whitney became anxious as she made her way across campus, negotiating crowds of other students, as she realized how quickly the school year was coming to an end. She was thrilled to spend the summer vacation with her parents in the small Michigan town of Gaylord, but she was also saddened by the thought of bidding farewell to her new friends, whom she wouldn't see again until the fall. During her first year of college, Whitney had made a lot of new friends. She soon found that the older students were just as amiable as the freshmen and had gone through many of the difficulties of college life, so she also had a few older friends. They were willing to help if she asked for advice. Because she thought she might learn something useful, Whitney seized the chance to engage with older students whenever she had it during her studies. Whitney saw a poster asking for student volunteers to help decorate the banquet hall for a celebration honoring the new university president just that morning as she was making her way to her lecture. As she got closer, Whitney found that the majority of the volunteers who had signed up were older than she was. When she heard this, she also wrote her name down. The student had a typical rest of the day. After studying and hanging out with friends, she went back to her dorm room in the evening and fell asleep quietly. Naturally, she had no idea that the events that would alter her life would occur just 24 hours later, when she laid her head on the pillow that night. Whitney got up early the following morning, showered, brushed her teeth, and took her time choosing her outfit. Whitney wasn't conceited, but she wanted to look respectable because she knew she would be interacting with university employees and senior citizens all day. As she got closer to the parking lot meeting place, she noticed some students standing close to a university van. Despite not knowing them, she greeted them with confidence, introduced herself, and since she was the first person they had been waiting for, they all boarded the van. With ease, the car began traveling north on Highway 69 in the direction of Fort Wayne. It was the banquet hall, where the event was scheduled to take place, and it was only an hour away. Whitney immediately started talking to Laura Van Ryn, a 22-year-old who was seated beside her. Another student questioned whether Whitney and Laura were related, despite the fact that they were strangers. In addition to having similar appearances, the two stunning blondes who were tall and slender learned that they had been raised in small Michigan towns. Whitney's hometown of Caledonia, 2 hours south of Gaylord, was where Laura had traveled to study. In addition, they were both younger daughters of devoutly religious parents and were involved in sports, playing football, basketball, volleyball, and running. The students went into the banquet hall as soon as the van came to a stop. It was their responsibility to get ready for the celebration. As they set the tableware, arranged the chairs, and arranged the tables over the course of the following few hours, Laura and Whitney remained together and spoke amicably. The volunteers ultimately determined that their work was finished at around 7 p.m. They took their seats on the van again, and the van drove back south. Laura and Whitney chatted for a few more minutes on the drive, but they soon felt the weariness from their work, just like the other children. They fell silent as they looked thoughtfully out the window at the passing landscape. When the van was within 2 miles of the campus, about 30 minutes later, a bright beam of light filled the van's interior. It quickly grew stronger, bouncing off the faces of those inside, and in a matter of seconds the whole interior of the van was blazing. After a horrified scream, there was total quiet. In a matter of minutes, distressed drivers on Highway 69 called the 911 hotline to report that something horrible had happened. Rescue personnel were shocked by what they saw, even though they had prepared for the worst when they got to the scene. Bodies, glass fragments, and wreckage littered the area. The headlights of a fully loaded truck driven by Robert Spencer were the source of the sudden light that filled the van's interior. While traveling north on the highway, the truck driver had dozed off behind the wheel. The truck didn't stop when it swerved off the road and onto the grassy median strip. After veering back onto the road, it struck the southbound van that was transporting the students. The truck literally tore off the van's back end when it hit it, sending it spinning uncontrollably. The pupils were thrown out and dispersed in all directions, since half of the vehicle was gone. Sadly, 5 of the 9 people in the van could not be saved. But when the rescue crews arrived, they discovered Robert still alive inside his truck. A few hours later, on April 27, Whitney's mother in Gaylord got a call early in the morning. Her husband wasn't at home because he was helping the church rebuild houses following Hurricane Katrina's devastating effects. The coroner, who was on the other end of the line, told the woman that her daughter had died in a terrible accident. The Van Ryn family also had to take a late phone call at the same time, 3 hours south of Gaylord in Caledonia, but they were informed that Laura had survived the same accident and was in critical condition. Early in the morning, the girl's boyfriend, Aaron, and her parents arrived at the hospital. In the hallway, Laura's classmates were already anticipating their arrival. The girl was in a coma, swollen, bandaged, and wearing a neck brace as she lay in a hospital bed. Laura's leg, elbow, collarbone, and ribs were all broken, the family was told, but the brain trauma was the most serious injury. The patient had been stabilized, but it was unclear if she would ever awaken from her coma. Even if she did, she would probably not be able to live independently because of the severe damage to her brain. Laura's family made the decision to move her to a Grand Rapids rehabilitation facility that specializes in brain injuries because they knew that her recovery would be a long one at best. Additionally, Whitney's sister and mother showed up at the hospital. Even though they were only a few feet from her body, the coroner reassured them that they didn't need to identify her and even discouraged them from going inside the mortuary. They were also given Whitney's handbag, which was filthy, stuffed with broken items, and smelled horribly of gasoline. When the handbag was discovered close to Whitney's body, the women knew that her body would be in an even more appalling state. They didn't want to remember her that way, so they couldn't bring themselves to look at the body. They merely returned their daughter's body to Gaylord, their hometown. Whitney's 19th birthday fell on her farewell, so her family chose to play a collection of videos from her past birthdays. More than 1,400 people, or roughly half of the town's total population, came to bid her farewell. She was laid to rest in a closed casket the following day. Meanwhile, Laura's family members, who alternated between sitting in the girl's hospital room, received a startling update. Brain scans suggested Laura would emerge from her coma, but it was not clear when. For the next few weeks, Laura stayed in a coma, but her injuries healed over time, and there were all indications that she would get better. After 30 days following the incident, Laura finally regained consciousness on Tuesday, May 16. At first glance, her brain appeared to be operating normally. It was a miracle, and her family was incredulous. The girl was getting better pretty quickly, and she soon had the ability to sit up and move her hands and legs. Laura's loved ones discovered a lot of new information about her at the same time. Laura's 3-year boyfriend, Aaron, whom she intended to wed after graduating from college, was astounded to see that her eyes had changed from being greenish to a much deeper shade of blue. Additionally, her sister discovered that Laura had a belly button piercing when she inadvertently lifted her shirt. Additionally, the girl appeared to have shifted her teeth to one side. All of this, however, seemed trivial. What mattered most was that Laura was still alive and making progress toward recovery. Or did she? Before long, she did something that caused her family, doctors, and others to question whether her brain was working correctly. A week after emerging from the coma, Laura sat on a hospital bed with her family and medical staff on Monday, May 22. She was given a pencil and paper by the doctor, who asked her to write her name. Laura took the pencil, nodded as though she understood the assignment, and began writing the letters slowly. But her scrawls didn't make sense when she was done, and the doctor saw what she had written. He requested that the girl repeat the action. She began writing even more intently, but the name was still wrong. Laura was mistakenly identifying herself as someone else, and the doctor had to acknowledge that her brain injury might be more severe than he initially believed. But that was not the problem, as everyone would soon discover. There was something far more serious going on. Her father was deeply hurt when Laura told him that they were fake parents. This was the next warning sign. Although it was impossible to accuse them of being bad parents, he took it to mean that she thought their relationship with her was phony. However, his wife also started to believe that if Laura wasn't who she claimed to be, after Laura's face stopped appearing swollen, friends who saw her also came to the conclusion that she was not herself. Compared to their parents, her sister Lisa found it a little easier to accept the truth. Lisa once paused as she was escorting the girl back to the room following therapy, knelt beside Laura, and expressed her pride in the girl's development. She then requested that she respond to a single question: what was her name? The girl said, Whitney. However, they clarified to her that people who have experienced brain trauma occasionally mispronounce their own names. Because of this, when Lisa inquired about the names of her parents, she replied, Sarah Newland and Laura and Whitney had only known each other for a short while, so Laura was unable to provide an accurate response. Despite her understanding, Lisa didn't want to frighten the poor girl who was seated in front of her. She summoned the courage to compliment her, carried her back to the room with composure, and told their mother and father everything. A horrible reality hit the entire family when their father discovered that his daughter had been identified only by appearance. The parents of the girl they had been caring for all this time deserved to know that Laura had been dead for 5 weeks. Rescue services began working at the scene on that terrible day of April 26, following the accident, attempting to ascertain who else they could assist and who was beyond saving. On the side of the road, they discovered a girl who was critically hurt and barely surviving. Medical personnel hurried to her, loaded her into an ambulance, put her on a stretcher with a nearby handbag, and drove her to the hospital. While treating the injured girl, the doctors looked at the identification in the handbag and recognized her as Laura Van Ryn. As the bandages were gradually taken off, it was clear that Laura's appearance had changed dramatically as a result of the accident. But her appearance didn't matter to her family. Her survival was a great relief to them. However, when they gave Laura paper and a pencil on Monday, May 22, and asked her to write her name, she wrote Whitney instead of Laura. It turned out that there had been a terrible error, but no one had been aware of it until that point. The medics thought Whitney's handbag was hers when they discovered her by the side of the road. They came to the conclusion that it was the same person after comparing the girl's photo with the one on the identification. Surprisingly, Whitney's purse had landed beside Laura at the same moment. The case of mistaken identity was formally confirmed 1 week after Whitney wrote her name on the paper. And once more, in the middle of the night, the Sarok family's house rang with an unsettling phone call. In order to spare Whitney's mother from hearing the news alone, the coroner asked her to bring a companion. She invited Carly, her eldest daughter, to accompany her. After that, the coroner started talking about the possibility that Whitney was still alive. They were terrified of what they would see on the way to the hospital. If Laura's parents were unable to identify that it wasn't her, how should the patient appear? However, their worries were unjustified. They knew it was Whitney as soon as they walked into the hospital room. For Laura's loved ones, the miracle for the Sarok family became a nightmare. They were afraid that Whitney's parents would be upset with them for preventing them from seeing their daughter for so long, in addition to learning that their daughter had been dead for 5 weeks. Nonetheless, the Sarok spouses realized that they shared some of the blame. Laura's family believed what they were told, and they didn't recognize Whitney's body. All the clues were compared to pieces of a puzzle, but how could they be certain that a puzzle needed to be put together? Since one family had already gone through what the other had not, they were able to empathize with one another. Laura's body was exhumed and shipped to Caledonia a few days later. Despite their brief acquaintance, Laura and Whitney's shared tragedy united the two families for all time. They respected each other's sentiments, emotions, and personal space by not talking about what had happened for 2 years. However, they later made the decision to write a book in which they detailed every incident and offered their own interpretation of it. It was discovered that the driver responsible for the incident, Robert Spencer, had been operating a vehicle for 9 hours beyond the permitted limit. He was given a 4-year prison sentence after acknowledging his guilt. He was incarcerated for 2 years in total. He recovered from the accident at the same hospital where Whitney was thought to be Laura. By asking Laura's parents what they would say and how they felt about the person responsible for the accident, reporters attempted to incite them against Robert. But Laura's family overcame it. Neither of the two families brought legal action against him, and they were kind and understanding. To make sure that such an error would not occur again, the state of Indiana modified the process for identifying incident victims. Whitney acknowledges that she only remembers the banquet preparations and the pizza they had as a post-work snack, not the actual incident. The time she spent with Laura's family is completely forgotten. She recalled waking up with her mother close by. She gradually recovered physically and finished her studies. She married in the same church where her funeral was held 4 years later. Her boyfriend, Matt Wheeler, was her pick, and he helped her get better. They are parents to 2 kids. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today, we'll examine what happened in Norris City, Illinois. Jacob Wheeler, 22, and his girlfriend Jessica Evans, 17, went fishing in the small Wabash River. Their families have been unable to get in touch with them, and they have not gone back home. All residents of Norris City followed the investigation after police were alerted to the couple's disappearance that same day, but sadly, there was no happy ending to the tale. All the locals were shocked by what transpired. Southern Illinois is a patchwork of fertile farmland and thick forests that stretches between Kentucky and Missouri. With a population of just over 1,000, the area is dotted with small villages like White County and Norris City, which make it an excellent place to raise children due to its small size. Hunting and other outdoor pursuits are popular. There are many locations where fishing is popular. Before summer break at school began in 2017, Jessica Evans, then 22 years old, met Jacob Wheeler, who had just moved across the street to live at his brother's house. Jessica and her mother, Chris, lived in a comfortable home. After meeting at a party and striking up a conversation, they fell in love. After 3 years of service in Iraq, Jacob was a quiet country boy trying to rebuild his life. Chris, Jessica's mother, wasn't overly concerned about the fact that Jacob was 5 years older than Jessica. She had faith in him. Jessica requested permission from her mother on August 26, 2012, to take Jacob fishing at night in a popular location on the small Wabash River. At first, Chris was opposed to the idea, but after Jessica persuaded her, he agreed. She warned her daughter not to spend too much time out. On a nearby street lived Megan, Jessica's older sister, and her son Miles. Jessica had to watch her son at 5 a.m. the following day, while Megan had to leave for work. Chris, Jessica's mother, reminded her that she needed to return home by 5 a.m. before Jessica left to go fishing. Although Jessica had no way of knowing that this fishing trip would be her final one, she responded that she remembered that and would be at her sister's house by then. Jessica was heading to bed when Chris called her just before midnight to check on her. At 5 o'clock the following morning, Chris discovers that her youngest daughter has not returned home, despite Jessica's assurances that she was all right and that she and Jacob were nearly finished fishing and would be home shortly. Jessica was not known for being late, especially when she knew she had to watch her nephew. Jessica didn't answer when Chris picked up her cell phone and began calling her daughter. Chris's text messages also went unanswered. Chris knew right away that something wasn't right. She was certain that she would have alerted Jessica if her plans had changed. When Chris arrived at Jacob's house, his brother Jeremy informed him that Jacob had also not returned home. By 9 in the morning, Jessica's family was starting to worry, but Jeremy wasn't concerned because he knew Jacob could take care of himself. Chris feared they were stranded somewhere or that Jacob's pickup had broken down. Chris finally called the White County Sheriff's Office after the couple had not been seen for 12 hours. Sheriff Doug Mayer wasn't overly worried when he got the call about the missing couple on Sunday night while he was lounging around his house. Maybe Jacob and Jessica had escaped, he thought. He needed to know where they had disappeared to, but he assumed they were safe. In order for the phone company to track down Jessica's cell phone, the sheriff chose to execute a warrant to search it, which could take hours. Meanwhile, as instructed by the family, the sheriff's deputies went to the fishing spot where Jessica and Jacob were expected to be. There were only gravel roads leading to the remote location. A 50-foot overgrown trail led the deputies to a popular fishing location. There were clear indications that someone had visited. Although there were a few packages, there were no indications of any criminal activity or problems. Although the campfire had been extinguished, the area was extremely clean. Jacob had left his pickup truck behind. The sheriff had trusted his instincts about the young couple thus far. He didn't initially think that something negative had occurred. He did believe that they had most likely traveled somewhere voluntarily. Ultimately, Jessica's cell phone carrier provided the records to the sheriff's deputies. Attempting to track the phone and determine which tower it was closest to was a great way to locate them. They discovered that a tower in the campground area was the source of the signal. That was the implication. Jessica was somewhere close to where she and Jacob had gone fishing, and her phone was still on. The sheriff was not prepared for it at all. If Jessica and Jacob are still alive, why aren't they returning their calls if the couple had just fled? The news that Jessica and Jacob were missing spread swiftly throughout Norris City, raising concerns among the locals as investigators started to worry that the two were stranded somewhere, gravely hurt, or worse. When the sheriff's office discovered that Jessica's cell phone was still in the area where the couple had gone night fishing, they became concerned that something horrible had happened. At dawn the following day, officers from the White County Sheriff's Office returned to the fishing site with a platoon of volunteers and neighboring law enforcement agencies. The search party set out to look for any sign of Jacob and Jessica, and their families also joined in the search, but after 3 hours of searching, they found nothing. Jessica, Jacob, and the pickup truck were nowhere to be seen. The pickup had to be there, though, even if something were to happen to Jacob and Jessica. However, what if they abandoned the phones and fled? They would eventually leave an electronic trail if they did flee together. While the bank statements showed nothing noteworthy, the police checked their bank cards to see if there had been any payments. However, one clue was found in Jessica's phone records. Investigators were able to identify the number's owner after Jessica reportedly had another phone conversation shortly after the midnight call from her mother, which occurred at around 12:30 a.m. on Sunday night. Jessica was conversing with Ron Woodison, a young man. The police knew that name because Ron had previously run afoul of the law. This in and of itself raised suspicions that he might have been involved, so they decided to speak with Ron and find out the specifics of that conversation. When he met with the sheriff's deputies, they asked him to describe the last time he had spoken to Jessica. Eventually, he acknowledged that he had called her in the middle of the night. He mentioned that he had attended the party and that some other people had also been present. Ron stated that he had attempted to invite Jessica to the party by calling her. Ron was just informed by Jessica that she was occupied with fishing. He had been told not to call Jessica by Jacob when he reached for the phone, and Ron claims that they had a rather heated exchange. Jacob was mostly to blame. The fact that Ron had called his girlfriend really annoyed him. Jacob was quite irritated by his call. The other partygoers' names were noted by the sheriff's deputies, who also verified Ron's alibi, and essentially attested to the fact that he remained there following that phone call. As the weary search team members were ready to head home at the end of the day without discovering anything, one of Jacob's friends, using his ATV, discovered a pickup truck in the woods. Jacob and Jessica were fishing 2 miles away from the pickup, which was parked in the woods behind an old deserted farmhouse. Jacob had the pickup. It was obvious that a horrible event had occurred. A woman's body was in the back of the truck. Her head had been shot twice. Her condition was another reason to be concerned. She had some clothes on. Investigators were immediately convinced that there had been more than a murder when they discovered some of her clothing on the ground near the car. In a community like this one, it wasn't necessary for the victim to have identification because some of the investigators had known Jessica for their entire lives, and they had just discovered her. Almost 36 hours after Jessica failed to show up to watch her nephew, everything changed in that instant. She was shot and found dead in Jacob's abandoned pickup truck by the sheriff's office. Given that she was nearly completely naked, it was clear that she had intercourse with a man prior to her passing and opposed it. Authorities hoped the coroner would be able to apprehend the offenders if that was the case. While police searched the area surrounding the pickup truck for evidence, they were fortunate to find DNA. It is clear that Jessica's 2 head wounds were consistent with the 222 caliber shell casings. It was clear that Jessica had been shot where the pickup truck was parked because the 2 shell casings were discovered on the right side of the vehicle, next to a sizable blood stain. Investigators started looking into Jacob's pickup. The oddest thing was that Jacob wasn't there, even though it was packed with personal belongings and fishing equipment. When the police searched, they found a clue. They discovered blood inside the pickup truck's driver's side cab. Samples of blood were sent for DNA analysis. They had to find Jacob, and they had to determine who owned it. The police couldn't help but wonder if Jacob was the person who had shot Jessica, or if he was just another victim. In an attempt to locate Jacob, police kept searching the area. They had to think of him more as a suspect at the time. Doubts weren't limited to the investigators. There were some members of the community who thought Jacob was involved in Jessica's situation. Many conjectured that Jacob had been trained to kill after years of service in the army. Maybe it was Ron's late-night phone call that triggered Jacob. When Jacob believed he was going to lose Jessica, investigators started to wonder what kind of mood he might have been in. The police secured a search warrant for Jacob's brother's home the day after Jessica's body was found. They made a significant discovery, but they were unable to locate Jacob, who they assumed was hiding in the house. One of the firearms was absent from his collection, which investigators discovered. The brother of Jeremy Jacob clarified that there was no reason to be alarmed. All his brother was doing was getting ready for a fishing trip. It was nothing out of the ordinary. When investigators learned that the missing firearm was a .22 caliber, which matched the shell casings discovered at the crime scene, they became concerned. Jacob's family, however, thought he had nothing to do with the crime. They had no doubt that if Jessica had been in danger, Jacob would have given his life to save her. The hunt for Jacob Wheeler became a massive operation as the week went on. Search teams were assembled by police officers from multiple counties, and every effort was made to locate him. The search was conducted using canine services, and an aircraft was launched for surveillance. A $2,000 reward was offered by the White County Crime Suppression Unit for information that would result in Jacob's apprehension and arrest. There was some interest in the cash reward, and tips started coming in to the sheriff's office. Out of all the tips, one particularly noteworthy one claimed that Jacob had been spotted at a gas station. According to a worker at the gas station 12 miles from the scene of Jessica's death, he thought Jacob had purchased a pack of cigarettes. He was wearing a camouflage hooded sweatshirt on Sunday night, approximately one day after he and Jessica vanished. The gas station employee recalled that when the man took money out of his wallet, he also found an ID card inside, which he thought was in Jacob Wheeler's name. Because of this, Jacob was clearly the most likely suspect in Jessica's incident, and the likelihood that he was evading capture increased over time. The gas station where Jacob was allegedly spotted was visited by investigators. They noticed a suspicious man in the surveillance footage. He avoided looking at the camera and wore a hooded sweatshirt that covered his face. Although it was suspicious and the night was too hot for a warm jacket, it was difficult to confirm that it was Jacob. The man hurried off to buy cigarettes. The man's face was not visible in the gas station's surveillance footage, but a second camera outside captured him boarding a female driver's vehicle. One of the sheriff's deputies recognized the woman, and they drove right to her home. While speaking with investigators, they noticed that the vehicle seen on the gas station's CCTV footage was parked close to the residence. Although the woman acknowledged that she had driven the man to the gas station, she denied that it was Jacob Wheeler. It was her boyfriend, she claimed. They were extremely disappointed when they first saw her boyfriend. It was someone who resembled Jacob Wheeler, but it wasn't him. In the video, the unidentified man is a dead end. Jacob was still the center of the police's attention. The detectives suspected that his brother Jeremy was hiding him and were certain he was still alive. His brother and father were certain that Jacob couldn't have killed Jessica, so they searched his house at night in an attempt to catch him off guard. But even after a second search, they couldn't find any evidence that he was home. Wheeler wanted his son's name cleared. It was difficult because he was certain that he was searching for Jacob's body rather than his own. Harold, Jacob's father, called Sheriff Meyer 6 days after the disappearance to inform him that he had found something that everyone else had missed. Just a quarter mile from Jacob and Jessica's campsite, he claimed to have spotted what appeared to be auto parts in a wooded area. When investigators looked into this information, they did discover some auto parts. These were components that were fastened to the pickup's fenders. It was definitely not Jacob Wheeler's pickup truck, but there was damage to the trees in the area where they found these parts, indicating that someone had driven the pickup into the woods and between the trees, damaging the vehicle. The investigators had no other leads and were unsure if the find was related to the crime, but it was unquestionably of interest. There was a serial number on one of the parts. The police were able to identify the exact type of pickup truck by looking it up online. Once more, locating this truck in a small city cannot be difficult. A man who drives a car like this was known to one of the sheriff's deputies. It was White County native Danny Costin, a 36-year-old electrician. Could he have been a part of such a violent crime, though? Danny was never one to cause trouble. His criminal history was clean. He lived in White County and was easily located. Investigators made the decision to speak with Danny at his place of employment. In the parking lot was his pickup truck. The parts discovered in the woods matched the truck's extensive damage. Sheriff Meyer questioned Danny while the investigator examined the pickup truck. He inquired about his pickup truck's damage. Danny clarified that he had attempted to fish on the small Wabash River but struggled to get the boat started due to his extreme drunkenness. He remembered the date, but not much else about the evening. It was around 1 in the morning on the night that Jacob and Jessica went fishing, and he reported that during his entire stay in that section of the river, he never saw anyone else. In the meantime, researchers made a significant finding. In the rear of Danny's pickup truck, they discovered a significant amount of blood. When they told him about it, he appeared taken aback. The sheriff advised Danny that this would be a good time to tell him anything he wanted to. Analysis revealed that the blood in the back of Danny's pickup truck was human blood, despite Danny's claim that he witnessed Jacob shoot Jessica twice while he was in the woods that evening. Danny was taken to the police station and subjected to additional interrogation by investigators. He claimed to be intoxicated. He saw Jacob and Jessica when he descended to the small Wabash River. He was alone with Jessica because Jacob had gone into the woods. According to Danny, Jessica allegedly began approaching him on her own. He claimed that he and Jessica drove off in his truck and parked behind an old deserted farmhouse 2 miles away. They allegedly made intimate consenting contact. Then, as Danny said, Jacob discovered them in the dark. After he and Jessica got into a fight, Jacob shot Jessica. Danny claims that he was afraid when he saw Jacob approaching and managed to grab him, which led to a struggle between them. The gun went off somehow, wounding Jacob. According to Danny, the shot was unintentional. Panic set in. He loaded Jacob into his pickup truck. He concealed the body where no one could find it because he was worried that no one would believe him when he claimed it was self-defense. Danny gave a detailed account of where he had left Jacob's body. Danny's story was disbelieved by the police. Jessica didn't seem likely to do that. Although Danny's account of Jessica accompanying him and Jacob unexpectedly appearing didn't make much sense, they now knew that Danny had shot Jacob, proving that Jacob's family was correct all along. Danny Costin was taken to jail after being arrested. The investigators then proceeded to the location where Danny claimed to have left Jacob's body. They had to venture a bit farther into the woods because it was a dirt road. They searched for 6 days before locating Jacob, who had been shot in the head. The evidence they discovered did not support Danny Costin's account of what transpired that evening. The driver's seat and the door of Jacob's pickup were covered in blood, and it was Jacob's blood. Danny's story simply didn't fit it. He claimed that after Jacob killed Jessica, they got into a fight in the woods, and Jacob was accidentally shot and killed. According to what Danny had previously said, he loaded the body into the back of his own pickup truck and drove it to a faraway place. So where did Jacob's pickup truck's interior contain blood? After being reinterrogated, Danny Costin agreed to tell the truth after being made aware of discrepancies in his testimony. He claims that the woods were too dense when he attempted to drive his truck to the water that evening in order to launch the boat. He was also inebriated. He attempted to enlist the aid of Jacob and Jessica. When Jacob realized he was intoxicated, he advised against it. Then Danny requested assistance from the couple to get home. Jacob concurred. Danny climbed into the back of Jacob's pickup truck after he and Jessica got inside. For some reason, he chose to use his .22 caliber pistol. He got out of the truck's back and left. Through the downed window, the driver shot Jacob in the head. Everything took place in front of Jessica. She began to scream out of terror. Then he pulled Jacob out of the truck, Danny said. He swore under interrogation that he had no idea why he killed Jacob or what he was doing. Danny was then informed by Jessica that she would stop at nothing to prevent him from killing her. Danny Costin was questioned by the sheriff about whether Jessica had promised to have sex with him in return for his allowing her to live. Costin answered, "She promised to follow my instructions." He went to a remote location. He basically took Jessica's attempt to protect herself as an invitation to have a personal relationship with him. He did it in Jacob's pickup truck's back. Then he pulled out a gun and shot Jessica, even though she begged for her life. "I don't know why I did it," Costin said. He threw both his and Jacob's guns out the window after loading Jessica's body into the back of Jacob's pickup truck and driving his own vehicle to Wayne County to conceal Jacob's body. Neither gun was ever found by the police. Danny Costin entered a not guilty plea when he appeared in court on September 4, 2012. An appeals court dismissed his attempt to retract his testimony, arguing that he was not informed of his rights prior to being questioned. Police had ample evidence to support Danny Costin's confession, and video recordings of the interrogation verified that Danny was informed of his rights. His DNA was found on Jessica's body, and his truck contained Jacob's blood. In January 2014, a jury convicted Danny Costin's girlfriend, Candace Brown, age 31, of lying to the police during the preliminary investigation. She gave Costin a fictitious alibi. On August 20, 2013, Danny Costin was found guilty, and Brown was sentenced to 60 days in jail, 30 months probation, 100 hours of community service, and a payment of various court costs and fines. He received a 53-year prison sentence. Judge Tom Foster felt that Costin should have received a more severe sentence, but he acknowledged that he was constrained by the state and defense's agreement. According to the court, "You killed these two individuals. There is no pardon or justification for that, not in this world or any other." According to the judge, Costin consented to forgo a jury trial in return for fewer charges and a lighter sentence in the event of a conviction. Harold Wheeler, Jacob's father, stated that he never thought his son, who was named by law enforcement as a person of interest in Jessica Evans' death, was capable of committing such a crime. Foster claimed that the court only accepted the agreement because the victims' families had agreed to it following the hearing. "I was certain that he would never act in this manner. On Sunday, I began searching for him and I never gave up." He claimed that Costin was an acquaintance who lived approximately a quarter-mile away from the Wheeler home and that it was surprising that he was arrested for the killings. "I've had a beer with him while we were sitting at his campsite." Harold Wheeler, clearly in pain, remarked of Costin, "He's been in my house." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Imagine spending your entire life believing you know everything there is to know about the people in your life, only to discover that they have been keeping a terrifying secret for 25 years. Unbeknownst to us, family secrets have the power to influence our lives and occasionally prevent us from achieving true happiness. It can seem like your entire world is about to fall apart when the truth is revealed. For me, it's a dangerous gamble to believe what someone says after all these years. It's difficult to picture coexisting with someone, being aware of their sinister secrets and remaining silent. But were there private interests involved? Together, let's dive in and discover the truth. A chilling tale of love, treachery, and a complex mystery involving unsolved crimes that rocked the sleepy town of Holland, Michigan, to its foundation, will be covered today. Every resident had their own theories about what might have happened because the incidents were so shocking. The suspect was finally put on trial after years of investigation, but was the right person held responsible? Gail Weingarten, the 8th child in a large and close-knit family, was born on April 24, 1965, to Wendell and Dorothy Weingarten. She was raised in Michigan's Ottawa County. Despite their lack of wealth, the family was well known for their close ties and concern for one another. They were the epitome of what it meant to be a loving, cohesive family. Notwithstanding their cozy home, financial hardships were frequent, and Gail had a childhood dream of a job that would enable her to buy the things that all children desire. She saved up money and shared with her older sister, Cheryl, that she planned to work hard so she'd always have enough to buy anything she wanted. As a teenager, Gail landed her first job as a waitress. Although the pay wasn't much, she made good money through tips and worked tirelessly. Her charming, friendly, and warm nature meant she never left anyone in her circle indifferent. At 18, Gail experienced her first true love. The relationship moved fast. The young couple moved in together, dreaming of having their own home and starting a family. They lived together for about a year. In 1984, when Gail was 19, she started a new job where she met a 25-year-old contractor named Rick Brink. At first sight, it was love. Gail ended her previous relationship and threw herself completely into her new romance. Rick was so captivated by her that on the very first day they met, he told his mom he had found the woman he wanted to marry. He was head over heels, and their relationship blossomed with beautiful dates and romantic outings. Rick went out of his way to make Gail happy, fulfilling her every wish, and the two of them were deeply in love, feeling absolutely fulfilled together. They were truly a perfect match, both hard-working, ambitious, and full of energy. They shared the same dreams for the future, wanting to work hard and eventually raise a family in the home they hoped to buy. One summer, they visited Rick's family lake house at Lake Michigan, where he had a boat. Gail tried water skiing, and everyone who knew them said they looked like the perfect couple. On April 25, 1986, just one day before Gail's birthday, they got married in a small church ceremony, surrounded by family and friends. They had a long and happy life ahead of them. Garrett Brink, Rick's father, assisted them in locating the ideal house they had been envisioning. It was an old house on Ransom Street, on the outskirts of their hometown of Holland, Michigan, on roughly 20 acres of land. The newlyweds were excited to begin remodeling so they could move in, and Garrett got a great deal. Rick was prepared to take on the renovation of their house because he was a trained carpenter, a skilled handyman, and a former employee of a furniture company. They recorded their progress on video as they moved into their partially renovated home by October 1987. As they cleaned, painted, demolished walls, and fixed floors, the once ancient house was being given a new lease on life. They had been married for roughly 18 months when they moved in. They were prepared to move forward with their lives and start a family, so Gail told her sister that the next room to be remodeled would be a nursery. Rick and Gail had a terrific time at one of Rick's high school friends' weddings on November 21, 1987, but neither of them showed up for work the next day. Rick was employed at the time by Trendway, a large furniture company. It was totally out of character for him to not show up for work without telling anyone, as he was known for being dependable and hardworking. When Rick's boss tried to call his house, no one picked up. Then, worried, he contacted Rick's parents to find out why he hadn't shown up for work. The manager truly cared about his staff members' welfare. Rick's folks were just as concerned. They knew their son well enough to know that he would never go silent about anything. When they made the decision to call Gail's place of employment to see how she was doing, they discovered that she had also failed to arrive that morning. Rick's parents were worried and anxious, so they hurried to check on their son and daughter-in-law. They saw Rick's car parked in the driveway as soon as they got to Rick and Gail's house. They were relieved and hoped the couple was at home, possibly sleeping in or simply feeling ill. However, they noticed Rick inside the car in an odd position as they got closer. His head was resting against the passenger side door, his body hunched over, and he was seated on the driver's side with his knees on the floor beneath the steering wheel. Garrett, Rick's father, approached and yelled his son's name, but no one answered. Rick was unconscious when Garrett reached in and tapped his shoulder, and he could see blood dripping from Rick's head. Rick's parents were horrified, and they refrained from going inside out of concern for what else they might discover. They got in touch with the Ottawa County Sheriff's Department right away. Upon their arrival, the deputies entered the house. They checked the bedroom and discovered Gail. Initially, it appeared that Gail was just sleeping with a pillow over her face, but when the officers lifted the pillow, they found that it was bloody and that Gail had passed away. 3 close-range shots had been fired at her. After backup arrived in a matter of minutes, detectives started going through the house in an effort to find any hints or proof that might point to the culprit. They meticulously examined the area, attempting to piece together what had transpired. The officers' first hypothesis was that this might have been a premeditated act against Gail, and that Rick hurt himself because he was upset. But after conducting a thorough search of Rick's vehicle, they discovered no evidence or weapon that would indicate he was responsible for the attack on his wife prior to his suicide. Without a clear motive or suspect, the idyllic romance that had started at work and inspired hopes of a happy family life abruptly ended in tragedy and violence. The inquiry went on. It was determined that a .22 caliber revolver was the weapon used in the crime. Later on, it was established that Rick had been shot in the head, which was the cause of his death. He was shot at close range twice. Investigators discovered a bullet hole in Rick's car's passenger side window. Authorities thought the perpetrator was someone the victims knew because the window was broken and the driver's side window was partially rolled down. This led them to speculate that Rick probably knew the individual and did not perceive any imminent danger because he had rolled down the window to talk to them. Furthermore, it was evident from examining the house that this was not a robbery. There were no indications of a struggle or forced entry. Everything was in its proper place, the door had not been broken into, and nothing had been looted. Cash and credit cards were still in Rick and Gail's wallets, which were discovered on the kitchen table. There were pieces of jewelry all over the house. No weapon, shell casings, or other important evidence was found in the house, and both victims were still wearing their wedding rings. The fact that the recovered bullets were still inside the victims suggests that the suspect came with the sole intent of killing them. Physical evidence that could be used for analysis was either non-existent or insufficient. In the house, 6 fingerprints were discovered. 2 of them did not match any records in law enforcement databases, and the other 4 were victims. According to the results of the forensic analysis, Rick and Gail were murdered early on November 22. The case was the subject of rumors and conjecture, but not all suspects were prepared to come forward or alert the authorities. The investigators were unable to identify any possible suspects or make any arrests due to the lack of evidence, but it was determined that Rick and Gail were last seen at approximately 11 p.m. when they were departing their friend's wedding reception on November 21. Their deaths took place between then and the next day, almost a full day before they were discovered, the autopsy revealed. Investigators kept interviewing friends, family, co-workers, and anyone else who knew Gail and Rick in the hopes of learning more about the couple's last known contacts. They started by talking to Ryan Weingarten, Gail's brother. He brought up Gail's former boyfriend who had once confronted her in public and declared his love and jealousy for her. Gail was already married and content, but he had tried to get her to return to him. Gail's ex-boyfriend was located by the police and taken into custody for interrogation. He even consented to take a polygraph test, which he passed, and denied any involvement. The authorities ruled him out as a possible suspect because he also had a strong alibi. The police got another lead about 3 or 4 days into the investigation. According to the former owner of Rick and Gail's home, who came forward to the police station, the criminal may have been searching for him and was unaware that he had moved out. Former owner Shotgun was a motorcycle rider who had been a member of a motorcycle club. He had previously engaged in the trafficking of weapons and prohibited substances. Shotgun, however, eventually turned informant because he opposed the sale of illegal drugs to minors. He primarily provided information about people involved in this type of illegal activity while working with federal agents. The investigators followed up on this lead. They spoke with members of different Detroit motorcycle clubs and conducted interviews with other informants. They searched for evidence, but were unable to connect these groups to any criminal activity or the double crime that involved Gail and Rick. A month or so later, this theory was also rejected. When another crime happened close to the Brinks' house on Christmas Eve, a new lead surfaced. Deborah Wilson was discovered dead from a fatal assault in her own backyard. She had been attacked and suffered a serious neck injury. Gail and Deborah had attended the same high school and were in the same class, it was found during the investigation. Because of their similar ages and overlapping social networks, there was instant conjecture that the crimes might be related. The people of the little town were afraid. Fear spread that a possible suspect was still out there, and the community was on high alert. Because of the crime's irrationality, people began to fear for their personal safety and wonder if there would be additional victims. But as time passed, investigators failed to discover any link between the two incidents. Eventually, the young married couple's double crime case was put on hold. For the next 20 years, all of the documents and supporting documentation were kept in storage. Family members and friends gradually lost faith that justice would ever be done. It taught the families to accept the fact that they may never find out the truth about what truly happened to their loved ones. However, after 20 long years of waiting, the truth was finally revealed, exposing dark family secrets in addition to an unexpected suspect. No one was taken into custody after Rick and Gail Brink died. To look into unsolved crimes, the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office established a cold case team in 2009. By 2011, the 24-year-old Brink couple's case had been reopened by detectives Venus Repper and David Blakely. To make progress on these cold cases, they began going through old documents and interviewed more than 200 people. For roughly 7 or 8 years, the detectives collaborated and came up with their own plan. They used time as an advantage in their strategy. They worked from a different angle, in the hopes of capturing information that might have been missed in the initial inquiry. Detective Repper explained, "Loyalties change, friendships change, and people who might have kept a secret back then may no longer feel the need to do so, or they may have held on to it for so long that they just want to let it go." The detectives returned their attention to Rick and Gail's case after closing the Deborah Wilson case, in which the suspect had already died. They started interviewing some family members almost a year later. They came across some perplexing information when they talked to one of Gail's aunts and her sister, Cheryl Murphy. Over the years, both women said strange comments made by Ryan Weingarten, Gail and Cheryl's brother, had upset them. The aunt claims that these remarks started at the couple's funeral. She remembered Ryan asking her, "Do you think I could have done it?" She was shocked and wondered if it weren't for a family quarrel the night before the tragedy, and that Gail and Rick might still be alive. On the 20th of November, Gail called her aunt. Gail began by complaining to her aunt about her brother Ryan, claiming that he owed her money and was not in a rush to repay it. Ryan also called their aunt shortly after, expressing his annoyance over Gail. He was upset, saying that Gail refused to let their parents park their camper on her driveway, acting superior to the rest of the family. Gail's aunt was aware that the Weingardens had a history of having trouble parking the family camper. The aunt later clarified that the elder Weingardens were temporarily residing in their camper on Ryan's driveway after selling their house for an unknown reason. They were unable to remain there for very long, though, because this arrangement was against county codes. Gail refused to let their parents park close to her house, despite Ryan's efforts to find a solution in their conversation. Ryan was furious about this. "Sometimes I wonder if I did it because of that argument," Ryan said, obviously alluding to the crime, according to the aunt and Cheryl. The detectives were intrigued but perplexed after talking to Cheryl and the aunt. They discovered that Ryan and his girlfriend Pam had been questioned at the scene of the crime after going through the case files again. They said they had laundered at a laundromat and then at a friend's house during the evening, but the detectives saw that no one had ever gotten in touch with this friend to confirm their alibi. Later, it was found that Ryan and Pam were still together when the investigation was reopened, after getting married a few years after the crime. The mystery was further compounded when they were both summoned for further interrogation in October 2012. Pam acknowledged the falsity of their 1987 alibi during the initial interrogation. In reality, they hadn't visited the friend's home. She maintained, however, that she was positive Ryan was innocent. On January 15, 2013, she was brought in for another interview. Ryan had insisted that Pam not speak to the police without an attorney, so this time there was a personnel specialist. 3 days later, detectives visited Pam's workplace to question her further because they thought she might be hiding something. Pam refused to have a personnel specialist present this time. The detectives decided to continue the interview at the police station after she began to open up. That's where Pam finally came clean. Ryan had told her many years ago that he was to blame for his sister's and her husband's deaths. Pam disclosed even more information a few months later. She acknowledged that Ryan had taken her to the Brinks house the day after the crime, but before the bodies were found. In fact, Pam saw their blood-covered bodies. She had been silent for 25 years because she loved him, but she was also afraid because Ryan had threatened her time and time again, telling her that if she ever spoke up, she would suffer the same fate. Before the bodies were discovered, Ryan confessed to the crime because he was envious of Rick Brink's success and happiness, Pam Weingarten also told investigators. Additionally, he was concerned that Gail might disclose a sinister family secret, that he and Gail had once been romantically involved. Ryan Weingarten was taken into custody and charged with first-degree murder after Pam testified that he killed his sister and her husband. He recounted 3 incidents of intimate contact with his sister Gail during their adolescence while testifying. He asserted that during their most recent encounter, they merely touched one another. Ryan testified in his own defense during the trial. He gave an explanation when the subject of his private conversations with Gail was raised. He said they were both merely interested in one another and nothing else. He admitted that they might have explored more if they had had more time together, but their mother quickly entered the room and nothing more came of it. He went on to say that after they discovered some marijuana in their father's truck, they started touching each other while intoxicated. Although he claimed that a similar incident occurred later, he maintained that it was the final instance. He insisted that he never did anything more than touch, and that these incidents were consensual. Pam was the main witness for the prosecution when Ryan's trial started in March 2014. Ryan's sister, Cheryl, and his aunt were among the other witnesses who were called. and they both related the odd remarks he had made over the years. Jim Meacham, a friend of Ryan's, was another witness. Jim said he frequently came over to Ryan's house for coffee in the mornings, just to sit and talk. According to Jim's testimony, when he visited Ryan's home early on November 23, Ryan informed him that his sister and her husband had passed away. Jim assumed it was some sort of routine issue and didn't inquire. He did point out, though, that Ryan had disclosed this information a few hours prior to the body's official discovery. In an effort to cast doubt on Jim's memory, the defense contended that his chat with Ryan may have happened the day following the body's discovery rather than earlier. Although they couldn't say for sure, they were certain that there was cause for skepticism, considering the more than 25 years that had passed since the incident. Other important points were also brought up by the defense. Their main contention was that Ryan was innocent, and that Pam's testimony, which lacked any concrete physical evidence or corroborating evidence, was the only evidence against him. Ryan Weingarten was convicted by a jury on 2 counts of first-degree murder on March 28, 2014, for the deaths of Rick and Gail Brink. It took only 4 hours to deliberate. Cheryl Murphy, Ryan's sister, said after the verdict, "We're done. We finally got him." Judge John Hulsing sentenced Ryan to 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole less than a month later. He said, "This was a cruel crime. You are a cruel, cold-blooded criminal." Ryan insisted on his innocence right up until the very end and never confessed to the police. Both the defense and the prosecution centered their arguments on their theories over the course of the following year. The defense argued that rather than Ryan killing his sister and her husband out of jealousy, or because of an alleged relationship he wanted to conceal, the crime was more likely to be a case of mistaken identity directed at the home's former owner. They emphasized that Ryan had no problems with Gail's past partners, and that Rick was neither her first serious boyfriend nor her first roommate. The defense contended that the idea that the couple was murdered to conceal a sibling relationship was flimsy. In an attempt to undermine Pam's testimony, the defense asked why she had waited more than 20 years to share her version of events. In summary, Pam and Ryan had only been dating for a few months prior to the crime. She testified in court and told investigators that the day before Rick's parents found the bodies, Ryan approached her immediately after the crime, confessed, and then took her to the crime scene. He threatened to hurt her if she ever mentioned it after showing her the bodies. Although Pam was not yet his wife at the time and they were childless, she says she knew he had killed his sister but still stayed with him, eventually getting married and starting a family. People, I'm in shock. Although the defense was right to point out that there was no forensic evidence and that the motive appeared weak, the prosecution made a number of counterarguments, some of which were indirect evidence. Initially, they emphasized that each victim had been shot in the face and head, which is frequently a sign of a private motive for the crime. In the end, Ryan Weingarten received a life sentence without the possibility of release. The court considered Ryan's appeal in August 2015. The defense requested a new trial or the overturning of the conviction. They argued that Pam's testimony was the only evidence against Ryan, and that the jury ought to have seen her police interviews to show how investigators had allegedly coerced her. However, the court disapproved and maintained the conviction. The length of time that had passed since the crime, which went unsolved for an excessive amount of time, was one of the case's difficulties. No weapon was found, no forensic evidence was found, and the prosecution's motive appeared to be conjectural. Jurors frequently base their verdicts on motive, even though it isn't a legal prerequisite for a conviction. Presenting a believable motive, such as a conflict between Ryan and Gail over their parents or the camper situation, might have been more persuasive. However, before this crime, Ryan had no criminal record. Naturally, we are aware that innocence is not always implied by a spotless record. Some people simply escape detection. Furthermore, other people's testimony, mainly that of his wife, was the only solid evidence against him. Although his aunt and sister's claims regarding Ryan's odd remarks over the years may seem dubious, they are not concrete evidence. Was Pam truly manipulated by investigators, as the defense alleged? She may have been a woman contemplating divorce and managed to permanently separate herself from Ryan, even though she was able to divulge important information during her interrogations. Although this isn't confirmed, it does seem dangerous to sentence someone to life in prison based only on the statements of someone who says she has feared her husband for 25 years. even though she has never displayed any signs of that fear to others. Why didn't Pam call the police when she could have easily ended the relationship and wasn't yet married to him? And why didn't anyone else come forward if she had confided in someone else? People's allegiances can change over time, according to one of the detectives. Years later, people who once kept sinister secrets might change their minds. They may no longer have the same attachment to the person they once protected, or they may wish to allay their conscience. This case, in my opinion, is too complicated to reach a definitive conclusion. Without enough proof, relying only on Pam's testimony casts doubt on the conviction's fairness. Was the jury's verdict correct? Or was the prosecution's case based on unsubstantiated claims? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Generally speaking, psychopath is not a recognized diagnosis. Rather, it describes a variety of personality disorders that range in severity from mild to severe. Individuals with these conditions frequently exhibit a pronounced imbalance in their behavior and character. While some feelings and emotions are totally dominant, others are noticeably absent. These people are all characterized by a poor capacity for impulse and emotion control. Today's story perfectly captures the good and pleasant appearance of someone with these qualities, as well as the true nature of their uncontrollable and excessively strong emotional reactions. Young Australian Danielle Finlay Jones was looking for her own happiness when she came across the ideal man online, someone who vowed to love her no matter what. What resulted from this, you will soon learn. On October 20, 1991, Danielle Finlay Jones was born in Cranebrook, Western Sydney. Growing up with her older brother Blake, who had always protected and cared for her, she was the youngest of two siblings. When she was only 4 years old, her parents got divorced. Danielle and Blake remained with their mother Jacqueline following the divorce, and their father was hardly involved in their lives or upbringing. Sports were Danielle's passion from an early age. Although she engaged in multiple activities concurrently, soccer was always her favorite. She joined a neighborhood soccer team when she was a schoolgirl. Since the majority of the girls in her neighborhood preferred dance or gymnastics, she initially had to play with boys. Danielle went on to become the team's captain, win multiple major sporting honors, win the respect of her teammates, and win the admiration of the supporters. She eventually began coaching young teams, and in 2017, she even served as the face of a significant marketing campaign for women's soccer. Danielle studied education and social work at the University of Sydney after graduating from high school. After graduating, she continued to play sports while working as a teacher at a nearby school. By nature, Danielle was a fighter who never gave up and consistently succeeded in her endeavors. She excelled in both fields and was able to build a successful career in both. Danielle was described as bright, well-read, and gregarious by those who knew her. She effortlessly became the life of the party and had a great sense of humor. Danielle cherished fun, dancing, and raucous parties. She was regarded as an endless source of energy and a creative powerhouse. More than her attractive features and toned athletic body, Danielle Finlay Jones was well known for her generosity and readiness to assist those in need. Not surprisingly, she attracted attention, and numerous men attempted to win her love. But Danielle put her work and fitness above her personal life, putting relationships not only on the back burner, but also far behind her athletic and professional goals. Danielle remained in her mother Jacqueline's house even after she became an independent adult. They behaved more like best friends than mother and daughter because they were so close. They were verbally compatible, spent almost all of their free time together, and shared everything, including going to concerts, social gatherings, and even club nights. They never had significant arguments or secrets. Danielle started giving having children serious thought by the time she was in her 30s. Despite having a good job, a stable income, and a wide network of friends, she was still very lonely. She yearned for love and a fulfilling relationship with someone she could fully trust, someone she could spend her days with and grow old with. Danielle had a lot of admirers, but she had no experience in committed relationships. Despite dating and getting lots of attention, she had never considered her boyfriends to be life partners. She didn't hesitate to end the relationship if it ever got in the way of her professional or personal objectives. She was prepared for something more substantial and long-lasting now, though. Danielle regularly engaged with friends and acquaintances on the various social media platforms she actively maintained. Although she got a lot of messages from men who wanted to chat or ask her out, she thought that sincere relationships were more likely to occur on specialized dating sites. On the recommendation of her friends, she made a profile on the well-known app Tinder. Following months of chatting and swiping through various men, Danielle got a message from Ashley Gaddy, a handsome man. He was affable, kind, and charming, and he was 4 years her senior. Ashley proposed that they go on a date in person after a week of texting. Everything went well on their first date. They shared personal stories, laughed, and talked endlessly. They clicked right away and had a lot in common, making it seem like they had known each other for ages. With his warmth and sense of humor, Ashley won Danielle over with his charm and charisma. Danielle was so taken with Ashley after just a few dates that she chose to present him to her mother, Jacqueline, who was equally enchanted, fully approved Ashley, and thought he would make a wonderful husband and eventually a loving father. But it didn't take long for Ashley's actual character to emerge. He was intensely envious and domineering. Danielle was surprisingly unconcerned by this. She actually thought it was flattering. Before, no one had ever attempted to control her or dictate her choices, so this new dynamic felt novel and fascinating to her. Danielle interpreted Ashley's jealousy as an expression of affection and love. She even thought it was flattering. Ashley, however, was attempting to take complete control of her life and social relationships within a month of dating. Danielle did not raise any concerns, in spite of these warning signs. Rather, she chose to play the part of the ideal girlfriend and comply with his actions. Danielle made the shocking decision to ignore the clear indications that Ashley was not who he appeared to be. Ignoring his problematic behavior, she started to seriously plan their future together, even thinking about getting married. Her inexperience in committed relationships most likely contributed significantly to the course of events. Ashley kept up his portrayal of being compassionate and kind, telling Danielle that he had always wanted a family. She was greatly moved by this and became even more trusting of him. But the first person to notice that something was amiss was one of Danielle's closest friends. She observed that Ashley's jealousy occasionally turned into unpredictable actions, giving the impression that he was someone entirely different. However, Danielle ignored her friend's worries because she was too preoccupied with her own feelings. Danielle introduced Ashley to her mother and several close friends during their month-long relationship, but the majority of those in her social circle were only aware of him through her tales. Danielle intended to introduce Ashley to more of her friends at a friendly get-together at a well-known city bar on Saturday, December 17, 2022. The group got together at the bar to enjoy drinks, dancing, and light conversation during the evening. Ashley left a lasting impact. He was gregarious, courteous, and amiable. He and Danielle sat together all evening, frequently holding hands and grinning at each other. There was no sign of any impending conflict, and they appeared to be a happy and loving couple. Since Danielle had never intended to enter into committed long-term relationships, she had never introduced her previous boyfriends to her friends. However, things were different this time. Considering that they had only been dating for a little more than a month, she surprised everyone by presenting Ashley almost like a fiancé. Nevertheless, her friends recognized the significance of this relationship for her. Everything appeared to be going well until someone in the group proposed a game in which everyone would respond at random to daring and thought-provoking questions. People spontaneously came up with original and eccentric questions, and it was all in good fun. Danielle was asked if she had ever had a one-night stand with a stranger when it was her turn. There was silence in the room. Danielle paused, then smiled shyly and confessed that she had, obviously embarrassed. At that point, Ashley's attitude changed significantly. He became hostile and unpredictable, and his face hardened. He grabbed Danielle by the arm, twisted her around, and started shouting at her in front of everyone. Using harsh and derogatory language, he accused her of being careless and immoral. The other guests were taken aback and couldn't tell if Ashley was kidding or taking it seriously. As they observed Danielle, who seemed equally perplexed and taken by surprise, The atmosphere became awkward. Ashley's sudden outburst at her was beyond her comprehension. Ashley asserted that Danielle had denied answering a similar question about brief romantic encounters when he had asked her about it on their first date. Ashley took it personally, because she had now responded differently and in public. He experienced an uncontrollable and intense emotional reaction as a result of her thoughtless response in the playful game. He just blew up with rage, and his condition almost went out of control. Danielle felt bad about what had happened and attempted to defuse the situation even though Ashley's response was wildly out of proportion. Ashley angrily shoved her away and hurried out of the bar when she tried to make amends. He persisted in the argument even outside, sending her a string of derogatory texts. Danielle expressed regret to her friends for the incident and promised to speak with Ashley in person to try to soothe him. She found him outside and stayed away from him for 15 minutes or so before they went back to the bar together. They resumed their seats with the group as though nothing had occurred. Although the awkward tension among those who had witnessed it persisted, it appeared that the argument had been settled. In an effort to prevent more confrontation, no one brought up the incident again. The group attributed it to stress, alcohol, and anxiety related to meeting new people. Ashley remained composed throughout the rest of the evening, which went by without incident. At midnight, the group started to disperse. Danielle had already made plans to spend the night with Ashley at her friend Taylor's house because she had a long way to go home. Taylor didn't mind because the bar was only a 20-minute drive from his suburban home. Rachel, Taylor's girlfriend, offered to drive them there since she hadn't had any alcohol that evening. On the lower level of his house, Taylor set up a comfortable guest room for Danielle and Ashley. It was a large bedroom with a separate bathroom. It was quiet and comfortable, with a few small windows near the ceiling that let in very little light. Thanking their host for his hospitality, Danielle and Ashley took their seats for the night. The couple appeared to be calm and collected, as if nothing had happened, and the earlier argument had apparently been forgotten. Taylor awoke to odd sounds emanating from the guest room at around 3 a.m. Rachel, his girlfriend, also stirred and gave him a curious look. They heard what sounded like muffled cries and faint thuds. They ignored the sounds and returned to their sleep, assuming the couple had made up and were having a private moment. The house became quiet in a matter of minutes, and they slept peacefully until Taylor and Rachel woke up at 10:30 a.m. Their guests had not yet left the room, which surprised them. The couple chose not to bother them out of respect for their privacy and the assumption that they were getting some rest after the night before. However, as 2 p.m. drew closer, and Taylor went downstairs to see how Danielle and Ashley were doing, since they were still nowhere to be seen. He gently rapped on the door but received no answer. He knocked more loudly after a brief pause, but nothing changed. Taylor cautiously opened the door and took a quick look inside out of concern. It looked like the room was empty at first. There was no bed made. Danielle's shoes were carefully laid out on the floor and her clothes were slung over a chair. But there was something unnerving about the room's strange silence. A blanket on the floor close to the wall caught Taylor's attention as soon as he entered. He could see the outline of a body beneath it. Taylor hurried over and lifted the blanket in panic. Danielle was brutally attacked and strangled, and her lifeless body was found on the floor, naked. Her face had been reduced to a terrible jumble of blood and wounds, so badly deformed that it was nearly unrecognizable. Her body was cold and stiff, and she had no signs of life, as if she had been dead for hours. Ashley was nowhere to be seen, but the guest room's partially open window suggested that he might have gotten away undetected. Taylor told Rachel everything as she fled the room in terror. The couple called the police and emergency services right away because they were frightened and shaken. But for Danielle, it was too late. Only her death could be confirmed by paramedics. They initially determined that she had passed away at around 3 a.m, which coincided with Taylor and Rachel hearing the odd sounds coming from the guest room. They might have been able to save her life if they had checked on her at that time. After Danielle's body was removed for forensic analysis, the horrific severity of her wounds was discovered. She had been severely beaten with bare hands, as evidenced by the multiple wounds she had sustained prior to her death. In addition to having multiple brain hemorrhages and a closed skull fracture from the vicious beating, she also had fractures to her nose, jaw, and cheekbone, as well as several teeth and one eye destroyed. The assailant seemed to have pinned her under his weight to keep her from fleeing, pushed her to the ground, and covered her mouth to silence her screams. Then he pounded his fist repeatedly, methodically hitting her head. Danielle probably passed out at some point, but the attack went on. With unrelenting aggression, the attacker alternated between fists and strikes. Mechanical asphyxiation was identified as Danielle's cause of death. Bare hands had been used to strangle her. Ashley was unquestionably guilty of the crime based on the evidence. He didn't try to hide his identity. He just washed his hands in the restroom after the act, changed into his clothes, and fled through the window, leaving his fingerprints on the frame. Investigators quickly found a witness who reported seeing someone leave Taylor's home at 4:30 in the morning. The neighbor described the man as a white man wearing clothing that matched Ashley's outfit that evening, but she was unable to get a clear picture of his face. Investigators were pursuing the suspect when they contacted Ashley's cell phone provider and acquired a recording of a call he made to his mother shortly after the crime, at around 4 a.m. Ashley was still in the room with Danielle's body when the call came in. His frantic state was evident in the conversation. He kept saying that he had done nothing wrong while sobbing uncontrollably. He claimed to have only found Danielle's body, while Ashley insisted that someone else had entered the room and hurt her. He sounded as though he was making a valiant effort to persuade himself and his mother of this made-up story. Luckily, authorities were able to track Ashley's location because he neglected to turn off his phone after the call. He had apparently tried to hide in a remote mountainous area where he had fled. Eventually, police found him by a precipitous cliff close to a picturesque overlook. Ashley jumped over the safety barrier and clung to the cliff's edge as they got closer, threatening to jump if anyone got too close. Psychologists and negotiators with specialized training were sent to the scene. They tried to reassure Ashley for hours that he had nothing to fear if he was really innocent. Ashley continued to sit on the edge of her seat for almost 12 hours of the negotiations. Officers caught Ashley, who was tired and distracted, as midnight drew near, and they were able to pull him back to safety. Ashley exhibited unpredictable behavior. He cried, screamed, resisted, and made repeated threats to commit suicide. It was impossible to question him in his unstable state. After being transported to a mental health facility, experts stabilized him and determined that he had been in such a heightened emotional state that, had the officers not intervened in time, he probably would have jumped. Ashley was subsequently diagnosed with a number of mental illnesses, including excitable psychopathy, which is characterized by unprovoked violent episodes and abrupt outbursts of rage. The investigators looked into Ashley Gaddy's past after his arrest, but they were appalled by what they found. He had many victims before Danielle. More than 10 women have reported him to the police in the last 2 years alone, alleging physical assaults, attempted harm, and requests for protection from his harassment and stalking. It turned out that Ashley was fatherless, had serious mental health problems from an early age, and was extremely violent toward other people. His own mother and 2 sisters were his first victims. They endured his violent outbursts and physical aggression in silence, without reporting him, because they were afraid of what would happen to their family. Ashley could seem perfectly normal and sensible when he was at ease. However, this facade could be broken by the slightest trigger, revealing what could only be described as a monstrous side. Ashley experienced abrupt and severe fixations during his adolescence, especially in his relationships with women. His attractive appearance and endearing nature made it easy for him to find new romantic partners. However, he soon saw these women as his property after becoming involved. He would become violent if a girlfriend attempted to argue with him. When a partner broke up with her, he would start stalking and attacking her whenever he had the chance. At least 11 women reported Ashley for harassment, assault, and threats of harm between 2015 and 2021. In 4 of these cases, the victims withdrew their statements after the matter was somehow settled amicably, but the other women were able to get restraining orders to prevent him from coming. Ashley brutally attacked and almost strangled one of his girlfriends at the beginning of 2021. Ashley was found guilty after the woman brought the case to court. However, he only had to deal with a fine, community service, and a restraining order that forbade him from getting in touch with the victim. Ashley severely injured another woman in an attack later that summer. She filed a police report accusing him of attempted harm after barely escaping. Ashley was mandated to have a mental health assessment this time. He was given a lenient sentence by the court, which included 3 months in jail and an order to reimburse the victim, even though it was determined that he posed a high risk of reoffending. Ashley targeted a second ex-girlfriend in 2022. He tried to strangle her after she left him by breaking into her room late at night. Her parents were awakened by the woman's scream, and they stepped in, called the police, and prevented her from suffering any more injuries. The court was lenient even in this case, giving Ashley a prison sentence of only 6 months. Only 3.5 months into his sentence, just before he met Danielle Finlay Jones, he was released. The horrific crime committed against Danielle Finlay Jones received a lot of media coverage, with news broadcasts and newspapers both devoting sections to the case. 14 more women came forward to police during the investigation, stating that they had also been harmed by Ashley Gaddy at different times, but had kept quiet out of concern for reprisals. There were notable parallels between their stories. After a few dates, Ashley changed from being a nice and charming guy to a predator who attacked, beat, and tried to strangle them. Interestingly, the offender only ever used his bare hands and never used any weapons. Many of these women testified as victims in court, expressing fear that Ashley would once more get away with little punishment, be freed, and seek retribution against them. Given how frequently the repeat offender had been given light sentences or administrative sanctions for serious offenses, their concerns appeared to be well-founded. Justice might finally catch up to Gaddy this time, it seemed. He was the direct target of overwhelming evidence that he had committed a horrible act. But before the formal sentencing could happen, Ashley was discovered hanging in his jail cell on April 6, 2024. Although it appeared that he had committed suicide, his actions raised suspicions. Ashley was certain that he would be deemed insane and placed in a more comfortable mental health facility rather than a jail cell, because he displayed no remorse for his actions. Given these facts, some believed that Ashley's cellmates may have contributed to his demise, especially since he had allegedly attacked them several times. Danielle's murder devastated her family. Her brother and mother found it difficult to deal with the loss and turned their sorrow into activism. They started advocating for more stringent laws governing dating apps, suggesting background checks that would automatically flag users with significant criminal records. By enabling people to recognize possible dangers before entering into a relationship, they aimed to assist others in avoiding unintentionally running into dangerous people. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. While investigating the crime scene on April 29, 1998, Delaware police noticed a car in the distance. However, the car suddenly stopped, turned around, and started back without even approaching within 100 meters. Although they were aware of the driver's actions, detectives paid little attention to them. Why would they do so after all? They had no idea, though, that this story might have turned out very differently if they had followed the enigmatic driver. When Debbie was 21 and Nino Pitts was 24, they first met. At a party, Nino asked their mutual friend Bill Sharp if he knew of any attractive girls he could introduce to his mother. This led to their introduction. Debbie was introduced to Nino by Bill, who said she was a wonderful girl. After dating for a while, Debbie and Nino were married in 1973. For 25 years, their lives were just like those of millions of other couples in the modern world. Both of their twins, Michael and Melissa, had grown up and were enrolled in college. The couple was getting ready to celebrate their 25th wedding anniversary in a low-key way when all of a sudden, things changed. On a lovely sunny day in Delaware on April 29, 1998, Debbie made the decision to plant rose bushes in front of their home. She had never been a gardener, so Nino was shocked to see her doing this when he got home, but he was happy to see that she was obviously enjoying it. Debbie was expecting a call from work, so she asked him to give her a call at about 4 p.m. With a nod, Nino entered. When Debbie had a gut feeling that it had been over 4 hours, she kept caring for the flowers. She assumed Nino had just forgotten her request, so she didn't give it much thought. The woman rose and entered the house, but she was struck in the head and fell to the ground before she could reach the kitchen. Debbie was in shock and couldn't comprehend what was going on. She could hardly see because her glasses had fallen, but she could make out a stranger's silhouette standing over her. "Where did you keep your money?" he demanded. Debbie became aware that the house had been broken into. As the man searched through her possessions, she lay on the ground. She still felt that Nino ought to have saved her already, but she was worried that he might suffer harm if he did. In the meantime, the intruder threw her face down on the concrete floor, tied her wrists and ankles, and dragged her downstairs to the basement. She was violated by the man. Debbie was shocked by what was happening and writhed in agony. She had been caring for her roses in her cherished garden only 20 minutes prior, and now she was facing this humiliation on her own house's floor. The attacker pulled up his sweatpants and walked away when it was all over. The brute reappeared and pulled Debbie back up the stairs, this time from the basement, just when Debbie thought the horror was over. He kept a knife to her throat, covered her with a blanket, and carried her to a car parked near the front door, placing her in the trunk. Debbie didn't even realize she had just been abducted, because she was in such a state of shock. However, the man started the car, so she didn't have time for that. Debbie was trying to break free already. She wanted to break the bonds so she could begin kicking, biting, screaming, or doing anything else to get away or draw attention when the criminal opened the trunk again. But when he opened the trunk, her plan fell through. Debbie was horrified to see that no one was willing to assist her and that she was already in the garage. She was brought back inside the house by the kidnapper. It took him only one look to realize that Debbie had attempted to loosen the ropes after she was flung onto the room's bed. Furious, he violated her once more and punished her harshly. She sobbed and pleaded for forgiveness, but the more she pleaded, the more vicious he became. He chuckled and obviously enjoyed her suffering. Debbie saw that he probably had some illegal substances in his system. He bound her hands and feet to satiate his desire, then tied the ropes around her ankles and wrists to render her immobile. The attacker left her, closing her eyes and mouth. She thought she was saved when she heard 2 loud shots shortly after, assuming it was the police rescuing her. Debbie's absence was immediately noticed at work. As a hospice nurse, her dependability and timeliness were always undeniable. Therefore, a co-worker went to her home at 6:30 p.m. when she was unreachable. When Debbie's co-worker noticed the Pitts family's neighbor, she introduced herself and inquired as to whether he had seen her. "She had been planting roses in the garden," he retorted, adding that the house's side door was always open if she wasn't answering. The woman came inside. There was silence. She summoned Debbie. Her glasses were on the floor, and her possessions, including her wedding ring, were on the kitchen table. The woman kept phoning Nino and Debbie. She discovered Nino in the bedroom, but Debbie was nowhere to be seen. He had been shot in the head, and it was clear that he was no longer able to be helped. Only the following day did Debbie see the kidnapper. He described how he saw the headlights pointed at his windows and assumed the police had found him. Concerned that the neighbors might have heard or seen something, he fired 2 shots from the window. Then he loudly turned up the TV or the radio. Debbie was horrified to learn that Anthony Pitts, Nino, had been shot in his own house when the news program began. The police suspected her of killing her husband and made her a fugitive. She hadn't even considered the possibility that Nino had suffered any harm until that point. She felt that everything had happened so fast. She had gone inside, she had been attacked by a stranger, and her husband had no idea where she was. Debbie found it hard to believe that Nino had been hurt by her kidnapper. The woman was shaken when the man abruptly apologized for having to kill her husband and just walked out of the room. She had just learned something that was really hard for her to understand. She understood that she would be her attacker's next victim, because he was not only a thief and a violator but also a murderer. She also realized that she couldn't grieve for her husband because doing so would only make him angry. All Debbie could think about was her kids. They were adults, of course, but they had to cope with 2 horrific shocks: the death of their father and the disappearance of their mother, who was suspected of killing him. Detectives spoke with friends and family in the interim, but they were unable to determine Nino's killer. The 2 had a great relationship according to everyone's testimony. The neighbors never heard any screams and they never got into a fight. Furthermore, Debbie couldn't see anything without her glasses, so she would never leave the house without them. The fact that their primary suspect was fighting for her life only 5 miles away was unthinkable to the police. In a follow-up interview, the neighbor recalled seeing a car parked directly in front of the family's home, despite the fact that he had not heard any screams. A man had driven off after placing a blanket in the trunk. In fact, tire marks were discovered by detectives on the lawn directly outside the house, which was extremely unusual for such a wealthy neighborhood. The police determined they were dealing with a kidnapping after finding Debbie's glasses on the kitchen floor, which prevented her from seeing anything. 52 hours later, the kidnapper showed a new side of himself. He untied his victim and addressed her normally. He had hardly spoken to her more than a few words at a time before, so this was very unusual. The man acknowledged that he was thinking of letting her go, but was worried that she would tell the police about his house. Debbie took these words to heart. She had to persuade him to actually let her go if he was thinking about it. Since she could hardly see without her glasses, she assured him that she would not tell anyone about him. She addressed him respectfully as Sir. He'd brought her in the trunk, so she didn't know where the house was either. But as soon as the hope for Debbie began to grow, it was dashed when he said he couldn't let her go. Then, as though he were thinking out loud, he said that he would only be sentenced to 10 years in prison if he removed all illegal substances from the house. Debbie became aware that the person she was interacting with was not very smart. Could he have been so gullible as to believe that assault, kidnapping, and murder only resulted in 10 years? She made the decision to use her cunning to help him see her as a person rather than a victim. She spoke to him calmly, and this strategy worked. He let her sleep in his bed that night after taking the shackles off her eyes and mouth. The kidnapper informed Debbie that she needed to shower on the morning of the third day. She was denied access to the restroom by the man, even though it was necessary, but Debbie didn't feel strong enough to stand under the water after being confined for so long. He gave in to her request for a bath. The least of her concerns was that taking a bath and undressing in front of a stranger made her uncomfortable. The man asked if she planned to wash her hair after noticing that she was done. She responded that she couldn't do it right now because her wrists and hands were so painful and swollen that she couldn't even lift them. He therefore gave her hair a wash himself. Debbie felt uncomfortable allowing her husband's killer to touch her hair because it felt like another act of violence. However, she controlled her emotions. The man raped her once more after forcing her to put on his clothes after the bath. The kidnapper didn't realize that Debbie needed to eat until the fourth day. She asked him to buy a newspaper when he went out to eat. Ironically, he did as he was told. They read the newspaper and ate together. Although she didn't express it, it stated that the police had no suspects and that Debbie had previously been brought up by her family, which deeply distressed her. The kidnapper, however, seemed extremely happy and even proud of himself. Since no one suspected him and no one knew where she was, he thought he had committed the ideal crime. The kidnapper told Debbie he was going to work on April 24, the fifth day she was held captive. Even though he came back within 20 minutes, presumably to see how she was doing, he had stated this several times previously. Still, Debbie made the decision that today was the day. She had to do something if she was going to get away. She complained of the terrible pain in her wrists and told him that he had to think of something else if he wanted to keep her alive. The man complained that Debbie was becoming too costly for him and consented to replace the ropes around her wrists and ankles with handcuffs. They cost $5 each, he said when asked what he meant. Stated differently, he only gave her one meal, spent $10 on handcuffs, and most likely wouldn't spend much more. She had to leave immediately. He fastened the handcuffs to her wrists and ankles with a rope, said aloud that he was going to work, and shut the door. She was unable to move her hands because of the rope, but she was able to move her wrists thanks to the handcuffs. Debbie, on the other hand, took her time and was correct. An hour or so later, she heard the front door softly open and close. Debbie became aware that the test was successful. She began to move her hands, releasing the rope that held the two handcuffs together. Then she walked warily to the door and froze in terror. What if he remained behind the door and became furious upon realizing that his victim had set herself free? When Debbie heard her husband say, "Hold on, dear," she tried to calm herself. Gathering her courage, she opened the door, ready to either die in that house or escape. Nobody was in the back of it. Debbie felt her way to the living room in the dark and saw the telephone. She managed to reach for it with her restrained hands and dialed 911. Sadly, the operator didn't recognize Debbie's name when she gave it to him. She went on to say that she had been abducted and that her husband had been killed. When the operator inquired about the perpetrator's current location, she said that he was at work. but could come back before the police showed up. Thankfully, the police arrived in less than 6 minutes after tracking down the call. She was reassured and told that the police were on their way by the operator, who stayed on the line the entire time. All of the feelings Debbie had been suppressing for nearly a week erupted when the police finally broke in. Her husband's death, the kidnapping, the violence, and the surprise rescue all blended into one. After being transported to the hospital, Debbie finally got to see her kids and other family members who had traveled from across the nation to show their support for Michael and Melissa. It was an odd mixture of emotions. Although Nino's murder consumed everyone's attention, they were also relieved to see Debbie still alive. The owner of the home where Debbie was being held was easily identified by the police. Donald Flagg was a factory worker who spent his free time robbing and attacking women. Donald gave in without protest and admitted to everything. Additionally, he provided clarification on a few points that the police were unaware of. He was just strolling past the Pitts family's home that day when he noticed Debbie caring for the roses. He went inside and waited in the kitchen, his eyes fixed on her. Because of the nearby construction and the lawnmowers in operation, Debbie was unable to hear the shot. He became acutely aware that he had not taken anything from the house after the attacker abducted Debbie. He went back to the victim's home, missing a great chance to make money. But the police officers at the crime scene had already surrounded it. Investigators had no reason to pursue the driver when they noticed a car stop suddenly and turn around. They didn't know it was their suspect until much later. The man's attorney persuaded him to enter an insanity plea in spite of his confession. Debbie was forced to testify in court as a result. Luckily, she was well prepared by her psychologist. In order to get used to the attacker's face and avoid displaying too many emotions, he asked Debbie to call him by name and look at his picture more frequently. This performed flawlessly in court. Not only did she maintain her composure, but she even turned to face her tormentor, making him turn away. Donald Flagg was convicted in spite of the lawyer's best efforts. He was given 8 consecutive life sentences, plus an extra 166 years in prison by the judge. Additionally, he will spend 10 years in solitary confinement from April 20 to April 24, the same period that Debbie was held captive. Even Debbie is relieved that he won't hurt anyone else. She later expressed regret for not going to violence victim groups. She had to speak up, but her family didn't want to talk to her about what had happened because they found it too painful. Helping other assault victims helped Debbie find healing. She gave lectures, wrote a book about her experience that was required reading at some American universities, and even assisted the Delaware Rescue Service in changing its operations to find the caller much more quickly. Debbie even mustered the courage to confront Donald in prison and ask him the question that had been bothering her for so long. Was he going to murder her? Yes, he replied. He didn't intend to let her die. Bill Sharp, the same Bill who had first introduced her to Nino, got in touch with her after learning of Debbie's fate. During Debbie's challenging trial process, they had a face-to-face meeting and spoke. More specifically, Bill listened to Debbie and let her speak. He started going to therapy sessions with her, and the psychologist saw them together and realized right away that his help was actually helping her get better. Bill, who became Debbie's husband in September 2000, was a true comfort and support system. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After opening in 1954, the Fontainebleau Hotel quickly gained popularity among Miami's elite. Benjamin Novak founded it and oversaw the property until 1977. Bernice Novak, his wife, was a prominent figure in Miami's social life. In 1956, Bernice, a former fashion model in New York, and Benjamin welcomed their only son, Ben Novak Jr. Ben carried on his famous family's legacy while growing up in the glitz and glamour of this iconic American hotel, making use of his connections and power. Ben's life wasn't without its difficulties, even though his parents were famous and socialized with celebrities. He missed out on deep friendships with peers and frequently felt alone as a child because he was surrounded by adults. Many of his early experiences seemed to him to have been staged and fabricated by the adults in his life. He turned to comics as a means of escape, and Batman emerged as his favorite character. His early interest turned into a major passion as he grew older, and he eventually accumulated one of the biggest collections of memorabilia in the world, which included his very own Batmobile. Ben Novak Jr. inherited his parents' business sense in addition to their wealth. He was more than just a comic book fan. He was a clever businessman who loved what he did. He entered the convention industry with the intention of becoming well-known because he was determined to establish his own identity apart from the family legacy. He continued to work in the hotel sector, organizing conventions with success and making good money each time. Unfortunately, he would ultimately meet a tragic end at one of these conventions. Ben, however, pursued a different interest prior to that depressing development. His life took a drastic turn when he met Narcissa, a stripper at a Miami strip club. He had a thing for strippers. In 1983, Narcissa Sierra Valise Pacheco relocated to Miami. Being the youngest of 6 children and the family favorite, she grew up in a rural part of Ecuador and was well protected by her older brothers. She married Angel when she was 17, and the two of them had a daughter, May Abad. The family moved to New York City when May was 4 years old, but Angel soon left Narcissa and their daughter after the marriage rapidly soured. Narcissa remained in New York as a single mother and put in a lot of effort as a seamstress, but she felt that a life of more luxury was her destiny. In her ideal world, she would be able to drive fancy cars, go to glitzy parties, own and flaunt expensive clothing, and take luxury yacht cruises. Driven by this aspiration, Narcissa imagined a life devoid of worries about money and rent. But in the end, this dream would take her in a problematic direction. Narcissa made the decision to move to Miami with her daughter in the summer of 1983 in order to start over. At first, she struggled to find work because of her poor command of English. Narcissa started working as a stripper in order to make quick cash and provide for her and her daughter. She saw it as a chance to meet rich men who were prepared to spend a lot of money. When Ben Novak Jr., a 27-year-old millionaire, entered her club shortly after she opened, she struck gold. She and Ben clicked right away after a lap dance. Ben gave Narcissa lavish presents, lavished her with lavish vacations, and gave her sizable sums of money. Narcissa's fascination with luxury only grew as a result. But this new relationship didn't exactly sit well with Ben's family. His mother, Bernice, who was very close to him, was unimpressed, and his father had died. Ben's mother's disapproval of Narcissa did not stop him, even though they spoke every day and she had a big influence on him. Instead of marrying a stripper, Bernice had hoped he would wed a reputable Miami socialite. When Narcissa married Ben in 1991, she accomplished her goal. She had a knack for it and was actively involved in his business from the start, managing bookings, attending conventions, and interacting with clients. Narcissa, however, favored a relaxed way of life, engaging in endless shopping and leading a carefree millionaire's lifestyle. While Ben followed his passion for Batman collectibles and became the second-largest collector in the world, she developed an obsessive shopping habit. They enjoyed their gourmet meals, fancy cars, and mansion vacations. They also took in May Abad, Narcissa's daughter, who was in her late teens at the time. Ben became the father figure she had been missing for 18 years, and they grew close. May, Ben, and Narcissa led a lavish lifestyle, but on April 4, 2009, Ben's mother, Bernice, died suddenly, turning his life upside down. A neighbor found Bernice's body in her Fort Lauderdale residence. Her death was officially declared an accident, despite the suspicious circumstances. Blood was discovered flowing through the kitchen and into the laundry room from her car. According to the authorities, she must have fallen and hurt herself, striking her head on the car mirror, before bleeding as she entered the vehicle and eventually passing away. After his mother passed away, Ben was devastated by the loss and went into a deep depression. Narcissa pretended to be a helpful wife while attending the funeral. Ben threw himself into his work at Convention Concepts Unlimited as a way to deal with his loss. Ben and Narcissa arrived in New York on July 12, 2009, where Ben was in charge of a significant conference at the Rybrook Hilton. More than 1,000 people attended the event, which was for the esteemed client Amway Global International. Around 7 a.m. on the morning of the 12th, Narcisa left their room to join her daughter for breakfast. About 30 minutes later, she came back into the room to find her husband bleeding and bound on the floor. He had already passed away. Another member of the well-known Novak family had been murdered only 3 months after Bernice's passing. Ben's death was promptly deemed a homicide by the authorities. Ben was discovered with his hands bound behind his back and his legs duct-taped together below the knees, only wearing his underwear. He had been lying in bed, probably asleep, when he had been hit in the head by something. The attacker left his body face down on the floor after bludgeoning him to death. Police discovered the bed covered in blood that had spilled onto the floor around his dead body. Ben's eyes had been gouged out at the scene, which was a terrifying detail. Narcisa told the police right away that she thought the murder might have been a robbery, but the room didn't seem to be lacking anything. Not even a few $100s in an envelope was damaged. One would anticipate that valuables, particularly cash, would have been taken if it had been a robbery. Additionally, according to Narcisa, Ben had a recent heated argument about money with someone at a Comic-Con, and the other person had allegedly threatened him. Lead detectives swiftly rejected it, despite the fact that they could find no proof for it. Investigators briefly looked into the Novak family's prior ties to the mafia, but quickly concluded that this approach was fruitless because Ben Jr. had no affiliation with organized crime. Rather, Narcisa was the subject of increased police scrutiny. Even though she was in control, she asked strange and inappropriate questions, like whether Ben might have had a heart attack and died. Given the graphic and brutal manner of his death, his body was bound and his head bludgeoned. This question raised eyebrows. At the station, Narcisa was taken in for additional interrogation. Her answers cast serious doubt on her version of what happened. She said that after returning from breakfast, she stumbled over Ben's body and screamed as she called the operator. Despite the blood-soaked room, she also claimed that she didn't recall seeing any blood, which ran counter to the police's account of the scene. She also mentioned sitting next to Ben and rubbing his leg, which seemed strange given that his head had sustained the majority of the damage. Suspicions were heightened by her inconsistency in failing to notice the blood. Additionally, investigators were attempting to ascertain how the murderer entered the room. The hotel's electronic door locks tracked each key's usage by date and time, and Narcisa was the only one with a key. The last time the key was used, according to the hotel's records, was 11:30 p.m. the previous evening and was only used once more when Narcisa came in at 7:30 a.m. following breakfast. The key had no other applications. A hotel witness also claimed to have seen a woman who fit Narcisa's description strolling around with 2 men. When the police questioned Narcisa, she denied this. Detectives became more and more certain that Narcisa was responsible for Ben Novak Jr.'s murder as the investigation went on. Their suspicions were confirmed by Mayabad, Narcisa's daughter, who disclosed that her parents' marriage was strained. She clarified that, despite being married, Ben continued to engage in stripper activities due to his struggles with infidelity. May implied that Narcisa's anxiety was more related to the possibility of divorce than jealousy. Narcisa knew that a divorce would cost her the way of life she had become used to, so she was terrified that Ben would leave her for another woman. This was a legitimate fear. Narcisa hired men to break into her and Ben's house in 2002 as part of a home invasion plot. For 25 hours, they held him captive while he was restrained. According to her daughter, Narcisa had a history of using drastic methods to keep Ben from leaving her and would go to great lengths to get what she wanted. Ben called the police to report the incident, but he later dropped the charges, and the case was categorized as a domestic dispute instead. Detectives still did not have enough evidence to charge Narcisa, even with the growing suspicions and evidence against her. After questioning, they chose to send Narcisa and her daughter back to their hotel. May begged her mother to tell the truth during this time. In response, Narcisa reminded her daughter of their relationship but gave no other details. Police were called to the Novak residence for a reported domestic disturbance 3 days after Ben was killed. Mayabad clarified that she immediately went to the house to look for evidence against her mother after returning from New York. Narcisa found her while she was looking through documents and used a crowbar to attack her, accusing her of betraying her country. According to Narcisa, she grabbed the crowbar in self-defense after May started the fight and attempted to start a fire. The Fort Lauderdale home of Novak was searched by police. They confiscated 5 rolls of duct tape, documents, computers, bills, and security tapes. May, worried that her mother might inherit her stepfather's estate, hired a lawyer to freeze the estate as the investigation surrounding Narcissa Novak became more intense. She also got in touch with the detectives in New York a few months later to offer more proof. Narcissa knew that Ben was having a serious affair with Rebecca Bliss, a porn star, in 2008. May claims that Ben's declarations that he intended to leave Narcissa caused her mother to become extremely alarmed. May thought that Narcissa's murderous intent was motivated by the possibility of divorce. Narcissa did not like the prenuptial agreement, which stated that she would only get $60,000 and give up any claim to Ben's millions in the event of a divorce. Ben's will left his mother the majority of his assets, so even if he died, Narcissa would still lose out. But there was uncertainty about Narcissa's possible inheritance, because his mother had only passed away 3 months prior. The police also questioned Cristobal Veliz, Narcissa's brother. He claimed that Narcissa's daughter May Abad was the murder's mastermind. Cristobal implied that there was a cover-up behind May's tardiness in disclosing Ben's affair with Rebecca Bliss. Narcissa told the FBI that she had found explicit love letters from Ben to his stepdaughter May, which further complicated things. According to Cristobal Veliz, he could demonstrate that May Abad had framed her mother and hired a hitman, Alejandro Garcia, to kill Ben. Garcia was taken into custody for an unrelated offense in November 2009. He was questioned about the Novak murder while he was in detention. When Garcia realized how serious his situation was, he made a deal and admitted to killing Ben Novak Jr. He asserted, however, that Cristobal Veliz, not May Abad, had employed him. According to Garcia, Veliz paid him $5,000 to commit the murder. Police were unable to locate any receipts from Cristobal's residence to verify the transaction, but surveillance footage showed Garcia retrieving a payment receipt from Cristobal. Garcia decided to cooperate further because he was already facing prison time, and he disclosed a shocking fact. This was not the first murder he had committed under Cristobal Veliz's supervision. Alejandro Garcia was hired in April 2009 to murder Bernice Novak as she went into her garage. Garcia viciously struck her face after attacking her with a monkey wrench. It was discovered that in order to inherit Ben Novak's wealth, Narcissa Novak had planned the murders of Bernice and Ben with the assistance of her brother, Cristobal Veliz. To take over the estate, Narcissa had to get rid of Bernice. Alejandro Garcia testified during the trial that Bernice was supposed to be beaten severely and struck in the teeth. While Ben was asleep on the morning of July 12, 2009, Narcissa opened her husband's hotel room to Garcia and Joel Gonzalez. They started attacking Ben after she led them to his bedside. Narcissa told one of the men to gouge out Ben's eyes and gave Garcia a pillow to muffle Ben's screams. Garcia's testimony aligned with the police-discovered evidence. A rumpled photo of Narcissa's daughter May Abad was discovered in Garcia's pocket upon his arrest, indicating that she was also a target. Cristobal and Narcissa had also plotted May's murder. Police questioned why Ben's burial was delayed after his body was kept at the Westchester County morgue for 2 months. The investigation found that Narcissa was preoccupied with rifling through Ben's Batman collection, embezzling funds from his business accounts, and swaying bank tellers to gain access to his safe deposit box instead of attending his funeral. Narcissa and Cristobal were taken into custody for the killings on July 8, 2010. They were officially charged with the murder of Bernice Novak. Their trial started on April 23, 2012, a year later. Despite his decision to testify in his own defense, Cristobal gave a terrible performance. During cross-examination, he contradicted himself several times. Both Narcissa and Cristobal maintained their denials of involvement, even after video footage showed Garcia and Gonzalez monitoring the hotel, and phone records showed a 2-year correspondence between the two that implied premeditation. Ben had been preparing to leave Narcissa, according to Rebecca Bliss, his mistress, who testified. Rebecca disclosed that Ben was willing to improve their relationship after expressing discontent with his marriage. Every day he assured her of his commitment to her and declared his love for her. Rebecca had previously been confronted by Narcissa regarding the affair, and she had turned down her offer of money to leave Ben. At one point, Narcissa even pretended to be Rebecca, which led to Rebecca's apartment losing power. Furthermore, Rebecca said that 6 months prior to Ben's actual passing, Narcisa had lied to her condo management by claiming that he was dead and therefore unable to pay rent. Narcisa threatened that no one else would have Ben if she couldn't, according to Rebecca. In an attempt to receive lighter sentences, Narcisa and Cristobal both tried to place the blame on the other during the trial. Cristobal was the main mastermind behind the killings, according to Narcisa's lawyer, who argued for a reduced sentence of 27 years. Cristobal continued to blame his niece May Abad as the main conspirator in the meantime. Narcisa was found guilty on 12 of the 13 charges against her, while Cristobal was found guilty on 14 of the 15 charges, even though detectives had thoroughly investigated and rejected these claims. Narcisa's conviction resulted in her losing all claim to the inheritance she had hoped to inherit. The 2 sons of May Abad will now inherit Ben's estate. Evidence provided by the prosecution showed that Narcisa had paid her brother to employ 2 hitmen. According to the murderer's testimony, Cristobal had enlisted their help and given them instructions from Narcisa on how to carry out the assaults. Binding Ben and gouging out his eyes were among the instructions. When the murderers reached the hotel early on July 12, Narcisa let them into her husband's room, led them to Ben, who was asleep, and gave him a pillow to stop him from screaming. Ben was severely beaten with dumbbells until he passed out, leaving him for dead. According to Garcia's testimony, the initial intention was not to kill Ben and Bernice, but rather to cause them severe injuries. Both Narcisa and Cristobal were found guilty at the end of the trial of murder, conspiracy to commit murder, stalking, domestic abuse, money laundering, and witness tampering. When the guilty verdict was read, Narcisa gave up her right to appear in court. Both were convicted and given life sentences without the possibility of release. As a result of their cooperation with the investigation, Alejandro and Joel entered guilty pleas to lesser charges and received sentences of 17.5 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Sometime between 7 and 7:30 p.m. on the evening of May 30, 2012, 19-year-old Brittany Wood got ready and left her mother's home in Mobile, Alabama. Everyone thought Brittany was going to see a friend, but that wasn't the case at all. Brittany's real destination was her uncle Donnie Holland's house, but no one around her knew it. But what started out as a routine visit would turn into a terrifying experience for the family and the police. On June 1, 2012, 2 days later, the police discovered something horrifying. A terrifying crime scene was revealed when Donnie, Brittany's uncle, was discovered in his car with a gunshot wound to the back of his head. A layer of mystery was added by the startling and bloody scene, which grew more intense as Brittany Wood mysteriously disappeared. Did Brittany contribute to Donnie's demise, and, if so, what motivated her to act in that way? Or did someone else kidnap Brittany in addition to killing Donnie? Brittany's dream has always been to work as a hairdresser and eventually open her own salon. But the little girl, who was only a teenager, would meet a man named Andy Woods. As their relationship grew, their lovely daughter Peyton was joyfully born in 2009, when Brittany was only 18. At first, Brittany relished the independence of youth, but the arrival of Peyton marked a significant shift in her life. But when Andy and Brittany split up a few months after Peyton was born, her life took an even more dramatic turn. In spite of the split, the couple decided to share custody in order to keep their relationship cordial and beneficial for their daughter's welfare. Following this, Brittany started dating and had a number of short-lived relationships. Spending time with her family, especially her brother Derek, whom she viewed as her protector, brought Brittany joy. When Brittany looks back on her past, she realizes that her turbulent experiences also stemmed from her early years. When she was a baby, her mother, Chessie Wood, and her father, Wallace Hinckley, got divorced. Brittany and her father had a good relationship in spite of the divorce. The primary issue, though, was her relationship with her uncle, Donnie Holland. Donnie was always kind to people around him and seemed like a fun-loving guy, but his story was more complicated than it seemed on the surface. In fact, Donnie was being investigated at the time of his death for his alleged involvement in a child abuse ring that involved other family members, including Brittany's household members. Is there a link between Donnie's eventual death and everything that happened in the past and Brittany's disappearance? Around 7:30 p.m. on the evening of May 30, 2012, Brittany left her home, leading her family to believe she was going to see a friend. Later that evening, they tried to get in touch with Brittany but were unsuccessful. At first, the family didn't suspect anything was wrong because they were used to her spending days with her friends. However, they were unaware that this was not one of those evenings because they did not know where Brittany was. 2 days later, on June 3, 2012, Brittany's uncle Donnie Holland was discovered in his car, the engine still running, in a remote location with a view of the Fish River. The family was met with a terrifying discovery. He was shot behind his ear, at the back of his head. After being taken to a nearby hospital, he had already died. After hearing this heartbreaking news, Brittany's family made another effort to get in touch with her and let her know about the tragedy. Sadly, their efforts were unsuccessful because her phone was dead and still unresponsive. The family became increasingly worried when they couldn't find Brittany at her regular hangouts. They quickly made their way to the Mobile County Police Station and reported the missing person. This sparked a number of inquiries that involved Brittany and Donnie. The police searched the crime scene thoroughly in hopes of finding any evidence that would help them solve the case quickly. After a thorough search, they found a phone battery and a small gun inside the vehicle. Chessie, Brittany's mother, said that bags had been placed on Donnie's hands while she was in the hospital, most likely to be tested for gunshot residue. Why these bags were taken out without being tested is still unknown, though. Along with the investigation, the police spoke with Wendy Holland, Donnie's wife, and Jennifer Gonzalez Moore, their friend, who found Donnie's body. When they discovered Donnie about a mile from the main road, they said he was still gushing blood. The reason for their search and the details of the interrogation, such as whether Donnie was still alive, are still unknown. There was a strong suspicion, though, that Wendy was somehow involved in this incident. Presuming the gun was the one used to shoot Donnie, the police collected it along with the phone battery. But when Brittany's best friend, Tiffany Bailey, acknowledged that the gun was Brittany's, things took an unexpected turn. Tiffany disclosed that just before she vanished, Brittany had bought the gun for protection. Suspicions were running high, and people started wondering if Brittany or Wendy and her friend were involved. But there was still another way to look at the story. Donnie was being investigated at the time of his death for allegedly being a part of a troubling child abuse ring that involved multiple members of his own family. He died from a gunshot wound while sitting in his car just half an hour before he was supposed to meet with the investigators to talk about these claims. According to former Baldwin County Sheriff's Office Detective Eric Winberg, Donnie probably expected to be arrested and killed himself just before the scheduled police meeting. The search for the truth started amid the assumptions and suspicions. Examining phone records was the first step in the investigation. The battery that was discovered in Donnie's vehicle turned out to be that of Brittany's cell phone. Additionally, it was verified by the call logs that Donnie and Brittany actually met on May 30, 2012, the day she vanished. According to the documents, Donnie had driven Brittany to the house near Styx River after picking her up at her mobile home. Brittany's text logs showed that she was messaging non-stop until 11:30 p.m., when she suddenly stopped. Early on May 31, they arrived back at Mobile, just as her phone died, ending the opportunity to gather any more information. As a result of these disclosures, the police force's investigation into Brittany took extreme action. Volunteers, the search and rescue team, helicopters, dogs, and boats were all mobilized in the ensuing extensive search. The Styx River Basin, the last place Brittany's phone had pinged, was within a 5-mile radius of the operation. The intensive efforts produced no evidence of her whereabouts, even after multiple interviews with her friends and family. Brittany's daughter, meanwhile, yearned to see her mother. But after the search for Brittany was unsuccessful, attention returned to Wendy. Police reported that Wendy was seen removing items from Donnie's phone the day he was found dead, which may indicate an effort to hide something that was first disregarded. When the investigation came to a standstill and the police began to focus again on Wendy, this action took on greater significance. The case came to a standstill after the car's DNA results produced no solid proof. Eventually, there was no more evidence to connect anyone to Donnie Holland's murder. As a result, it was formally declared a suicide, and the case was closed. Many questions and controversy were raised by the decision to close the case as a suicide. Detective Eric Winberg confirmed that the gunshot residue test was not performed because it was a procedure carried out by the Alabama Department of Forensic Sciences. Becca Johnson, a private investigator who was actively involved in the search for Brittany Wood, expressed skepticism, saying, "Generally it's 4 to 5 hours till unpreserved gunshot residue is gone and, hands in bags, it's being preserved." Cameron Busey, a firearms expert at the time, noted that if Donnie had shot himself, the bone fragments and brain matter would have probably lodged in his hands. To ascertain this aspect as well, no test was carried out. Furthermore, Busey emphasized that it would be extremely uncommon to hold the gun behind one's head. "I don't know of any suicide that was done in that position." Nevertheless, in spite of numerous worries and observations, suicide was officially declared the cause of death, and no hard evidence surfaced to refute this finding. Even though Donnie's case ended in a surprising way, the investigation went further to understand its complexities by looking into the possibility that a family member was involved in the crime. The family had been concealing a troubling past for years, but the investigations revealed it. They discovered that Donnie Holland was the leader of a child abuse ring in which at least 11 other friends or family members participated. For decades, they had been mistreating and taking advantage of children, including their own. Further evidence connecting the family to these allegations was found by the police as they looked through Brittany's Facebook profile. 11 family members were arrested for their roles in the abuse ring, including Donnie's wife Wendy and Brittany's adored brother Derek. The fact that Brittany's mother, Chessie, was charged with child abuse despite claiming innocence only served to heighten the seriousness of the situation. One of the accusations against the mother was that she had assaulted another female relative who was underage. As the investigation went on, details from Brittany's friends, whom she had confided in, came to light. It was revealed that when Brittany was only 9 years old, she had also been abused by Donnie. Brittany's friends claimed that she intended to confront Donnie and report him to the police. An important question was brought up by the revelation. Did Brittany kill Donnie in retaliation? Although the hypothesis had an interesting history, it was only speculative because there was no hard evidence to support it. Given the backstory and her subsequent disappearance, particularly after her gun was discovered, the audience might have assumed in a simpler plot or motive that Brittany was the cause of Donnie's death. However, evidence is crucial in legal proceedings, and no additional inquiry into her involvement was conducted in the absence of adequate proof. In addition to the idea that Brittany was seeking retribution, another theory surfaced. Could a previous victim have killed Donnie in retaliation and then abducted Brittany? Although the reason behind Brittany's abduction was never revealed, her mysterious disappearance raised suspicions that she was still alive. Despite a number of theories, it was indisputable that Brittany's family was about to face legal repercussions. Still, Brittany's mother, Chessie, was upset that her daughter had not yet been found. A young victim testified against Wendy Holland, Donnie's wife, in court on December 9, 2014. The victim's first memories of abuse by adult relatives, including the defendant Wendy Wood Holland, who was 35 at the time, were horrifyingly described in the testimony. The teenage girl testified that the relatives frequently participated in adult group activities, mentioning that Brittany Wood occasionally participated in these activities. During the biggest case in Alabama, which involved the prosecution of 10 people. Teresa Hines, the prosecutor, inquired as to how frequently such incidents happened. The answer was, it happened a bunch, according to testimony from a man who subsequently entered a guilty plea. He once engaged in an inappropriate six-way encounter with a group of relatives, which included Wendy Holland and the girl. Derek Wood, Brittany Wood's 23-year-old brother, entered a guilty plea to the charge of having inappropriate contact with the victim. He claimed to have interacted inappropriately with Wendy Holland too many times to count, beginning when he was about 13 years old. Derek was imprisoned for 3 years after his case was sealed, and he was classified as a juvenile offender. As a defendant in a related case, Brittany's mother, Chessie Wood, who was also charged with child abuse, showed up at court with her son but was denied entry. She also said outright that her relatives were at fault. During his testimony, Dustin Kent, the brother-in-law of Wendy Holland, claimed to have participated in a six-way inappropriate encounter between Wendy, the alleged teen victim, and his wife Wendy Kent, Wendy Holland's twin sister. Dustin Kent, who also entered a guilty plea to sex charges, claimed that in October 2011, he first saw Wendy Holland having inappropriate relations with the alleged victim. Dustin Kent entered a second guilty plea in Mobile County 1 week after the first one, this time for assault and sodomy charges stemming from inappropriate interactions with two separate 13-year-old family members in 2008. He received a 17-year prison sentence. After that, Brittany's other uncle, Randall Scott Wood, pled guilty in Mobile County. All of the defendants were found guilty on charges of child abuse in quick succession. Wendy's identical twin sister, Mindy Kent, was also imprisoned after being found guilty by Mobile County jurors of sodomy and child abuse under the age of 12. She received a maximum sentence of 40 years in prison in 2015, with 20 years for each count against her. Wendy Holland was given a startling sentence of 219 years in prison in 2015 after being found guilty of child abuse and child torture. Chessie Wood, Brittany's mother, also acknowledged guilt to a misdemeanor charge of endangering the welfare of her child. There is still debate surrounding the conclusion that Donnie Holland committed suicide. There is still no conclusive answer to the important question of whether Brittany was the criminal. But beneath this mask, one thing is certain. After years of hiding these forbidden activities, Brittany Wood's troubled family finally received the punishment they deserved. In the end, justice had won out. Only one person can now provide us with the truth about the disappearance or the murderous night. But over 10 years have gone by, and she is still elusive, and no one knows where she is. What are your thoughts on this unsettling case, then? What might have occurred the night Donnie died? Was there something more sinister going on? Or was it truly a disappearance leading to suicide? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. A 24-year-old girl went missing from the store where she worked the evening shift. Police discovered traces of blood in the back room and signs of a struggle, but it was not a robbery. The unknown perpetrator had left a fully stocked cash register. A few days later, the girl's body was discovered 5 kilometers from the store. The investigation into this terrible case lasted nearly 25 years. Lisa Sievert's fate was unknown for nearly a quarter of a century. Lisa Marie Seeger was born March 24, 1968, in Holyoke, Massachusetts. She was raised in a close-knit family with 3 other children. Aside from her, they lived in a town called Agawam. The girl has always been interested in music and has learned to play a variety of instruments. She was even a part of the school music group. Lisa attended Westfield State University after graduating from high school and earned a teaching degree in 1990. As an intern, she works multiple shifts as a counselor at a children's camp, while also teaching Sunday school at her church. After that, she works as a teacher's aide at Agawam High School, where she previously studied. At 24 years old, she spent the majority of her time working with a group of special needs children. She understood her students better than any other teacher, and she was also very professional, ensuring that each of her students received the best education possible. She also worked part-time at a local card and gift shop. On Wednesday, April 15, 1992, she finished her school shift around 5:30 and went to the store, where she worked until 9 p.m. At around 5 p.m., her sister Lynn briefly joined her at work. Lisa recalled being in a good mood that evening, and nothing foretold trouble. The next morning, saleswoman Sophia Maynard arrived at the store and was scheduled to start her shift at 9 a.m. Lisa was surprised to find her car in the parking lot. It was unusual because the girl worked at school in the mornings and was not supposed to be in the store. Sophia thought Lisa might have been out for the morning shift due to the approaching Easter. They were planning to inflate balloons for sale for that holiday. Sophia walked in the store and called Lisa by name, but there was no response. When she approached the counter, she saw her things there. Including her wallet and car keys, it all looked very strange, so if she decided to call the police, a squad arrived at the store and began their inspection. Everything seemed normal. A heel strike despite this. They were unable to locate any useful leads on the premises. It was soon discovered that Lisa had also failed to arrive at school this morning. The principal even called her mother to see if everything was fine, but she had no idea where her daughter was. Lisa's disappearance quickly spread throughout the small town, and within hours all of her friends, relatives, and acquaintances had joined the investigation. The police began by developing a robbery theory, which quickly fell apart. Nobody had touched the money in Lisa's cash register or wallet. All of the merchandise was also available. Detectives then began to reconstruct the chronology of events. That evening they learned that Lisa's sister had left the store at around 6 p.m. After talking to employees at neighboring stores, they obtained more information at about 7:20 p.m. Lisa spoke with the owner of the carpet store next door. They discussed a pressing problem with the local parking lot, which was being occupied by bowling alley customers. The owner told her that he himself would not risk voicing his displeasure with the drivers who parked in front of there. The door was open, but the clerk never emerged. The woman thought she heard noise in the back room, but she decided to leave. As a result, the police determined Lisa's disappearance occurred around 8:20 p.m. She served her final customer, and by 9 o'clock, something had happened to her. The detectives were to figure out what had happened during those 40 minutes. The local investigators were assisted by the FBI and state police, who coordinated a massive search. Foot squads searched the area surrounding the store from helicopters. The more distant terrain police dogs were also brought to the store in the hopes of tracking Lisa down. Unfortunately, none of this led to any results. Investigators concluded that Lisa had clearly not left the store of her own free will, so on April 17th, the head of the local police announced a reclassification of the case, which had previously been classified as a missing person case. 2 days after her disappearance, police were already looking into a kidnapping. On Sunday morning, April 19th, all local churches prayed that Lisa would be found alive and unharmed. It was Easter, but there was no holiday spirit whatsoever. At around 2 p.m., the police received a call. A man was walking his dog on the outskirts of town near Highway 75, walking along a wooden area when he noticed a woman's body and immediately contacted law enforcement. Officers arrived on the scene and identified Lisa Sievert. They found multiple wounds on her body from a sharp object. Later, medical experts determined that the girl had also been abused. Her body was about 5 kilometers from the store, which meant that the perpetrator most likely drove the girl here in a car. A farewell ceremony was held at the church where the girl taught on Sundays. It was attended by nearly 1,000 people. The residents of the small town, who were accustomed to a quiet and safe life, panicked. Many store owners eliminated single shifts, and employees walked each other to their cars. The self-defense sections became overcrowded in a matter of days. In addition, approximately 300 women applied for firearm ownership permits. The entire town feared that an unknown criminal would strike again. The police and FBI were working on the case almost all day and night. It soon became clear that they had obtained a DNA sample from the crime scene that could belong to the killer. They developed the theory that Lisa's boyfriend was involved, but he had an alibi and his DNA did not match the sample. They discovered that the girl's friends, coworkers, and relatives had all undergone DNA testing, but there were still no matches. The police also received numerous tips from local residents. Some reported seeing a suspicious car on the night of Lisa's murder, while others claimed to know the identity of the perpetrator. However, all of these leads led nowhere, and detectives sifted them from the tire tracks on the road near where the body was discovered. The police determined that they were abandoned by a van or large SUV. Detectives questioned all drivers of similar vehicles and were no closer to apprehending the perpetrator, but they did locate a witness who may have seen the same vehicle. At around 9:15 p.m., an employee from a store near Lisa's workplace drove home. Standing at a traffic light, she noticed a large SUV pull off the road and head toward the location where Lisa's body was later discovered. The woman was unable to describe the car in greater detail because it was dark outside. She only mentioned that she thought there were a man and a woman in the car. She also mentioned that when the car pulled onto the dirt road, the woman's head twitched unnaturally, as if she were asleep or unconscious. Because this information did not aid in the identification of the suspect, all leads have been exhausted. The police continued to investigate the case, but with each passing month, the prospect of solving this macabre mystery faded. It took 1.5 years before Lisa's family and friends were given another chance to discover the truth. In October 1993, National television aired an episode about the caves. The popular program aired stories about unsolved cases, which drew a lot of attention. This sometimes resulted in new witnesses for the police. The case got a second wind. Lisa's case was no exception. Within an hour of the broadcast, the police had received hundreds of calls from people with information. As is often the case, the majority of these leads led nowhere, but the police pursued each one thoroughly. The detectives stated that they had identified a few valuable leads, but did not specify which ones. Unfortunately, it did not go anywhere. The chances of solving the case decreased steadily over time. Lisa's family went to great lengths to ensure that her legacy was never forgotten. Although Lisa's teaching career was cut short early on, her relatives made significant contributions to the Agawam educational system in 1995. Lisa's parents donated $11,000 to the science division of the school where she worked. These funds were used to buy equipment and support genetics classes. The parents also established a fund to assist gifted students, which distributed approximately $35,000 in awards. Lisa was murdered 10 years ago. Her mother refused to give up hope that the case would ever be solved. She went to great lengths to honor her daughter's memory. Her mother participated in all interviews and answered reporters' questions. Every year, hundreds of people gathered to light candles in Lisa's memory. Meanwhile, police had only one piece of significant evidence in their possession: a DNA sample from the alleged killer. They kept cross-referencing it with known criminal databases, hoping that the right person would show up sooner or later, but it never happened. A new method of DNA phenotyping essence is as follows: using the information embedded in a person's DNA, experts determine the features of his appearance and construct an assumed portrait at the time. Specialists can use DNA to determine sex, approximate age, eye and hair color. The portrait created from this data is not always accurate, but the coincidence with a real person's face can be amazing. Experts presented two portraits of Lisa's alleged killer, aged 25 and 50, based on DNA evidence. When the police department posted these portraits, they received over 170 calls. These individuals reported seeing a similar man, but the majority of these leads also led nowhere. Only a year later, on September 18, 2017, police issued a high-profile announcement that the perpetrator had been apprehended. Gary Shara, 49, was the man who revealed himself. The news quickly went viral in the American media. When the police find the killer after a quarter of a century, it is extremely rare, so such stories immediately piqued the public's interest. Investigators revealed how they located Cher shortly after his arrest. It turned out that the man was considered a suspect in 1993, a year after Lisa was murdered. Remember the federal television program that prompted the police to receive hundreds of calls with potential leads? A lawyer from Seattle was among those who called in. He informed detectives that his client may have information about Lisa's murder. She was a woman in the process of divorcing her husband. They lived in the town of Long Meadow, which was near Agawam. According to the woman, her husband was paying more attention to Lisa Sievert's case. If this murder were on television, he would rush into the room and stare blankly at the screen, completely unresponsive to those around him. As you may have guessed, this man was Gary Shara. He was 24 years old at the time. He was in a very troubled marriage with a 1-year-old son. He and his wife were constantly fighting and had begun divorce proceedings shortly after their child's birth. According to the police statement, they developed a theory that Gary was involved in 1993, but found no evidence to back it up. On the contrary, using his ex-wife as a source of information raised concerns. The truth is that she suffered from a variety of mental disorders and had a long history of alcohol abuse. Furthermore, during their divorce, Gary obtained custody of their son through the courts, but his wife secretly relocated the child to another state. Another important point to note is that this was not the first time former or current wives had called the police, alleging that their husbands were involved in Lisa's murder. Surprisingly, there were many such calls, so the detectives assumed Gary's case was just one of them. However, they questioned him, and the man denied his involvement and refused to provide a DNA sample. Because no one could legally force him to provide a sample, the police were left with few options. Later, detectives compiled a list of all the men interviewed in the case who refused to provide a DNA sample. Gary was among them, and the police called him in for questioning several more times during the third interview in 2008, It was apparent that Gary was trying not to touch anything, not even the table. He was offered a bottle of water, but he refused. He looked as if he had only one thing on his mind: how the cops wouldn't get his DNA sample. By 2017, detectives had a list of 11 suspects on their hands, including Gary. All of them had been interviewed at various stages of the investigation and refused to voluntarily submit to DNA testing. In fact, there were many more suspects on that list, but through DNA phenotyping, investigators were able to weed out unsuitable candidates. They did not match some of the characteristics that experts determined from the DNA sample of Lisa's killer. In August 2017, detectives gathered all available information and went to court. They asked for an order compelling all the list members to provide DNA samples, and the court agreed. On September 13th of that same year, police went to Gary's apartment to notify him of this obligation, but the man was not home. The door was opened by his neighbor with whom they shared an apartment. The detectives left him their business card and asked him to give the information to Gary urgently. The very next day, something unexpected happened. Gary's current girlfriend came to the police station and reported that he had left 3 letters in her apartment. The researcher was surprised to find an apology to the secret family, as well as a detailed confession of Lisa's murder on 2 sheets. Gary wrote that he had violent and uncontrollable desires since childhood, and that evening he was obsessed with the idea of kidnapping and abuse. Gary, as he stated in a letter, allowed himself to do something horrible while driving past Lisa. The man stated that he did not intend to kill Lisa, but events allegedly spiraled out of his control. Gary stated that he wanted to surrender to the police hundreds of times but was unable to do so due to cowardice. He admitted to having suffered from self-loathing for many years. At the end of the letter, he stated his intention to commit suicide. Police immediately began looking for Gary, and his car was soon discovered in. Another suicide note was found on the windshield of a car in Stafford Springs Hospital parking lot. The man had ingested some powerful drugs, but he immediately got into his car and drove to the nearest hospital, where he was pumped out. When the doctors finished helping Gary, the police arrested him and took him to the station. At the same time, a judge issued a search warrant for both his and his girlfriend's apartments. The police discovered several objects containing his DNA. No one was surprised by the results of the analysis. It matched the killer's sample exactly, as well as several other potentially significant leads. Gary's wife, who had reported suspicions about him back in 1993, died in 2014. However, investigators discovered documents drafted by her lawyer in which the woman revealed numerous gruesome details. One day, Gary told her in plain language that he could not engage in intimacy with her unless he had a knife in his hand. The day after Lisa's murder, the woman called her sister and told her that Gary had come home late at night, was extremely disturbed, and his body was covered with scratches. He also gave his wife a music box and said that he had bought it at the very store where Lisa worked, except according to Gary himself, it was an older woman with gray hair who sold it to him. The problem is that no such employee has ever been there. It is not clear why all these details were not reported to the police in 1993. And it is impossible to find out now. While in custody, Gary suddenly proclaimed his innocence and refused to confess to what he had done. In all likelihood, he was driven by simple fear, but with that kind of evidence, there was no chance of getting away with it. The only thing he was able to achieve was a postponement of his sentence. The trial was not to begin until 2 years later, but Gary, who had been in a cell the whole time, suddenly decided to confess. On September 21, 2019, he appeared before a judge and pleaded guilty to the murder of Lisa Sievert. This charge qualified as first-degree murder, and in Massachusetts, a defendant on such a sentence faces life in prison without parole. Lisa's family was present in the courtroom. Her mother, who had waited 25 years to learn the truth, spoke. She thanked everyone involved in the investigation, as well as the ordinary concerned people who had been there for her family throughout. As a result, the killer went on to live the rest of his life. Despite taking a quarter of a century, one of the state's longest-running criminal cases was finally closed behind bars. The harsh reality in such a situation is anything but endless ignorance. Take care, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This was only the start of a call in which Derek Rosa, a 13-year-old son, would divulge information so startling and unthinkable that even the experienced dispatcher would find it hard to believe what she was hearing. Officers arrived at the horrific scene within minutes. Unaware that they were going to come across one of the most unsettling cases they had ever come across, the police carried on with their investigation. Derek shockingly called 911 on October 12, 2023, to report that his mother, Irina Garcia, was hurt at their apartment in Hialeah, Florida. The most horrifying crime they could have ever envisioned began with that unsettling 911 call. Derek appeared to be experiencing intense grief during the call, as he told the authorities that his mother, Irina Garcia, had been confirmed dead. A 13-year-old son reporting the news to the dispatcher would have been a heartbreaking moment, but everyone was about to be shocked by the horrible secrets concealed behind this call. "I shared some pictures with my friends," he told the dispatcher. What images would he have been able to show his friends? Derek quickly gave the answer when he disclosed yet another startling fact that caught everyone off guard. It was shocking to hear Derek tell the dispatcher that he killed his mother. Derek's motivations are still unknown, but he was going to divulge information that would only make matters worse. The apartment was occupied by 3 people. Given that Derek and the newborn baby were in the apartment, the dispatcher recognized the urgency of the situation right away. To protect the infant, the police had to move quickly. To find out what had happened, detectives raced to the crime scene. Everyone in the area was shocked when the police arrived and took Derek into custody. Derek was standing with bloody hands and no remorse at all. Without any delay, the detectives got to work on their investigation. They found Irina lying on the bed with her newborn baby covered in blood, and they also found a pool of blood on the floor of her room. Derek had committed the heinous crime of stabbing his mother more than 40 times. After attempting to collect all of the evidence discovered in room 201, the authorities were taken aback when they came across a crucial piece of evidence that left the entire team in shock. Just before Derek dialed 911 on the evening of October 12, 2023, they first discovered the doorbell camera footage. When Irina was last seen, she was nursing her newborn child, according to the footage from the doorbell camera. A moment later, Derek showed up and hurried off. Derek asked why Irina always told him to run slowly after she told him, in Spanish, not to run too fast. Then he walked out of the apartment and then came back in. What might have caused that horrific crime? Derek might have been annoyed by his mother's worry, but the question was still unanswered. In addition to remembering Derek's 911 call exchange with the dispatcher, the detectives needed to figure out how he was carrying a weapon. Furthermore, just as he was about to reveal yet another unexpected development, the dispatcher asked if he had any weapons at home. He soon disclosed a startling reality. He acknowledged that after killing his mother, he intended to use the gun he had to end his own life. The fact that Derek had attempted self-harm shocked the detectives. It exposed his unstable mental state at the time of the murder. They were uncertain, though, whether it was the product of mental illness or a deliberate act. The video of Irina's murder was the first important piece of evidence the detectives were about to see, and they were shocked to find it. The video clearly showed Irina lying on the bed with her newborn baby gently comforting her. However, in a subsequent clip, Derek was seen standing over Irina with his hand in motion, suggesting that he'd attacked her while she was asleep. The knife that Derek claimed he used to attack his mother was also discovered by the authorities. Luckily, he didn't hurt his sister, but these pictures were sufficient proof that Derek killed his mother. In addition, he admitted that after killing his mother, he had sent 2 pictures to his online friend, one of himself and the other of his mother, who had passed away. His hand was obviously covered in blood in the picture he sent to his friend, which amply demonstrated the gravity of the situation. The revelation of a 13-year-old son who not only murdered his mother, but also dared to show pictures of the crime to someone was startling. Once the detectives gathered sufficient evidence, they became certain that something was wrong with Derek. The investigators recognized the importance of comprehending the family's history, as it could reveal information about Derek too. Without any delay, the investigators began their investigation to ascertain the precise cause of his behavior. They focused on investigating Derek's background and his family. Derek Rosa, a former model student, consistently made the honor roll and excelled academically. According to the teachers, they described him as a good boy and an intelligent one. He was very close to his mother, Irina Garcia. In the family, the one who received the most caring attention from Irina was Derek. For his emotional life, the relationship was therefore important. But when Irina became pregnant with a girl in early 2023, everything changed. The The newborn's arrival somewhat altered the dynamics of the household. Derek was left feeling defeated on the sidelines as Irina instantly turned her focus to the baby. Derek was more emotionally affected by the shifts in family dynamics, which made him more shy and envious of his younger sister. According to some people involved in the case, Derek might have felt abandoned and believed that the new baby was receiving the same amount of love that his mother used to give him. Adding to the emotional strain mentioned earlier, Derek's father, Frank Ramos, was a truck driver who was often away from home due to his rigorous delivery routes. Irina had to take care of all the housework and childcare because he only came home a few times a month. Even though there were no overt signs of severe family strife, the investigators later came to the conclusion that Derek might have felt lonely and emotionally deprived as a result of the lack of a father figure and a newborn child. Derek became more and more resentful as the months went by. Over the course of the evening of October 12, 2023, it became violent. The video from the baby monitor that showed Derek standing over his mother while she slept was found by the police. This terrifying incident occurred shortly before Irina passed away. According to the police, Derek acted out of jealousy, displaced aggression, and a desire to win back his mother's affection and control over the family. The investigators felt compelled to question Derek in order to obtain a more thorough understanding. The investigators took extra care when questioning him because he was only 13 years old and might be dealing with psychological problems. Detective Gonzalez started asking Derek straightforward questions so he wouldn't feel threatened. They began by posing straightforward queries to Derek regarding his daily schedule. In order to learn more about Derek's whereabouts and mental state before the incident, the detectives immediately focused on the events of the morning of October 12. As he interacted with the authorities, Derek seemed composed and helpful, demonstrating a solid grasp of his family's dynamics. He talked about spending weekends with his stepfather, Frank Ramos, and the family didn't seem to be having any problems. After that, detectives turned their attention to what had happened that evening. Derek appeared to hesitate before answering this question when detectives asked it. Derek had been giving accurate information up until that point, but the detectives were about to ask a crucial question when he gave them an unexpected response. When the detectives asked him what weapon he used to stab his mother, he gave them an unexpected answer. Derek casually brought up the size of the murder weapon. He seemed to be casually speaking with the authorities, displaying no remorse, and he was not aware of the grave consequences of his crime. The detectives carried on their discussion. He disclosed yet another startling fact. He had stolen the gun from his stepfather's closet and tried but failed to shoot himself. They were hoping to learn more about his friend, with whom he shared the crime photos, and the conversation was going well so far. It was important to mention that he spoke with Sweden, an online friend, virtually every weekend. Additionally, Derek confided in him enough to share pictures of the crime, suggesting that they may have discussed something significant. As a result, the detectives quickly turned their attention to Derek's conversation with his friend. Detective Gonzalez noticed something on Derek's shirt just as he was about to mention the 911 call. He remained unaffected, even though the officers were appalled by the evidence of his crime on his shirt. Rather, he calmly held up his bleeding hand. Derek was clearly emotionally detached as he explained what he had done. The investigators asked the crucial question, and shortly after, the graphic depiction of Derek's crime surfaced, frightening them. It was genuinely terrifying when Derek described the crime in detail, demonstrating each stage of his assault on Irina with hand gestures. Derek was obviously fully conscious when he committed the crime. He was clearly uncomfortable when the detectives questioned him about why he killed his mother, and he quickly came up with a reason to use the restroom. Still, the investigators persisted in asking the same question. Derek asked for a lawyer after becoming uncooperative. Without Derek Rose's confession to explain his actions, the case was still being investigated. Nevertheless, detectives gathered enough evidence, such as CCTV footage, a knife found at the scene, and photos from the crime scene, to create a case. Given that Derek chose the best time and location to carry out the murder, this evidence demonstrated that he was a premeditated killer. Derek was charged with first-degree murder and made his first court appearance on October 15, 2023. He showed no remorse for the charges against him and remained emotionless and icy throughout the hearing. Derek's defense attorney asked for a postponement of the hearing, claiming that they had not yet received the state attorney's notice of intent. They also asked whether psychological factors might have been involved and talked about the part that some mental health conditions may have played. Evidence quickly refuted this, demonstrating that Derek had searched for prohibited items on Google at 6 p.m. on October 12, 2023. At 6 p.m. on October 12, he did conduct Google searches. He entered the following search terms: Is a small knife good for killing? What is the best place to stab someone? And the carotid artery image diagram. This search history revealed evidence of planning, which bolstered the prosecution's claim that the act was planned rather than spontaneous. Derek was moved from the adult jail to a juvenile detention facility at the request of Derek's defense lawyers. They claimed that Derek needed a psychological test that could only be performed in a juvenile facility because of his age. The prosecution, however, disagreed, claiming that Derek's search history demonstrated premeditation and that this offense was extremely serious. But the defense also brought up his mental health problems. He had been diagnosed with ADHD by a psychologist and on the autism spectrum by another specialist. They further supported their case for Derek's placement in a juvenile detention facility by highlighting the fact that he had threatened to hurt himself. It was evident to the psychologists who examined the case that Derek's actions on that fateful night were the result of a well-thought-out plan rather than an impulse. He had planned what he was going to do because he was captured on the baby monitor above Arena. The most concerning evidence of Derek's mental illness also surfaced after the crime, when he shared a selfie and a picture of his mother's lifeless body with a friend. This conduct revealed a lack of any fundamental humanity, which is a trait frequently lacking in psychopathic people. Throughout the trial, Derek's family steadfastly supported him in spite of the overwhelming evidence against him. One particularly poignant instance was when Derek's grandmother, representing his family's steadfast support, waved at him and blew him a kiss from the courtroom. At this point, more than 50 people were shouting Derek-supporting slogans while holding banners outside the court. On November 7, 2023, the organizers presented him as an innocent teen and a former honor student. Regardless of the offense, Derek's supporters argued for his opportunity to change. A hearing regarding the admissibility of evidence was held on December 15, 2023. Citing the premeditated nature of the crime, the judge decided, after considering the facts, that Derek would continue to be held in adult custody. His supporters criticized this decision, claiming it disregarded his age and mental health conditions. Derek's defense team keeps arguing for a lighter sentence as the case progresses, claiming that life in prison without the possibility of release would be unfair to a child of his age. The trial has come to represent the complexity of juvenile justice, bringing up tough issues for society to consider. Do serious crimes committed by minors deserve life in prison, or should they be given an opportunity to change? The court will further evaluate Derek's mental health and determine his ultimate sentence at the next hearing, which may be set for December 2024. Derek is currently being held in adult custody under 24-hour supervision while his family and the general public await the outcome. Traditional ideas of guilt, innocence, and rehabilitation in the legal system have been called into question by the case, which has had a long-lasting effect. What elements, in your opinion, might have contributed to Derek's choice to carry out this crime? His actions could have been motivated by a number of things, including jealousy, specific psychological issues, or the possible influence of his online friend. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This was a mass killer confessing his darkest intentions, but the real horror was the cold, calculated execution of his crime, captured in real time. On June 5, 2014, Ybarra brutally entered the Seattle Pacific University lobby and took his first victim. He had planned a massacre, but that was not what happened. During one of Seattle's worst crises, a single small mistake set off a series of events that would change everything. There were a number of horrifying facts that were just waiting to be revealed. June 5, 2014, started out like any other day until, shortly before 3 p.m., a string of calls from the same location flooded the Seattle Police Department's helplines. The city would be thrown into an unimaginable crisis and chaos in a matter of minutes. A nightmare started when a man carrying a gun entered SPU. With each call, more terrifying information surfaced. The description initially appeared ambiguous and unremarkable, but the details were beginning to come together. He wasn't an aspiring pupil. His purpose for being on campus that day was darker. But why was he there, and who was he? They would soon find out more about his nefarious schemes. The white pickup van he was driving was seen parked on the street close to the Seattle Pacific University campus in Washington. This man, whoever he was, had no intention of going away quietly. And just as police closed in, something far worse was about to happen. Paul Lee, a 22-year-old random student, was struck by the first bullet. The question was no longer who he was. The van belonged to 26-year-old Aaron Ybarra. Now the only question was, how far would he go? A massacre was in the making, and the police seemed like they might be too late to stop it. Officers moved in, sirens heightening the tension across the campus, but no one knew what they were truly walking into, or how the standoff would unfold. Even before the police arrived, the action had already taken place, captured on camera as it all played out in real time. The man, whose identity was now confirmed to be Aaron Ybarra, could be seen walking into the hallway calmly, as if he belonged there. The CCTV captured everything, every step, every glance, but no one knew what was coming next. There, sitting innocently at the desk, was 22-year-old Tristan Ruth, unaware his life was about to hang in the balance. The man leaned in close and threatened him. "Don't move, or there will be consequences." But it wasn't just Tristan in the building, unaware of the danger. Sarah Williams, 22, had just reached the bottom when Ybarra turned and shot without thinking. Sarah was shot at close range in the chest. Tristan saw his opportunity then, and he took desperate action. The gunman would not be as fortunate, though, as his next move would be the demise of his entire scheme. Aaron's statements were obviously more than just threats. He was shooting people, and he had a clear plan that was only a few seconds away from causing total mayhem. However, he then committed a critical error. A security guard caught the gunman as he stopped to reload his weapon. A 22-year-old student and security guard named John Mice came up behind the shooter. Everything suddenly changed in a split second. He wrestled the shooter to the ground, wrenched the gun out of his hands, and pepper-sprayed his eyes. Aaron, the shooter, was on the ground with his eyes burning, and Sarah, the injured girl, took the opportunity to step aside. John moved away with the weapon to keep it out of the shooter's reach, but when he returned, he'd find a surprise. Aaron had produced a knife from his pocket. Next, John would engage in a physical altercation with the pepper-sprayed Aaron to remove the weapon from his grip. He was going to have unexpected help. Suddenly, a second hero, Justin Sarah, kicked the weapon out of Aaron's reach, ensuring it would do no harm. What was seconds away from becoming a massacre was stopped in its tracks, thanks to their courage. But the tragedy was nowhere near an end, and what came next was going to expose the harsh reality that changed everything. By 3:29 p.m., paramedics and officers from the Seattle Police Department flooded the campus. Officers immediately apprehended Aaron after finding John Mice and Justin Sarah holding him down on the hall floor. One team of police officers took Aaron into custody, while the second took hold of his van. Paramedics treated several students for shock, while Paul Lee, Sarah Williams, and John Mice were all transported to Harborview Medical Center in Seattle. Paul was pronounced dead on arrival at the hospital. Sarah was taken to surgery right away because her condition was critical. Despite Thomas's critical condition, medical personnel managed to stabilize him, and he was admitted to the hospital. After receiving treatment for the cuts he sustained during his fight with Aaron, John was allowed to go. However, this was not the end of the story. They thought the worst was over when the police showed up to remove the gun. They were unaware that the shooter was hiding something much darker than anyone could have predicted. After being brought to the homicide and assault unit of the Seattle Police Department, Aaron was informed of his Miranda rights. Detectives Dana Duffy and James Cooper then brought him in for an interview. What secrets was he concealing, and what was his true motivation? The truth was finally going to be revealed in the interrogation room, where the answers were hidden. Aaron was still recuperating from the pepper spray, so detectives Cooper and Duffy took a while to begin the interview. They started by inquiring about his private life. Janice and Ambrose Ybarra welcomed Aaron into the world in July 1988. He grew up in Seattle's Mount Lake Terrace neighborhood with his younger brother Joel and older sister Brandy. From the start, Aaron's life was described as turbulent. Ambrose, his alcoholic father, was a frequent source of conflict for the family. Aaron discussed his psychological issues, including his severe OCD, as he became more at ease during the interrogation. As the investigators spoke with this profoundly disturbed individual, they discovered that his OCD was only the beginning of his psychological problems, which started when he was 13 years old. Innocent students were suffering on the SPU campus because of a sin that only existed in Aaron's troubled mind and about which they knew nothing. When Aaron was little, his family made the decision to rearrange the furniture in his bedroom. Aaron claims that he became fixated on the status quo and that this changed him. Aaron had realized that respect could be gained by using fear. The mass murderer Eric Harris served as his initial source of inspiration. But there was another reason why he preferred using guns to cause harm. Aaron loved firearms just as much as his father and brother did, and he even spent 8 years working at a Mount Lake Terrace gun range. He was a competitive shooter who was said to be extremely proficient with a firearm. Aaron was characterized as pleasant, shy, and humorous by some of the people who had met him at work. People were unaware, however, that the quiet young man was harboring demons. The theft of Aaron's firearms was the last straw. The compulsive Aaron couldn't get over it, and was convinced that he detested everyone. According to Aaron's delusions, the evil side was ready to take control. Perhaps the fatal outcomes could have been avoided if he had received therapy sooner, but that was not to be. Aaron had only begun therapy as a result of pressure from those close to him to get help. After quitting therapy, he brought his unsettling mission to SPU within a month. The next thing Aaron would say to investigators would make it impossible for it to be anything other than a premeditated crime, something he and his attorney would sincerely regret in court. Aaron's plans for July 5, 2014 were well defined. He aspired to end his life, just like one of his heroes did. It was supposed to be a declaration, but the students never took Aaron seriously and were unable to comprehend the full scope of what they had to deal with that day. He claimed that he was treated disrespectfully and that to be respected was to instill fear. Paul Lee, a 19-year-old student, was standing there. He took Aaron lightly, which was a fatal error. Aaron told the two detectives that he kept his plans a secret from everyone. Nevertheless, he documented everything in his journal and hoped that if he were killed in the shooting, others would comprehend his motivations. Aaron talked to Detective Duffy one-on-one during the interview, telling her that he had realized something was wrong with him, but that his hatred eventually got the better of him. Aaron appeared to have accepted his fate and realized that his actions would have a severe impact on his life and future by the end of the interrogation. As investigators got to work on their case against Aaron Ybarra, students began to return to campus life and resume their regular activities in the wake of the tragedy. Aaron had only managed to kill one person, but his goal was much more deadly: to cause widespread devastation. However, the prosecution was aware that the defense was preparing for a tough fight as they worked tirelessly to create a strong case. The real battle was only getting started. Aaron Ybarra was put on trial for his crimes on October 10, 2016. Prosecutors weren't going to let Aaron's defense team get away with a lesser charge or sentence, even though they were already ready to use the insanity plea as their argument in the case. According to defense lawyer Ramona Brandis, Aaron experienced crippling bouts of mental illness and depression, which caused him to hear the voice of God, who urged him to go on a murderous rampage. She also questioned his upbringing and his unstable home life, claiming that he never got the support he actually required. Aaron's victims' testimonies were crucial to establishing the case as it actually was. Paul Lee was the worst hit, followed by Sarah Williams. Before she could resume her regular life, she spent days in the hospital. She made an effort to describe the pain she endured in court. The entire scene in the SPU lobby where he and John Mice had overpowered Aaron was described by Justin Sarah. Ramona, the defense lawyer, also contended that Aaron's actions were influenced by his upbringing and unstable home life, because he had sought professional help for his years-long mental illness. Under the direction of Senior Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Kristen Richardson of King County, the prosecution team was ready for the insanity defense. Aaron's own words were going to be used against him by the prosecution. They provided evidence that Aaron had voluntarily stopped taking his medication and quit therapy in order to allow his dark side to take control, shattering the notion that he did not receive assistance for his mental health problems. The assertion that Aaron was getting assistance from at least one family member was supported by testimony from his mother, Janice. His journal also provided evidence to the prosecution that he had premeditatedly planned and executed the shootings. Additionally, the recorded interrogation by detectives Cooper and Duffy was made available to the jurors, demonstrating Aaron's complete awareness of his actions and the repercussions. Aaron tells detectives in the video that he was inspired and motivated by Sung-Hui Cho and Eric Harris, but he makes no mention of hearing the voices of God or Satan. Although the prosecution acknowledged that Aaron had serious mental health problems, they made it abundantly evident that Aaron planned and chose to carry out the shooting. Now that the sentence was just a few seconds away, everyone was wondering if the jury would feel the same way. Following weeks of testimony and arguments from the prosecution and defense, the jury returned a guilty verdict on November 16, 2016. Aaron was convicted of 1 count of assault, 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and premeditated first-degree murder. Judge Jim Rogers sentenced Aaron Ybarra to 112 years in prison on February 17, 2017, for the shooting at Seattle Pacific University. Aaron spoke to the courtroom full of SPU employees, students, family members, and surviving victims during his sentencing. Aaron was the center of attention, but nobody was emotionally ready for what he said next. He apologized for the horrible crime he had committed. In addition, he expressed regret for killing Paul Lee, whom he hoped was still alive. Speaking to the survivor of the attack, Sarah Williams, he told her that she did not deserve the events of that day. Aaron expressed his desire to go back and change everything, but he acknowledged that it was too late. He will be housed at the King County Adult Detention Center for the duration of his sentence. John Mize was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor in 2015 for his valiant efforts to apprehend the SPU shooter. Since the 2014 shooting, Aaron Ybarra's family has stayed out of the spotlight. The public and social media spheres still contain scant if any information about his family members and their lives. Paul Lee's legacy endures in the lives of his family and friends. Soon after Paul's memorial service in June 2014, the Lee family established the Paul Lee Foundation. The goal of the foundation was to carry on Paul's work of supporting those who experienced mental health problems and depression. It was cruelly ironic. He wanted to help people with mental illnesses, but before he could complete his education, he was harmed by someone he would have preferred to assist. The foundation has made it its mission to raise money to support groups that conduct research and create solutions to assist people with mental health conditions. Many people will be discussing what caused Aaron Ybarra to become a school shooter in this case today. Seeing young lives lost so needlessly and murderers succumbing to their own mental health problems is heartbreaking. Could something have been done to prevent this tragedy, considering Aaron's family life was, to put it mildly, turbulent? Or was he destined to become a killer? Before he committed suicide, he was troubled, mistrustful of people, and desperate to be remembered. However, he chose to target the helpless students instead of exacting revenge on the innocent or facing down actual villains. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered how a fatal occurrence could result from a single poor choice or harmless action? On one of the riskiest days of the year, picture a couple kayaking. It was meant to be simply another adventure, but the way it ended was so unexpected that I'm still having trouble understanding it. Where do you think the distinction between mistake and truth lies, people? How can a single word or deed alter everything? Will this story leave you wondering about every detail, or will you be able to form your own opinion? The most exciting portions are still to come, when everything comes crashing down in a flash. Stay tuned. Everything you do has the potential to backfire. In the hands of justice, a single remark uttered in a state of shock might turn into a weapon. An unforeseen series of events can permanently alter a person's life, as seen by Angelica's narrative. For outdoor pursuits, the Hudson Valley is a perfect location. Those seeking excitement are drawn to the breathtaking scenery and fast river. Although kayaking is a popular sport among adventurous people, the river may be cruel. Even seasoned athletes make blunders from time to time, but they are aware of this. For Vince Viafore and Angelica Graswald, the sea represented intimacy and freedom. Excited, they ventured out on the Hudson once more on that fatal evening of April 19, 2015. Both had years of experience and were accustomed to obstacles, but the Hudson was not on their side that day. Strong waves were created by the rising gusts, and they chose to continue forward even though their gut told them to turn around. Their destination was an island with a Scottish-style castle that always pulled them in, with its enigmatic and historic ambiance. They enjoyed the outdoors during the day, but things suddenly changed in the evening. Although the frigid seas and powerful waves were a warning, they were forced to return since it was simply too dangerous to spend the night on the island without any equipment. The situation took a terrible turn when water started to enter Vince's kayak. Vince was in the chilly water without a life jacket, and he was in danger. Angelica called the emergency services because she was so shocked. Desperately, she said that the current was drawing him farther away and that she was unable to get to him because of the strong waves. The scenario was made more difficult by the dispatcher's difficulty locating the pair. Every second mattered and time was running out. Rescuers arrived at the scene too late, but by the time they got there, Vince was already sinking beneath the wave. From the coast, Vince was nowhere to be seen, and the event's solemn atmosphere was only heightened by the sky's growing darkness. Let's take a closer look at Angelica at 35. Angelica was a woman who had big plans. She was interested in photography and thought it would be her career. Her true name, though, was Latvian-born Angelica Lips. After 2 marriages and 2 divorces, she continued to pursue a better life outside of her native country. Her goals were to establish a career, get a work visa, and reside in the United States. She was fortunate. She moved to the United States and got a work as a nanny. But when she met Vince at age 46, things really started to shift. Despite their different ages, Vince, who had gone through 2 divorces, was successful in the construction industry, and their relationship developed swiftly. Let's examine Vince in more detail now. Vince was a giving individual. He collected people, threw parties, and lived an active and vibrant life. He and Angelica first met at one of these events. She moved into his house in the little New York town of Poughkeepsie a few weeks later. Their relationship progressed quickly. Conversations about marriage and kids became commonplace. However, there were problems simmering beneath the surface, and they only got worse the day before the terrible incident on April 18, 2015. Vince and Angelica attended another party the day before the catastrophe. While Vince and his pals were enjoying themselves, Angelica left early, saying she wasn't feeling well. She appeared aloof and hardly engaged with people. The tension between them became apparent to Vince's friends, and it eventually turned into a small but noticeable argument. But there was nothing noteworthy that night. That evening, they parted ways and didn't get back together until the next morning. At that point, Vince revealed his kayaking ambitions. He was adamant that they reconcile and go out on the Hudson River to enjoy some time together. Let's revisit that fateful day. Angelica accepted the plan in spite of the chilly weather and growing wind. For a photo shoot, the pair intended to go to Bannerman's Castle, which is situated on an island in the middle of the river. In the hopes of getting some amazing pictures, Angelica packed stylish attire for a variety of photographs. The wind was getting stronger, and it seemed to portend problems, but by noon they were at the water's edge, ready for another adventure. Around them, huge waves swelled, and every movement was stiffened by the cold. Even though Angelica could see that the weather was getting worse, they continued because of Vince's intransigence and love of adrenaline. Angelica would never forget what Vince said before they left. "This will be your life's journey." The meaning of those phrases would become hauntingly new. The trip to the castle proceeded without incident a few hours later. To set the tone, Angelica informed the cops that they had had a few beers together before leaving. Since they had to return, they both understood they had to maintain their sobriety. On the way back, however, everything changed. As the waves rose higher, Vince began to lag behind. He yelled that his kayak was absorbing water, and Angelica turned to see his boat sinking. The tidal tide pulled her toward the coast as she attempted to turn around. She contacted emergency services as soon as she landed, but Vince had already vanished into the chilly Hudson River. The night of April 19, 2015, marked the start of a search that continued into the following day and into the night. While a sonar-equipped boat fought fog and choppy waves, divers dove into the murky Hudson to find Vince's body. They searched the region with rescue helicopters, but to no avail. As they struggled to deal with the catastrophe, Vince's family was in a state of shock and panic. Even though they realized the chances were poor, his friends and family clung to the hope that he had somehow survived the icy water and powerful current. Ironically, Angelica seemed the most composed of all the worried individuals. As if nothing had happened, she kept updating her social media accounts with pictures and videos. Vince's family was really offended by this behavior because they thought it was improper and even suspicious. Her statements did not strike a chord with the distraught family members, despite her assertion that she was clinging to hope and waiting for her fiancé to arrive. Angelica had to return to the police station for additional interrogation, 10 days after Vince vanished. It was all because of a remark she had made in her first exchange with detectives that seemed casual. On the way back, she may have unintentionally taken the drain plug out of Vince's kayak, she said. The investigation's trajectory was significantly altered by this minor detail. The idea that Vince's death was just an accident began to lose credibility, as there were suddenly more questions than answers. Angelica also informed the cops that Vince's paddle was broken. It was challenging to row correctly since it had missing a locking ring. The detectives' suspicions were only heightened by this, and they began to think about the possibilities of foul play, a broken paddle, and a missing plug. Investigators were worried by these details. When taken together, these minor details led the authorities to believe that Angelica might have purposefully created the conditions for Vince to drown. However, why would she have done this? The whole picture felt lacking without the motive, which was still a mystery. Investigators began contacting those who knew both Vince and Angelica in an attempt to learn more about her potential motivations. Angelica had lived with Michael Coven for a number of years before the police got in touch with him. Although Michael acknowledged that he couldn't totally rule out such a scenario, he was astonished to hear of the accusations surrounding Angelica. He disclosed that there was a darker side to her cool-headed and collected exterior. At times, especially after drinking, Angelica would become combative and initiate disputes, which Vince, Michael claimed, quietly put up with. But only a few weeks prior to the catastrophe, Vince told a buddy that he was seriously considering getting married to her. He characterized her as aggressive and manipulative, particularly when she became unruly when being questioned. Although Angelica acknowledged that there were disagreements in the partnership, she insisted that they were only about their personal lives. The detectives were put on hold by her evasive remarks and imprecise wording. Fauci, an increasing amount of evidence suggested that Vince's death might have been a premeditated tragedy rather than an accident. The motivation proved to be more important than first thought. In addition to interpersonal problems and resentment, Angelica had a particular financial incentive. She was the principal beneficiary of Vince's roughly $500,000 life insurance policy. It was a substantial amount that could provide her with a new beginning and resolve her financial issues. Since Angelica didn't have a job at the moment, this money may have a significant impact on her future. Due to these fresh disclosures, Angelica was no longer the heartbroken fiancé but rather the main suspect. She insisted on her innocence in spite of this. Nevertheless, she was arrested on charges of second-degree criminal wrongdoing and released on bail of $9 million, 0 cents, which, considering her foreign nationality, she could scarcely afford. Angelica was kept in detention pending trial because investigators were concerned that she could try to escape. According to Angelica's defense, her remarks during the 11-hour interrogation were not legally enforceable. Since Vince's body had not yet been found, her lawyer maintained that it was impossible to verify any foul play or deliberate crime in the absence of forensic proof. He maintained that Vince died in a terrible accident. He said that a wave caused the kayak to capsize and that the drain plug may have fallen off later when the boat began to sink. The defense set up an experiment on the Hudson River to bolster their version of events. There was a person sitting in a kayak of the same model who looked like Vince. Even on a calm day, the tests showed that the ship was resting very low in the water, only a few inches over the surface. This proved that even if the plug hadn't been loosened, Big waves could readily fill the kayak with water. The lawyer also reminded everyone that Vince had been drinking, which might have affected his ability to coordinate and react in a flooded kayak, make dubious confessions, and conduct water experiments. This led to a great deal of discussion. Even though Vince's body had not been found, the inquiry was moving forward. The drain stopper, a tiny hole little larger than a fingertip, was the primary source of conflict. The idea that such a minor detail might have led to such a tragedy was difficult to accept. Since Vince's kayak had a drain opening on top, it seems doubtful that enough water could have entered the boat for it to sink. As doubts grew, Angelica's attorney demanded more studies to help solve this riddle. A precise simulation was carried out using the same kind of kayak, a mannequin that had the same size and weight as Vince, and circumstances that were very similar to those of that fateful day. According to the studies, the kayak didn't fill with water fast enough to capsize even after the drain plug was removed. Only a few droplets of water were able to enter through the drain hole, far too little to have resulted in a deadly situation. This implied that Vince's kayak could have easily made the final mile or two back to shore even without the plug, but the prosecution turned its attention to the paddle after the experiment appeared to totally refute the plug argument. Angelica stated that the paddle was broken and lacked the locking ring, which investigators thought might have made it more difficult for Vince to maneuver the kayak. The defense, however, refused to concede even in this case. They showed that the paddle's operation was unaffected by the ring's removal. It was still robust and totally functional and could be used efficiently. This did not alter the fact, though, that Angelica confessed to touching Vince's paddle and the plug while being questioned. This admission served as the impetus for the accusations against her. Even the smallest elements, like touching the paddle or unintentionally brushing across the plug, were used by the police to suspect Angelica of intentional acts because they appeared to be part of a well-planned crime. However, the defense persisted in its struggle in spite of the prosecution's seeming rational argument. According to Angelica's lawyer, during the interrogation, her comments were taken under emotional stress. After reviewing all 11 hours of the recorded interview, the defense called in a false confessions expert who came to the conclusion that the police had used significant psychological pressure. According to the expert, the investigators employed traditional methods intended to force a confession. Question. During the questioning, they forced her to repeat words that supported their story, played the parts of the good cop and the bad cop, asked leading questions, and didn't give her time to process the situation. Angelica was frequently perplexed. Her emotions became more erratic and her answers became less specific. The expert contended that her statements should have been interpreted cautiously because she was in a condition of shock. Her brief statement that she had previously considered ending the relationship was one that the investigators took note of because it was taken to be an admission of intent to hurt Vince. The defense actually argued that this statement had nothing to do with what happened that day. It simply alluded to their long-standing marital problems. Although Angelica discussed freedom in a more general context, the police decided to take a different tack. According to the interrogation specialist, Angelica never used terms like crime or death in such contexts, and the investigators' manipulation of her admissions was more likely to be the consequence than the truth. However, after they got what they wanted, the investigators ignored these information and rejected whatever else Angelica said. The defense contended that the drain plug in Vince's kayak had been broken for months prior to that fateful day. Angelica claims that they had gone kayaking multiple times without the plug, and that there had never been any significant issues. Although there were hazardous circumstances on the river that day, the disaster was caused by the weather rather than any deliberate activities. However, the prosecution did not waver in its position. It all made sense to them. A woman fed up with the partnership, looking for money, arranging an accident to earn insurance payouts, and becoming independent. The questioning of Angelica seemed to go on forever. She felt trapped and had lost all sense of time. She initially made an effort to resist, but her determination waned as the officers kept bringing up the drain plug problem. Her account of the plug, whether it was present or not, got confused, which the investigators decided to take advantage of. The pivotal moment occurred when a tired Angelica requested to go home to feed her cat. The moment the investigators had been waiting for came when tears filled her eyes. They increased the pressure since they could feel how vulnerable she was. Despite the fact that she never explicitly admitted to a crime, The police persisted in asking her a series of leading questions. According to an expert who later watched the interrogation video, Angelica looked worn out, overburdened, and obviously unable to think straight. Her erratic answers were the usual outcome of emotional exhaustion rather than a deliberate admission of guilt. The expert claims that she only wanted to get away from the constant interrogation, which caused her to provide a number of evasive responses that served as the foundation for the case against her. Vince's body, meanwhile, was still unaccounted for. His friends and family were left in limbo, their suffering getting worse every day. His body was not found in the Hudson River, close to the same Bannerman's Island the couple had visited on the day of the tragedy, until the morning of May 23, 2015, over a month after he vanished. Drowning was verified as the cause of death by the autopsy. There were no indications of struggle or foul play. There were traces of alcohol in Vince's blood, but not much, indicating that the severe weather and the cold water temperature had the biggest effect on him. A few days after the body was discovered, Vince's kayak was found. As expected, the paddle had no locking ring, and the drain plug was gone. However, its functionality remained unaffected by the ring's absence. None of these circumstances by themselves could have caused drowning, the defense argued. It was a confluence of factors, including the chilly water, high winds, absence of a life jacket, and drinking. The catastrophe was brought on by this combination rather than anything Angelica did. But the prosecution wasn't going to back down. They concentrated on the contradictions in Angelica's claims, interpreting them as proof that she was responsible for Vince's demise. They had a simple theory. She purposefully damaged the kayak in order to put Vince at danger of dying. But Angelica's attorney maintained that Vince's own carelessness was to blame for the regrettable mishap. Under the influence, he decided to go out on the sea without a life jacket and, in bad weather, he took that gamble even though he knew he had little chance of surviving in the icy water. Even though Angelica insisted she was innocent, the case changed course when the prosecution saw that charging her with willful injury would not stand up. It was insufficient to persuade a jury that breaking a paddle or pulling out a drain stopper were simple crimes. In addition, the defense made strong arguments and experts attested to the possibility that such a disaster might occur in given conditions. The prosecution reached a standstill and made a plea offer to Angelica. She consented when they suggested that she enter a guilty plea to involuntary manslaughter, which would only carry a few years in prison rather than a life sentence. Angelica was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter and given a 4-year prison sentence. She only had a few months left to serve, though, given the time she had previously spent awaiting trial and throughout the legal proceedings. As part of the plea agreement, Angelica spent less than 4 years in jail, 32 months, before being released on parole in December 2017. Although she was given a 4-year sentence, she actually served less than half of that amount because of time served and early release. Therefore, the parole system permitted her to become released earlier in late 2017, even though her term was legally 4 years. Tensions persisted, even after she was freed. The result was too difficult for Vince's family to accept. They were outspoken in their displeasure with the light sentence, believing that Angelica was the cause of their son's death. However, Angelica insisted that the truth was known only to her and to God. She insisted that Vince's death had been a terrible accident and that she was not to blame. She encountered fresh difficulties after being freed. She had trouble finding work and faced deportation. Angelica's guilty plea prevented her from claiming Vince's insurance benefits. She was compelled to return to her own country 16 months later, where she started to reconstruct her life and put the trauma of those incidents behind her. She claimed to be completely recovered from the experience, enrolled in a university, obtained employment, and carried on with her life. People, this is a story with many unanswered questions that may never be resolved. A complicated and intense picture is painted by Vince's passing, Angelica's actions, and the contradictory testimony. In these circumstances, it's simple to be influenced by the narrative of the prosecution or by public opinion, but it's crucial to keep in mind that the truth isn't always clear. In my opinion, the legal system is capable of errors. Particularly in situations such as these, false confessions can result from coercion, psychological weariness, and interrogation techniques. Angelica was in a predicament where she was disadvantaged by both the external factors and her own blunders in speech and behavior. However, was she really to blame for Vince's passing, or was it really a terrible mishap that turned into a nightmare for all those concerned? I want to now address you, the audience. Which do you believe is more significant in this tale, chance or guilt? Has a judge made a mistake in Angelica's case, or is she really involved in Vince's demise? If you were in her shoes, what would you have done? More significantly, can we always rely on judgments based on contradicting evidence? I want to know what you think. Stories like this one make you wonder about the thin line that separates accusation from truth. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Residing in the dying neighborhood. Generally speaking, those who haven't moved in a long time know their neighbors well. They are aware of whom to avoid and to what degree, as well as whom to trust. After years of cohabitation, neighbors can occasionally get closer than certain family members. When the family is traveling or on vacation, they are expected to take care of the house and property. Without thinking twice, they invite each other over and let their kids eat delicacies from these people. On occasion, though, the longtime neighbor may prove to be a true madman who has been waiting for the proper opportunity. In recent years, the Diana Garnica case has grown to be one of Argentina's most dramatic. The inquiry took a great deal of time and effort, and the culprit might have avoided punishment because the victim's body was never located. There was hardly any direct proof against him, and he refused to acknowledge his guilt. Who was the family of Diana Garnica? Early life. On March 3, 2000, Diana Abigail Garnica Cisneros was born in the town of Villa Mariano Moreno El Colmenar, Argentina, in the province of Tucumán. Being the youngest daughter and the seventh and second to last child of her parents, she grew up in a huge impoverished family. Her parents, Elizabeth Susana Cisneros and Ramon Garnica, put a lot of effort into providing for their numerous children and making their homes at least passably comfortable. Diana, the family's youngest girl, was adored by all. Her older siblings looked after her, and her parents loved her. She performed well academically, had a gift for sketching and a love of dancing from an early age. She was very close to her elder sister Sonia, who basically looked for her upbringing while their parents were at work, and she was exceptionally smart and reasonable for her age. She also never lied to her family and had no secrets from her parents. Due to the Garnica family's strong religious beliefs, the parents and kids routinely went to church and made an effort to live morally upright lives. In order to assist their parents to some extent, the elder kids also started working when they were teenagers. Each of the younger ones had their own duties and was responsible for keeping the house in order. Diana always wanted to help others around her, thus she dreamed of becoming a doctor, was incredibly responsive, friendly, and sensitive. She stated that she would purchase her parents a large home so that her mother could create the flower garden and fruit trees she had always imagined, and she intended to establish a prosperous career to support her family. Unfortunately, relocating to a different city would never allow these dreams to come true. Following Ramon's job loss due to deteriorating financial difficulties, the parents divorced in 2013. The family was compelled to relocate to Juan Bautista Alberti, which is in the same province as Tucumán. They found the transfer to be quite challenging, and at first their issues only got worse. After more than 20 years of marriage, the couple's relationship rapidly soured. After they started fighting all the time, they finally came to the conclusion that they could no longer be together. All of the children were shocked by the divorce, but the youngest ones were most affected. When Diana found out what had happened, she was devastated. A 13-year-old girl's world fell apart in a second, and she was unable to comprehend what would happen next. The father continued to provide for his ex-wife and kids in spite of their split, but he soon had another family. Elizabeth also suffered a great deal as a result of the divorce, but she was fortunate to find a good profession that paid well for the area, and her kids helped to support her. The family gradually adjusted to their new situation, became comfortable in their new house, formed friendships, and built strong bonds with the locals. A Dario named Javier Suarez resided across from the Garnica family. He was a 36-year-old man who was incredibly nice, amiable, and lovely. He was raising 4 children with his spouse, Yasmina Alejandra Villarreal. In addition, he had 1 unmarried child and 2 children from prior marriages. Notably, the Garnicas only lived in Juan Bautista Alberti for 6 months after Dario and his family relocated there. Since they were new to the neighborhood, maybe that's why they became fast friends so quickly. Suarez had previously resided in the northern Argentine province of Santiago del Estero. Dario worked at a brick factory in the area alongside his wife, 2 brothers, and a few other family members, moved within a mile of their residence. Diana and her siblings were almost the same age as his kids. They became friends, as they soon discovered they had things in common while attending the same school. Additionally, the grown-ups got along well, letting their kids come and stay together, celebrating family occasions and growing close to one another. During their first job and adolescent relationship, Sonia and Diana even took care of the smallest neighbor's kids while their parents were at work. Ramon helped his ex-wife and older children as much as he could after the divorce, but he almost stopped sending money after he had a new family. Despite offering a steady salary, the mother's job was woefully inadequate to support a large family. Even a tiny business that produced and sold their own baked goods was launched by the family, but it failed very fast. The situation got so bad that Diana had to quit school in her senior year in order to work and support her mother. In order to take care of an elderly, sick person, the 16-year-old girl accepted a job as a caretaker. Garnica believed that this experience would help her in her future career as a doctor. Even though she was young, she took her work very seriously and responsibly. She cooked diet-specific meals, complied with the suggestions created by the treating physician, closely followed all instructions, and kept an eye on the medication schedule. Diana enjoyed her work. She felt valuable and needed, worked hard to accomplish things correctly, and was admired for it. Even though she worked from dawn till night almost every day, she continued to dutifully go to church on Sundays with her mother and sisters. Additionally, she started dating a boy with whom they had previously attended school. The young couple would occasionally go through the park in the evenings, just chatting and spending time together. Diana, however, followed her mother's rigorous guidelines and routines. She always got home around 10 o'clock at night. She never went somewhere without telling her family where she was going, who she was going with, and when she would be back. And she never stayed out late. She occasionally accompanied her neighbors and their kids to the city market to buy supplies, although her mother was always aware of these outings. Dario looked after the neighbor's girl as if she were his own kid, spoiling her with modest presents every now and then. When the man found out she had a boyfriend, he gave her paternalist advice about how boys may be dishonest and cautioned her against letting him take advantage of her innocence and naivete. The girl, who still had no secrets from her mother, told her about this talk. Although Elizabeth thought the neighbor's behavior was a little odd, she concluded that it was his way of showing concern because he had teenage daughters who were Diana's age, which was an odd request. Late in the afternoon on May 6, 2017, Diana suddenly got a call from her neighbor, who, out of pure kindness, said he wanted to assist her family. Although Garnica was in dire need of money at the time, she was anticipating a bonus soon, which she intended to use to start fixing their home's roof, which had begun to leak during a recent downpour, and to get a dental prosthesis for her mother. But then Dario abruptly said he wanted to get Elizabeth a gift air conditioner, and he invited Diana to go with him so they could help pick one out. Because he wanted it to be a surprise and knowing would make it impossible, he requested that Diana not inform her mother about it. He arranged for a meeting spot and once more got her to swear not to tell anyone. She got this strange call right now. Diana had just gotten home from her job. She stated she needed to drop off groceries she had purchased on the way home and change her clothes once she got there, despite the neighbor's insistence that she accompany him immediately. Since her mother never lied to her or hid secrets from her, it was only natural for her to tell her everything. It also seemed strange to the woman. They were friendly with the neighbors, but this was the first time they had ever done this. Since their family did not require an air conditioner, Elizabeth wanted to call Dario herself to express her gratitude and decline the offer. Her daughter, however, persuaded her not to, stating that she would make the promised trip to the store but would turn down the pricey purchase. The girl told her mother that she would be back home before it was too late and that everything would be all right. In order to maintain the surprise, the neighbor texted Diana's phone to let her know he was already waiting for her and to ask her to keep their meeting a secret. After responding that she was leaving, Diana realized her phone was nearly dead. In order to charge it, she chose to leave it at home. The last time anyone saw her was when she met Dario at the prearranged location. An enigmatic disappearance. Elizabeth became concerned when her daughter didn't come home by nightfall, particularly because she was unable to contact her because the phone was left at home. The woman waited a bit longer, but she became anxious as night fell. She tried to comfort her mother that nothing terrible could have happened and that her sister would soon return home. After first calling her oldest daughter Sonia and telling her everything, the mother heard the neighbor's motorcycle pull up to the house across the street. As it grew pitch black, she sighed with satisfaction, thinking Dario and her daughter were back. But by 5, 10, 20 minutes had gone by, and the girl was still not inside the house. The neighbor was by himself when the woman went outside. When she asked him about Diana, he was taken aback and claimed not to have seen her that day and to know nothing about her. Elizabeth was taken aback. She couldn't decide if the neighbor was telling the truth or whether her daughter had cheated on her for the first time in her life and gone somewhere else. The man persisted in telling her his story, though, and even gave her his phone to make sure he hadn't spoken to her daughter. He had, of course, erased all the messages and calls by then. Concerned about the girl's whereabouts, Dario even volunteered to drive around the area with her mother to find her and question the teenager's friends and neighbors if they had caught anything unusual. But instead of accepting his assistance, the woman chose to begin the hunt on her own. No one had seen the girl that day, but she and her older kids wandered the area until late at night, phoning all of the girl's friends and acquaintances and questioning everyone they encountered. When Elizabeth got home, she checked her daughter's phone and discovered that her daughter had not erased 2 missed calls and a message from the neighbor. The woman was so certain that Dario was lying that she called the police and her ex-husband to report their youngest daughter missing. After hearing the disturbing news, the man drove to his ex-wife's house, which was several hundred miles away, to assist in the hunt for his daughter. The horrifying scene at the brick factory and police indifference when a concerned mother reported her daughter missing to the police station in the middle of the night. The officers did not take the case seriously, assuming the girl had either run off with her boyfriend or gone to a party with friends and would return home by morning. The authorities ignored Elizabeth's fears, stating that they would not begin a search until at least 24 hours had elapsed, despite her sharing her suspicions about the neighbor and even displaying the conversations and messages on her daughter's phone. When the Garnica family realized they were on their own, they launched a large search. The father had already come from a different city by then, and they proceeded to the neighbor's house to have a serious conversation. But the house was quiet, dark, and vacant, and when they knocked, nobody answered. After that, the family visited the brick factory where the neighbor and his family worked, when the missing girl's relatives found a horrifying discovery. As the senior member of his staff, Dario had access to the plant even when it was closed because he possessed the keys. The lights were on that night, and the girl's relatives came in to find a terrifying scene. Even though it was a day off and the facility was meant to be closed, the brick-making furnaces were operating. In addition, every adult member of the neighbor's family was there. They were obviously burning stuff in the furnaces and seemed restless. A horrible suspicion struck the Garnicas. Dario wasn't in the factory, and when they inquired about his whereabouts and the situation, those in attendance attempted to divert attention by claiming that they were performing maintenance and getting equipment ready for use, adding that the man had just arrived and may have gone to the bathroom. However, the suspect was able to covertly escape the search for evidence and the arrest of suspects by leaving the factory through the back door within the brief time that this conversation lasted. The family of the missing girls made the decision to get in touch with the prosecutor's office following the terrifying scene at the workplace and the peculiar actions of Dario's relatives. At that point, the adolescent had been missing for about 24 hours, and the inquiry was scheduled to start. It turned out, though, that the police station where the parents had reported the girl's disappearance had not provided any information. Got to them. Prosecutor Claudio Benari was incensed by this circumstance, took charge of the case personally, and vowed to discipline the police officers who had failed to perform their duty. He started by asking for a warrant to search the brick plant and Dario's house. Nevertheless, because it was Sunday and the legal system was not functioning, the prosecutor chose to handle everything himself in order to save valuable time. Benari asked his family for assistance in getting rid of the body and evidence because He thought the suspect may have attacked the adolescent, abused her, and then killed her. The fact that Dario's whole family was in the plant on their day off in the middle of the night and had mysteriously started the furnaces raised suspicions in his mind. As the family looked for the daughter, including on social media, the man's calls and messages to his young neighbor's phone also seemed odd. As soon as the case gained widespread attention, several conjectures and guesses were made. The young beauty might have been abducted and sold into slavery at a brothel or for organs, for example, according to a widely held notion. One woman even named a specific individual, but it was later discovered that she was merely attempting to get revenge on her ex-boyfriend by sending him to prison. The suspect's home was searched, but nothing was found. The crime had obviously taken place somewhere else, and he had not brought the girl there. At the brick plant, no signs were discovered either. Benari did not, however, rule out the possibility that the corpse and evidence were destroyed in a cremation using the furnaces, but they were merely conjectures and speculations. However, the prosecutor used the missing girl's phone data as a major justification to start Dario's arrest. As potential accomplices, his mother-in-law, sister, wife, brothers Cesar and Marcus, and a few other family members were also taken into custody. The defendant rejected all of the claims against him during questioning, saying he had not seen the neighbor and had not spoken to her that day. Clear disparities in their claims were found, nevertheless, based on data analysis from his phone and devices that belonged to the victim and his family. While his family members were charged with criminal conspiracy and involvement, the guy was charged with unlawful detention, potential assault, and depriving the girl of her life. While the investigation into the search for Diana was underway, all suspects were placed in jail for 3 months. Her parents remained optimistic. Even though the authorities initially didn't think the missing girl would be discovered alive, they increased the number of persons that participated in the search, demanded that Dario reveal where their daughter was and what he had done to her, coordinated marches and protests, and involved the media in the investigation. In an attempt to sway the inquiry and coerce the suspect into delivering a statement, the parents desperately sought meetings with the security and justice ministers at the time. Unfortunately, this did not translate into practice, even when the highest governmental levels welcomed the family of the missing girls. Despite the efforts of more than 200 police officers, assistance dogs, and specialized tools including search drones and helicopters, the search was unsuccessful. Disturbing findings in one of the kilns at a brick plant. A second examination revealed a tooth part and an odd, heavily melted metal thing. This item was thought to be the nose piercing the missing girl had on. But to verify this, specialized forensic analysis was needed, and it would take time as law enforcement awaited the findings. The man's notebooks with highly suspicious entries were discovered after a second, more extensive search at Dario's home. It became clear from these seemingly private diaries that the man was genuinely fixated on his young neighbor. When the family moved in next door to his house, everything began. She was just 13 years old at the time. The notes made it apparent that the girl drove the suspect crazy, even though he did not write anything explicit about what he planned to do with her. For years, he thought about her every day and occasionally wrote letters to the neighbor in which he strangely proclaimed his love. Investigators came to the conclusion, after going through all the notes, that the man's addiction only got worse with time and that he was unable to control his disgusting cravings. He implied that she would one day belong to him and that he would provide her permanent peace and tranquility in one of his final messages to the girl. This entry appeared to be a direct threat, suggesting that Dario may have used her before dealing with her. The forensic analysis findings were still waiting, but it appeared that the case could be taken to court based only on the diary entries because the physical evidence had vanished. Benari discovered that the evidence had just vanished as he attempted to determine the cause of the holdup. Neither the identity of the unusual metal object nor whether the toothpiece belonged to the missing girl could be ascertained by DNA analysis. The police officers in charge of protecting the evidence were promptly dismissed and placed under arrest for criminal negligence and potential aid to the suspects after the prosecutor made the decision to categorize information regarding the investigation's advancement. Following this heinous crime, federal authorities took immediate control of the investigation. Furthermore, it quickly became apparent that several of the documents discovered at the suspect's house had vanished as well. The final letter, in which he pledged to provide the girl eternal rest, was one of them. The case might just collapse in the absence of these pieces of evidence, and the offender and his associates might not be held accountable. 3 months later, however, no steps were taken to help identify the location of the missing physical evidence. Although the suspect's incarceration period had ended, it was dangerous and clearly threatened to result in a loss to take the case to court without important evidence. The child's phone data and the testimony of a random bystander who saw the suspect and the missing girl strolling together down the street on the day she vanished were all that was left. The court only partially approved the defense's request, which called for Dario's attorney to have the entire investigation ruled unlawful, his client released immediately, and the search results revoked because they were carried out without a special order. All of his relatives were freed because no particular charges could be brought against them, but the primary suspect was still in detention. But Dario was also freed in May 2019, 2 years after the girl vanished. The body had not been located, no new evidence had surfaced, and the investigation had not advanced during that time. The long-awaited trial and verdict, the investigation was still ongoing, even though the primary suspect was freed. Testimonies and other information occasionally surfaced that suggested Diana might still be alive. For example, a banknote purportedly written by the girl with a request for assistance was discovered. Only in June 2021, however, was it determined through handwriting analysis that the missing girl's writing was not hers. Prosecutor Ben-Ari was able to finally take this difficult case to trial, more than 4 years after the daughter vanished, but the Garnica family was growing more and more discouraged as the proceedings were continually postponed because of the global pandemic. The family no longer wished for a good result or the rightful punishment of the guilty. The offender didn't show up in court until April 2023, 6 years after the crime was committed, when the trial finally started. Everyone thought Dario's diaries were lost forever, but at that time the missing entries had been located. These turned out to be the main pieces of proof that established the man's guilt. Nevertheless, more professional examination was necessary to confirm these documents' legitimacy. Furthermore, 2 additional witnesses entered the case. One was the ex-lover of Dario, who said he had wooed her when she was just a teenager. She also said that she was by no means the only young girl the suspect had abused in this manner, and that he always had a weakness for them. The second witness was a likely collaborator and neighbor of Suarez, Dario's brother. He claims that the brothers arrived together on a motorcycle with an odd big bundle in the sidecar the night the girl vanished, grabbed some equipment from a shed, and then departed together. Because Suarez was always erratic and violent, the witness had been silent for a long time out of concern that he may hurt his family. The defendant, who said he would never hurt the adjacent girl since he considered her to be his daughter, never acknowledged his wrongdoing. However, a guilty conviction was rendered based on the limited evidence. The missing girl's body was never located, and the events of that terrible day were meticulously reenacted. This proved that the man had seduced the adolescent, taken advantage of her, killed her, and disposed of her remains, likely with the assistance of his family. Dario was convicted of kidnapping and exploitation on May 2, 2023. He was given a life sentence without the chance of release for taking Diana's life. No other family members, including his brother Suarez, could be held responsible. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We are examining the unsettling case of Kim Wall, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. Denmark's capital, Copenhagen, known to the locals as Copenhagen, is situated on the picturesque islands of Amager and Zealand. Denmark is renowned for its excellent architecture and design in general, but Copenhagen in particular is the main draw. In addition to a vibrant food scene, the lush, verdant city has a rich and diverse cultural environment. Copenhagen, home to more than 600,000 people, is considered one of the happiest cities in the world due to its laid-back lifestyle and progressive social views. Even though Denmark is a pleasant country, it did record 54 homicides in 2017, including the August 2017 murder of Kim Wall. On March 23, 1987, Kim Wall was born in Trelleborg, Sweden. Journalists Joachim and Ingrid Wall were her parents. Tom Wall was the only sibling she had. Kim developed into an exceptionally intelligent youngster who never wavered in her commitment to her objectives. She did exceptionally well at the London School of Economics, where she studied international relations. However, it didn't stop there. Kim advanced her education by pursuing a master's degree at Columbia University's School of Journalism, sometimes referred to as the Oxbridge of Journalism. Kim won awards for her year and was at the top of her class among her peers. Kim's approach to her work as a journalist mirrored her deep interest in people and their stories. Kim would do whatever it took to share people's experiences and give them a voice. Kim was a journalist for the South China Morning Post in Hong Kong, the Swedish Embassy in Australia, and a European Union delegation in India. Numerous worldwide publications, including as the BBC, The Guardian, and the New York Times, have published her pieces. Kim lived in Copenhagen with her lover, Ole Stabi, a game and interface designer. Although she alternated between Beijing and New York, the two had big plans together and were incredibly in love. Relocating to Beijing, China was one of their goals. However, life had other ideas. Kim was spending time with her family on August 9, 2017, at her parents' home in Trelleborg, Sweden, so they could take their annual summer photo. Before August 9, 2017, her family had 29 photos since they had taken a family photograph every summer since Kim was a year old. Kim was also excited to get to Copenhagen because she wanted to see Ole. Before departing for China on August 16, 2017, Kim and Ole planned to host their friends at their apartment the next day to bid them farewell. Even though Tom, Kim's brother, was exhausted from working a night shift the day before, Ingrid, Kim's mother, realized that Kim's presence was an opportunity to take the family photo, so she made sure they did so before she left. They had no idea that would be the final photo they would take together. Ole and Kim prepared their house for the house party on August 10, 2017. Friends soon arrived at their flat, but Kim received a call before the celebration could start. Peter Madsen, a Danish submarine inventor, made the call. Kim and Peter had already discussed an interview over the phone. Kim wanted to interview Peter for a story she was writing for Wired magazine. It was intended to be a brief interview to wrap up her report. So, before the celebration began, she asked Ole to excuse her. Before it was too late, Kim wanted to do the work as quickly as possible so she could resume her partying with her pals. Kim left for the interview after apologizing to her friends who had already arrived for the celebration. 3 submarines were built by renowned inventor Peter Madsen. In addition, he had constructed rocket ships and motivated many others with his endeavors. Peter invited Kim to accompany him on a flight aboard his 2008 launch submarine, the UC-3 Nautilus, since the interview was about his inventions. Peter invited Kim to meet him at Copenhagen Harbor, where Kim had a safe journey. Kim arrived at about 7 o'clock. Kim, who was first afraid to board the submarine, gained the strength to do so and carefully walked onto it, where Peter was already waiting for her. She knew it wasn't a huge concern by the time the soft wind blew about her as she stood next to Peter on the submarine's tower. Notably, she contacted Ole at 8 p.m. saying, "I love you, but I'm going down now." She also texted Ole, "I'm still alive." Even though it was Kim's final text, Ole didn't think there was an issue because he expected Kim to concentrate on her work. Shortly after that, Ole received another text from Kim that said, "He bought cookies and coffee though." Ole, however, soon became concerned. Ole was unable to get in touch with Kim, so it started to become later and later. Kim was supposed to return early as promised. He began to fear about 10 o'clock at night. At 1:43 a.m. he called the police after phoning everyone he could think of and informed them that his girlfriend had vanished. After Kim Wall was reported missing, the Danish police started looking for her. Kim was not located despite their hunt for the submarine she boarded prior to her disappearance, the UC-3 Nautilus. Throughout the night, the Danish Emergency Management Agency, DEMA, officers helped the police search the sea. They looked everywhere, trying to find Kim. In addition to utilizing cadaver dogs, the divers explored a huge area of the sea that was dark, traveling in all directions, front, back, right, left, center, and deep into the ocean. Approximately 5:31 a.m., Ole called Kim's mother Ingrid on August 11, 2017, to inform her that Kim had gone missing. Joachim and Ingrid were both in a panic and could only pray that Kim was still alive. Even after a thorough search, The police would not discover anything until approximately 10:30 p.m. The sub was discovered at a depth of 22 feet south of Copenhagen by a rescue aircraft in a harbor southeast of Amager, close to the Dragor lighthouse. Kim was not there, but the police did find Peter Madsen. Peter explained to the reporters who were on the search that a malfunctioning ballast tank was the reason the submarine sank. He added that he swam to a nearby fisherman's boat to get away after spotting it. The cops asked Peter about Kim's location because he never mentioned her in his account. He said that on the evening of August 10, 2017, just before the accident, he left Kim off at a local restaurant. When the police raised the submarine to examine it, they found something fishy. They found that the defective ballast tank had been intentionally tampered with. Additionally, investigators searched the submarine and discovered evidence of Kim's personal possessions and blood. Peter's story evolved once they asked him more questions. He reported to the police that he lost his hold on a large hatch door, which collapsed and struck Kim's head, causing an accident. When he checked, Kim had no pulse, according to Peter, and there was a lot of blood where she landed. The cops were aware right away that they needed to suspect Peter, but why? Nothing material was there to cling to. Since Kim's body had not been discovered, they were unsure of what actually happened to her. On August 21, 2017, 11 days after Kim Wall vanished, a cyclist made a gory find while crossing the beach south of Copenhagen. The torso of a human washed ashore on the beach. Following a call to the police department, they examined the torso and concluded it belonged to Kim Wall, the Swedish journalist who had been missing for 11 days. The remainder of the corpse was not connected to the torso, which had been horribly stabbed 14 times. Although Kim Wall's friends and family were aware that their loved one had passed away, they were still curious about what had happened to her on August 10, 2017. Until October 7, 2017, when divers discovered plastic bags in Kogi Bay, less than a mile from where Kim's torso was discovered, the authorities continued their quest for explanations without finding anything. When the plastic bags were opened, Kim's head and legs were within them. Metal fragments were fastened to the sacks to keep them from floating. Following these revelations, Peter was questioned once more and altered his account once more. This time, he claimed that Kim Wall passed away on his submarine due to poisonous gases. The cops were aware that Peter was concealing something because of his contradictory accounts. Because he was the last person to see Kim alive, and because he was unable to give precise information about what transpired while they were together, he was also the only suspect in the case. No one was arrested, since Peter never admitted to killing Kim and there was no solid proof to convict anyone. Nevertheless, the police continued their investigation as they were unable to operate on their presumptions. One of Peter's claims that Kim's head was struck by a hatch was refuted by the autopsy, which found no blunt trauma on her head. Additionally, the autopsy showed that Kim had been stabbed and shackled. Additionally, it revealed that she had asphyxia, indicating that she had either been stabbed in the throat or strangled. The police had grounds to detain Peter for additional interrogation in light of this evidence. When the authorities inspected his phone during the investigation, they discovered that on August 9, 2017, Peter had viewed a video showing a young woman in agony as she was gradually decapitated with a little knife. Additionally, his search history revealed that he looked up how to remove every photo from his iPhone. Investigators also discovered movies of women being killed on Peter's computer, and witnesses testified that Peter was observed practicing asphyxiation and watching videos of decapitation. The inquiry revealed that while Kim's body contained no evidence of Peter's DNA, the underpants, which were taken from Peter Madsen following the arrest, did contain bodily fluid traces. When questioned, Peter denied experiencing pleasure with Kim. Annie and Carl Madsen welcomed Peter into the world on January 12, 1971. His early years were spent in Denmark's Sabi and Hong. Annie had 3 additional boys from 2 prior men and was over 30 years younger than Carl. When Peter was 6 years old, Annie left the marriage with all of her children, allegedly because Carl mistreated his 3 stepsons. Years later, Peter moved back home with his father, who also had a passion for rockets. Peter was really interested in rocket fuel in school. He created his first huge rocket while studying chemistry and physics, and on March 3, 1986, he launched it. He based it on the American ICBM MX Peacekeeper and constructed it at his father's factory. The rocket performed admirably, ascending to a height of 100 meters before falling. Luckily, nobody was harmed. Peter lost his father when he was 18 in 1990, but he continued to explore and contact engineers. Additionally, he joined Copenhagen's Dark Rocket Club, a Danish amateur rocket club, but over time the other members lost interest in him. According to Dark members, he could activate the fire sprinkler system by only speaking his name. Although he never completed formal schooling, he did take engineering and welding classes to gain some knowledge of submarines. His passion paid off as individuals, businesses, and organizations saw his potential and provided financial support for his work and way of life. He constructed the UC-1 Freya, UC-2 Praka, and UC-3 Nautilus submarines. The Nautilus was a 3-year-long privately manufactured midget submarine that was launched on May 3, 2008, in Copenhagen, Denmark. The construction cost was about $200,000. Together with Danish architect Christian von Bengtsen, Peter co-founded Copenhagen Suborbitals on May 1, 2008. He departed the project in June 2014. Peter was in charge of the booster rocket engines, launch pad, and launch systems. Because of his inventions, Peter was already well-liked, and many people became interested in him without realizing that he was a different person on the inside. Only the murder of Kim Wall revealed who he really was. Peter Madsen, 47, was accused on January 26, 2018 with murder, assault from stabbing, and indecent handling of a corpse because of the dissection. On August 10, 2017, Peter was charged by the prosecution with binding, striking, placing, and strangling Kim on his submarine. Throughout the investigation, Peter refused to acknowledge that he had slain Kim. When Peter's trial started on March 8, 2018, he entered a not guilty plea to the allegations. According to the psychiatric evaluation, Peter was not delusional or psychotic, but rather a narcissistic psychopath. Peter was convicted guilty of all charges and given a life sentence on April 25, 2018. In court, Peter reportedly displayed no remorse. Instead, he intimidated people in the courtroom by staring at them from time to time. Because of Peter's behavior, the Wall family was once instructed not to let him pass in the courtroom. Peter insisted throughout the proceedings that Kim's death was an accident, even though he acknowledged that he had dismembered her body. He told the court, "I don't see how that mattered at the time, as she was dead." The family and friends of Kim, who never imagined that she would be murdered so near to her home, found closure in this sentence, even if Peter would not confess. They were all aware that Kim was a fearless journalist who would venture into hazardous areas to obtain the information she needed for her job. If they were ever concerned about Kim, it would be because she traveled far and wide for work, and they were all unaware that she would die suddenly in Copenhagen, where she lived. Following his life sentence, Peter attempted to appeal the decision, but it was denied. After he was caught, his wife, whom he married in 2011, requested that her name be kept secret and filed for divorce. He was hospitalized in August 2018 after being attacked by an 18-year-old prisoner who threatened to keep him there for the rest of his life. By frightening inmates with a phony firearm and fictitious explosives he had manufactured while incarcerated, he managed to break out in October 2020. He was surrounded by police in a residential neighborhood close to his Sylvester prison as they pursued him. However, because they believed he was carrying explosives, the police were unable to approach him. The cops waited for the explosive specialists to come after they were called. The cops detained him and returned him to the prison after the specialists arrived and discovered that everything had been a ruse. He had to appear in court once more for that offense, and on February 9, 2021, a Copenhagen court sentenced him to an extra 21 months in prison for attempting to flee. It appeared that the additional sentence would not impact Peter's jail term, even though he was already serving a life sentence. However, if a probation request were ever submitted, the extra sentence would be relevant. Throughout the case, Peter insisted that the death was an accident. However, the Danish tabloid Ekstra Bladet claims that Peter Madsen confessed during a documentary series in which he was secretly recorded. The show was based on almost 20 hours of telephone talks with Peter while he was incarcerated, which were secretly recorded. During one video, he is asked if he killed Kim, and he answers, "Yes." He also states, "There is only one who is guilty, and that is me." Kim's parents, journalists Joachim and Ingrid, were determined to publish their daughter's tale 3 years after her murder. They decided that the narrative would portray Kim as her family, friends, sources, and readers knew her to be, rather than the events leading up to her passing, since they found telling her tale to be therapeutic. According to Ingrid, the book serves as a means of introducing the world to Kim as a human being, a journalist, and a daughter. The book, A Silenced Voice, is a joyous chronicle of a life well lived amid a family's struggle to deal with a life being extinguished. It is a tapestry of history and present at the same time. It chronicles Kim's journey from London to Cuba, New York to Haiti, Beijing to Sri Lanka, gathering anecdotes from bylines and cherished companions along the way. It also follows the hours, days, and weeks that followed Ingrid and Joachim's awakening to the news of their daughter's disappearance and their discovery on TV that a stranger was facing murder charges. The establishment of the Kim Wall Memorial Fund, a grant intended to assist female journalists, was another development that provided comfort to the Wall family. The life and death of Kim Wall are depicted in many TV shows in addition to the narrative penned by Kim's parents. The first is Tobias Lindholm's Danish-language television dramatization, The Investigation, which depicts the case's criminal inquiry. The 6-part series, which stars a variety of professional actors, debuted on September 28, 2020. Those involved in the case investigation were consulted in order to meticulously script the series. The investigation focuses on the research that led to Peter's accusation and conviction, rather than Peter or the actual crime. Into the Deep, the submarine murder case, which was directed by Emma Sullivan, was made available on Netflix in September 2022. The documentary video of Peter Madsen, his friends, and interns was used to chronicle his attempt to launch a rocket ship into space using his submarine as a command center. The film chronicled the occurrence in detail, as well as his life. After his lover passed away, Kim's boyfriend Oli Stabi found it difficult to react. Nevertheless, years later he talked about Kim and underlined what a wonderful person she was. The murder of Kim is an unsettling instance that demonstrates the depth of evil that exists in human nature. It also makes us consider the number of women who have faced danger in their diverse occupations. How did you feel about this particular case? Do you believe Peter Madsen received the justice he was due? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the pleasant evening of October 30, 1975, it was summer in the Belhaven, Greenwich suburbs. The night before Halloween, Martha was doing her best to persuade her mother to let her go out for mischief night, where she and her friends would pull harmless practical jokes around the neighborhood. Dorothy, Martha's mother, eventually listened to her cries and allowed her to leave, after some tenacious persuasion. As the hours passed, Dorothy called some of her acquaintances out of concern for her missing child, only to discover that nobody had seen Martha. It didn't take long to begin looking for her. Martha would be discovered bludgeoned to death with a golf club, over 200 feet from her home, beneath a pine tree. What took place on the evening of October 30th? What secrets lie behind the walls of exclusive Belhaven? And who could have done something so horrible to such a young soul? Rich in culture and history, Greenwich is one of Connecticut's oldest communities. This seaside town offers you both the lively and thrilling city life and the quaint New England ambiance. And it's only a 50-minute train ride to New York City. No one would have imagined that such a wealthy society would have its hands defiled behind the bar golden doors, and the residents of Belhaven were well known for their wealth and status. Martha Elizabeth Moxley, a social butterfly, was well known for being outgoing and having a good time. Along with her older brother John, Martha was the youngest of Dorothy and John David Moxley's children, born on August 16, 1960. In 1974, the family moved to a large new estate in Connecticut after Martha's father was transferred from his job in Piedmont. It may have been a significant adjustment for everyone when Martha moved to the affluent neighborhood of Belhaven, 3,000 miles from her home, but she was incredibly flexible. She quickly gained a large number of friends, and her lively demeanor and self-assurance frequently attracted peers. She was chosen as Western Junior High School's most popular girl in just 9 months of living there. Martha became well known among the males as a result of her quick rise to fame. One lady who had everything going for her was Martha. She was well known for being gregarious, athletic, and artistically gifted. Martha looked to have an easy time of it. In an interview, her brother John recalled that she was a pleasant, cheerful, and easy to get along with child who was pleasant to be around. Martha was characterized as a family-oriented individual despite her enormous popularity. She would frequently spend her free time playing with her cat Tiger or drawing about the house. She did, however, have a wilder side. Like any other adolescent child, Martha would spend most of her days at the Belhaven Club in the summer of 1975, either swimming or playing tennis. She would frequently mingle with other kids from upscale clubs beside the pool. It was said that the children of these groups were of a distinct breed. They attended prestigious academies and boarding schools and were wealthy, even by Greenwich standards, in contrast to her other pals. One family in particular stood out among these children, the Skakels, who were the notorious Kennedy's cousins. It was well known that Martha had a close relationship with Thomas and Michael Skakel. The Moxleys lived next door to the Skakels. Ethel Skakel and her husband Robert F. Kennedy had 2 nephews, Michael and Thomas Skakel. Additionally, the families were related, and Robert was the late President John F. Kennedy's brother. Rushton, Ethel Skakel's brother, and his wife Anne had 7 kids. These included Michael Skakel and Thomas Skakel, who were 15 and 17 years old respectively when Martha was murdered in 1975. The Skakels were not a contented family. Later, Michael Skakel would point to a repressive Catholic morale and sexual attitude, chronic illness, and drunkenness as recurring reasons for domestic strife. After Anne Skakel died of brain cancer in 1973, her alcoholic husband Rushton Skakel continued to deteriorate. He frequently left the kids unattended at home, with unrestricted money and little supervision. According to Michael Skakel, his mother's passing caused an even greater degree of disorder to take over our home. They were only 150 yards away from the Moxleys. Because there was no parental supervision, the Skakels frequently had a steady stream of teenagers at their house. In the privacy of Belhaven's gated enclave, Martha was enjoying her best summer days. She smoked, had a few beers, and occasionally sneaked out throughout her adolescent years. Martha wrote about a few incidents that occurred during these holidays in her diary. A lot of them were about the Skakel boys. Martha was particularly worried about the improvements Thomas was giving her. On that date in 1975, she wrote, "Dear Diary, me, Jackie, Michael, Thomas, Hope, Maureen, and Andra. When driving in Tom's car, I was practically sitting on Thomas's lap because I was only steering. He kept putting his hands on my knee, then I was driving again, and Tom put his arm around me. He kept doing stuff like that." Martha also left a message for Michael on September 19, 1975, stating, "Michael was so totally out of it that he was being a real asshole in his actions and words. He kept telling me that I was leading Tom on when I don't like him except as a friend. I said, well, how about you and Jackie? You keep telling me that you don't like her and you're all over her. He doesn't understand that he can be nice to her without hanging all over her." It was clear that Martha felt conflicted about the Skakel brothers and frequently questioned whether she should leave their home. Although she continued to worry about her personal comfort and safety, nobody could have predicted what would happen next. The Hour of Mischief, October 30, 1975. Martha tried to persuade her mother to allow her to go out with her friends. Martha did everything she could to win her mother's approval, while her father, John, was away on business. Dorothy finally caved in to her daughter's persistent pleading and allowed her to spend the night out. Belhaven was a safe neighborhood. Since everyone entering and leaving the area was thoroughly screened, crimes were extremely rare in such a secure area. Along with her pals Helen and Jackie Jeffrey, Martha went out. In order to meet with Kennedy cousins, the 3 of them headed to the Skakels' house. As the night wore on, midnight finally arrived. Dorothy's worry didn't kick in until 2 in the morning because she was accustomed to her daughter occasionally skipping her curfew. She initially believed Martha might have simply spent the night at her friend's house. When she called Sheila, Martha's best friend, to ask where she was, she discovered that she hadn't seen Martha since 9:30 p.m., which was around the time when all of the children returned home. When 3:30 a.m. arrived, Dorothy was so anxious that she called Thomas Skakel, their neighbor, who gave Sheila the same response. She eventually gave up about 3:35 a.m. and ended up phoning the cops for assistance. Almost soon, the local Greenwich officers were dispatched to the Moxley residence. Dorothy and they quickly looked around the neighborhood and found nothing unusual. In the end, the officers reassured Dorothy and requested her to wait until morning. However, just before they left, they forwarded Martha's information to all the stations in the area so that they may be on the lookout for any Martha sightings. Dorothy quickly dozed off while she waited for her daughter to arrive by the window. When Dorothy hurried to Martha's room the next morning, October 31, 1975, she discovered her bed was vacant. A strong, eerie feeling had begun to wash over her as the cops were brought in once more. She was aware of a problem. Dorothy was unable to wait, so she and her son John began to search the area. The first place they looked was the Skakel home. Dorothy had never visited her neighbor's house in the 15 months that they had been here, and the first thing she saw there was their hostile dog. She knocked on the door, somewhat frightened by the terrifying experience, and Michael, the younger Skakel sibling, opened it shortly after. Dorothy insisted on finding anything, though, so she asked to peek at the camper parked outside. She thought Martha might have merely slept off in the camper's back, but when she looked inside, she discovered it was also empty, shattering her hopes. By this point, the local community had heard of Martha's disappearance, and the police, accompanied by friends and neighbors, had arrived to examine Belhaven's grounds. Shortly after, shaking with terror, Martha's friend Sheila hurried to the Moxley home. She struggled to find the right words to express what she had just seen while crying. Sheila begged Martha's mother to dial 911 in order to get assistance. She claimed that Martha is not moving and that a horrible incident had occurred. They needed assistance since she had been attacked. Gene, Dorothy's companion at the moment, requested her to remain still while he returned to see what had transpired. John arrived at the scene and discovered something horrifying. The missing teen was laying face down beneath a large pine tree at the border of the Moxley property, 200 feet from her home. The shattered golf club was protruding straight through the back of her neck, and the back of her head was bludgeoned. Martha's slacks and underwear were pushed down to her ankles, and her clothing was covered in bloodstains. A broken 6-iron golf club was found close to the teen, and it was used to repeatedly hit Martha in the head. The club was discovered broken into 3 pieces due to the power of the contact. Except for the handle's grip, the parts of a broken golf club were scattered on the ground close to her body. When the body was found, the police officers were taken aback. In the past 30 years, Greenwich had not seen a violent crime case, much less one as horrible as this one. Given the gravity of the issue, the local police were ill-equipped to deal with it. A crew from the Connecticut County Station was assigned to conduct a more in-depth inquiry. Martha's body was transported for an autopsy. After forensics at the scene tried their utmost to collect as much evidence as they could, the autopsy revealed no signs of sexual assault, and the first cause of death was determined to be the blunt force of her head. Later on, it was found that young Martha Moxley lived out her days as a virgin. In order to determine the precise timeline of the homicide, Greenwich local police officers began collecting alibis from every witness they knew while the inquiry was still underway. The Skakel brothers were the first on the list. Both lads gave their separate alibis for the time of the murder. When they were questioned by the police on the same day, Thomas Skakel told investigators that he last saw Martha outside his home at 9:30 p.m. He claimed that after saying farewell to her, he immediately went inside to watch The French Connection with Kenneth Littleton, the family's new live-in instructor. Soon after, Thomas returned to his room to finish a paper on Abraham Lincoln for school. However, his teachers denied ever assigning such a task. Eventually, 2 polygraph tests were administered to Thomas. Thomas cleared the second one, but the first one's findings were still unclear. Michael Skakel said investigators that he had driven to his cousin Jimmy Turn's residence at approximately 9:15 p.m. and returned at approximately 11 p.m. Although they lacked concrete evidence to establish Michael as a suspect, the police were instantly suspicious of his statement. In the fall of 1976, Kenneth Littleton, then 24 years old, was also the subject of an investigation. Before leaving the residence, he reported to the police that he heard sounds outside sometime between 9:30 and 10 p.m. Michael, his older brother, Thomas, and 2 other Skakel boys were not at home when Littleton checked on the 7 Skakel children, according to Detective Solomon's statements. He claimed he did not see anything when he was out, but he did hear some sounds, like rustling leaves coming from the bushes on the property. Littleton went on to say that it wasn't until 10:25 p.m. that Thomas joined him in front of the television. Within half an hour, the other Skakel guys returned home. According to reports, Littleton was unaware of Martha Moxley's identity. Despite failing many lie detector tests, Littleton was never charged with any involvement in the case, even though the night of her murder was really his first night at the Skakels. 2 shocking pieces of evidence were discovered by authorities throughout the ongoing inquiry. A Tony Payne golf club had been used to stab and beat Martha Moxley. Upon closer examination, the same golf clubs were discovered at the Skakel residence, but one was missing. These golf clubs bore Anne Skakel's initials etched on them. When their father, Rushton Skakel, learned of Martha's death, he hurried home after spending the previous day hunting. He was very cooperative with inspections and statements at the start of the inquiry, but he quickly ended his interactions with the police. On the recommendation of their lawyers, the Skakels stopped cooperating with investigators on January 22, 1976, and refused to answer any further questions. The alibis Martha's friends provided were the second item that caused a lot of people to wonder. Martha Moxley and her friends went out on the evening of October 30, 1975, to take part in Mischief Night, where the locals would ring bells and play practical jokes like toilet papering houses. Her pals claimed that Martha was spotted kissing her elderly escapee brother, Thomas, after flirting with him. Shortly afterward, one of her companions said that they had last seen Martha and Thomas fall inside the fence near the pool in the Skakels' backyard at approximately 9:30 p.m. Over the next few months, police are planning to conduct more than 200 interviews. To finish the process, each of them takes many polygraph tests. No one has an obligation to cooperate with the police, but in most instances, individuals who have some knowledge that may lead to the identification of an individual who has committed a violent crime are more than pleased to contribute that information to the police. So it's most unusual when an individual possessing information decides that he does not want to give information to investigators, stated Donald Brown, the state's attorney for Fairfield County at the time of Martha's murder. Initially, a lack of information caused the case to become cold for nearly 20 years. Following a suggestion that William Smith Kennedy, another member of the Kennedy family, might have been involved in the murder, Martha Moxley's case was revived in 1991. Although his ties to the Martha Moxley case were eventually severed, William was on trial for assault charges, and the entire incident ultimately resulted in the case being reopened with fresh leads. Dr. Henry Lee, a famous forensic pathologist, was brought in by the police the same year. Technology was not available in 1975, but Dr. Lee was able to use it. Clothes discovered in the Skakel family's trash soon after the murder were among the things Dr. Lee looked at. Dr. Lee concluded that the hair belonged to a Caucasian male. "We found some hairs and fibers. Some of the hair is microscopically similar to hers, other hair is dissimilar to hers." He was unable to produce a match since he lacked a hair sample from any of the potential suspects. However, Dr. Lee was able to offer a potential explanation for Martha's murder after looking through the photos taken at the crime site. Someone attempted to apply force, as seen by the blood stain on her body. It implies a murder with a sexual motive. Michael soon emerged as the case's main suspect. Rushton Skakel reportedly engaged a private investigator shortly after to discreetly clear his family name. He hoped that material would surface that would raise doubts about other individuals, including Kenneth Littleton, a past suspect. But his scheme failed miserably. The Martha Moxley investigation now involved private investigators Jim Murphy, a former FBI agent, and his sidekick, Willis Billy Krebs, a former lieutenant in the NYPD. It was discovered that both Tom and Michael Skakel had lied to the police when the 2 men questioned them about what they had done the night of Moxley's death. It was actually closer to 10 p.m. when Thomas Skakel last saw Martha outside his house, not 9:30 p.m. Additionally, Thomas and Martha did some inappropriate things outside of his house before he returned inside. Krebs claims that once Thomas acknowledged this, he started to cry, but his attorney interrupted him before he could say anything more. When Michael Skakel got home from his cousin's house at about 11 p.m., he told the investigator that he didn't go to bed. In fact, He had climbed a tree outside the window of Martha Moxley's bedroom and done something improper. Dominic Dunn, a writer and author, obtained the investigator's report and forwarded it to state inspectors. Even though Frank Garr, a former officer on the case, expressed his suspicions regarding Michael Skakel, they were previously disregarded for lack of evidence. His theory would gain further impetus from this report. The Moxley case was covered in 1982 by Leonard Levitt, an investigative writer for Newsday, a newspaper based in Long Island. He had a similar hypothesis regarding Michael as well. He revealed that she recognized her assailant because there were no resistance wounds. The fact that she was repeatedly struck with a golf club suggests that she was angry, which made this situation unique. It also suggests that the two must have known each other, making it a crime of passion. It took Levitt 20 years to cover Martha Moxley. According to the report, the police were presented with shocking admissions from Thomas and Michael Skakel. On the night of the murder, Thomas and Michael both admitted to the investigators that they had misled the police about their testimonies. Thomas informed them that he went inside his home after 9:30 and then out again to spend an additional 20 minutes with Martha. He now says that at around 10 or 10 o'clock, he left Martha after they had a sexual encounter. The story he told doesn't make sense if you go back and look at it today. An investigator and a one-person grand jury were tasked with reviewing the Martha Moxley case in 1998. Judge George N. Thim determined after reviewing the evidence that Michael Skakel should be charged with her murder. In his late 30s, Michael was charged with Martha's murder. The court took nearly 20 years to provide justice. After a 3-week trial that mostly relied on circumstantial evidence, he was finally found guilty. Part of the golf club, a 6-iron, had been found by investigators from a set that had belonged to Michael's mother. Regretfully, though, authorities lacked tangible proof linking Michael to the murder inquiry. He said he was watching Monty Python's Flying Circus at a cousin's house, miles away from the murder site. Nevertheless, jurors subsequently stated that his inconsistent behavior and the incriminating remarks he had made had persuaded them. Skakel's old classmates later provided testimony throughout the trial. It seems that Michael had even admitted to them that he had killed Martha while he was a student at a lawn institution, a specialty institution designed to help problematic teenagers get back on their feet. Gregory Coleman, a former classmate, testified during the June 2000 pretrial hearing that Skakel told him, "I am going to get away with murder. I am a Kennedy." Coleman also claimed that Michael had mentioned that he was attempting to make advances on the girl, but she was not complying, so he drove her skull in. However, Coleman passed away from a heroin overdose in August 2001, therefore he did not return to testify in Michael's murder trial in 2002. Although the Skakel secrets were kept carefully guarded, Michael in particular was known to have a troubled history. There was quite a stir when rumors circulated that Michael had stayed inside a lawn school. It was during a group session at his reform school that Michael confessed to killing Martha on the evening of October 30. Joe Reese, the proprietor of the school, denied that any such claims had ever been made. Nevertheless, during the Skakel trial, numerous witness statements supported the story. 2 of Michael's old Elan school classmates came forward to testify. John D. Higgins was one of them. Michael claimed he only remembered bits and pieces of the crime, and Higgins characterized the experience as a weeping, dazed, and bewildered confession. However, Michael boldly declared that he was certain he would get away with killing Martha because of his family name, according to Gregory Coleman, the other witness. Robert Kennedy Jr., Michael Skakel's cousin, became a fervent supporter when Skakel was sentenced to prison in August 2002. He only thought that his relative was being falsely accused by political propaganda and had never committed the murder, Kennedy stated. "I know Michael Skakel and I know he didn't commit this crime." During a 1997 interview with CBS 48 Hours, with the help of ghostwriter Richard Hoffman, Michael Skakel recorded his autobiography, Dead Man Talking, A Kennedy Cousin Comes Clean. One particular audio that was played during the trial was especially damaging. Michael claimed to have been intoxicated, smoked marijuana, and had abnormal cravings on the night of Martha's death. Skakel was terrified when Dorothy Moxley knocked on his home that morning. On the tape, he stated, "I was still high from the night before, a little drunk." Michael claimed to have asked himself, "Did they see me last night? because he was afraid that someone from the Moxley household would catch him in the act. He claimed that when he was on their tree, he committed a few improper behaviors. However, the prosecution contended that Michael was speaking of being observed using the golf club to beat Martha. Michael's defense countered that he had an alibi for the period of time Martha was murdered, and that there was no tangible evidence to convict him. However, Michael was portrayed by the prosecution as a jealous teenager during the trial. According to them, Michael was under the influence of drugs and alcohol when he was angry at being rejected by his crush, and he ended up acting on his ideas after obtaining the murder weapon. The jury returned a guilty judgment on June 7, 2002. Skakel received a prison term ranging from 20 years to life. Shortly after the commencement of its fourth day of deliberations, the state superior court jury declared its judgment shortly after 10:30 a.m. In the crowded, quiet courtroom, Skakel and Rush looked nearly incredulous as the foreman announced the verdict. It was one of the most terrible and complex cases in the Northeast, encircled by a whirlpool of celebrity and fortune, and the people celebrated the justice served. The Moxley family's 27 years of agony came to an end. Mrs. Moxley broke down in tears as she addressed a large crowd of reporters and television crews outside the courthouse. Mrs. Moxley claimed to have prayed in front of the judge. "My prayer started out, 'Dear Lord,' again today, like I have been doing for 27 years. I'm praying that I can find justice for Martha. You know, this whole thing was about Martha." She added, "This is Martha's day. This is truly Martha's day." Michael's attorneys and supporters battled to get his conviction reversed while he was incarcerated. All 4 of the appeals that were submitted were rejected. Then, on October 23, 2013, Michael was given a new trial because his defense lawyer, Mickey Sherman, had not represented him in a way that was constitutional. Consequently, on November 21, 2013, Skakel was freed on $1,200,000 0 bond. The prosecution made every effort to have Skakel's conviction upheld. They were successful. The Connecticut Supreme Court ultimately decided by a vote of 4-3 in December 2016 that his representation was, in fact, legitimate. But the dispute didn't end there. In a subsequent 4-3 verdict in May 2018, the court overturned its earlier result, finding that Mickey Sherman, Michael's attorney, had not presented any proof of Michael's alibi at the initial trial. Retrying Michael is still an option for the prosecution, although it will undoubtedly be challenging given the deceased witnesses and other issues. In a statement released, Michael's legal team commended the court's ruling, stating that it had made the correct choice. Michael, who insists he is innocent, has been wrongfully imprisoned, according to the attorney. But the Moxleys are still convinced that Michael is guilty, Dorothy declared. "I have no doubt that he did it." After hearing the evidence against Michael Skakel, the jury in the 2002 trial returned a verdict that John Moxley, her 59-year-old son, claimed still gave him comfort. "There's a comfort level on our part that we know what happened," he stated. Now 55, Michael Skakel resides in Westchester County, New York, with his aunt. In addition to trying to get over the trauma of his previous conviction and incarceration, he spends his day caring for his 15-year-old son, George. Legally, he must request permission from the court before leaving Connecticut or New York. "I'd like to put this nightmare behind me so I can begin to have some semblance of a life with George, without all of this hanging over my head," he wrote in his email. "I lost 11.5 years of my life. I miss George's childhood altogether. I know I will never get those years back. But I feel lucky to spend time with George now." For more than 40 long years, Martha Moxley's death was a constant source of anxiety for the Greenwich neighborhood, as well as her family and friends. Although many still maintain that the verdict against Michael was contrived, the state of Connecticut did not receive fair justice for Martha's death, and a mother lost her daughter as a result. Many people think that because of his wealth and connections, Michael left as a free man. John David Moxley, Martha's father, fought for his daughter's justice until his death in 1988. Even now, the Martha Moxley affair continues to bring the Kennedy family notoriety. The 2016 book Frame Up: Why Michael Skakel Spent Over a Decade in Prison for a Murder He Didn't Commit was written by Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Martha's 84-year-old mother, Dorothy Moxley, said she was at a loss for words after reading the book. She went on to say that in her whole life, truth had never been so perverted and controlled. She continued to suspect Michael of killing her child. A whole chapter of Kennedy's book was devoted to defaming Martha's father, John. He made many accusations against the Moxley family and questioned his whereabouts on the night of the murder. And as of December 2019, Michael Skakel is still at liberty. The people of Greenwich will always remember Martha Moxley. Before she could fully mature from her adolescent years, a young, attractive girl was deprived of her youth. The Kennedy men have buried victims of tragedies before. Although there is still a lot of conjecture surrounding this case, we offer our sincere sympathies to the family of the dead. The trial between Michael and the Moxley family was a war fought by the entire United States. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Parents teach their children from a young age not to trust strangers, not to get into unfamiliar automobiles, and never to go any place with someone they don't know, regardless of what they may say, because the world is big and full of hidden hazards. Regrettably, people with bad intentions frequently exploit both the trust of the innocent and the precarious circumstances that some adults find themselves in. Young medical student Mia Steven went to a party with her pals. She thoroughly enjoyed the evening and the companionship of those around her. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and nobody could have foreseen what was about to happen. Sadly, Mia never made it back home. When she vanished, the entire community rallied in the hopes of discovering her uninjured and alive. But when a sobering discovery was discovered in a neighboring woodland, something so startling that even the most experienced investigators found it difficult to comprehend, those hopes were dashed. On January 15, 2000, Mia Steven was born in Aalborg, a sizable harbor city in northwest Denmark. She came from a loving, close-knit family as the youngest. She grew up her adolescence in this small town, which is well known for its low crime rate and feeling of security. Mia did exceptionally well in school, demonstrating a natural aptitude for subjects like biology and chemistry. Her teachers believed she was a talented student and had high expectations for her. Mia knew she wanted to become a doctor even as a teenager. She always wanted to assist everyone around her and was incredibly kind and perceptive. Mia was well liked by her peers because of her gregarious and intelligent nature. She was loved for her warmth and approachability and had a wide network of acquaintances. Attention was also drawn to her elegant manner and remarkable looks. While still in school, she started modeling, participating in several campaigns, and winning people over wherever she went. Because of her uniqueness, Mia frequently had admirers fighting for her attention. Mia achieved her dream of enrolling at Aalborg University's Medical program, one of Denmark's most esteemed universities. After graduating, she kept modeling while attending school, doing fashion publications and commercials. Mia maintained a close relationship with her family by continuing to live at home with her parents in spite of her achievements and increasing independence. Mia was in her second year of college when the COVID-19 epidemic struck. The limitations and lockdowns drastically altered her life. Social media, phone conversations, and video chats took the role of her face-to-face connections with pals when classes shifted to online. A vibrant, gregarious, and outgoing young woman found the lockdown period to be rather difficult. Because of this, Mia Steven anxiously got ready for her first party in years when all restrictions were finally relaxed in early February 2022. Unfortunately, that night would be her last on February 5, 2022. For the first time in almost 2 years, there were no social restrictions due to the pandemic on Saturdays in Denmark. College students in particular were ecstatic to be able to enjoy the nightlife they had sorely missed. Parties were organized all around the nation because it was a reason to celebrate. She was really looking forward to the night. She made a call to her friends and meticulously planned the location for their eagerly anticipated night out. She went through her clothes at the same time, selecting an ensemble that would draw attention to her body and set her apart. This was more than simply a trip to the pub for her. It represented the return to everyday life. She wanted to celebrate her recent completion of her second-to-last semester at university with close friends she hadn't seen in a while. She put on makeup, fixed her hair, and wore a stylish black dress and high shoes. She added a cropped leather jacket and other sophisticated accessories to finish off her ensemble. Even though it was cold in February, she looked gorgeous. Mia thought her friends would drive her home after the event, but as the evening wore on, plans changed. Young people anxious to make up for missed time crowded the bars and clubs throughout the city's central streets that evening, but it was so chilly that the streets themselves were almost deserted. After spending several hours catching up and having a good time, Mia and her pals began the evening in a bustling pub. They later relocated to a local tavern, and an hour later they changed locations once more. The group evolved as they went from bar to pub. A few friends went home, others encountered pals and joined other groups, and they were replaced by new acquaintances. The evening was of course full with dancing, laughter, and copious amounts of alcohol. Witnesses claim that although Mia drank wine, she wasn't too drunk. She talked to everyone around her, laughed and danced. The companions she had first arrived with made the decision to depart by 3 a.m, but Mia decided to stay, telling them she would find her way home eventually. She was spotted conversing with an unknown man who seemed interested in her at the moment. The club ended for the evening around 6 a.m. Only one of Mia's friends remained after that. The two went out into the chilly, overcast morning. The frigid temperature was made even worse by a chilly breeze that blasted across the deserted streets. The two made the decision to take the bus home, but they had to go in different directions. They split up and went to their own bus stops. Mia never came home that night, and no one ever saw her alive again. Her parents initially assumed she might have gone to stay with one of her many friends and were not alarmed. But when they noticed that her phone was going directly to voicemail, something that was completely out of character for her, their worries intensified. Unable to wait any longer, Mia's mother called her daughter's best friends and classmates at midday on February 6. One by one, they all responded with the same response. They couldn't get in touch with Mia, and they hadn't seen or heard from her since the previous evening. Her parents were so alarmed that they rushed to the local police station and reported her missing. They were concerned that law authorities may postpone their search by waiting the customary 24 hours. Because Mia was an adult and had attended a party, they were relieved that the police took the matter seriously and started looking into it right away. Investigators began by speaking with every friend and acquaintance Mia had made at the different pubs that evening. Although Mia had been drinking, witnesses attested that she wasn't too drunk. They also gave a thorough explanation of her attire, which included a light jacket and a stylish evening gown. Investigators initially thought she might have died from the weather because it was so chilly in February. They promptly ruled this out, though, because no further relevant reports had emerged. Security footage from the bars and clubs Mia had frequented was examined by police. Although Mia seemed to be in a good mood and turned down her friends' offers to bring her home, nothing else in the videos seemed suspicious, and the packed venues made it nearly hard to follow one specific person. The enigmatic man Mia had been spotted dancing with that evening quickly came into focus. Finding him and questioning him was crucial. Luckily, it was easy to identify him. He was an aspiring athlete with a bright future who was a fellow student at Mia's institution. He volunteered to be questioned and disclosed that he had taken a taxi to his house across town after leaving the bar at around 5 a.m. The taxi driver acknowledged dropping him off at the specified place, allowing police to establish his alibi. Mia had no known adversaries, conflicts, or anybody who would want to harm her, according to her family and friends. She had never engaged in criminal behavior, used illegal substances, or had any symptoms of mental illness. Although no one in her network had ever heard of a stalker or obsessive admirer, this prompted investigators to think about the possibilities. After Mia exited the pub, investigators looked at video from street surveillance cameras to expand their search. She and her companion had left the venue together, and after walking roughly 300 feet, they paused to bid each other farewell. Each then made their way to their designated bus stops. Investigators were looking through the video when they spotted something strange, a dark automobile that seemed to be pursuing Mia after she split up with her friend. Mia went another 500 feet or so after saying goodbye to her companion and then paused to wait for her bus. Regretfully, it never came. Mia was trapped because it was early on Sunday morning and the public transportation schedule hadn't fully resumed after the shutdown. She couldn't call for a ride or get in touch with anyone for assistance at 6 i.e. Menning, since, to make matters worse, her phone had died earlier in the night. something she didn't notice until she was outdoors. The streets remained empty and dark. At the bus stop, Mia, wearing an evening gown, stood freezing and hoped her bus would arrive soon. However, as time passed, it became evident that it was not going to happen. A black Volkswagen Golf came up close to the road at about 6:15 a.m. The vehicle stopped and probably offered Mia a ride, but she declined. Mia was left alone when the automobile drove away. She waited for more than an hour in the bitter cold at the bus stop once more. The identical vehicle came again and pulled to a stop at the bus stop about 7:30 a.m. This time, following a 5-minute conversation with the driver, Mia apparently reluctantly decided to get into the car. By that time, the cold is thought to have affected her so much that she chose to accept the stranger's offer. However, the issues still stood. Where did they take her? Who was driving? And who owned the car? Investigators needed to know the answers quickly. The surveillance footage's poor quality made the inquiry more difficult. Experts did their best, but they were only able to determine the car's make and model. It was unable to make out the driver's face or the license plate. Detectives looked over footage from nearby cameras to follow the car's movements, and shortly they got a break. The Volkswagen Golf was seen parking close to a 24-hour convenience shop a few blocks from the bus stop. Luckily, the car's license plate was photographed by the high-resolution camera in this business. Investigators quickly identified the owner, a 37-year-old man named Thomas Thompson, by searching the license plate through the vehicle registration database. The nightlife area where Mia and her pals had been going out was close to Thompson's home. Adam, a 30-year-old roommate of Thompson's who had previously drawn the attention of the police, lived with him in his leased house. Both men had a history of infractions, including posing as police officers in a scheme. The stakes were considerably higher this time, even though they had previously simply been fined for their acts. Both males were arrested so they could be questioned. Adam, however, had a strong alibi and was quickly freed. The day before Mia vanished, he had left town to see relatives, and he didn't come back until February 8. This information was confirmed by investigators, and Adam was exonerated. Thomas Thompson was the main suspect in the inquiry. To get a better picture, investigators started by looking into his past. Born in Kolding, Denmark in June 1985, Thomas was raised in a modest household. His parents moved him to live on his grandparents' tiny farm in the southeast countryside when he was a teenager. Thomas enlisted in the military after high school, where he signed a contract and established a solid career. He finally rose to the rank of sergeant while serving in highly troubled regions of the world. After leaving the military in 2015, he went back to school and graduated with a degree in engineering. Thomas had been employed as an engineer at a nearby industrial firm and renting a house in Aalborg in recent years. He was characterized as a competent, quiet, and hard-working professional by his coworkers and superiors. He was quite reserved, though, hardly ever disclosing personal information or developing strong bonds with coworkers. Thomas's legal background was problematic. He had been charged with violent altercations, domestic violence, and injury on multiple occasions. He was nevertheless able to reach an out-of-court settlement in every case. According to his ex-partners, he was irritable, hostile, and dangerously violent. Thomas appeared to lose control during angry outbursts, acting in a way that worried others around him. Some even thought he could be able to commit a major offense. Thomas obviously had a darker side that he found difficult to control. However, did that imply that he may have singled out Mia, hurt her, and perhaps even committed a crime against her? More importantly, where was Mia? In his car, Thomas, for his part, said nothing. An integrated GPS system was discovered by investigators. They looked at the data, hoping to track his movements that evening. They found that Thomas had attempted to turn off the GPS tracking on February 6 at around 2 in the morning. The attempt, however, resulted in a glitch, and the machine started to record position data every 30 seconds rather than shutting off. According to the GPS, Thomas left his house at 2:45 a.m. and drove about the city for several hours, apparently searching for a target. This mistake made it possible for detectives to piece together his actions in great detail. He stopped close to the bus stop where Mia was waiting at around 6 in the morning and had a quick conversation with her. For the next hour and a half, he drove away after she turned down his offer of a ride. Before heading back to the bus station, Thomas kept driving in a directionless manner through the streets. Mia was clearly freezing by this point and perhaps desperate. Apparently believing she had no other option, She grudgingly got into his car. Before driving into a remote road, the vehicle departed the city and drove through a few tiny neighboring villages. GPS data revealed a series of short pauses near each other in the wooded region, followed by a lengthy wait, during which the vehicle stayed motionless for approximately an hour. Search dogs and an operations team were sent to the location. They soon found that Mia's phone was broken. Nearby, they discovered a ripped necklace she had been wearing that evening, followed by a hair clip. Additionally, pieces of her clothing and strands of her long hair were discovered tangled on the branches of trees in the area. The scene presented a bleak image. As someone hurried after her, Mia appeared to have attempted to flee into the woods, tripping, losing objects, and hooking herself on branches. But hundreds of feet farther into the jungle, the most terrible discovery was still to come. Areas of disturbed dirt were pointed out by the search dogs, indicating that something had just been buried. Investigators found human bones after excavating beneath roughly 3 feet of loose dirt. 231 pieces of the remains were broken apart, some of which were left on the surrounding land. To the dismay of her loved ones, the victim could only be identified by DNA testing. It was established that Mia was the owner of the remains. Law enforcement was forced to issue a public statement as news of the gory discovery swiftly spread to the media. The community was reassured that the dangerous criminal had been caught. Terrifying details were uncovered via forensic analysis. Bone marks indicated that a power saw-like instrument had been used to dismember the body. Given the condition of the remains, pieces of tissue displayed signs of having been bathed in a chemical solution, perhaps in an effort to destroy them or get rid of any DNA traces. It was challenging to pinpoint the precise cause of death. Medical examiners, however, thought mechanical asphyxiation was the most likely cause. Most likely a rope or tiny strap, rather than bare hands, had been used to strangle Mia. Although Thomas Thompson's car had been partially cleaned, blood traces were discovered. Mia's blood was identified through DNA analysis. Her body looked to have been dismembered, and more blood traces were found throughout his house, especially in the toilet. Thompson first attempted to defend his actions when presented with the evidence, saying he had no malicious intent and had no plans to hurt anyone. He claimed that he tried to turn off his car's GPS because he was being stalked by a dishonest police officer who was extorting him, but he was unable to give his name or any supporting documentation. Thompson also related how he saw a woman in light clothing at the bus station early that morning and offered her a lift out of courtesy, but she declined. Then, he said, he drove off to run other errands. On his way back about 90 minutes later, he noticed the same woman, who was now obviously chilly, still at the stop. He claims that this time she agreed to take him for a ride. Thompson described how the young woman was drunk, acted flirtatiously, and supposedly promised intimacy in return for his assistance. He said they took his car out of town to a remote location where they had consensual sex. Thompson then claimed that Mia unintentionally tugged on the car door handle during this interaction, causing the door to swing open. He stated she died instantaneously after falling out and breaking her neck. In a panic, he tried to protect himself by getting rid of her body rather than calling the police. Doubts were immediately raised by the story. The strewn personal belongings and strands of Mia's hair discovered in the woodland were among the many discrepancies that detectives pointed out. When questioned further, Thompson changed his account, saying that Mia accused him of being abusive, threatened to file charges, and started to sober up after their encounter. He claimed that despite his attempts to soothe her, she went into a frenzied state, escaped the automobile, and dashed into the woods. According to Thompson, he followed her out of concern that she may freeze to death and planned to take her back to the car so he could drive her home. He claimed that she stumbled during the pursuit, struck her head, and instantly passed away. After he took her body home, Thompson confessed to dismembering it in his bathroom and soaking the remnants in chemicals in the hopes that they would completely dissolve. But after a few hours, the procedure had little impact. The remnants, which were still whole, now smelled bad. He drove the corpses to the wilderness, buried them, and packed them into bags out of desperation. He maintained that the death was an accident and that his sole transgression was trying to hide the evidence because he was afraid no one would take him seriously. He insisted that his actions were motivated by panic rather than malice. Further investigations at Thompson's property turned up incriminating evidence behind his house, despite his contradictory claims. Investigators discovered a temporary solution, burn hole, with some dirt and rubble covering it. He had tried to destroy Mia's pocketbook, personal things, car floor mats, and blood-stained clothes there. The majority of the goods were severely destroyed, but her purse was largely undamaged, including the thin strap that still contained remnants of Mia's skin cells and blood. This strap was the tool used to strangle her, according to forensic authorities. The prosecution's claim that Thompson had acted maliciously and with premeditation was successful. He planned his actions ahead of time, as evidenced by the fact that he had made a conscious effort to turn off his car's GPS system. According to the prosecution, he was a predator who went hunting that evening and eventually targeted a young woman who was alone and in danger. His perfect victim was Mia, who was cold and alone. The second time he contacted her, she accepted his offer of a ride since she was so desperate. Thompson's claims of innocence were further weakened by his conflicting explanations and attempt to remove evidence. The jury found that, in spite of the evidence, he had taken steps to hide his activities after purposefully luring Mia into his automobile with malicious intent, but the court's surprisingly light penalty caused a great deal of indignation. Many wondered how someone who had done such horrible things could be punished less severely than the law permitted. Thompson probably took Mia to the remote woodland after threatening her with a firearm once she was inside the vehicle. She tried to flee there, but he caught up to her. There is evidence that he assaulted her and then strangled her with the strap of her purse. He dismembered her body and tried to dissolve the remains in chemicals after bringing it to his house. Thompson's conduct demonstrated that his crime was planned and executed without regret. For example, he ordered pizza to be delivered to his house twice on the same day that he committed these heinous deeds, and he even went to a neighboring store to buy candies. Witnesses from the area said he seemed perfectly at ease, grinning and talking to people, while the young woman's body floated in his bathroom. Unfortunately, because the chemical solution destroyed DNA, the court was unable to verify proof of an intentional assault. During questioning, Thompson himself asserted that their interaction had been voluntary. Thompson's disturbing history of voyeurism was also discovered throughout the examination. He had been seen taking pictures, watching ladies undress, and peering through windows of other women's houses. Nevertheless, the victim's concerns were unanswered, and he was never charged. Thompson was convicted in June 2023 of premeditated murder and defilement of a body by dissection. He received a life sentence in prison. He will, however, be eligible for parole after only 10 years, and history indicates that there is a good possibility he will be released. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This apparently calm woman was 23-year-old Omema Aray Nelson, who had recently learned of the death of her 56-year-old husband, William Edwin Nelson, also called Bill. She didn't seem to be able to take it all in. But everyone was in for something much darker than they had anticipated. She chose to go far beyond what a human could imagine on Thanksgiving Day, November 28, 1991, when the day, if only she had stopped at killing her husband, investigators would soon discover a much darker truth than anyone had dared to think. In the back of everyone's mind at the time was the fact that it was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. Did they think they would find another Jeffrey Dahmer? An unsettling investigation into a murder that would forever haunt Orange County began on December 1, 1991, when a desperate call to U.S. emergency services was placed. According to Omema Nelson's friend Jose Escovel, his friend killed her husband after he allegedly mistreated her, and he was now offering him $75,000 to assist with the body's disposal. The police sprang into action, eager to learn the truth about this heinous accusation. Officers discovered suspicious trash bags in Omema's red 1975 Corvette when they found her driving her husband Bill's car. After Thanksgiving weekend, Bill Nelson, as he was known, had not shown up for work and had been reported missing. As Omema silently watched, they pulled over and went through the things she had in her car. They discovered something disturbing in the car, which they later discovered to be human flesh. Omaima was taken into custody right away for questioning after this startling discovery, and she appeared to be completely cooperative. She denied right away all of the information that Mr. Esquivel had given to the police. She admitted to officers that she hadn't lived with him for very long and that she didn't know how to contact him. Although she appeared helpful, her responses to questions were a little odd. Following that, the investigation took police to their Costa Mesa, California apartment, where they discovered a scene that would go down in true crime history as infamous. Bill was there when they walked into the apartment, but not in the way they had expected. They appeared to be entering a slaughterhouse. Beneath stacks of cardboard boxes were suitcases containing Bill's remains. On the floor, the police found a broken table lamp, a heavy clothing iron covered in blood and human hair, and human flesh and organs wrapped in bags. Officers discovered Bill's bedroom in complete chaos as they carried out their somber search. The mattress was covered in blood, and the bedpost was splintered and torn off. The freezer held the most startling discovery: Bill's head, wrapped in tinfoil, with stab wounds visible and evidence of deep frying. 2 of the bedposts were also found to be blood-soaked and broken, suggesting that Bill had been brutally murdered and bound. It is by far the most gory crime scene I have ever seen. The horror increased in the bathroom. Skinned and carved, Bill's torso and chest hung over the bathtub, allowing the blood to seep into it like it was in a butcher shop. They had castrated his body. Police entered the kitchen and discovered pans and pots with what looked to be stew left on the stove. Bill Nelson's hands, soaked in the mixture and covered in bruises, were among the turkey meat and vegetables. He had apparently been bound tightly prior to his murder. Bits of his hips, a grim take on Thanksgiving leftovers, were mingled with cranberry sauce in the trash can. Unfathomable horror was depicted in this horrific scene as investigators sought to understand how such a tragedy could occur within what was supposed to be a loving marriage. The case's terrifying details would later be compared to fictional horror stories. The condition of Bill's dismembered body prevented the police from determining the cause of death right away. Although the officers were positive it was Bill, they dug deep into Omaima's past to be absolutely certain and to solve the mystery of this heartbreaking murder. They were about to make one of the most unsettling discoveries of their professional lives. In 1968, Omaima Ari Nelson was born in a small, destitute farming village in southern Egypt, close to the Sudanese border. She was one of 16 children born into a traditional Arabic family, and her early years were difficult and traumatic. From an early age, she experienced physical and sexual abuse at the hands of her violent and irascible father. At the age of 7, she was subjected to the horrifying custom of female circumcision, which further exacerbated the wounds from her early years. She was in excruciating pain all the time after this procedure, which turned intimacy into a terrifying experience. As she grew older, her mother made the painful choice to leave her father and relocate to Cairo, the city of the dead, an Egyptian city notorious for its houses erected around cemeteries. Omaima had to deal with more difficulties in this depressing setting. In addition to impairing her capacity to build close relationships, the suffering she went through left her feeling extremely vulnerable and afraid. Notwithstanding all of the difficulties, Omaima developed into a young woman of remarkable beauty and vitality. By 1986, when Omaima turned 18, her life had taken yet another unexpected turn. Roger Stainbrook, an American oil worker on contract in Egypt, was introduced to her. She fell in love with him because she was drawn to him in the prospect of starting over. Despite her initial reluctance, her mother ultimately agreed to the cross-cultural relationship, perhaps out of concern that no Egyptian man would take her in. Omaima accompanied him to Texas, USA, in search of freedom and better prospects. There, however, she would only face yet another difficult chapter. Their marriage ended soon after the fissures in their relationship became apparent. Omaima, still a teenager, was left stranded and alone in a foreign city, with no one to turn to and only a rudimentary understanding of English. Omaima took on odd jobs like waitressing and nannying because she was desperate to make ends meet. But these weren't enough. At one point, she attacked 2 security guards who caught her stealing in a department store, and she even ended up getting briefly arrested for robbing a pharmacy. She also worked as a model part-time before realizing that her beauty could help her survive. She played a dangerous game to survive by luring men in and captivating them with her attractive appearance. only to rob them when they were most exposed. Omaima would place men in precarious situations, restrain them, use force, and take their belongings. She used this strategy to rob several men, but no one reported her because the officers thought it would embarrass them. She lived off of these items until meeting 56-year-old Bill in October 1991, who seemed like a kind and giving man. He was a former pilot and Marine who now worked part-time at Cannon Mortgage in Tustin as a messenger and computer programmer. Despite the fact that Bill was 33 years Omaima's senior, their relationship developed rapidly, and 2 days after they first met, he proposed to her. Even though Bill was still legally married to his first wife, the two clicked and were married in less than a month. They climbed into his red Corvette and drove directly to Phoenix, where they were married and found a justice of the peace. During their brief honeymoon, she and Bill traveled to Texas and Arkansas to see his family. Bill's family had serious concerns about the marriage despite the tense beginning. They found it difficult to accept the relationship because Omaima was younger than some of Bill's own children, and he was twice her age. Nevertheless, Omaima's kind yet astute manner won over everyone she encountered, creating an impression that, at least initially, seemed to allay some reservations. The cracks appeared after the honeymoon was over and they moved into Bill's apartment in Costa Mesa, California. They gave off the impression of being a normal couple, but there was something profound and unnerving about their seemingly normal existence. Regarding her marriage, Omaima claimed that Bill attempted to mistreat her even on Thanksgiving Day, to which Omaima retaliated using a strategy for which she was famous. She had tied up other men before him. She gained confidence from her past crimes of robbing and tying up men. She felt compelled to destroy him this time because of something about him. Omaima killed her husband without hesitation. She claims that that night Bill sexually assaulted her, and because it was already a controversial act for her, she was unable to control her anger. After repeatedly stabbing Bill with a knife, Omaima used a clothing iron to beat him to death. She did something far more horrifying than murdering her own husband after committing this horrible crime. It is extremely uncommon for a woman to intentionally kill someone. It is even more uncommon for her to mutilate a murder victim. She was completely corrupted. She used coat hangers and other items to hang up his torso piece by piece in the shower so that the blood could drain out. On November 28, 1991, Thanksgiving Day, Omaima had murdered her husband. She mutilated his body over the next few days, a gruesome task she carried out until December 2, 1991, when she was finally too tired to continue by herself. She went to her friend Jose to ask for help, saying her husband had abused her and she needed his support. Instead, Jose went straight to the police out of horror, which paved the way for a terrifying investigation. The officers now had no doubt that Bill's wife was the murderer and that the body they had discovered was in fact his. However, her statements suggested otherwise. Given the marks on her body, Omaima's claims of assault also appeared to be accurate. However, she also did something that raised suspicions. It was clear that Omaima was upset. She appeared to have been crying because she was so upset. Her arms, breasts, and face were all clearly injured. The officers sent Omaima for a medical examination to ascertain the true cause of her injuries, despite her denial of any assistance. She was admitted to the hospital to be examined for sexual assault and to have all of these injuries recorded. Her body was covered in numerous cuts, bruises, and contusions. In order to find out about any oddities they might have observed, the investigators also got in touch with Bill's stepdaughter. As it happened, he did get in touch with her prior to his own wife killing him. Detectives looked to Bill's neighbors as the investigation progressed, in the hopes that someone might have seen something out of the ordinary. They did remember hearing a strange noise that night, a noise that had seemed normal at the time, but had taken on a terrifying new meaning in the context of what had happened. Cutting a body into several pieces and packaging them all to make them appear non-human requires a lot of work. Thanksgiving was supposed to be a time for celebration, but for Bill Nelson, it turned into a day of horror when his young bride brutally murdered him. In the days that followed, what started with his murder only intensified into barbarism. Omaima went to work, systematically and unsettlingly mutilating his body. She crossed boundaries of cruelty, tearing his remains apart piece by piece. Authorities suspected that this degree of savagery wasn't the work of a first-time criminal when they eventually found the evidence. A very violent death was indicated by 25 or more skull wounds. In actuality, the body was dissected in a fairly professional manner, with such accuracy that the coroner's office was quite alarmed. Was this something she had done before? The investigators would be haunted for years by what transpired next. The medical examiners discovered something terrible when they weighed all of the remains discovered in Omima's apartment and contrasted them with Bill's records. Almost 180 pounds of his body were missing. The officers realized what might have happened in light of the sobering findings already made. The weight that was missing indicated that Omima had disposed of a significant amount of his body, and the implications were unimaginable. On the same day that her friend reported her, Omima was taken into custody by the police and questioned. Even though these discoveries about Bill were unsettling, nobody could have foreseen the terrible truth that was concealed in a secret room. Omima immediately tried to change the case's entire focus when they inquired about the murder, leading the investigation in an unanticipated and unsettling direction. She denied killing her husband when the officers questioned her about Bill's murder and her motivation for doing so. Officers were stunned by Omima's response when they confronted her about the human flesh they found in the vehicle she was operating. They realized they were dealing with something much darker than they had expected, when the full extent of her cruelty and detachment became horrifyingly evident. In fact, Bill had run afoul of the law while working as a pilot to smuggle electronics and drugs into Mexico from a Texas airport. He had been apprehended and sentenced to 4 years in prison. Here, however, that was not the case. Omima revealed the possible motivation behind her murder of her husband when the officers called her in for a second round of interrogation. She claimed that after they were married, Bill began to act violently, abusing her both physically and sexually during their brief marriage. She denied killing him, though. Omima eventually confessed to killing her husband after being pressed further, but she left them with yet another unsolved mystery. The officers were starting to realize that Omima was mentally ill, perhaps as a result of her traumatic past. Then she made a statement that confirmed the suspicion even more. The officers could tell from her demand that Omima either had real mental health problems or was feigning them in order to get her sentence lowered. The fact that this was not the first time she had done this further confirmed their suspicion that she was merely making up her psychotic condition to get out of paying the penalty. When her medical report was received, these conjectures took on even more tangible form. Between Omima and Bill, it was evident from the report who was the aggressor and who was the victim. Her hands, legs, and feet all had cuts that were typical of someone who had mutilated a human body. Additionally, the report disclosed that Omima was not coerced into having sex. Everyone was horrified by her psychiatrist's startling assertion, which made them all question their loved ones. Omima was accused of killing Bill for money, first-degree murder, cannibalism, and evidence of premeditation. Nothing short of a media circus was the trial that ensued. The public's morbid fascination was captivated by the graphic details of the crime. On December 1st, 1992, nearly a year after Bill Nelson was killed, the trial got underway. She even stated in court that the hallucinations were what caused her to do this and that it was her mind playing tricks on her. She stated that she was unable to remember anything about the murder, including the exact moment it occurred. But a different story about her was told by Robert Hansen, her ex-boyfriend, whom she had also contacted on the day of the murder. In addition, Omima's psychologist provided testimony supporting her mental health. She described how her delusions were getting worse. The defense never claimed that Omima was not the murderer. Rather, they emphasized that she committed the crime as a result of her abuse at the hands of Bill and her hallucinations. Omima claims that, in an effort to get away from Bill permanently, the voices in her head told her to dismember her husband's body, in addition to urging her to kill him. According to the ancient Egyptians, you will not enter the afterlife if your body is dispersed. She then sliced him. She was making sure he wouldn't be there if she made it to the afterlife. She wouldn't, however, say why she cooked him. She boasted to her psychiatrist that nothing was sweeter than her husband's taste, and that the ribs were the best part. Instead of him, she wanted his money. She didn't have to eat him, though. Omima insisted repeatedly that she had no intention of killing Bill. However, the prosecution pressed for murder charges, and on January 12, 1993, the jury found her guilty of second-degree murder. Following consideration, she was also found guilty of attempting to rob Robert and assault with a deadly weapon. In Chowchilla, California, Omama, who was 24 at the time, received a sentence of 25 years to life in the Central California Women's Facility. A true crime story that remains one of the most unsettling cases in California history. Omaima R.A. Nelson's story is one of tragedy entwined with horror. She was even likened to the well-known serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer, with approximately 130 pounds of Bill's body still missing. The officers speculated about what might have gone wrong on that fateful day. Even though Omaima never admitted to the main details of the story, they hypothesized that he and Omaima engaged in a voluntary bondage session. She most likely wanted money or access to his wealth, which is why she tied him to the headboard. Californians were relieved to see Omaima R.E. Nelson safely imprisoned, as it meant that one less dangerous person was no longer on the streets. Omaima, however, fought to be released from prison. When she applied for parole for the first time in 2006, it was firmly denied. Unfazed, she tried again in 2011, but this time her request was quickly denied, much to the relief of investigators, who thought her release would only increase the risk. She shouldn't be released on parole. She poses a serious threat to society because, since her incarceration, she has been engaging in the same behaviors that she did before. At the time of Mr. Nelson's passing, she married a man she knew. At the time, he was in his 80s. He passed away a few years ago, leaving her a sizable fortune. Omaima is currently unable to access any money she might want to claim outside of her prison, but if she is given parole, her access to money and freedom could completely transform her life. She may be able to rebuild a life outside of prison once her freedom and financial resources are restored, something that has long plagued the victim's family and those who remember her horrific crime. She will be eligible for a parole hearing once more in 2026, and the outcome will ultimately decide her future. This case demonstrated how childhood trauma can result in mental health problems later in life. In light of this, we would like to know your thoughts on this case. Do you believe Omaima killed her husband because she wanted his money, or did she have a mental illness and kill him in a fit of rage? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Marlene Warren, 40, and her 21-year-old son Joey were occupied with their weekend in their comfortable Wellington home on May 26, 1990, when Marlene heard the bell ring. It was a clown. When Marlene believed that someone had sent her a gift, she was ecstatic. Behind the paint and outfit, however, was a murderer who suddenly produced a gun and shot Marlene in the face. Why did they pick Marlene, and who was this murderer? Watch this space to discover out. Welcome back to Mysterious Hook, friends. We are examining the Marlene Warren case today. But first, if you haven't already, please think about clicking the bell symbol and subscribe button below to join our channel. So let's go straight to the riddle, without any more ado. People who wished to avoid the crime of West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami would move to Wellington, Florida, which was known as a village. Wellington hosted numerous celebrations and events all year long. A well-known event that drew equestrian lovers from all over the world, the Winter Equestrian Festival, took place from January to April. It included a range of contests and performances. Another popular event that featured bourbon tastings from different vendors and bacon-based food was the Wellington Bacon and Bourbon Fest. A local club named Mar-a-Lago used to host a number of well-known individuals, including Madonna and Bruce Springsteen. People feel comfortable and content in the town, which is a lovely environment with superb schools. Wellington has been described as a rather safe and tranquil community in terms of crime rates and safety. Wellington has been ranked as one of the safest cities in Florida and has a crime rate that is lower than the national average according to numerous polls. While everyone else was having picnics, barbecues, and parades over Memorial Day weekend in May 1990, the Warren family experienced a tragic event. The birth date of Marlene Warren is April 15, 1950. Growing up in Michigan, she enjoyed spending time on her grandfather's farm with her sisters. She loved to bake, paint, and create art, especially clowns. Her parents even had a room devoted to clowns, and the entire family loved them as much as she did. At the youthful age of 15, Marlene gave birth to her first kid in 1965, naming him after her husband, John Arns. She went on to have another child, Joey, in 1969. Unfortunately, Marlene's first husband, John Arns, passed away in a vehicle accident, leaving her a single mother of 2 children. Later, in 1972, she wed Mike, also known as Michael Warren. Marlene was 22 years old and Michael Warren was only 19. They relocated to South Florida, where Michael's family resided, from Michigan. In addition to starting to invest in rental properties, which finally generated a significant amount of revenue, Michael was hired as a meat inspector. Michael left his job to start Bargain Motors, a used car yard, while Marlene oversaw the rental properties. He sold automobiles to those without credit who were unable to purchase them elsewhere. Mike and Marlene purchased their ideal home in Wellington, Florida in the late 1980s. But Michael was arrested in 1983 for tampering with his second-hand automobile's odometers. Despite receiving probation and entering a guilty plea, he continued to operate his business for a few more years. While Marlene oversaw their rental homes, Mike concentrated on his business and spent time at the racetrack. The two led different lives. When Marlene's oldest son, John Jr., passed away in a vehicle accident in 1988 at the age of 22, sadness struck once more. The relationship between Michael and Marlene was strained after his passing. Sheila King, the spouse of Richard "Spud" Keene, one of Michael Warren's colleagues, was introduced to him at this period. The bond between Sheila and Michael was immediate. Though it was clear to everyone around them, they originally kept their relationship a secret. On May 26, 1990, a wet Saturday, Marlene, 40, stayed at home while Michael went to the racetrack. She was preparing breakfast for her 21-year-old son, Joey, who was hosting some of his pals. A knock on the door occurred at approximately 10:45 a.m. Marlene thought it was a present when she opened it and saw a clown holding balloons and flowers. Having adored clowns since childhood, she was quite thrilled to see one at her door. However, a gun was in the clown's costume and underneath the balloons. After drawing his weapon, the clown shot her in the face. Joey witnessed the clown driving off in a Chrysler LeBaron after hearing the gunshot and running to the door. Bill Kramer, a neighbor, had also heard the shot, and Marlene was on the ground, dying. Some rushed outside, claiming that Joey's mother had been shot. Marlene was transferred to the hospital when an ambulance was summoned, but she passed away on May 28, 1990, 2 days later. Marlene was a wonderful person who was always polite, respectful, loving, and kind. Her demise, however, was regrettable. Joey saw a clown leaving after Marlene was shot, but all he could recall was that the clown had brown eyes. Joey initially gave the police a sketchy description of the culprit, stating that they had large hands and broad shoulders. Crucially, though, he did witness the clown drive off in a white Chrysler LeBaron. Michael Warren was initially under suspicion, but because he was at the racetrack, he had an alibi. Consequently, the cops focused on Sheila Keene, his girlfriend. The more they looked into it, the more proof they found that she was involved. At the time of the crime, Sheila Keene and Michael Warren were accused of having an affair. Although Michael strongly disputed allegations, authorities were examining the relationship to determine the opportunity and purpose behind Marlene's murder. Sheila had a criminal history from her childhood in Central Florida, and also went by her maiden name, Sheila Shelter. Sheila was renowned for being incredibly gorgeous, assertive, and even wild. Her long hair was frequently compared to that of Crystal Gale's. Sheila had a criminal history from an early age, which included charges of stealing and shoplifting. Her mugshot from a few years later showed her grinning, as if the arrest had not bothered her. According to those who knew her, Sheila had surrounded herself with negative influences and older males since she was a little girl. Richard "Spud" Keene, a former member of the Ku Klux Klan who had served time for drug trafficking, was her husband. Sheila was 20 years younger than Richard. In order to be near him when he was incarcerated, Sheila even relocated to Georgia. Richard began working with Michael Warren after Sheila's husband was released from Georgia prison, and they returned to Florida. The three ex-offenders soon started hanging out and doing shady things together. In one such instance, Sheila pretended to be a sex worker in order to meet a person in a motel room who had bought a car. The automobile was repossessed by armed Richard and Michael while she was inside. The buyer was also seen being held at gunpoint by Sheila, and the three of them escaped. Richard gradually slipped into the background as Michael and Sheila became closer. Sheila rented an apartment in Pine Ridge, and because Michael spent so much time there, the locals thought she was married to him. Investigators were informed by Michael and Sheila's co-workers that they thought the two were having an affair. They were immensely fond of one another and would go out for long meals. They were in fact having an affair, according to a lot of evidence. According to police documents, Michael's mother recalled an instance in which she went with him to a racetrack. She asked Sheila if she loved Michael after sensing a connection between them. Michael said that he loved himself, but Sheila affirmed that she did. At this time, Michael and Marlene's marriage was failing. Michael would come in angry after a battle with Marlene, according to a car dealership employee, and offer $10,000, 0 cents, to anyone who killed her. Michael is also reported to have stated that if someone were to get rid of his wife and never have to work again, he would make them wealthy. Michael and Sheila were both named as suspects in the case following Marlene's murder. Investigators began to wonder if Michael's girlfriend could have perpetrated the crime, even though he was the clear suspect. Since most males would shoot their victims in the heart rather than the face, the murder's character sparked suspicions. As the investigation progressed, the evidence began to implicate Sheila rather than Michael, which made detectives think that she might have had a reason for committing the murder. The police's primary objective during the inquiry was to locate the white Chrysler LeBaron that Joey had seen. They discovered that the vehicle had been rented by a couple from Payless Cars, a local car dealership. They became confused and called the incorrect number from a phone book ad when it came time to return the vehicle. The number on the advertisement was Michael Warren's, and it was for his vehicle dealership, Bargain Motors. However, Michael's advertisement bore a striking resemblance to one for the Payless car lot. Someone at Michael's car lot told the couple to leave the car outside the gate with the keys in the windshield wipers after they called the number, assuming it was for Payless Cars. But soon after, the vehicle was taken. Investigators found a Chrysler LeBaron in a Winn-Dixie parking lot about 5 miles from the crime scene on the day of Marlene's funeral. Inside the automobile, many hairs were found, some of which seemed to be from an orange and yellow fibered acrylic wig. But at the time, DNA technology was not yet advanced enough to accurately identify the fibers or the hair samples. Investigators discovered the location where the suspect purchased the clown suit, balloons, and flowers in addition to the vehicle. A few days prior to the murder, a woman walked in and asked for a clown costume, especially Ruby's clown costume, an afro clown wig, Bob Kelly clown makeup, and a sponge nose, according to 2 women who worked at the Spotlight Capazio costume shop, who told police. The woman insisted on buying the outfit that night, even though the store employees first encouraged her to come back the following day because they were closed. According to reports, she was about 5'8", had long chocolate hair, brown eyes, and was dressed in trousers and a men's work shirt. Sheila was identified by the police as the woman who visited the business at closing time a few days before to the murder, after the employees recognized her from a photo lineup. As the investigation into Sheila's possible involvement in Marlene's murder progressed, more evidence began to mount against her. One piece of evidence came from a public grocery in the area that offered the particular kind of mylar balloons the clown was using. An employee there recognized Sheila from pictures and recognized a long-haired woman with brown hair who purchased those balloons only an hour and a half before to the murder. The fact that Sheila had previously dressed up as a clown when married to Richard Keene only served to heighten suspicion. The pair resided in a Pahokee trailer park near Lake Okeechobee. Sheila had made friends with a number of locals, including some workers at a store that sold car parts. She had even entertained them by dressing up as a clown on one occasion. Prosecutors felt they lacked sufficient evidence to make an arrest, in spite of this growing body of evidence. About a year later, in 1991, Michael and Sheila emerged as the main suspects, intensifying the inquiry. Michael and Joey appeared on a radio show in an effort to clear his name. Michael denied any involvement in the murder during the questioning. "Was it your suspicion that you were a suspect from the start, Michael?" He certainly never expected to. "In reality, I like to discuss that in detail." Joey, who was shocked to learn that Sheila was even a suspect, stood up for her. "Would it surprise you that she would be a prime suspect if you had heard, been told, or been asked that the police were suspicious? She is even named as a prime suspect in all of this." It was, indeed. Because of the clown's stature, Joey initially thought it was a guy, but the evidence was starting to suggest that it was a lady. Sheila was the main suspect, because Michael had an alibi to prove he was at the racetracks when the murder occurred. However, a twist that went back in time appeared just when it appeared that the case was going nowhere. Joey was accused with attempted murder in 1987, when he was about 18 years old. Christopher DeSantis became the attorney for the Warren family. DeSantis and Michael Warren were celebrating Joey's trial victory as they left the courthouse following a favorable hearing. Michael then jokingly inquired as to whether a person might still inherit their estate if they had hired a hitman to murder their wife. The lawyer was surprised, but he said that unless there was manslaughter or the murderer was someone else, the law forbade a murderer from inheriting. Sadly, DeSantis provided yet another example, which he eventually came to regret. According to him, it would be challenging to obtain a conviction if someone donned a clown suit because their identity would be concealed. It wasn't meant to suggest that he should wear a clown outfit or something similar, for instance, if you were wearing one. However, the point was that you cannot be found guilty if you are unable to provide identification of the offender. He didn't mean to suggest that Michael should dress like a clown, but the idea was that there couldn't be a conviction if identity couldn't be established. DeSantis had essentially handed him a murderous recipe. The authorities suspected that the clown figure was retaliating against Joey and his pals, so they also examined DeSantis as the inquiry into Marlene's death developed, and suspicions were placed on Michael and Sheila. However, this exchange between Michael and DeSantis later turned into a crucial piece of proof. It sparked speculation about whether Michael had heeded the lawyer's counsel and disguised himself as a clown to carry out the crime. It became evident during the course of the investigation that Marlene had previously indicated dread of her husband before she was murdered. She had expressed her desire to divorce Mike to others, but she was afraid he would murder her. When combined with DeSantis's assertion, this implied that Mike was aware of his right to inherit property following his wife's murder. In spite of this, no one was arrested in the weeks that followed these disclosures, because investigators need hard proof to move forward. The months passed with no resolution to the case. Although Michael and Sheila denied any romantic involvement, their co-workers suspected that they were involved. A year following Marlene's passing, they relaxed and went on a trip to the Bahamas, staying at the upscale resort casino hotel. Other couples saw them enter. Michael was loud and brazen, and Sheila looked uncomfortable. This alerted the authorities once more. Michael chose to appear on a radio show once again in the interim, and he revealed that he hadn't spoken to Sheila in a month, when in fact Sheila was constantly with Michael. Investigators started looking into Michael as a possible suspect in his wife's death after his radio appearance. They conducted a search of his company and secured a warrant to examine his documents. Investigators discovered that Michael, who had a history of fiddling with the odometer, had been repeating the behavior at his vehicle dealership. They accused him of theft, fraud, odometer tampering, and racketeering, among other offenses. Michael was given a 9-year prison term, but there was still no hard proof that he or Sheila were responsible for Marlene's death. In 1997, fresh evidence surfaced that would revive the case when it appeared that the inquiry had reached a standstill. A guy gave police a tip in 1997 that connected Michael Warren to the murder of his wife. According to the informant, who was the son of a recently deceased Bargain Motors employee, his father made a startling admission to him as he was near death. The informant claims that his father informed him that if he pulled up a car that was immersed in water, all the solutions to the case would be revealed. In addition to claiming to know who plotted the murder and where the clown suit and pistol were stored, he even provided the precise position of the car. Investigators thought that by reclaiming the murder weapon and outfit, they would finally be able to solve the case, because this was a significant lead. When divers were dispatched to the scene, they discovered the car, but regrettably, nothing important was within. Due to this setback, the investigation had to start over, and the case once more remained unsolved for a while. Sheila Keene and Michael Warren made the decision to wed in Las Vegas in 2002. Although the case was still open and the investigation into Marlene Warren's death had stopped, Marlene's parents were certain that Sheila was the murderous clown. Sheila was once again a top suspect when the investigation was reopened in 2013, especially because of her marriage to Michael. The Wellington clown murder is one of the cold cases that the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office is looking into thanks to a grant. To examine the evidence and speak with witnesses, They assembled a task team comprising representatives from the FBI and the state attorney's office. The indictment was obtained thanks to the task force's submission of fresh evidence for DNA analysis. This contained DNA samples from Sheila and Michael as well as other suspects in the case. The potential DNA samples discovered in the clown wig and additional hair strands within the Chrysler LeBaron were also added. Investigators were able to approach the case from a new angle thanks to the data gleaned via analysis and interviews. Mike and Sheila had made a fresh start in the little Virginian town of Abingdon, where they had completely changed who they were. Their neighbors described them as amicable and in love, and Sheila had even changed her name to Debbie. They appeared to be leading a nice life. Just across the line in Tennessee, they had even opened a well-known fast food restaurant named the Purple Cow. Michael and Sheila were eventually located at the restaurant by investigators. Even though they were primary suspects, they were still working and leading normal lives. They were neither fleeing nor attempting to hide. They appeared to be doing well and to have finally moved on from their past. Despite the fact that Michael Warren was typically seen as a joyful and easygoing person, not everyone had a positive opinion of him, particularly following an incident with one of his neighbors that revealed a different side of him. When questioned about his decision to steal some rocks from his neighbor's property without permission, Michael reportedly said that they ought to be considerate of one another. Asking for permission beforehand would have been the neighborly thing to do, the neighbor retorted. Then Michael insulted the neighbor, using a nasty phrase and labeling him skinny. The neighbor refused to back down and referred to Michael as a bully. A sinister mystery lurked in the background of Michael and Sheila's ostensibly perfect lives in Abingdon, Virginia. Sheila, who her co-workers called Debbie, told a terrifying story about how she had escaped punishment for murder in Florida while intoxicated one evening at a party. In the meantime, investigators in Florida worked tirelessly to solve the case, using the most recent DNA technology to identify a possible suspect in Marlene Warren's murder. The evidence suggested that Debbie, also known as Sheila Keene Warren, was the one who had carelessly revealed her lethal secret to her gullible co-workers. Mike and Sheila were stopped by the police on December 26, 2017, while they were returning from Vermont to their hometown of Abingdon in their Cadillac SUV. Sheila was taken into custody without question. Rather, she inquired as to if her spouse was also being taken into custody. Sheila was detained because she was charged with first-degree murder with a firearm, a crime that had gone unresolved for 27 years. Sheila had avoided arrest until that day, even though she had been a main suspect from the start of the investigation. She could now be sentenced to life in jail. A mugshot was taken when a video of Sheila being taken into the police station was caught. She is shown grinning in the mugshot, which is similar to the one from when she was initially detained as a teenager. It was disturbing to see the disparity between the seriousness of the act she was being charged with and her casual demeanor. Sheila King Warren vehemently denied any involvement in the crime, according to her attorney. She believed in her own innocence, as evidenced by the many letters she penned while there. Even though the murder weapon was still missing and 27 years had passed, and the clown's first description was that of a man, the state of Florida was certain they would get a conviction. Following her arrest in 2017, Sheila had been detained pending trial while detectives worked to strengthen their case against her. Ultimately, on April 25, 2023, Sheila, 59, entered a guilty plea to the charge of shooting Marlene Warren while disguised as a clown. Her attorney insisted she was innocent, but he thought her guilty plea strengthened her case. She might have received a minimum sentence of 25 years in prison if the jury had found her guilty. But because she entered a guilty plea, her term was lowered to just 12 years. Interestingly, Sheila's attorney even proposed that because of her outstanding behavior while inside, she might be released as early as 2024. The investigators were able to solve the case after Sheila confessed. However, do you believe Sheila meant what she said, or was she merely trying to find a way to get her sentence reduced? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At this point, A single horrifying discovery validated the police officer's worst fears. A psychotic murderer was at large. The murderer believed he had escaped, but he was unaware that he had been captured on camera. The police discovered a lead that would turn the case around just when it appeared to be unsolvable. But the first chapter of his dark tale exposed a horror so unthinkable that it rocked even the most infamous offenders to their foundation. On April 7, 2016, at 7:36 p.m., a homeless woman in Pasco County, Florida, dialed 911. She had discovered something she would never forget while searching for cans. The suspected area was in the vicinity of Newport Richey's Woodlands. Matthew Adamo, the Pasco County Sheriff, was scheduled to look into the report. Detectives initially thought it was a homeless altercation gone wrong, but they quickly discovered they were dealing with something far more sinister. The caller, who was questioned by detectives, stated that a man's headless body was found next to a shopping center and a community of mobile homes. She immediately fled again, preventing the scene from becoming contaminated. The investigative team split up into two groups after verifying that the body was indeed in the wooded area. One was to find evidence, and the other was to secure the body. They hoped to find something gruesome that might have been captured on camera at the Metro PCS store, which was fortunately the closest location. The majority of the CCTV footage had been deleted when the staff member led them to the room where it was being recorded. Everything on the camera had been deleted because the building had just been purchased by new owners on Friday. Meanwhile, another group of police officers cleared the path to the body and secured the area. Finding the victim and making preliminary inferences were their top priorities. The investigators were on the verge of discovering something that would completely change the course of their investigation. They had an idea of who the deceased might have been as soon as they discovered the body belonged to a woman. Just over a mile from the forested area, in October 2015, 21-year-old Brooklyn Peck was reported missing. Her case was declared unsolved by the police following a protracted investigation. The hope of finding Brooklyn safe and sound had faded along with the exhaustion of the search for her. However, after 6 traumatic months, Brooklyn's family once again hoped to find some sort of closure when the recently discovered body was reported on the news. However, the coroner's report, which would be obtained once forensics had safely removed the body and performed tests, was necessary to confirm whether it was Brooklyn. However, all of that had to wait until the crime scene was thoroughly examined, and the body's ambiguous location was making things more difficult. They were eventually able to examine the body up close at approximately 9:05 p.m. The officers had no idea that they were going to come across one of the most devastating discoveries of their lives. Since she was still wearing jewelry, the investigators concluded that it wasn't a robbery gone wrong. Her face had been so severely mutilated that it was unrecognizable, and her clothing was pulled over it. Her torn stockings further raised suspicions among the police that this crime scene was more than a landfill. This was the precise location where the victim had died. They had brought her here and killed her. It was extremely unsettling to consider that another person would do this to someone and abandon them without a sense of identity, purpose, or concern. They were certain that the investigation would not be simple. The victim had endured the most terrible final moments, whether or not it was Brooklyn. In actuality, the detectives had never seen a more heinous case of sexual assault. The medical examiner's office eventually informed them that blunt force trauma to the head was the cause of death. The investigators were aware that they had seen the aftermath of a deranged, unsettling fantasy. The real, unsettling tale would begin to take shape here. Their best guess for the Jane Doe's identity was Brooklyn Peck. The detectives immersed themselves in Brooklyn's case file while the body was prepared for forensic examination. They discovered something grim there. They found a physical characteristic that made it impossible for the body to be Brooklyn, even before the forensic report disproved the link between the body and Brooklyn. This was just one of the many twists that made this case feel like a movie. The tip of the recovered body's left pointer finger was still present, but Brooklyn's was missing. They now understood that Brooklyn Peck was not the deceased. They felt a wide range of emotions upon learning that this was not Brooklyn. They had been hoping for some closure, so they went from being relieved and happy that it wasn't her to feeling sad that it wasn't her. The effort to positively identify Jane Doe was a complete failure. Searching through the month's missing persons reports until they discovered a good match, was the next difficult task. In an effort to identify the woman and, if at all possible, provide closure to yet another family in need of answers, they launched a thorough search through recent missing persons reports. After searching through the documents, they eventually discovered a match, a woman who had been reported missing just a few weeks earlier and who looked remarkably similar to the body they had found. The detectives realized they were starting a completely new investigation after making this identification. Judith Terrianos, age 52, was the owner of the body. The family of this grandmother, who had been missing for more than a month, was in the same state of desperation as Brooke Lynn's. They were aware that it would take a careful balancing act between forensic accuracy and unwavering resolve, and maybe a little bit of luck, to find out what had happened to this woman. Their attention now turned to discovering the truth about Judith's terrible fate, even though Brooke Lynn's case was still pending. Newport Richey was not Judith's home. She was only a guest. She had gone there to visit a friend who was fighting cancer with another friend. Unfortunately, she never came home. Born in September 1963, Judith Terrianos was originally from Maine. When she was younger, she frequently took family vacations to Greece because she loved to travel. The 52-year-old, who had volunteered at a bookstore and worked at a nursing home in the past, was said to be a kind and compassionate individual. In February 2016, the mother of three had gone to Florida to take care of a sick friend. By obtaining a fingerprint from the deceased, the medical examiner's office was able to identify the person as Judith Terrianos. The CCTV footage collected from the area gave detectives a vital lead when they eventually identified Judith, which gave the case new life. The detectives divided into groups. A couple of detectives went to a convenience store to get video, and a few others went to find her last known location. They focused on a convenience store and a number of nearby companies. She was seen buying alcohol at a nearby convenience store which she was known to frequent in the first surveillance footage they found. In the surveillance footage, they saw Judith and another individual buying her items at the time. She was seen in the video purchasing alcohol at a nearby convenience store with an unnamed man. That left the police with a suspect to pursue, one who might have the answers to this puzzling riddle. They were unsure whether the man was the cause of Judith's death or if he was just another acquaintance when they found the surveillance footage of her in the convenience store with him. He might be able to help them with the investigation. Since he was the last person seen with Judith, identifying him became the top priority. He wasn't registered, regrettably, because the DNA evidence taken from the crime scene didn't match anything in the database. With only a description and a picture of the man, the detectives had no choice but to search the neighborhood. In the hopes that someone would recognize their main suspect, they went back to the trailer park and knocked on as many doors as they could. All of them provided hazy descriptions, suggesting that they were either unaware of what had occurred or that they were unwilling to speak with the police. They came closest to a man named Grizzly, who possessed both evidence and information. He provided them with concrete proof and information that went beyond mere rumors. He told the police that although he didn't know the man well, he had provided him with a place to stay for a few days. Additionally, he told the detectives that the man had forgotten his bag. Because it directly connected the suspect's clothing to the scene, Grizzly's disclosure was a significant turning point in the case. But that was where Grizzly's knowledge abruptly stopped. He said that aside from the fact that the suspect appeared nervous, bordering on paranoid, and eager to get out of town, he didn't know much about him. Grizzly claims that although the man had discussed purchasing a one-way ticket to Chicago, he had not provided any personal information, not even his name. An unexpected lead was about to be given to detectives, and it developed in a way that added to the mystery's unnerving aspects. The police suspected that there might be a lead so significant that it would completely blow the case apart. They promptly gave him the assurance that anything he revealed would be treated with the highest confidentiality and protection, because they were at a pivotal point in their investigation. Stefan was the first to speak. Stefan knew the mystery man as well as Judith. His name, Stefan said, was Timothy. Timothy had mentioned his interest in Judy while they were together at a convenience store. The investigators had never been closer to the truth, thanks to Grizzly's evidence linking the mystery man to the scene, and Stefan's now implied willingness to divulge something significant. Something Stefan was about to reveal would finally solve the mystery once and for all. Even though the mystery man had finally been identified, Stefan had more in store for us. Police had found a bottle of rubbing alcohol at the scene. They were unaware of its significance at the time. They now knew that in an effort to hide his identity by destroying the DNA, he had poured rubbing alcohol on her body. The man was recognized by Stefan as Timothy Johnson. After expressing interest in Judith, Timothy's feelings would take a deadly turn in a matter of hours. The detectives were on the verge of making a discovery that would completely change the course of events. For them, it marked a significant turning point. After investigating Timothy Johnson's background, detectives discovered that he had been arrested 4 times in Florida for domestic abuse, aggravated battery, and twice for not showing up for court. Curiously, 3 weeks prior to the discovery of Judith's body, one of those arrests for aggravated assault occurred. He broke into a woman's house late at night after drinking too much. More significantly, though, this indicated that he was already under police arrest. Timothy Johnson lacked any genuine regret for his crimes and was incredibly heartless. With CCTV footage, witness statements, and evidence that placed him close to the crime scene, the detectives were now prepared to address the most pressing issue. Just the video evidence was important. Witnesses also recalled Timothy's unpredictable behavior and interactions with Judith in the days preceding her death, and had caught him close to the crime scene around the time of Judith's murder. As the pieces came together, the detectives were ready to construct a strong case because they knew that Timothy's violent past gave the current charges context and substance. When the detectives went to the prison to question the cold-blooded killer, the police thought they had finally located him, but they had no idea that this was only the beginning. Detectives discovered as they dug deeper that they were looking into a pattern of increasing violence rather than just one murder. Johnson's history of arrests suggested that he was used to getting away with grave consequences for his behavior. In June 2015, Timothy entered a no-contest plea for misdemeanor battery, adding to his criminal history. In December 2015, he was also accused of resisting a police officer and violating his probation. Timothy was arrested in January 2016 for using a knife to break into the home of his former roommate. The ex-roommate reportedly claimed that he had previously threatened to break up with her. Timothy, however, was set free in February 2016. Since he had been incarcerated since March 23, 2016, for a probation violation, the authorities didn't have to search far for him once Judith was located. He reportedly acknowledged having consensual sex with Judith, but withheld further details. However, other prisoners came forward with information stating that Timothy had described what had happened and confessed to killing Judith. They anticipated a confession, but they were taken by surprise. He didn't confess to his crimes until he was officially booked, charged with first-degree murder, and put inside the prison walls. But not to the investigators. He conversed with another prisoner instead. He smashed her face in and suffocated her to death, then went to a place that would make anyone's skin crawl. Timothy was merely idly sitting there. He was not in a panic. He wasn't going crazy. He appeared to have experienced nothing at all. Timothy used his victim's pilfered credit card to eat some waffles. Those who dared to imagine what he would do next would never be able to forget it. Timothy Johnson received a life sentence. By commemorating Judith Therianos, we pay tribute to her life and promote a society in which each person is treated with respect and dignity, preventing further victims of needless violence. Nothing really surprises the police, who always see the worst in people. The police were affected by this, even though it was sickening and unsettling. Some people experienced nightmares, not so much because of him, as because of how awful her final moments were. Investigators and the general public were left wondering, was he struggling with guilt, or was there a darker side to his selective silence? This confession's timing and nature sparked numerous debates. Timothy was ultimately convicted of first-degree murder and given a life sentence in October 2017. For the January 2016 incident, he was also found guilty on 2 counts of aggravated assault and sentenced to 5 years in prison each. According to prison records, Timothy is still a prisoner at the Union Correctional Institution in Rivalry, Florida. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At exactly 11:23 a.m. on the morning of August 15, 1975, the Marple Police Department received a phone call. David Zanstra, a clergyman and the director of a summer Bible camp, was the caller. Gretchen Harrington, an 8-year-old girl, had vanished, according to his terrifying account. The camp was less than half a mile away from Gretchen's house in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, and she had planned to walk there. But she never did. They immediately launched a desperate search for Gretchen, but to no avail. Gretchen's skeletal bones were discovered in neighboring Ridley Creek State Park on October 14, 1975, 2 months later. The community was left confused and uneasy as the crime went unsolved, in spite of this startling discovery. After Gretchen left for the summer Bible camp, what happened to her? Would the truth regarding Gretchen's death and abduction ever be revealed? Marple Township, which is in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, in the United States, is the setting for today's case. It was home to more than 23,000 people as of 2015. The Broomall Fields and Marple Gardens are two of the many fascinating attractions in Marple Township. With a crime rate below the national average, Marple Township is a rather safe area to live. It is among the safest communities in Pennsylvania, with a crime score of 0.17. The story of Gretchen Harrington started here. Harold Boyd Harrington and Ina Harrington welcomed Gretchen Eleanor Harrington into the world on June 13, 1967. Harold, her father, was a Presbyterian church preacher at the time. Gretchen had 2 older sisters, Zoe and Harriet, in addition to her parents. According to Gretchen's family, she was a sweet, gentle girl who exuded kindness. Gretchen was in the 2nd grade at Delaware County Christian School in Newtown Square by 1975, when she was 8 years old. Before a terrible incident upended Gretchen and her family's lives, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Gretchen left home early on August 15, 1975, to go to a summer Bible camp program. There were 2 places in this camp. A guy by the name of David Zanstra was the pastor of Trinity Church Chapel Christian Reformed Church, which was the first. Harold, Gretchen's father, served as the pastor of the Reformed Presbyterian Church, which served as the second venue. The first church hosted the Bible camp programs in the morning, and David would then drive the kids to the second church. The Zanstra and Harrington families knew one another quite well. Both moms fulfilled the customary role of a pastor's wife, and both fathers served as pastors. They lived close to one another. In actuality, Gretchen's dearest friend was one of Zanstra's daughters. That day, Gretchen's voyage was unique. She usually walked with her 2 sisters, 11-year-old Harriet and 12-year-old Zoe, to the summer Bible camp program. They did it every day, but on that specific day, their mother, Ina, was taking their infant home after giving birth to a baby named Jessica. Harriet and Zoe decided to wait for them to return. In spite of this shift in schedule, Gretchen's father, Harold, urged her to continue attending the summer Bible camp program in order to keep up her flawless attendance record. Thus, when her father said goodbye, Gretchen started the walk by herself. She started walking up the hill toward Trinity just after 9 in the morning. Harold watched her closely as she continued along Lawrence Road. He had no idea that after she was out of his line of sight, he would never again see his daughter alive. On warm summer days in the 1970s, it was rather common to observe kids strolling by themselves in a quiet suburban area like Marple. People didn't even consider the possibility of danger. Children used to play freely into the late hours of the night. Without any concerns, they wandered the streets, went into the woods, and even took a dip in Darby Creek, which ran behind Gretchen's house, to cool off. Without the use of cell phones or GPS watches to stay in touch with their parents, kids would walk blocks to their friends' homes. Simply put, Marple was a very safe place. Many longtime Philadelphians opted to relocate there for that very reason. Gretchen was expected to appear at Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church by 9:30 a.m. in the 1960s, but she failed to show up on time. Harold's realization of her disappearance was the first clue that anything was wrong. At approximately 11 in the morning, Gretchen's pals arrived at the house's front door in search of her. Harold acted right away, since he was worried and couldn't see Gretchen in the classrooms or in the area. To find out where his daughter was, he called the Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church and talked to David's wife, Maggie Zanstra. He was informed that she hadn't been spotted, though. After this, David called the Marple Township Police Department and officially reported Gretchen missing. Bruma and Marple Township were rocked by Gretchen's disappearance. Around the next day, August 16, 1975, hundreds of individuals were involved in a massive hunt for her. This comprised volunteer firemen and dog teams that searched farms, wooded areas, and both sides of the creek. From above, a Pennsylvania State Police helicopter kept scanning the area, but with so little information available, the authorities were forced to end the extensive search on August 17, 1975, just 2 days after Gretchen vanished. Daniel Hennessy, the police chief, openly acknowledged to a local newspaper that they had no idea where she was. The entire town went into a frenzy as a result of this circumstance, completely upending the sense of security in the area. In response, family members and friends began handing out flyers to local drivers. Gretchen's most current school photo, which showed her with a missing tooth and a happy childlike smile, was used on these flyers. Due to the lack of information, there were many unsolved questions and a rise in conjecture. Did she flee? Did she drown in the creek by accident? Was it someone she knew, or could it have been a stranger? The mystery of Gretchen's disappearance left everyone puzzled and extremely worried. The police spent the days that followed Gretchen's disappearance gathering information and trying to piece together what had happened. On August 19, they conducted one of their most important interviews with David. In the course of this discussion, David revealed that on the day Gretchen vanished, he had in fact driven a group of kids to the church. He claimed, nevertheless, that he had not seen her that day. Gretchen's sisters, Harriet and Zoe Harrington, returned to Delaware County Christian School as August gave way to September. However, because they were confused of what to say, their fellow students found it difficult to approach them or have a conversation. When standard investigative techniques failed to produce any results in the face of such a heartbreaking circumstance, the police chose to take an unusual approach to find Gretchen. They sought the help of Judith Richardson Hames, a psychic. Judith was well known for helping law enforcement solve almost 100 criminal cases, especially those involving missing children, by using her psychic powers. Judith sat down with police officials in September 1975 and made a forecast that she hoped would turn out to be wrong. She thought Gretchen was dead, based on her psychic revelations. On October 14, 1975, 1 month later, a jogger in Ridley Creek State Park discovered a decomposing body concealed in the trees. When he saw a human fingernail, his initial confusion about what he had discovered was eliminated. As soon as the jogger realized how serious the situation was, he called the police. After examining the unique clothing found with the bones, Gretchen's parents were able to verify that it belonged to her. The medical examiner then used dental data to connect Gretchen's body to the body. Tragically, it was determined that Gretchen had been murdered. According to the forensic analysis, she had been severely beaten because her skull had many fractures. Despite the police's initial suspicions of mistreatment, the autopsy produced no hard proof to back up this theory. Harold, Gretchen's father, stood in the pulpit and gave a moving speech on Sunday, October 19, 1975, a few days after her body was found. He mentioned Gretchen's trust in Christ in his heartbreaking speech. He emphasized that although her murderer was no longer bound by their horrible deeds, she was now free from this world. David presided over Gretchen's funeral, which was a solemn occasion. Gretchen was 8 years old. She was buried in Johannesburg, Michigan, USA's Meridian Line Cemetery after the ceremony. Meanwhile, new enthusiasm for the investigation was sparked by the finding of Gretchen's body in the woods. Witnesses came forward to describe different people they had seen in the area where Gretchen's body was discovered. Men who had visited the area were described in these eyewitness accounts. As a result, the police were inundated with community suggestions, some of which seemed more promising than others, and others of which proved irrelevant or useless for pursuing justice. Investigators investigated a variety of possible possibilities, including closely examining local residents with past criminal histories. The evidence box at the Marple Township Police Department offices started to collect dust after they failed to produce any noteworthy leads. Reel-to-reel tape interviews, photographs, and memoranda were among the many items in this box that were pertinent to the case, but it was left dormant due to the lack of progress. The investigation into Gretchen's abduction became chilly over time. Sometimes a detective might review the case at roll call meetings or in their own time during a routine week. Every time, It felt pointless to search through the file in the hopes of finding something they had previously overlooked. They were frustrated and unable to make any progress on the case because the leads consistently ended in dead ends. The first detectives who had been investigating Gretchen's disappearance had either retired or died, so there were no updates on the case for many years. However, things took a dramatic change in the fall of 2022. A woman, whose identity was kept secret, contacted the Marple Police Department and said she wanted to talk about Gretchen's murder and disappearance. Sergeant Nick Coffin was in charge of Gretchen's cold case at the time. Consequently, this woman's message was sent to Coffin's phone when she called the Marple police. Coffin was told by the woman that she thought she knew who might have caused Gretchen's terrible demise. Suspicions of a potential connection were raised when she also brought up an attempted kidnapping episode that had happened around the same time. The long-standing mystery surrounding Gretchen's disappearance and death was given new life by this unexpected contact. State troopers scheduled an interview with the woman, who was designated as a confidential informant and only known by her initials, SF, on January 2, 2023. This interview would turn out to be a significant turning point in a cold case that had been unsolved for almost 50 years. SF claims that Gretchen and one of her sisters, Zoe, had gone to school with her. Investigators were also informed by SF that she had been friends with David Zanstra's daughters and had often visited the Zanstra home, often spending the night there. When she was 10 years old, SF recalled waking up in the middle of the night to see David touching her inappropriately during one of these sleepovers. Terrified by this unsettling conduct, she moved and caused David to rush out of the room. This unwanted touching happened again the next night, which is shocking. When the girls woke up in the morning, SF made the decision to tell David's daughter about her father's disturbing behavior. To her surprise, the daughter said something like, "He does that sometimes." Eventually, SF found the strength to tell her parents about this upsetting event. The Zanstra family responded to the problem by moving to Plano, Texas, a Dallas suburb, shortly after Gretchen vanished. In the course of her interrogation, SF also provided state police with details of a girl named Holly, a neighboring child whom she saw as a friend. She said there had been an attempt to kidnap Holly. As the discussion progressed, SF showed the investigators a childhood journal she had kept. She had mentioned that a man had attempted to kidnap Holly twice in a particular diary entry, dated September 15, 1975. She continued to write in the diary that she suspected this man, whom she called Mr. Z, of being the one who had abducted Gretchen. David was what she referred to as Mr. Z. The investigation into Gretchen's murder and disappearance gained a crucial new dimension as a result of SF's revelation. Investigators were inspired to find 83-year-old David, who was now living in Marietta, Georgia, northwest of Atlanta, by SF's interview and her diary entries. David was interviewed by investigators at the Cobb County Police Headquarters in Marietta on July 17, 2023. Andrew Martin and Eugene Trey, two Pennsylvania troopers, conducted this interview. The tone of the conversation was rather amicable at first. David denied ever seeing Gretchen on the day she vanished, but when the police told David about the assault claims made by a lady who had written about her experiences in the diary, things took a different turn. As the discussion went on, David finally lost it and admitted to something really unsettling. David told the police that he had seen Gretchen that morning as she was making her way to the church. According to him, she accepted his offer of a trip in his green AMC Rambler station wagon because she had no reason to refuse. However, David told detectives that he took Gretchen to a nearby wooded area instead of taking her to church as he had promised. He parked the car there and told Gretchen to take off her clothes, but she refused. He then punched Gretchen with his fist, causing her to bleed and sustain brain injuries. David then acknowledged that he attempted to hide Gretchen's half-bare body with sticks after learning she was dead before he left the scene. Detectives were in a state of shock as they processed the horrific contents of David's confession. Following this startling disclosure, David was taken into custody and charged with a number of grave offenses, including first-degree murder and criminal homicide, because of his confession about Gretchen. At last, 83-year-old David Zanstra is in prison. Gretchen Harrington was kidnapped and brutally murdered by him in 1975, according to the prosecution, while she was walking to the Bible camp where he served as a pastor. In any case, David's admission brought some closure to Gretchen's destiny. It also brought up an unsettling query with far-reaching consequences. Could there be more victims for this man who has publicly confessed to killing one girl and hurting others? David had spent a number of years as a pastor at a now-closed church in Flanders, New Jersey, before moving to Marple. He had been a vocal opponent of sexuality education in the local school district's curriculum while he was a student at Trinity. He relocated his family to a church in Plano, Texas, which is just outside of Dallas, little than a year after Gretchen's remains were found. He served as the congregation's leader for 7 years. David then proceeded to the Living Faith Community Church in San Diego as part of his pastoral journey. In 2005, at the age of 65, he retired from his last pastoral position in Fairfield, California. Authorities knew that this extended tenure of leadership gave him significant access to and influence over young and vulnerable people. They were thus left wondering how much he might have done during these years. Although the Marple community had finally gotten some of the answers it had been looking for decades, many locals were not at all at ease with the unexpected turn of events. It had been far more reassuring to think that this horrible thing had been done by an outsider, a troubled criminal, someone who had come into town at random, kidnapped a little girl, and then disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. However, the offender was a well-respected member of their own community rather than an outsider. It was a devout figure, a husband and father to his own young daughters. The community's sense of security was further destroyed by this. Following all of this, Gretchen's family released a statement. They conveyed their appreciation to law enforcement for their continued commitment to the matter. Additionally, they expressed their desire that the person who killed Gretchen would be held accountable. David's legal team first opposed an extradition procedure after his arrest, but prosecutors, under the leadership of Delaware County District Attorney Jack Stolsteiner, asked Governor Josh Shapiro's office for help in getting the confessed criminal back to Pennsylvania. David is currently being looked into for any abuse cases. In addition to this case, investigators also collected a DNA sample from David, which may be useful in a wider context, supporting the investigation of other missing individuals as well as assault and murder cases across the country. One cannot help but consider the intricacies and turns that have transpired over the years as we draw to a close this horrific case. What obstacles must Gretchen's family overcome in order to find healing and closure after all these years? What about the criminal, David? How should he be held accountable for his acts, in your opinion? And what effect would his arrest have on other possible abuse cases? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On Madison Street in New York, Officer Freeman saw a man throwing big black garbage bags into the river's edge early on April 7, 1996. The man froze as Freeman came closer. The officer noticed the 2 cars next to the man, their trunks stuffed with trash bags. He searched and found something startling. Bloody tools and blood-soaked clothing were found in the bags, along with a dismembered body that had been cut into 66 pieces in the most gory way imaginable. The man who disposed of the bags introduced himself as Vladimir Zelinin, 48. The police quickly learned that the person inside the bags was Yakov Gluzman, a 48-year-old billionaire and well-known cancer researcher who had tragically been duped by Vladimir. When Vladimir brought up Yakov's wife, Rita Gluzman, the case took an unexpected turn. The crucial query was, what role did Rita play in this terrible incident? Was she planning to murder her husband, or was Vladimir just assigning blame to deflect criticism and avoid responsibility? We must go back in time and meet Yakov Gluzman, the man at the heart of this whole situation, in order to fully comprehend it. What part did he play in this terrible incident, and who was he? January 2, 1948, was Yakov Gluzman's birthday. He was an internationally renowned scientist who made significant contributions to the study of cancer. Since their early years in Ukraine, which was then a part of the Soviet Union, Yakov and his wife Rita had known one another. 1948 saw the birth of Rita Gluzman in Ternopil, Ukraine. She was the oldest child of Holocaust survivors, Paula and Lob Shapiro. As a child, Rita saw friends and family members killed by the Nazis, which gave her a distinct viewpoint. Nevertheless, Yakov was unable to obtain a visa to depart the Soviet Union due to his importance as a researcher. He was regarded as an emerging, talented scientist. In February 1970, Rita found out she was expecting their son after departing for Israel. To facilitate their emigration, Yakov took a menial job as a carpenter, sacrificing his academic career in the Soviet Union. Rita persuaded the UN to bring her and Yakov back together in America with the aid of Jewish organizations. She even put pressure on the United States by going on an 18-day hunger strike close to the UN Senate to assist in her reunion with Yakov. Rita's will to go on a hunger strike was obvious. She was a very motivated individual. She desired to succeed in her life. Yakov was allowed to join her in the West by the Soviet Union as a result of her efforts. Yakov was able to carry on with his scientific work after the couple eventually got back together in the United States in 1972. They made Long Island, New York their permanent home in 1977, 5 years later. Yakov founded the pharmaceutical business Harbor Laboratory in New York by 1987. With Yakov's assistance, Rita also founded her technology business, ECI Technologies, at the same time. In 1987, Yakov advanced to the position of Director of Molecular Biology at Rockland County's Letterly Laboratories. Yakov worked in Rockland, so Rita had to make the difficult choice to move to Long Island while managing ECI Technologies. As the family's fortunes improved, they eventually moved into a large home in the posh neighborhood of Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, which is a very pleasant upper-middle-class neighborhood. The homes in this lovely neighborhood are very comfortable and sit on 3/4 to an acre of land. Vladimir's claims don't add up. If Rita and Yakov had a happy marriage, is he making this whole thing up to cover up a darker agenda, such as eradicating Yakov for financial gain? Let's go back in time to the discovery of Yakov's body before drawing any conclusions. Officer Freeman made a strange discovery in a parking lot near the river's edge on Easter, April 7, 1996. 2 cars with open trunks were the first thing he noticed. He also saw Vladimir Zelinin, who had one glove on his right hand and was dressed in a t-shirt. Large black trash bags were being thrown into the river by Zelinin. Freeman cautiously approached and saw that Zelinin's shoes and pants were splattered with blood, and that a surgical glove was also covered in blood. The air was heavy with the stench of drying blood. As Freeman continued his investigation, he discovered 2 bags, one containing blood-soaked clothing and the other containing bloody tools, including a hacksaw, axes, knives, and a scalpel. Unbelievably, 8 additional bags containing Jakob Glusman's tragically dismembered remains were found in the trunks of the 2 cars. His nose and lips were even removed, as part of the horrific act of chopping his body into 66 pieces. Vladimir Zelinin, wearing blood-stained trousers, stood beside Officer Freeman. Zelinin, who was Russian, could hardly speak English. He shockingly disclosed that Vladimir's cousin, Rita Glusman, had been instrumental in his immigration to the United States just 11 months earlier. As Vladimir admitted that Rita was the one who coerced him into carrying out the unimaginable deed of killing Yakov, the terrifying realization came to light. Rita had already left with her passport when Bergen County authorities showed up at her house the next day. Prosecutors were concerned that she may have escaped abroad, but Rita was allegedly on her way to Long Island while Zelinin was being held in Bergen County. It was clear that she knew the police would be looking for her. She made a quick stop in Nyack along the way, stealing a set of New York license plates from a parked car to hide her car's New Jersey tags. There was little question that Rita had planned the murder and was now evading the authorities, despite the fact that investigators in both jurisdictions had not formally named her as a suspect in her husband's death. They made it clear in a public alert that they wanted to talk to her. After her husband passed away, Rita disappeared for 6 days. On April 12, 1996, the police finally located her in Cold Spring Harbor, Long Island. Rita was caught breaking into a guest cabin by a cleaning lady during a routine cleaning round at the Hawk's Nest cabin. Her husband had worked for a company that owned this cabin. The woman had quickly called the police because she thought Rita was a thief. Rita attempted to flee by scurrying out a rear window onto the lab grounds after being confronted. She was eventually located and taken into custody by the local police. Notably, Authorities discovered a variety of travel brochures, including some from Switzerland and Australia, inside her car, which also had a stolen license plate. When Rita Glusman was arrested, the police were taken aback to see her. She was no longer the woman who wore expensive clothing. Her clothes, makeup, hair color, and even airline information had all changed. The police became increasingly suspicious because she had completely changed her appearance. However, there was one issue that prevented the police from charging her with her husband's murder under New York law. When flaws started to show in their marriage's apparently flawless exterior, the investigation took a different turn. The couple's hidden tensions surfaced during their move from Long Island to New Jersey. It turned out that moving to New Jersey, even though it was a mutual decision, put Rita under financial strain, particularly for her business, ECI Technologies. Yakov's income was crucial to the company's survival because it was not doing as well as it once did. However, there was one contradiction. Despite Rita's claims that the move left them impoverished, she was spotted driving a BMW, wearing mink coats and leading a fairly opulent lifestyle. On the other hand, Yakov used to wear regular jeans and drive a 1983 Nissan. According to his friends, he was more of an ordinary guy who wore khakis everywhere he went. The American dream appealed to Rita. She desired high living and spas. Yakov Glusman left the home in New Jersey in the summer of 1995 and rented a second-floor apartment in Pearl River, just a few blocks from his place of employment. Yakov had begun dating a woman he had met in 1994 while traveling to Israel to visit his family. By September of that year, the rift between Rita and Yakov had become irreversible. While Rita's technology company was in danger of going bankrupt, Yakov was making progress in his career as a cancer researcher. In a phone call with his father in the fall of 1994, Yakov acknowledged that his marriage to Rita, which had lasted 25 years, was failing. Yakov Glusman filed for divorce. The ECI Technologies company became a focal point during their divorce proceedings. Yakov insisted on thoroughly examining the company's finances before accepting any terms, while Rita desired sole ownership. Rita was devastated to hear this. Yakov claimed marital cruelty as the cause of the divorce when he filed for it. Tragic events occurred 4 months later, in 1996, when the couple's already shaky relationship was further strained when their 25-year-old son died while serving in the Israeli army. Yakov wanted to leave Rita because she was so furious. How could he have the audacity to abandon her, who was so invested in his transformation in the United States? Rita noticed that she was becoming desperate, and some people noticed that her behavior was becoming unpredictable. She found it difficult to control her cravings for luxury, even after Yakov gave her $90,000 when he moved out a year earlier in 1995. She was suddenly in America, where she could eat as much as she pleased. For her, it represented success. Rita Glusman engaged a private investigator to look for any negative information about Yakov in an effort to stop the divorce. She went to unlawful measures such as wiretapping Yakov's phone and even threatening to spread the AIDS virus to his girlfriend. She wanted to discredit this woman in Israel by putting cocaine on her, among other things. She had attempted to hire a lot of people. Her husband was being followed by others. She had extortion attempts against her husband's family. Rita Glusman started planning his murder after these plans failed to stop the divorce. She experienced yet another setback when she was arrested on shoplifting charges after being caught stealing small items from a New Jersey pharmacy. Her business kept failing, and as accusations were made by both parties, the divorce process grew more acrimonious. Rita was prepared to involve her cousin Zelinin and had already made a firm decision. Despite being straightforward, her plan was extremely cruel. Rita got a key to her ex-husband's apartment in the months before Easter. During one of their arguments, she persuaded him to give it to her and had a copy made. She was aware of her ex-husband's routine, which included him spending Saturday nights at the lab and typically coming home at 11:30 p.m. Knowing this, Rita made sure they had everything they would require, including a knife, a scalpel, a hacksaw, and a variety of cleaning supplies. Rita and Zelinin drove from Bergen County in a late-model Ford Taurus registered to her company on the evening of April 6, 1996, just hours before Yakov was scheduled to return home. They parked near Yakov's apartment in a poorly lit spot and waited in silence in the living room. It was 11:30 p.m. when Yakov parked his Nissan Maxima and went inside his apartment. At that moment, Zelenin struck first with an axe. When Yakov entered his apartment with an axe and a hatchet, she and Vladimir were waiting for him and jumped on him, attacking him. Rita Gluzman then approached and started striking her husband with the axe, according to Zelenin. It was then that Zelenin's hand was injured. He was unable to see exactly where he struck Yakov because of the darkness, but the scientist fell to the ground. Rita then attacked her husband with ferocity and violent force. Her axe once slipped and struck Zelenin's right hand, causing it to bleed continuously. Rita insisted that they would examine Zelenin's wound later because they were pressed for time. She took a knife out of the bag and stabbed her ex-husband in the chest to make sure he was dead. His bloody body was dragged into the bathroom, where it was dismembered. Rita was adamant that no part of the man was big enough to be recognized. To make it impossible for anyone who might find the body to identify him, they even cut off his nose and lips, in addition to cutting off his fingertips to prevent fingerprint identification. Rita went into a cleaning frenzy, trying to get rid of any sign of the crime while Zelenin kept butchering the body. Around 3 a.m, Kathy Armstrong, a neighbor who lived 1 floor below Yakov, was the only one who heard a thumping and banging sound. April 7, 1996. She was unaware that the remains of Yakov were being disposed of, his bloody clothes and body parts packed into 9 plastic garbage bags. Another bag was filled with the equipment needed for the gory task. After that, the bags were placed in the 2 cars' trunks. After returning to East Rutherford, Zelenin would dispose of Gluzman's remains in the Passaic River and then, before dawn, dispose of the car. But there was a hitch. They were not on time. Zelenin unintentionally set off the car's theft alarm while loading it. If anyone in the apartment complex heard the alarm, they didn't bother to look into it because it was only a short cry in the night. Rita, however, became frightened, leapt into the Taurus and told Zelenin to run. After circling the neighborhood for a while, they cautiously made their way back to the apartment complex, checked to make sure everything was okay, and went back to their solemn task. And it took longer than Rita had expected to dismember Yakov and clean his apartment. The necessity to treat Zelenin's hand wound, which resulted from Rita's violent behavior against her husband, further threw off this schedule. Zelenin and Rita stopped at a CVS pharmacy in the town of Fairlawn on their way south. It was captured on a security camera that Rita spent $32 on bandages. What at first glance seemed to be a simple murder case turned out to be anything but. After investigators inspected the crime scene at Yakov's Pearl River apartment, the strange traces of forensic evidence that the investigators found had not yet been tested. Even after testing, there was still uncertainty, because there was no assurance that Rita would be directly implicated in the crime. The police knew that even if they were able to locate Rita's stray fingerprint, a competent defense lawyer could have it rejected by linking it to one of the couple's sporadic arguments. At this point, Zelenin's confession was the only solid evidence the police had. This presented a problem, though, because according to New York state law, an accomplice's testimony could not be used as the basis for a murder case unless it was backed up by other witnesses or strong evidence, neither of which was present at the time. Michael Rosen, Rita's lawyer, attempted to obtain bail the day after her arrest, pointing to the peculiar circumstances of the case. Rosen filed a felony examination after the judge denied bail despite the possibility of murder charges. For Rita to be detained without bail, prosecutors had 48 hours to demonstrate that she was dangerous and that there was a chance she would run away again. Since the police couldn't produce enough proof, Rosen was successful and Rita was taken to jail after posting a $250,000 bond. However, everything changed when an FBI agent called. Unexpectedly, Rosen was ordered to bring Rita to the United States, White Plains Federal Court Building. Rosen found this surprising and didn't understand why the federal government was becoming involved. The reason became evident as Rosen and Rita arrived. Local authorities had worked with federal prosecutors to devise a novel strategy to charge Rita for her role in her husband's death, while Michael Rosen had been preoccupied with getting her bail. Federal prosecutors invoked the Violence Against Women Act, a 1994 domestic violence statute, in a brief 4-page complaint. It was a daring step. This law permitted federal intervention in cases of domestic violence committed by someone who crosses state lines, a tactic that had never before been employed against a woman. But it gave the police the power they needed to bring Rita to justice. It was noteworthy because it gave them permission to use Zelenin's testimony. In court, Zelinin described the events leading up to the incident and how they dismembered Yakov. Vladimir Zelinin claimed that Rita Gluzman was behind a wall a few feet away and that he was concealed behind the door as it opened. Zelinin struck Yakov's head with an axe for the first time as soon as he entered the room. With a knife in hand, Rita hacked and stabbed Mr. Gluzman until she nearly cut Zelinin's fingers off his right hand. According to Zelinin, he began by chopping off the arm at the shoulder, followed by the left leg below the knee and the right leg below the knee. Then, he claimed, he severed his head. Witness reports from Yakov's neighbors who saw a couple packing bags into a car at 3 in the morning were among the other pieces of evidence the police brought in. April 7, 1996, Rita was recognized by a pharmacy employee as the agitated woman buying bandages and antiseptic at 4 in the morning. The same morning. In addition, Rita's controlling personality was acknowledged by a private investigator she hired to spy on her husband and his lover. More than a year and a half after Yakov's passing, on April 3, 1997, Rita faced the U.S. Judge Barrington Parker, District Court. Despite her denials, the jury found her guilty of killing Yakov, dismembering him and dumping him in the river after being persuaded by Zelinin's testimony. She was given a life sentence in prison by the judge. In the Soviet Union, the woman who had once been celebrated as a symbol of freedom for a whole class was now imprisoned. Vladimir Zelinin was later given a 22-and-a-half-year prison sentence in May 1997. Rita Gluzman was released from prison on compassionate grounds in 2020 because of her deteriorating health, which included early Parkinson's disease and multiple strokes. Although Yakov's brother wrote a letter opposing Rita's release, expressing horror and fear, the judge took into consideration Rita's request for a second chance to avoid dying in prison. Rita went back home after the judge allowed her release despite reservations. Due to a broken marriage, Yakov Gluzman's life took a terrible turn. The unfortunate thing is that rather than finding a peaceful solution, his wife, once regarded as a symbol of freedom, caused their relationship to devolve into a nightmare. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lam Kor Wan, Hong Kong's first serial killer, was introduced in 1982. He worked as a taxi driver, but at night he was known as the Rainy Night Butcher and the Jars Killer. Over the course of 7 months, he killed 4 young women, concealing their bodies beneath his family's couch and preserving their body parts in jars. Every murder was more graphic than the one before it. They all appeared in unsettling movies, from suffocation to the amputation of body parts. What perverse ideas motivated this man, and who was he? How did these women end up as his gullible victims? Let's discover the terrifying reality that was born on May 22, 1955, in the center of Hong Kong. Lam Kor Wan had a challenging childhood. With 10 children, a legal wife, and 2 mistresses, his father, Lam Weil Lok, led a difficult life. This set the stage for Lam's turbulent early years. Lam was subjected to cruel treatment during his early years while residing in Malaysia with his biological mother. His father violently abused both of them at home. Lam's situation was made worse by the fact that his parents divorced when he was a child. Due to a horrific event in which his father slammed his head against a wall, leaving 2-year-old Lam unconscious with periorbital bruises and a fractured skull, his father had a fierce temper. Following a period in Brunei from 1957 to 1962, during which Lam shared a dormitory with his father's half-siblings and mistresses. Despite his academic success in primary school, Lam returned to Hong Kong in 1968 to attend Ricci Middle School in Sham Shui Po for junior high school. Having to balance 2 different school schedules because of his father's work had affected Lam's performance, particularly in mathematics. By 1970, Lam's academic standing had declined due to the demands of managing his father's motorcycle shop after school. His relationship with his father deteriorated even more, and this was marked by harsh treatment. Lam also started running away from home a lot as a result of this. Up until middle school, it had become a recurring pattern in his life. Lam had begun working in his father's motorcycle shop years after he had graduated from high school. He later went on to learn how to service air conditioners from a relative. The entire ordeal, which was replete with family issues during difficult times, had prepared Lam Korwan to become the enigmatic individual he would become. After a fight with his father outside a public restroom on Hakuin Street in early 1973, he was expelled from his house and sent home. After forcing a woman into the bathroom with a knife, he touched her lower body in an inappropriate manner. He was arrested as a result of this incident. A doctor examined Lam and determined that he had mental health problems, making him unfit for trial or incarceration. He was therefore ordered to receive treatment at King Shan Mental Hospital. He chose to change his name to Lam Jiao Koang by the time he was 19, after being treated for 102 days and being released from the hospital. Along with his collection of locked-away pornography kept in a metal ammunition box, his family noticed his odd fascination with the female body. Even though his family made an attempt to assist him, nothing seemed to change. His behavior changed to something more unsettling when these measures did not satisfy him. The women chased him down the street after he bought a Polaroid camera and started taking illegal photos of them from beneath the doors of restroom cubicles. At their home in Kwantong, he had later been caught snooping on his sister as she undressed outside the restroom. After that, the family decided to move further away, into Kwawan at their new residence. There was an agreement in place for him and his younger brother to share a room and sleep in different parts of a bunk bed. They were to keep their possessions separate and free from outside interference. He officially began working as a taxi driver in 1978, after obtaining a license and assuming the name Lam Korwan. His family only saw him every 14 to 15 days after he was moved to the night schedule around 1980. He then developed an intense interest in photography in 1981, which led him to study the art form. But since he didn't have a darkroom at home to print color pictures, he looked for a photo studio. He enrolled in a photography course offered by the Chinese YMCA of Hong Kong at the Waterloo Road Association in order to avoid suspicion. His classmate was employed at a sim shots. Lam made up a story about needing help with autopsy photos because he was a part-time photographer and worked in a mortuary. Surprisingly, his account was approved, and the classmate edited Lam's images to prevent alarming other students. His mother observed a significant shift in his behavior after he had been a night taxi driver for a year. He began to disregard personal hygiene, declining to take a shower or change his clothes. On the gloomy night of February 3, 1982, at the age of 27, his mother even saw him wander home like a sleepwalker in the dead of night, but his demeanor became forlorn. During his time as a taxi driver in the Simsha Sui district, Lam changed from being a simple peeping Tom to something more sinister. He was looking for clients one day who were coming home from a night out. This is where things started to go south. When Chan Feng Lan, a clearly drunk woman, emerged from a restaurant at around 4 in the morning, she was in such need of a ride that many taxi drivers refused to give it to her. Lam, apparently unfazed by this, accepted her into his taxi and consented to drive her home. The inebriated woman asked to stop halfway through the trip, and when Lam braked close to a gas station, she opened the door to throw up. Uncertain of where she was, she asked Lam to return in the opposite direction after this disturbing incident. Later, Lam admitted that he had considered killing her, but something inside of him snapped and he decided he had had enough after being initially disgusted by her vomiting. He went into a garage in the Simsha Sui neighborhood, circled to the passenger door, and strangled the young lady with an electric cable. He drove to his house at 5 in the morning when he usually finished work and parked in front of the building as usual. The night watchman slept on a cot in the entry hall and did not wake up, so he concealed the body in a big bag and carried it across the pavement into his apartment building while the street was empty. After Lam died, he went into the apartment as quietly as he could and spent several hours hiding the body beneath the sofa. Lam waited for his family to depart after breakfast while feigning to be asleep in his bed. He woke up and began preparing his room after his brother and parents had left the apartment. Lam purchased a power saw from the street using 500 yuan that he had stolen from the victim's wallet. To ensure that even the baseboards were adequately protected, he covered the floor with plastic. He began to dismember the innocent woman's body after placing it on the plastic. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to avoid leaving any blood traces, and some of it splashed onto the walls. He continued to dismember the victim's body for hours, taking pictures and videos of the entire procedure before naming the videotape a serious secret. After chopping her body into 7 parts, he wrapped paper around her head, limbs, and torso before sealing it in a plastic bag. The fact that he preserved the private parts in a Tupperware container with rice wine was the most unsettling aspect. In order to remove any traces of the horror that had transpired, he meticulously cleaned the crime scene, scrubbing the walls and floor and rolling up the plastic sheet. He drove to the new areas, making multiple trips to carry the body parts to his taxi while avoiding attention from onlookers who were confident he had removed any traces of the unsettling act. He stopped when he discovered an empty area on the banks of the Xingmun River, close to Sha Tin. He was determined to find a remote location to dispose of the body. He removed the packages from his trunk one by one and tossed them into the river, making sure no one was looking. The bundles were carried to the sea by the murky waters. The limbs floated from Lucky Plaza to the Bel Air Gardens area after being washed down by the intense rain. Lam had heard the terrifying news on the radio more than a week after the horrible deed. A limb had been found on the shores of the Xingmun River. More body parts were unearthed in the following days, leaving the police to piece together the tragic puzzle. To determine the approximate time the body was dumped into the river, investigators looked at tidal patterns. Interestingly, one arm had a unique tattoo of a heart with a knife through it, which was uncommon for women at the time. They arrived at this conclusion. Recognizing the victim, it was Chan Fenglan, age 21. The police encountered regrettable difficulties even after issuing a public call for witnesses. Neither the taxi driver nor Chan Fenglan's companions had seen the license plate. Lam didn't learn of the body part's discovery for over a week. The police had determined that the body belonged to Chan Fenglan, a Simsha nightclub hostess and mother of 2. Chan's night out with her sister and friends, her taxi ride home, and the terrible fate she met at the hands of Lam Kor 1 were all revealed in the grim details. Sui. The next murder was carefully planned, but the murder had been opportunistic. He was determined to be more prepared because he was a perfectionist. His goal was surgical accuracy. He therefore chose to use professional tools rather than a power saw. In the end, he bought specialized surgical instruments and multiple bottles of formaldehyde after studying knives, blades, and scissors in great detail. Formaldehyde was a colorless, pungent chemical that was used for disinfection and preservation. Lam had claimed another victim on May 29, 1982, 3 days after acquiring his equipment. He was able to capture his second target, a bar employee. This time, he picked Chan Wan Kit calmly and used an electric cable to strangle her before bringing her home. He waited in bed as usual for his family to get off work before beginning the grisly task of dismembering the body. Lam had carefully prepared the room in accordance with his plan after thinking about what to do for days. After setting a sizable tray underneath the body to keep blood off the floor, he took out his video camera. Investigators later reviewed the video and found that he had carefully dissected the body while placing the tray beneath the family's parakeet cage. When Lam had finished chopping it into pieces, he displayed remarkable skill. As Lam considered a secure location for the body's disposal, he once more took photos of the various body parts. After numerous nighttime excursions, he eventually discovered the ideal location. He placed the body parts in a large plastic bag and put it in the trunk of his taxi this time. He drove through the tunnel to the selected location, Hong Kong Island, early in the morning. A 20-minute drive east of the city center was Tai Hang Road, a residential neighborhood with a lot of trees. Following his parking in a secret area of the road, the heavy bag became difficult for him to carry out of the trunk. As he watched it roll down the slope into a muddy ravine, he carried it a short distance up to the railing and threw the body over it. Lam had been thinking about what had happened that night all the time in the days that followed, not because he was sorry or regretful, but because he wanted to become a better person. On June 17, 1982, 2 weeks later, he had struck once more. Liang Sawan, a 29-year-old nightclub cleaner, had left work at 4 a.m. and was in Lam's taxi shortly after she met her terrible end. Lamb took her lifeless body back to his house and engaged in a terrifying string of acts. He recorded his horrifying deeds, titling the recording, Operation Rainy Night. Lamb used the selfie feature on his camcorder, which was resting on the bunk bed, to record the dismemberment procedure, displaying an unnerving amount of detail in contrast to his earlier action. On this occasion, he even cut open the abdomen, removed the intestine, and even tried to taste human flesh before giving up because it made him sick. Then, in yet another horrific episode of this gruesome rampage, he abandoned the severed limbs in a burlap bag on Tai Hang Road. Lamb had grown bolder with every crime. Knowing the bars in the Simsha Sui neighborhood, he had spent his time meticulously planning his next crime. He was also aware of the locations where women frequently waited by themselves for his cab. He had wanted the next victim to be a woman from a higher social class, but his first 3 victims had been what he had dubbed bad girls. He purposefully chose a young woman who seemed innocent, and this time it was Leung Wai Sum, 17. On July 2, 1982, Lamb had discovered her outside the Simha Sui Hotel. Before the final exams, she had gone to a party at her high school, but she had made the decision to leave after dinner. Her high school friends had gotten her a cab to make sure she would get home safely. Lamb parked his car and guided her to a remote road. When he took hold of her wrist and handcuffed her to the front seat, the teen was frightened. Surprisingly, he wanted company, which was another reason he wanted to keep her in his taxi, even though it was only 9:30 p.m. and too early for him to go home. Desperate for a friend, he kept Ling confined for hours, asking her about her family, religion, and life in general. He wanted to talk to her without any friends. Lamb was generally enjoying her company, but that didn't stop him from carrying out his gruesome scheme. Lamb began strangling the teenager with the electric cable after she fell asleep at around 4 in the morning. He then brought the dead girl's body home and, as usual, waited for his family to vacate the apartment. He hung his video camera from a high shelf and started recording when no one else was home. This was the video that the police would eventually play in court. The video wasn't just unsettling. Lamb was acting necrophilically, that is, performing inappropriate acts with the dead body in the video. It should be mentioned that Lamb had burned the young victim's skin after falling on her thighs while he was earlier assembling the lighting apparatus to record his activities. In order to later refer to it as the 4/3 operation, he also recorded it on video and took pictures of her. Then, just like he had done with the earlier victims, he dismembered the body, which would later come back to haunt him. On August 10, 1982, he later left the body on Tai Hang Road. Lamb tried to make his 4th victim's mutilated photo larger. As it happened, Lamb's friend had to move Lamb's negatives to the Mongkok branch for magnification because the enlarger at his friend's Photoshop was broken. Suspicious as he was, the branch's photo editors discovered disturbing details in the developed photos during the manual enlargement process, suggesting a possible connection to the dismemberment of a human body. A picture of a severed breast and a burn mark on the victim's thigh were among the features that prompted the shop supervisor to call the police. The Kowloon Regional Homicide Squad was given the case by the police after they received the report. Detectives under the direction of Sergeant Lee Kwan obtained statements from the clerks at the Sima Sui and Mongkok branches while safeguarding the negatives and photograph. After a thorough examination and analysis of the flesh and blood color, the forensic officer from the Scientific Forensics Department concluded that the photographed corpse had been dead for less than 3 hours. The dismemberment technique ruled out the possibility that the perpetrator was teaching pictures because it implied that they lacked medical anatomical knowledge. The typical green sheet used in autopsies was conspicuously missing. Additionally, forensic specialists verified that the images were taken directly from a real body rather than from printed materials. In one picture, a tiny drop of water also reflected half the face of a girl who looked like Leung Wai Sum, who had disappeared on July 2. The police decided to make an arrest after concluding that Ling had been murdered, based on the results of the Scientific Forensics Division and medical examiner. Sergeant Lee had led the team in an ambush at the Photoshop early on August 17. He asked the clerk to mix a Lamb set of 13 photos with a few other pictures and encouraged him to talk to Lamb about the pictures, where they were taken, and why they were being enlarged. The goal was to document the discussion and collect supporting documentation. Lamb arrived by taxi to pick up the pictures at about 6 o'clock in the evening. Following his friend's request, he carefully examined each picture and clarified that the enlarged images would be used for courtroom presentations, especially so jurors could see the contents more clearly. Lamb said that he worked in mortuaries on a regular basis. Sergeant Lee revealed his identity after verifying the images and making the payment, and he immediately took Lamb into custody. Lamb first made up a story, claiming that the pictures were taken by a four-eyed man he had met in Quan who worked for the Oriental Daily. Investigations, however, showed that there was no such individual. In order to gather tangible evidence, the authorities promptly requested a warrant so they could search Lamb's home within the allotted 48 hours. Otherwise, they would have needed to let him go. During the search, they found personal belongings, preservatives, anatomy books, surgical instruments, Lamb's cupboards, and severed body parts, including the deceased women's breasts and vaginas. His taxi was also seized and searched by the police, who left a note on the windshield stating that it was not to be towed and that it had been involved in a crime. Subsequent investigation of the car turned up evidence like wire and handcuffs in the glove box, as well as 2 holes in the back of the front seat that were probably made by one of the women who died wearing high heels during a struggle. Investigators allegedly recovered a large collection that included 1,900 carefully coded photos, 1,500 color slides, and 696 negatives that documented coronavirus victims at different points in his crimes. His thorough documentation greatly facilitated the police inquiry. All of his victims' body parts were eventually found by authorities, allowing for their identification and eventual return to their families. To assist with the investigation, Lam Korwan was taken to the police station with his father and younger brother. Authorities suspected that the taxi driver wasn't acting alone because of the small living area and the amount of evidence found in Lam and his brother's bedroom. After 3 days of intense interrogation and detention, Linwas was freed. The younger Lam insisted that he had little contact with his brother because of their divergent schedules and was neither involved in nor aware of the incidents to expedite their release. Korwan was pressed by their father and younger brother to make it clear that they had nothing to do with trying to get her son to confess. Lam's mother went to the police station as well. Korwan assisted law enforcement in identifying the victims' body parts. The police, however, continued to suspect the younger Lam of involvement despite their cooperation. As a result, both brothers were brought before the Sanpo Kong magistrates' courts on 4 counts of murder. In order to support the younger brother's persistent denial of involvement, they were later moved to the Sulam Psychiatric Center for evaluation. After the 6th hearing, he was ultimately freed because there was not enough evidence. The case was sent to the Supreme Court for trial after a medical evaluation determined that Korwan was of sound mind, had a remarkably high IQ, reportedly over 130, and was deemed fit to stand trial with established prima facie evidence. On March 3, 1983, the trial began, and a large crowd gathered outside the court to watch Lam's behavior. Because it was thought that the more than 1,000 pieces of evidence that would be presented in the case were too graphic for women, a number of men were chosen to serve on the jury. Authorities claimed that the specifics of the case were too upsetting for women, so 7 men were chosen specifically to guarantee a fair trial and avoid shock. The only people who could watch Lam's videotapes were the jurors, judges, and attorneys. Furthermore, during the trial, the victims' organs were not allowed in the courtroom. Police officers, Photoshop employees, forensic and scientific specialists, and even Lam's relatives were called as witnesses by the prosecution. Acknowledging the strength of the evidence against him, Lam negotiated a reduced sentence in exchange for admitting to manslaughter. But this appeal was turned down. The jury was instructed by the judge to choose between charges of murder and manslaughter, rather than to discuss Lam's guilt, with testimony from 5 psychiatrists. The trial descended into arguments about Lam's mental health. 3 of them suggested an obsession with women, while 2 questioned his self-control. On April 8 the same year, after 18 days, the judge gave the jury instructions to render a verdict based on whether or not they thought Lam had control over his actions during the crimes. The jury unanimously concluded that Lam was sane, motivated by aberrant desires, and guilty of murder After more than 3 hours of deliberation, Lam was originally given a hanging death sentence, but thanks to the governor's pardon, his sentence was reduced to life in prison when Hong Kong abolished the death penalty in 1984. Following his conviction, Lam was taken to Stanley Prison and then Shek Pik Prison, where he was called a lamb by the other inmates. He kept a low profile, avoiding conversations about his past and valuing his privacy. Rob. He reportedly had a modest salary, was reticent and rarely interacted with people. He read religious, medical, and newspaper articles and took part in Catholic and Christian classes while incarcerated. While he did not receive family visits, he did occasionally receive visits from church volunteers. He amassed a reputation among the prisoners for his understanding of purple star astrology, a type of Chinese fortune-telling, and his cell was stocked with books and newspapers. When Lam applied for parole in 2018 at the age of 62, after serving more than 34 years, even prison officials sought his counsel, raising public outrage. The parole board decided against changes or parole at that time due to concerns about the possibility of repeat offenses, even though they review parole every 5 years. According to reports, during the 1983 trial, Lam was also observed by some inmates dissecting cockroaches in the prison and making elaborate displays out of them while they were kept in a matchbox. In her testimony, Lam's mother described the physical abuse her oldest son had suffered as a child. The father of coronavirus had even caused severe head trauma when the boy was only 2 years old, leaving him with 2 black eyes. She had also been the victim of domestic violence. Experts have connected severe head injuries sustained as a child to psychological problems like necrophilia later in life. Lam reportedly told a psychiatrist that he thought God had given him the order to carry out the murders. Lam's actions remained mysterious throughout the investigation. Investigators were baffled by his decision to develop films at a Kodak store, even though he had the required equipment. Some conjectured that he may have secretly wished for arrest because he had almost been arrested before the gruesome autopsy results, and the manner in which the bodies were dismembered suggested that a professional killer was at work. However, despite these disturbing facts, Lam's family had difficulties because of the case's publicity. They tried to sell their apartment but were unsuccessful because of its fame, so they were forced to stay after the case ended. The police, concerned about possible media exploitation, destroyed all of Lam's tapes and photographs. Some of the victims' organs, however, had a different destiny there, and were kept for educational purposes at the Wan Chai Forensic Medicine headquarters. As our journey through Lamkor, Wan's haunting saga, comes to an end, it is important to remember these 4 innocent women whose lives were tragically taken. Lam's father sought atonement for his son's sins on November 16, 1986, by dedicating a memorial tablet at Yuan Shin College for the lives lost to his son's evil. The story of Lam Kor Wan serves as a chilling reminder of the intricacies of the human psyche and the terrible outcomes they can produce. Such tales act as a forceful plea for greater comprehension, awareness, and attention to mental health. As the first serial killer in Hong Kong's history, Lam Kor Wan, now 68, is serving a life sentence in the maximum security Shek Pik Prison on Lantau Island for the gruesome killings that rocked Hong Kong in the early 1980 CE. His reign of terror came to an end on August 17, 1982, the fateful day of his arrest, when he was just 27 years old. His horrifying post-crime rituals, which included hiding victims under the family couch and preserving body parts in jars, earned him the terrifying nicknames the Rainy Night Butcher and the Jars Murderer. Such unsettling behaviors reveal a terrifying picture of a disturbed mind. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video examines what happened in 2003 when 37-year-old Sandy Rozo came home from a night shift at a bar. Her boyfriend, who was sleeping on the second floor, heard some loud pops just as she was ready to exit the car after pulling into the garage. After seeing what he saw, he went to the garage and dialed 911. There were multiple suspects in this dark case. The perverse desire to possess and control seemed to be the driving force behind this crime of passion. The charming city of Pinellas Park, which is located outside of Tampa, Florida, is well known for its lush surroundings and gorgeous beaches. Both working-class and affluent residents make up the community. Although there is some crime in the area, it usually takes the form of minor offenses. The most frequent infractions are drunk driving and auto theft. But in 2003, something happened here that scared the locals. On a Saturday night, the day after the 4th of July, neighbors said they heard pops shortly after 11 o'clock. Since it was the 4th of July weekend, it was anticipated that there would be fireworks and other noises for a few days. Nobody was particularly alarmed by the noises, though, until one local realized that the pops weren't celebrating. Troy Edwards reported hearing what he believed to be the popping of firecrackers and dialed 911 on 11. He went outside to investigate the noise and discovered his girlfriend, Sandy, bleeding in her car with the garage door open. Detectives soon followed rescue personnel to the scene. In the garage, the vehicle was parked. There was a lot of blood and shattered glass everywhere, and Sandy's body was inside. She sustained 8 different gunshot wounds to her head and other parts of her body. The perpetrator used a .22 caliber weapon, according to the preliminary analysis of the crime scene. Sandy seemed to have been ambushed by someone who was either following her to her garage or waiting for her. Despite being taken to the hospital immediately, she tragically died. The public was shocked to learn that Sandy had a daughter who was with her father at the time of the crime, and that she had been ambushed in her own garage on her way home from work. Detectives did not think Sandy's death was an accident, even though her wallet and purse were undamaged. Multiple gunshots and the attack's planned nature raised the possibility of a personal grudge rather than a straightforward random crime. The viciousness of the assault suggested that Sandy, not financial gain, was the intended victim. The detective's primary responsibility at the start of the investigation was to question Sandy's boyfriend, Troy. Suspicion is frequently placed on the victim's family members or acquaintances in murder cases. Given his proximity to Sandy, Troy might have had crucial information. He was nowhere to be found when the police first attempted to speak with him. The detectives found it strange that he had left the scene. Troy's behavior was suspicious because he locked up the house before leaving, even though it was later found that he had gone to the hospital. Given the large number of police officers still on duty, this behavior seemed strange. Why was he consistently blocking access to the house? What did he wish to conceal? Investigators worked to answer these questions, even though his behavior might have been the response of a scared or perplexed man. Troy was called in by detectives to be questioned. As might be expected, he appeared distressed. He stated that Sandy's departure for work was the last time he saw her. Because of their divergent work schedules, Sandy worked at night and Troy worked during the day. Troy clarified that Sandy was still asleep when he left for work at 5 a.m. on July 5. After a quick conversation when he arrived home at 2 p.m., Sandy left for her job as a bartender at Tampa's well-known Green Iguana Bar. She was expected to be done by 11 p.m. that evening. Troy said that just after 11 p.m., at approximately 11:10 p.m., he heard what he believed to be clappers and heard her car pull up. Troy could not be ruled out as a suspect, but Tracy Humphrey continued to play a significant role in the case. Detectives contacted Sandy Rozo's friends and family during her murder investigation in an attempt to piece together the events of her final hours. They asked Sandy about her relationship with her daughter's father, Jesse. Their relationship showed indications of stress, which may have been caused by disagreements over child custody. Her daughter was residing in Alabama with her father at the time of Sandy's passing. Jesse was providing for his daughter monetarily and might have been vying for sole custody. Given that child custody disputes can occasionally result in criminal behavior, this raised suspicions about his involvement in Sandy's murder. Detectives went to Alabama to interview Jesse in order to learn more. Detectives chose to bring Jesse in for interrogation at the local police station after he denied any involvement in Sandy's death during the conversation. Jesse insisted on his innocence at the station, saying that Sandy had been instrumental in their daughter's life and that he had no motive to want their child's mother dead. When the crime was committed on the evening of July 5, he was questioned about his whereabouts. Around 1 in the morning, Jesse said he got a call telling him of Sandy's untimely death while he was at home watching movies with his daughter and girlfriend. Investigators collected additional data such as DNA samples, fingerprints, and Jesse's cell phone records to support his alibi. According to Jesse's cell phone records, he was not in Florida at the time of the crime. Detectives are now concentrating on the Green Iguana, where Sandy was working the night of her murder after Jesse was exonerated of any wrongdoing. The Green Iguana is a well-liked bar with a vibrant nightlife. Sandy would frequently mingle with the regulars. In search of fresh information, investigators spoke with all of her co-workers, particularly those who had assisted her on the night of the crime. When her co-workers learned what had happened to Sandy, they were horrified and furious. The news of her passing devastated everyone who knew her because they all liked her. None of the co-workers saw anything out of the ordinary in the bar on the night of the incident. Sandy left work at approximately 10:45 p.m., and shortly after, a witness observed her leaving the parking lot. Investigators followed Sandy's route from work to her home, which took about 25 minutes, in order to piece together the timeline of her last day. This chronology implied that Sandy went straight home after leaving work, so she should have arrived home at approximately 11:10 p.m. Although Sandy's co-workers painted a different picture, investigators started asking them about her personal life. Troy, the man she lived with, described their relationship as strong. They said Sandy occasionally felt more like Troy's roommate than his girlfriend. According to this information, Sandy might have thought about ending her relationship with Troy. When it became clear that Troy was telling one story while Sandy's friends and co-workers were telling another, the detectives turned their attention back to Troy. Sandy had intended to talk to Troy about dating other people, according to co-workers at the Green Iguana. It's possible that Troy acted irrationally and injured Sandy because his feelings were hurt. Although Sandy was appreciative of Troy's stability, it appears that she didn't love him as much as he desired. A classic case of a crime of passion, in which the perpetrator feels that no one else can have you if I can't. This unrequited love may have been the driving force behind the crime. Troy looked upset but cooperated with the investigation when detectives questioned him again. To avoid suspicion, suspects frequently pretend to be innocent and provide the police with their full cooperation. The detectives diligently looked for any evidence that would connect Troy to Sandy, now that he was at the center of the investigation. Murder. Despite conducting a thorough search of Troy's house and vehicle, they were unable to locate any suspicious objects or weapons. Troy was then informed by the detectives that Sandy's co-workers had given a far from accurate account of their relationship. Troy was clearly taken aback by the charges. Even though Sandy might have been planning to leave him, Troy maintained that his love for her remained unwavering because he thought their relationship was more serious and was ignorant of her true feelings. Detectives went over the timeline to support Troy's account. Setting up a precise timeline was essential. In accordance with Troy's account of hearing gunshots, locating Sandy in the garage and dialing 911, they were able to verify that Sandy got home at approximately 11:10 p.m. Troy's actions appeared to be typical of a man who had seen his loved one die tragically. Troy was ruled out as a suspect in the crime by law enforcement following a thorough investigation. The investigation then appeared to have come to a standstill. Who else might have been inspired to carry out such a horrible deed? Sandy was merely attempting to build her life and save money, so who would want to hurt her? Luckily, Troy found Sandy's folder in his house, which provided the detectives with some unexpected assistance. Troy was correct when he thought the folder held crucial information. Sandy's handwritten notes about her impending trial against a man she accused of assault and unlawful imprisonment were all inside the folder. Sandy was scheduled to testify against Timothy Humphrey in a Tampa courtroom. Only 1 month after Sandy's murder, in August, the trial was set to begin. Troy had previously identified Sandy's ex-boyfriend as Tracy Humphrey to the police. His true name was Timothy, according to the file's documentation. This provided crucial details, such as his birth date and other private information, which served as the initial lead in cracking the case. The databases contained a wealth of information about Timothy Humphrey, but none about Tracy Humphrey. Timothy Humphrey, better known as Tracy Humphrey, had a troubling history of assaulting women, according to additional investigation. For these offenses, he was actually sentenced to 8 years in prison. The most upsetting discovery was that, out of fear for Sandy's life, Tracy had abducted her, held her captive, and over the course of several days, repeatedly coerced her into pleasing him. After Sandy escaped, a sheriff's deputy discovered him beaten and naked. Tracy was facing jail time for his actions, and he threatened to kill her if she reported the assault. Sandy was willing to testify against Tracy in court despite her fear because investigators had solid evidence, such as Sandy's testimony, DNA, and photos. However, Sandy's testimony was crucial to the outcome of this case. The charges would probably be dropped if she was unable to testify. Tracy became the main suspect in the investigation because he had a compelling reason to keep her quiet. Tracy was explicitly mentioned as a possible threat in a handwritten note that Sandy left behind. Equipped with this new knowledge, investigators found Tracy at a gym in Brandon, a nearby city where he lived and worked as a personal fitness trainer who was well known for his dedication to fitness and strong physique. Because of his bald head, earring in his ear, and intimidating appearance, Tracy was frequently referred to as Mr. Clean. Tracy appeared shocked to hear about Sandy's murder when speaking with detectives, but when questioned about his relationship with Sandy, his evasive manner raised questions. Without his lawyer present, Tracy became defensive and wouldn't respond to any more questions. Since there was no record of Tracy's marriage in the databases, detectives deduced that he must have recently gotten married because he was wearing a wedding ring. As it happens, Ashley Laney is the woman he married. Compared to Tracy, Ashley was significantly younger. She was only 20 and he was 39. Investigators went to their home to speak with Tracy's new wife in the hopes that she would provide more details. Detectives saw that Ashley was becoming anxious as soon as they entered the house, but on July 4, she disclosed that she and Tracy were married. It was a remarkable coincidence because Sandy Rozo was killed on July 5, the day after their wedding, in violation of Florida law, which states that spouses cannot be forced to testify against one another in court. Because of this fact, investigators were suspicious of Ashley and Tracy's marriage's timing, which they interpreted as a strong and unsettling clue. Ashley claimed she had no knowledge of the murder when questioned about Tracy's whereabouts the night of the killing. Ashley voluntarily offered her alibi for the night of Sandy's murder when speaking with detectives. Murder. She claimed that she and Tracy were at home at 11 p.m. the night of the murder, eating pizza and watching a movie. Ashley added that evening, their friend Toby White had also come over to their house. However, when Ashley's lawyer called, the conversation took an unexpected turn. Another odd thing happened after Tracy called the lawyer and instructed him to call Ashley and tell her what to do if detectives got in touch with her. Tracy surprised everyone by going home and preventing Ashley from responding to the detectives' questions. His manner, body language, and facial expressions conveyed a sense of anger and frustration, which led the detectives to suspect that Tracy might have been involved in a conspiracy to conceal the truth about the Sandy Rozo murder. Ashley had stopped talking, but the detectives had a crucial new lead. Ashley and Tracy Humphrey gave the excuse that they had ordered pizza on the night of the Sandy Rozo murder. The detectives followed this lead, went to the pizza place, located the delivery person, and collected the receipt. At 10:49 p.m., Tracy's cell phone was used to order the pizza. The pizza arrived 15 minutes later on July 5. In a flashback, the pizza delivery man said that the big bald man had left him a $20 tip for a $12 pizza that evening. Detectives came to the conclusion that Tracy could not have been the murderer because his house was 40 minutes away from the scene of the crime. The detectives were disappointed by this discovery because they had suspected Tracy, and the puzzle pieces did not fit together as they had hoped. It can be demoralizing to experience a setback such as the one that comes with a confirmed alibi, but in this instance, he made the decision to investigate Ashley's role in Sandy's ordeal. The detectives discovered an interesting incident while conducting additional investigation. Ashley had no criminal history, was a good student, and behaved well, but Sandy reported her car stolen just before she passed away. Ironically, her car was later discovered fully burned out on a Tampa street. The car had been purposefully set on fire, according to the state fire marshal's office. Ashley had visited a shooting range in the Tampa area the day her car was set on fire, according to the police investigation into the arson. As it turned out, Ashley had been learning how to shoot a .22 caliber gun at the range with Tracy Humphrey. Given that Sandy was killed by a .22 caliber firearm, this information was vital. Investigators started comparing all of the data they had been given and investigating Ashley's role in Sandy's death. To learn more, They spoke with her relatives. Detectives were informed by Ashley's stepfather that he had lent Ashley his .22 caliber handgun so she could learn how to shoot. Ashley refused to give the gun back when he asked for it. Detectives were certain they were heading the investigation in the right direction after speaking with Ashley's mother. According to the mother, Ashley told her that Sandy had been shot 8 times. This particular detail was important because it had not been covered by the media, meaning that only the shooter and law enforcement would have known about it. Ashley's involvement in the crime became apparent as the puzzle pieces started to fit together. Apart from a possible link to Tracy, the reason behind Sandy's murder was still unknown. Investigators were able to determine the precise location of Tracy's phone at the time of the crime by acquiring Ashley and Tracy Humphrey's phone records. His phone was close to his Brandon home, according to the phone tower data. Ashley's claim that she had been at home the entire night was refuted by the records, which supported Tracy's alibi. Her phone was tracked close to Sandy's house, and it was active outside the Green Iguana at 4:30 p.m. Ashley called Tracy multiple times at 10:45 p.m. Ashley's involvement in the crime was strongly implied by the evidence. Ashley was the main suspect now. Detectives suspected she wasn't acting alone, though. Because Tracy had a reason to hurt Sandy, the phone records also suggested that he was involved in the crime. What part each of them had played in the crime was the only question left. Toby White, a friend who had been at Tracy and Ashley's house the night Sandy Rosa was killed, became the focus of detectives searching for additional evidence. She was called in by detectives to be questioned. As it happens, Tracy Humphrey had a client named Toby. Tracy, in her opinion, was an excellent trainer. Toby first confirmed Tracy's story when she was questioned about her whereabouts on the evening of July 5, saying she had been at his house, even bringing up the pizza delivery they had ordered, from 9:30 p.m. to midnight. However, it became evident that Toby was not in the house after more cell phone records were examined. Toby had to deal with contradictions in her testimony during that period. Toby changed her mind and told the truth after being threatened with criminal charges for perjury, a crime that carries a jail sentence. At Tracy's request, she gave a false alibi and told detectives that she hadn't seen Ashley or Tracy Humphrey that night. Looking back, Toby saw that Ashley and Tracy had lied to her about their role in the killing. Ashley Humphrey was taken into custody on December 18, 2003, for Sandy Rosa, Tracy's first-degree murder. Humphrey was unable to handle firearms at a firing range because he was a convicted felon and was not allowed to own or use firearms. In order to ensure that Tracy could not influence Ashley, he was arrested on these charges and detained. Detectives hoped Ashley would tell them more about the crime because she was in custody and not with Tracy, but she didn't say anything. Given Tracy's history of abuse, there was significant concern about his possible influence over her. Investigators looked further into Tracy's past in the hopes of finding information that would persuade Ashley to speak. They discovered evidence that Tracy had cheated on Ashley in addition to other women. Ashley came to the realization that her marriage and all of her relationships had been based on lies and deceit as she started to piece together the truth. Ashley was unable to avoid the question of whether she had been duped while she was incarcerated. The startling discovery that the man she had committed a crime for, the man she was prepared to serve a lifetime in prison for, was unfaithful to her, compelled her to alter her strategy. Ashley, feeling deceived, confessed to killing Sandy and gave investigators vital information regarding the location of the murder weapon. The firearm was found in Hillsborough County's northeast. Ashley kept talking to investigators and discovered more and more unsettling information. Tracy had been manipulating her from the start, telling her that he loved her and that Sandy needed to be killed so they could have a future together. Tracy claimed that Sandy had been falsely accused and that if he testified in court, he would be imprisoned. In addition, Ashley admitted to having tried to kill Sandy weeks prior to the tragic event. The disclosure of these sinister facts created a terrifying image of deceit, manipulation, and treachery. Initially, Ashley sat in her car in the parking lot, waiting for Sandy to finish her shift and emerge into the lot to drive home, with the intention of shooting her as she left the bar. After waiting for Sandy to exit the bar, Ashley squeezed the trigger. Ashley's issue was that she didn't strike Sandy, she shot her own car's mirror. Compromise evidence was left behind by this incident. Ashley and Tracy took the car to an empty lot and burned it to destroy the evidence. Law enforcement grew increasingly certain that they could charge Tracy with murder as more and more evidence connected him to the crimes surfaced. Ashley was merely a pawn in Tracy's plot. He coerced her into executing his scheme to kill Sandy. The tragic events that transpired were orchestrated by Tracy Humphrey. Ashley would not have committed the crime, and Sandy would still be alive if it weren't for his influence. Investigators were able to piece together Sandy Rozo's final hours of life thanks to Ashley's confession. Sandy began working at the Green Iguana at 2:30 p.m. on the day of the murder, July 5, while Ashley waited in the parking lot with a .22 caliber handgun that she had borrowed from her stepfather. Tracy coordinated Ashley's actions while staying in close contact with her. Ashley patiently awaited Sandy's shift to be over. At 10:45 p.m., Sandy pulled out of the parking lot and Ashley trailed behind. Sandy parked her car in the garage after arriving home at 11:10 p.m. Ashley came in directly behind her. She fired. She kept shooting until her ammunition ran out. She fired 8 shots in all. Ashley called Tracy and informed him that Sandy had passed away as soon as possible. To help the delivery man remember him, Tracy placed an order for a pizza and left him a generous tip. Ashley accepted a plea deal of 25 years in prison in exchange for testifying, and Tracy was given an alibi in return for her cooperation. Many questioned the fairness of Ashley's sentence against Tracy Humphrey, arguing that on March 10, 2006, a life sentence would have been more appropriate. Ashley Humphrey received a 25-year prison term. She revealed a shocking revelation 14 years later. On ITV's Killer Women, Ashley Humphrey told Piers Morgan that she was the one who thought of the plan to kill Sandy Rozo, not her husband Timothy Tracy Humphrey, as she had stated in court. "What if she didn't appear in court?" I proposed. That's where it began, according to Ashley. And it got worse. It was me who said it first. I'm not sure why I allowed him to enter my thoughts in that manner. Ashley might have received a much harsher punishment if she had admitted to the scheme at the outset and had not accepted a plea deal to convict her husband. She is presently a prisoner at Quincy, Florida's Gadsden Correctional Institution. On December 13, 2028, when she turns 46 in February, she is expected to be released from prison. Timothy Humphrey was found guilty of murder by a jury in 2006. He received a life sentence without the possibility of release. He was also given a 15-year sentence for trying to flee. Because of his aggressive and domineering personality, Humphrey thought he could get away with it, but he would live out the remainder of his days in prison, where he would ultimately die. Everyone in the Sandy Rozo family wanted this to happen. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 3 8-year-old boys, Steve Branch, Christopher Byers, and Michael Moore, vanished while riding their bikes in West Memphis, Arkansas, on May 5, 1993. The following day, their bodies were discovered. However, the investigation took a convoluted and fruitless turn after receiving a false tip about local teenagers. How did misdirection in the case permanently change the course of justice? And what actually happened to these boys? Would justice be served to the victims, or would the case go unresolved? John Mark Byers called the West Memphis police at 8 p.m. on May 5, 1993 to report his son Christopher missing. The officer was informed by him and his spouse Melissa that Chris had not been seen since approximately 5:30 p.m. while he was in the yard working. 2 more parents called in with similar concerns within the next 90 minutes. Steve Branch left for school that day, and Pamela Hobbs said she hadn't seen him since. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, according to Dana Moore, her son Michael had gone out with friends, but had skipped dinner at home. A search was conducted in Robin Hood Hills, where local children frequently played, after 3 missing boys were reported missing. No sign of the boys was discovered that night, despite a thorough search. Chief Inspector Gary Gitchell took over the search the following morning, May 6, 1993. Officer Steve Jones noticed a black tennis shoe floating in a ditch close to the Blue Beacon car wash in the early afternoon. Within 15 minutes, Sergeant Mike Allen found the bodies of 3 young boys who had been murdered in Robin Hood Hills. Steve Branch, Michael Moore, and Chris Byers. In a drainage ditch, the three boys were discovered naked, their hands and feet bound with their own shoelaces. Nearby, their clothing was discovered entangled in mud and tree sticks. Christopher Byers suffered from severe genital injuries, including mutilation. Moore and Branch died from multiple injuries and drowning, while Byers' official cause of death was multiple injuries. Because there was insufficient evidence, the police's initial suspicion of rape was later refuted by expert testimony. A pair of pants recovered from the scene contained trace amounts of sperm DNA. Byers' injuries, according to the prosecution, were caused by a purposeful knife attack and castration. However, defense experts contended that rather than a human attack, the injuries on the body were probably caused by animals after they died. The only victim with drugs in his body was Byers. Ritalin, a drug for ADHD, was prescribed to him in January 1993. Nevertheless, the initial autopsy report misidentified the medication as carbamazepine and noted a dosage that was less than what was recommended. Surprisingly little evidence was found at the crime scene on May 5, 1993, despite the heinous nature of the crime. The absence of blood and fibers perplexed the police, who also observed that the area appeared to have been cleaned. They had to deal with a well-known case that attracted national attention, but they had few leads to help them find the person or people responsible. Terry Hobbs, Steve Branch's stepfather, broke down in tears as Gitchell came to the group of people gathered at the edge of the woods to break the terrible news. The town was shocked by the crime's savagery, which prompted an immediate investigation. In this instance, the notion of a satanic connection emerged for a number of reasons. The community was horrified by the gruesome details of the crime, including the castration and the placement of the bodies. The crime scene's remote location further heightened the anxiety. Media reports frequently contributed to the widespread fear of satanic rituals in the United States in the early 1990s. Many communities were especially vulnerable to these fears, particularly those with strong religious convictions. The combination of local beliefs, the graphic nature of the crime, and media coverage made people believe it might be connected to a cult, even though there was no concrete proof of satanic activity in West Memphis at the time. More rational explanations, like the possibility that the boys were harmed by a person they knew, were frequently eclipsed by this suspicion. Chief Inspector Gary Gitchell's announcement that the police were looking into a number of theories, including cult activity, fueled the fire. This preliminary inquiry sparked controversy, resulting in erroneous convictions and posing significant doubts regarding the validity of the evidence and the participants' intentions. 3 young men, Jason Baldwin, Damian Eccles, and Jesse Miskelly Jr., were soon identified as suspects by investigators, and the pursuit of answers permanently altered their lives. A local teen with a problematic past was Damian Eccles. He was a 17-year-old high school dropout who was well known for his sinister hobbies and mental health issues, which included severe depression. He was a prime suspect in the case because of his unusual appearance, which included tattoos, long hair, and black clothes. Because of his interactions with Eccles, Jerry Driver, a juvenile probation officer in Crittenden County, also thought that there was a satanic cult in the area. In the past, Eccles had exhibited erratic conduct, including threatening his father, his ex-girlfriend, and her new boyfriend. Eccles had a history of mental health problems, including being put on suicide watch during his stay in a mental health facility in Oregon. He had additional difficulties in juvenile detention after returning to Arkansas, which ultimately resulted in his hospitalization in Little Rock. He kept going to therapy even after being freed, and he made disturbing claims that he wanted to follow infamous criminals like Charles Manson. Jerry Driver was extremely troubled by these remarks and grew to believe that Eccles was responsible for the killings. Eccles was close friends with another suspect, Jason Baldwin. They were both viewed as social misfits. Despite Baldwin's academic success and his lack of interest in magic, they connected because they had both felt alienated. Eccles had previously been charged with shoplifting, and Baldwin had previously been arrested for vandalism. Baldwin, on the other hand, demonstrated drawing ability, and one of his instructors urged him to study graphic design in college. Jesse Miskelly Jr., the third suspect, had little to no relationship to Baldwin or Eccles. He was notorious for getting into fistfights with other teenagers at school and for having a short fuse. Like Eccles, Miscali had left high school, but Baldwin was still doing well in school. Damian Eccles was questioned by police several times between May 7 and May 10, both at his residence and at the police station. During these sessions, Eccles repeatedly asserted that he knew nothing about the boys and called the killer sick. Eccles maintained that on the evening of May 5 he was at home chatting on the phone with friends, but when he implied that the murderer was probably a local, it sparked questions about his personal involvement. Even though Eccles cooperated with the police, the results of his polygraph suggested that he might have been lying or deceiving, which fueled more conjecture. Investigators also focused on Jason Baldwin, who denied any misconduct, but they kept examining both teenagers. When local waitress Vicky Hutchison stated that she thought the killings were connected to a cult, the case took a different turn. She was keen to help the police and advised them that she could make friends with Eccles in order to conduct additional investigation. Miscali got to know Eccles when he worked as a babysitter for Vicky Hutchison. After introducing him to Eccles, Hutchison started questioning Miscali about the case. Miscali reportedly joined Hutchison at an occult event, or Sabbat, where she observed strange rituals and sexual activities involving young people. As a result, Miscali was taken to the police station to be questioned. When Aaron, Hutchison's son, stated that he had gone to the woods with the killed boys and said he had witnessed 5 men acting strangely, the matter became more complicated. This added complexity to a story that was already unreliable due to inconsistencies. Her answers to the police's polygraph test showed that she was telling the truth. Chief Inspector Gary Gitchell and his team made the decision to question Jesse Miscali Jr., a suspect in the killings of the 3 young West Memphis boys, on June 3, 1993. About 9 in the morning, they came up to him. The $35,000 reward for information that could result in arrests was highlighted. Jesse denied having anything to do with the killings during the polygraph examination. Detective Bill Durham thought he was lying, though. After being interrogated extensively, Jesse finally stated that he, Jason Baldwin, and Damian Eccles were responsible for the killings. The officer yelled at him and insisted he knew more than he was confessing, according to Jesse's later account. He found it difficult to claim his innocence and started repeating what the detectives had told him. Gitchell corrected him when he wrongly claimed that the boys were bound with rope, stating instead that they were bound with shoelaces. As a result, Jesse altered his account to fit the officer's specifics. Jesse was questioned for hours before her confession was captured on tape. He stated, "Damian hit Chris Byers and Jason assaulted Steve Branch," claiming to have seen what happened in Robin Hood Hills. Soon after, Deputy Prosecutor John Fogelmill requested warrants to search Jason, Damian, and Jesse's residences. All 3 were taken into custody and accused of capital murder by 10:30 p.m. At a press conference the following morning, Gitchell affirmed his strong belief in the case. Damian Eccles was 18, Jason Baldwin was 16, and Jesse Miscali Jr. was 17 when they were taken into custody. Judge David Burnett held a pretrial hearing in Marion, Arkansas, on August 4, 1993. He made the decision to try Jesse Miscali apart from Jason Baldwin and Damian Eccles. Additionally, even though the defense claimed Jesse's confession was coerced, the judge permitted it to be used as evidence. The defense brought up a number of coercive strategies that the police employed while questioning Jesse. They pointed out how officers rejected his claims and showed a diagram that implied he might either be a member of the murderer's circle or work with them. A disturbing audio recording of Aaron saying, "Nobody knows what happened but me," was also brought to light. In a landmark decision, the judge determined that all 3 defendants would face adult trials. This ruling raised the stakes in a case that was already garnering national attention and sparking debates about the treatment of young suspects in the legal system. Miscali claimed he tried to cooperate without realizing the repercussions of his remarks because he was perplexed by the police's actions. The 3 boys were still being held while the defense and prosecution got ready for trial. Blood was discovered on a knife that had belonged to Chris Byers' stepfather, John Mark Byers, during the evidence collection process. The blood on this knife matched that of Chris and Mark, and it had been given away soon after the killing. The police did not pursue this lead, though. The night the boys vanished, a local restaurant employee also claimed to have seen a confused man covered in blood and mud. Despite gathering samples, the police never pursued this lead and eventually lost the evidence after the man left blood smears in the restroom. Miskelly withdrew his confession and refused to repeat his previous statements, despite the prosecutor's intention for him to testify against Eccles and Baldwin. Baldwin and Eccles' trials began on February 28, 1994. As Judge Burnett, Prosecutor Fogelman, and the defense teams determined what evidence could be presented to the jury, both trials received significant media coverage and encountered legal difficulties. A jury consisting of 5 men and 7 women heard Jesse Miskelly Jr.'s trial in Corning, Arkansas on January 18, 1994. Although Prosecutor John Fogelman acknowledged that Jesse's confession contained inconsistencies, he asserted that these were caused by Jesse's attempt to minimize his involvement in the killings. He maintained that Jesse had relationships with Jason Baldwin and Damian Eccles. Dan Stidham, the defense lawyer, retorted that Jesse was unfairly singled out because of pressure to make arrests. He claimed that the investigation was skewed by what he referred to as the Damian Eccles tunnel vision. Stidham maintained that he was afraid while being questioned and that Jesse's confession was coerced. When the mothers of the 3 murdered boys testified about their final moments with their sons on May 5, 1993, the trial became emotional. Because he was concerned that it might annoy judges who felt sorry for the bereaved families, Stidham decided against asking that line of inquiry. The prosecution's version of events was unsettling. Investigators explained how the boys' bodies were painfully found during the search for them. In the courtroom, the jury noticed the boys' bicycles leaning against a wall. The mood was solemn, as Fogelman displayed more than 30 gory images of the corpses. As more unsettling pictures were displayed, pathologists talked about the autopsy results. Jesse appeared extremely at ease throughout the lengthy interrogation, according to Inspector Gary Gitchell. The jury was silent when Fogelman played a recording of Jesse's 34-minute confession to support his argument. Jesse's statements showed significant inconsistencies during cross-examination. The evidence did not support his claims that the boys were bound with brown rope and that the killings occurred at noon. Detective Gitchell claimed that Jesse's confusion was the cause of these mistakes because they were concerned that Aaron Hutchison's story might be discredited. The prosecution decided not to call him. Vicky, his mother, was called instead, and she talked about her quest for justice. She maintained that her concern for the boys drove her, not the $35,000 reward. Jesse's statements revealed some serious contradictions during cross-examination, particularly with regard to the dates of the murders. Aaron Hutchison, a crucial eyewitness, was not called to testify by the prosecution. Rather, they introduced his mother, who spoke about her attempts to get the boys justice. Regarding tangible proof, Jesse's involvement in the crime was not demonstrated by any signs. Regarding certain fibers discovered close to the bodies, a crime lab specialist testified. She subsequently explained, though, that those fibers might have originated from more than just Jesse. Stidham was worried about Jesse's low IQ, so he decided not to have him testify. Rather, he called a polygraph examiner to discuss false confessions in an attempt to raise reasonable doubt. The judge permitted the examiner to describe the pressures that can cause someone to make a false confession, but he decided that the polygraph results could not be used. In his defense testimony, social psychologist Dr. Richard Offshee discussed how Jesse's confession was impacted by police pressure. He was permitted to explain, in spite of the prosecution's objections, that Jesse made a false statement as a result of the pressure he was under, particularly because he had low self-esteem. The prosecutor brought up the fact that Jesse had not been physically hurt by the police during cross-examination. This gave Stidham the opportunity to highlight how Jesse's confession was impacted by the type of questioning, and how psychological pressure played a significant role in what transpired. In his closing remarks, Fogelman referred to the defense's arguments as distractions and advised the jury to believe the detectives and disregard allegations of coercion. The prosecutor emphasized that Jesse's confession was unambiguous, but Stidham cautioned that it would be a grave error to execute an innocent person. The following day, Jesse lowered his head as he walked into the courtroom. He was devastated when the jury convicted him of first-degree murder. When the judge asked him if he had anything to say, he simply replied, "No." The trial brought up serious issues with the legal system, with many people thinking that an innocent person was punished. He was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. The emphasis on coerced confessions sparked calls for improved questioning techniques and fresh data, which prompted a re-examination of Jesse's punishment. In Jonesboro, Arkansas, the trial for Damian Echols and Jason Baldwin started 2 weeks after Jesse Miskelly Jr. was sentenced. Dan Stidham, the defense lawyer, declared that Jesse would not testify, leaving the prosecution with scant evidence. The prosecutors could claim that Echols' apparent interest in witchcraft was connected to his involvement in the case because the judge prevented the two defendants from having separate trials. In essence, they could infer Baldwin's guilt from Echols' background. John Fogelman, the prosecutor, asserted that they would demonstrate the defendant's guilt for killing the 3 boys. Echols' lawyer contended that there was no proof of guilt, while Baldwin's lawyer highlighted his client's good character. To talk about the boys' final moments, the prosecution called the detectives and the victims' parents. The judge rejected the defense's request for a mistrial after detectives brought up Jesse's confession. Ridge further asserted that Damian implied he was engaged in supernatural activities by mentioning demonic forces. To bolster their argument, they displayed objects from Damian's house, including a dog skull and occult books. In his testimony, medical expert Dr. Frank Peretti mentioned a knife discovered close to Damian's home that matched the victim's wound. However, it was later discovered that the victim's stepfather's knife might also match. The defense sought to expose contradictions in the prosecution's claims and emphasize the paucity of credible evidence connecting Echols and Baldwin to the crime. They stressed that the evidence was only suggestive and called in experts and witnesses to discuss false confessions. The jury found both defendants guilty of capital murder in spite of efforts to provide an alibi and cast doubt on the validity of the police investigation. Jason Baldwin received a life sentence without the possibility of parole after the jury found him guilty. In contrast, Damian Echols was given the death penalty, more precisely a lethal injection. This result generated a lot of public interest and raised questions about the fairness of the trial. The West Memphis Three's defense teams diligently sought to appeal their sentences shortly after their trials, pointing out mistakes in the trial and introducing fresh evidence. Vicky Hutchison acknowledged lying under duress from the police, and the jury foreman was charged with misconduct during the trial, which might have affected the outcome. A new hearing resulted from new DNA evidence that connected Chris Byers' stepfather, Terry Hobbs, to the crime scene. There was broad support for the case. Devil's Knot, written by Arkansas reporter Mara Leverett, focused on the failure of justice, while Paradise Lost, a documentary directed by Bruce Sinofsky and Joe Berlinger, was released in 1996. Johnny Depp, Natalie Maines, and Eddie Vedder were among the celebrities who expressed their support. Following several unsuccessful appeals, the Arkansas Supreme Court scheduled a hearing for the new evidence on November 4, 2010. After realizing that this evidence might not establish their innocence, Echols' new attorneys negotiated with the Attorney General to forego the hearing and proceed with new trials. They suggested an Alford plea, which limited the defendants' ability to seek damages for their erroneous convictions, but permitted them to enter guilty pleas to lesser charges while retaining their innocence. Jason Baldwin reluctantly agreed to the plea in order to spare Echols from being executed. After serving 18 years in prison, all 3 men were released on August 19, 2011. However, there was no compensation for their time served and no additional investigation into the initial murders, so their case remained unresolved. After it was initially lost, Echols' lawyers requested access to the crime scene evidence for DNA testing in July 2021. The majority of the evidence was later found to be undamaged. The Arkansas Supreme Court's decision on April 18, 2024, that people who accept an offered plea still have the right to request a new trial under a particular act, and permitted Echols to undergo new DNA testing, sparked discussions about justice, the validity of eyewitness testimony, and how societal anxieties can influence court rulings. The case serves as a reminder of the issues with the legal system and the continuous fight for people who were wrongfully convicted and imprisoned. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The South Carolina state in the United States is where the events in this video took place. Jessica Carpenter resided in the city of Aiken with her parents and two older sisters. The city of Aiken, which has 300 residents, is not very big. As a result, word of Jessica Carpenter's ordeal quickly spread throughout the city and caught the media's attention. Judy, Jessica's mother, discovered her daughter's body on the floor when she returned home on August 4, 2000. Her age was 17. Jessica was a senior at Aiken High School, where she participated in the school band during the summers and worked part-time as a hostess at a nearby restaurant called Red Lobster. It took more than 5 years before the offender was brought to justice. It was August 4th, 2000, the last day of her vacation, and she was eager to start her senior year of high school. Following their lunch together, Jessica's mother Judy left for work, leaving Jessica alone at home. Judy did not see her daughter alive again after that. Judy arrived home around 5:30 p.m. After opening the door and taking a few steps, she noticed something that no mother should ever see. Her daughter was lifeless and naked on the floor. Judy was so terrified that she rushed to her car and dialed 911. The operator asked Judy to return to the house and see if Jessica was breathing, after she had explained the situation. Despite being overcome with fear, Judy returned to the house. She followed the operator's instructions to the letter. Judy waited a moment before telling the operator that Jessica was not breathing. She was icy. Police and medics hurried to the scene right away. At the scene, Jessica was declared deceased. First, the police checked the house to make sure the criminal wasn't hiding there. Jessica had been stabbed in the neck and had a telephone wire wrapped around her neck. The fact that Jessica was naked made it clear what drove the crime. Based on the atmosphere in the house, Jessica retaliated. There were fights in her living room, kitchen, and bedroom. Crime scene investigators partially lifted Jessica's fingerprints and collected DNA samples from her body. Physical evidence was scant. Investigators were a little frustrated when they discovered a partial fingerprint. Unknown male DNA was the only important piece of evidence the police discovered. Before departing the scene, there was almost nothing in the case to cling to except the DNA. Another crucial detail caught the attention of the detectives. No evidence of forced entry was found. Jessica was by herself at home, and she always locked her doors in situations like this. It was clear that she either knew the criminal or felt comfortable allowing him to enter the house. Since this had never occurred in their neighborhood before, people were shocked that it had. The neighborhood did not have a high crime rate. According to the results of the forensic analysis, Jessica passed away from internal bleeding and oxygen deprivation. Once a place of laughter and vitality, the Carpenter family home was now enveloped in an unbreakable veil of grief. A horrible crime had taken place in the living room, which had once been the location of boisterous birthday celebrations and peaceful family evenings. Charles and Judy, Jessica's parents, appeared to be stuck in a bygone era. Their entire world had been upended. They were at peace because they believed they had failed to protect their daughter. Although Jessica's sisters were heartbroken by the incident, the family came together during this time. The Carpenters had a strong belief that the police would identify the culprit behind Jessica's death. Since Aiken is a small city, word of Jessica Carpenter's ordeal spread swiftly. The story was reported in every newspaper and on every local television station. In order to solve crimes, law enforcement occasionally needs the assistance of the media. They need the public to be aware of it, and although investigators gave the media some information about the crime, important details were kept under wraps. On August 25, 2003, it was kept a secret that Jessica had been shot in the neck, strangled with a telephone wire, and discovered nude. The first information was given to the police a few weeks after Jessica's death, and they spread it through local news reports. Surveillance footage from a convenience store a few blocks from Jessica's residence was obtained by investigators. Detectives thought that the young man in the top right corner of your screen might have some information about Jessica. As part of an ongoing investigation into the death of a carpenter, the police wanted to identify and question him. On the basis of surveillance footage, every lead, no matter how trivial, was closely examined. In an attempt to identify the man, the Aiken police released a sketch that was aired on television. The suspect's sketch was held in the hands of the detectives looking into Jessica Carpenter as though it were the secret key. Jessica went to Aiken High School, where she was well known to all. They headed to the principal's office to ask the administration for help. Despite looking at the sketch, the principal was unable to identify the subject. The detective spoke with the principal before starting to interview Jessica's classmates. Any small comment or conversation could reveal information about the crime. Detectives also spoke with teachers who knew Jessica, and some students were in special interest groups with Jessica, such as the school orchestra. But after being at the school for a few hours, they left with nothing. Who was portrayed in this sketch was unknown. The police were able to identify the man after a few days, but it turned out that he was unrelated to Jessica's ordeal. He was just a magazine salesman and an out-of-town student. The police contacted Jessica's closest friends and family because they had limited information. One of her closest friends from Aiken High School was Alice Bryant. She played in the music orchestra with Jessica, whom she had met in 6th grade. Both of them were anticipating their senior year, getting ready for college and maturing. Alice was asked by the investigators if anyone in Jessica's immediate vicinity intended to hurt her. Perhaps she got into a quarrel with someone at school. Alice asserted that Jessica had no enemies, but it's possible that she turned down one of the boys and he was unable to handle it. She had a good relationship with everyone. Because Jessica's friends were unable to provide any leads, the investigation came to a standstill once again. The DNA of an unidentified male was the only tangible evidence the police had discovered at the crime scene. Given that Jessica most likely allowed the criminal to enter the house herself, and that she might have known and trusted the man, a database search turned up no matches. Investigators made the decision to look into Jessica's inner circle. They collected DNA samples from her neighbors, friends, and family. To eliminate as many possible suspects as they could, they visited Judy's place of employment and spoke with all the men, including her supervisor. The local media was asked to help spread the word by the Aiken police. They requested that the men come forward and willingly provide a sample of their DNA. 300 or so DNA samples were examined. The criminal was obviously too smart to assist the authorities. The DNA found on Jessica's body did not match any of the tested samples. Another similar crime, this time in Georgia with an 18-year-old victim, took place 2 months after Jessica Carpenter's death. Chrysalie Barton miraculously survived and shared her story. Chrysalie claimed to have met a man in a restaurant parking lot. He volunteered to serve as her model. The man refused to show his identification when she asked to see it. Chrysalie grudgingly accepted the man's offer to walk her home, but she quickly came to regret it. You can naturally imagine what transpired after he assaulted her in her house and tore off her clothing. After that, the man stabbed her 3 times and started to strangle her. Chrysalie survived, but he believed she was dead. Crawling to the phone, she dialed 911 and then described the man to the police. It was clear that Jessica Carpenter had been attacked by the same man who had attacked Chrysalie Barton. The 2 crimes shared far too many similarities. Women who said they had seen the man in the sketch called the police station as soon as the sketch appeared in the media. The man in the sketch was recognized by Jessica Carpenter's former Red Lobster co-worker, who called. She stated that the week prior to her murder, she had been working with Jessica when the man approached them while they were chatting on the street. He paused and inquired about directions. They attempted to inform him of his destination. He then asked if either of them could accompany him and show him the precise route. Both of them declined, and the man discovered where they were employed. Investigators questioned whether Jessica's murder occurred as a result of this conversation or if it was just a coincidence. 3 days later, the police had a name, thanks in large part to the sketch of the offender that was shown on every newscast. Reinaldo Rivera was his name. A wanted list was created for him. He could harm someone else, so the police wanted to track him down as quickly as possible. The news was just coming on the television, which was once again displaying a sketch of the suspect, when a number of officers stormed into Rivera's room after finding his car in a motel parking lot and driving there to arrest him. In order to evade justice, Rivera was now unconscious on the ground. He had no choice but to take a knife and hurt himself. However, he lived because the police showed up in time. Detectives now needed to identify Reinaldo Rivera and determine whether he was connected to the death of Jessica Carpenter, who was born into a doctor's family in Madrid, Spain. When Rivera was 7 years old, his family relocated to Puerto Rico. He enlisted in the U.S. Navy at the age of 19, serving in San Diego, California, and Orlando, Florida. As an adult, Rivera attended the University of South Carolina and graduated with a degree in office administration while working for the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington, D.C. From December 1986 to March 1991 before relocating to North Augusta on Valentine's Day in 1993, he had lived in Graniteville, Columbia, and Fayetteville, North Carolina. By 1998, he was married to Tammy Lisa Bonet and had 2 kids. Rivera was hired by the Firestone Tire and Rubber Company in Aiken to work as a tire inspector. When investigators searched the motel room where Rivera was staying, they discovered a surprise. He left a note claiming he had nothing to do with Jessica Carpenter's death. No one suspected that he led a second secret life like a police officer, and Jessica's family was certain they had found the person who killed her. After assaulting Chrysalie Barton, Ronaldo Rivera was taken into custody. Authorities believed he might be involved in the Jessica Carpenter case as well. They believed the case would be closed and that was the end of it. However, Rivera shocks authorities by confessing to yet another string of unsolved crimes, rather than Jessica's murder. Melissa Faye Dingus, a 17-year-old from Graniteville, South Carolina, disappeared on July 17, 1999. During the subsequent searches, Aiken County Sheriff's Office deputies reported seeing a girl who fit Dingus's description twice, with an older, dark-haired white male. In the first case, she got into a tan, older model car, and in the second, a bright red 4-door car. On October 13, 2000, after Rivera gave police directions to the burial site on December 4, 17-year-old Tiffany Cherise Wilson from Jackson vanished while she and her 2-month-old daughter Caitlin were at a Winn-Dixie grocery store in North Augusta. Her car was discovered in the parking lot, and witnesses saw her get into a white 4-door Ford from the mid-1980s. The car stopped for a moment before speeding away. 3 days later, Caitlin was discovered stranded in her vehicle across the state line in front of a Georgia Welcome Center. The body of a young female was found by 2 hunters in a densely forested area close to Graniteville on December 30th. Wilson's fingerprints were later used to positively identify the deceased. Similar to the aforementioned victims, Tabitha Lee Bosdell, 20, of Augusta, Georgia, vanished on June 19, 2018. She was going to apply for a second part-time job at a Huddle House before heading to her primary job as a telemarketer, according to her family. Rivera was charged after her remains were located and identified. Marnie Marie Glista was attacked in her home on September 5, 2000. Her age was 21. Despite suffering severe injuries, she lived. After being brought to a nearby hospital, she passed away from her wounds. She became the 4th known victim of Ronaldo Rivera 5 days later. Chrysalie Barton was attacked by Rivera on October 10, 2000, but she survived and police were able to obtain a sketch of her. Rivera's crimes all had a similar pattern, and all of his victims were roughly the same age. All of them suffered neck stab wounds and strangulation. The 37-year-old Rivera was put in solitary confinement and kept under close medical observation to make sure he couldn't hurt himself. Rivera denied any involvement in what happened to Jessica Carpenter, despite confessing to 5 other crimes. After securing Rivera's DNA, police hurried the sample to a lab for Jessica's relatives. It was intolerable to wait for the results. However, the case took a new turn just when the Aiken Police Department believed they had apprehended the offender. Authorities were informed by police informant Craig Gant that Tony Baldwin had confessed to killing Jessica Carpenter. On another murder charge, Tony Baldwin was already incarcerated in Aiken County. The police, Jessica's friends, and her family could only wait while DNA samples were taken from him to determine whether he was involved in her death. When both men's DNA results were received in January 2001, the community as a whole held its breath. 2 suspects in Jessica Carpenter's murder were exonerated, which was a startling development for her family. The DNA discovered on Jessica's body and in the house did not match that of Rivera or Tony Baldwin. For the investigators and the family, this was a huge letdown. Months went by, but the case was still unresolved. But on August 19, 2002, 2 years after Jessica's passing, the lab called the detective who was looking into the case. A DNA match was discovered. The owner was a man named Robert Atkins, who was incarcerated in Georgia. Robert Atkins was having legal issues. He was found guilty of stealing. In Georgia, he was sent back to prison for violating his probation. Georgia was one of the few states at the time that collected inmates' DNA upon admission and entered it into a national database. A DNA match was discovered in this way. One could argue that Atkins might not have been connected to the Jessica Carpenter case if he had acted appropriately and not broken the law once more. In addition to being shocked, investigators were curious as to why he did it. How was Jessica known to him? Furthermore, who is he? In any case, his name was new to the Jessica Carpenter case. To get answers to these questions, a detective visited the prison. Atkins denied knowing Jessica when he started questioning him. The detective then began discussing Jessica's mother Judy's suffering, saying that she was so heartbroken that she didn't know how to proceed with her life or what to do. Atkins apologized while glancing at the detective. He started crying and requested a pause during the interview. Afterwards, he admitted to killing Jessica Carpenter. Later, Atkins guided detectives to the murder weapon, a bloody knife concealed beneath a bush and wrapped in a t-shirt. Investigators pieced together what happened to Jessica Carpenter a week prior to her murder based on Atkins's confession. The following week, August 4, 2000, a package was delivered to Jessica's residence by airborne express courier Robert Atkins. Atkins made a comeback, but on false pretenses. Atkins claimed that he had most likely delivered the package by accident when Jessica opened the door. Jessica responded last week that there had been no error. Then Atkins asked if he could use the phone inside. Jessica let him in. He acted as though he was speaking to someone on the phone. He assaulted Jessica, carried her into the bedroom, and made her undress after realizing that no one else was home. He glanced at her and said, "No, you know me," even though she had stated she wouldn't tell anyone. He cut the phone cord in the kitchen after stealing a knife from there. He stabbed Jessica in the neck and strangled her with the phone cord. After that, he departed with the knife and carried on delivering packages in his van. When Jessica's family members found out about the crime, they were incensed. The following day, he got married as if nothing had happened the day before. Jessica was uncritical. She gave him a glass of water and invited him inside. On May 22, 2006, he committed this terrible crime after she showed him kindness. In an agreement with the prosecution, Robert Atkins entered a guilty plea to 5 charges. He consented to enter a guilty plea in exchange for a life sentence, even though he was facing the death penalty. Atkins was asked by Judge Diane Goodstein if he realized that he would never be allowed to leave prison. "Are you aware that you will be incarcerated for the rest of your life?" He said he did when she asked him to put his feet in a box first. 2 life sentences were imposed on Atkins. In 2004, Ronaldo Rivera received a death sentence. Rivera informed the jury that he had a mental illness and that medical professionals needed to investigate it to discover a remedy. In addition, he claimed that he still had murderous fantasies, threatened to retaliate if freed, and called for the death penalty. Rivera withdrew his testimony and started the process of appealing his sentence in 2016, 12 years later. The court denied his last appeal in October 2024. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Faith Hedgepeth, then 19 years old, was discovered dead in her Chapel Hill apartment in 2012. When authorities started their investigation, they soon encountered a wall of uncertainty and dead ends. They were diverted by conflicting accounts from her closest friends and family, odd 911 calls, and false leads. Investigators were frequently left with more questions than answers. When a seemingly promising lead turned out to be a dead end, the case became colder as time went on and important pieces of evidence stopped making sense. The identity of Faith's killer remained a mystery despite constant efforts. Why did the inquiry stall so significantly, and who was responsible for her brutal death? Let's investigate this case. Unaware of the tragic turn their day would take, Rosario and her companion Marisol Rangel arrived back at their flat just before 11 a.m. on September 6, 2012. They called for Faith as they walked in, but the place was oddly silent. Uncertain of what to anticipate, They approached Faith's bedroom with trepidation. They were stunned by what they discovered. Faith's corpse was on the ground, partially wrapped in a blanket and covered in blood. 3 years after Faith was brutally killed in an apartment she shared with a friend by a killer who is still at large, there are still many unanswered questions and speculations surrounding this case. Shocked, Rosario called 911, her voice shaking as she described what she had found. Once vibrant, Faith was gone, leaving the friends to wonder forever, who could have done this, and why? We must examine the final hours of Faith's life in order to comprehend what transpired to get to this point. Around 5:45 p.m. on the evening of September 5, 2012, Faith went to a rush event for Alpha Pi Omega, a Native American sorority at the University of North Carolina. She met Rosario after departing at 7:15 p.m., and the two of them studied at the library until almost 9 p.m. Around this same period, Faith texted her father about her plans for the future. He still has the final voicemail he ever got from her saved. After returning to the flat at around 11:30 p.m., they went out once more, landing at The Thrill, a nightclub, at 12:40 a.m. They danced and socialized for around an hour and a half. Their departure was captured by security cameras. Since Rosario wasn't feeling well, they made the decision to return to the flat, arriving just as Faith's Facebook account was accessed. Faith's phone sent a text message to Rosario's ex-boyfriend Brandon Edwards at approximately 3:40 a.m. "Hey B, can you come over here please? Rosario needs you more." You know. Please let her know you care." 3 minutes later, the same phone sent another message that contained the word "than," which was thought to be a correction for a typo in the first message. The last known activity on Hedgepeth's phone was this text exchange. After that, Rosario attempted to get in touch with Edwards and then collegiate soccer player Jordan McCrary, but neither of them answered. Rosario thought Faith was asleep when she left the flat at 4:25 a.m. She stayed at a friend's place until the next morning. Rosario attempted to contact Faith once more at 10:30 a.m., but received no response. She contacted Marisol out of concern, and the two of them proceeded to the apartment where Faith's death was found. Who was in charge? Is Rosario Rangel or another person involved? Faith's cause of death is still unknown, but as the inquiry progresses, more information will become available. Faith Hedgepeth, a proud member of the Holly-Washapani Native American tribe, was born in 1992 in Warren County, North Carolina. After her parents divorced, Faith was raised by her mother, Connie, and she grew up in a difficult home. Connie, who had 3 children already, named her Faith because she thought it would give her the courage and optimism she needed to raise a 4th kid in a challenging situation. Faith was a good student in spite of these obstacles. As a cheerleader, honor student, and involved member of multiple clubs, she succeeded in high school. She attended the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill thanks to her diligence, which earned her a Gates Millennium Scholarship. Faith dreamed of becoming a teacher or a pediatrician and wanted to be the first member of her family to earn a college degree. Despite taking the spring 2012 semester off, she had a successful first 2 years at UNC Chach. She shared a Chapel Hill off-campus apartment with her friend Karina Rosario and Rosario's boyfriend Eric Taco Jones throughout that summer. But Karina and Eric had a violent relationship, and Faith assisted Karina in obtaining a protective order against Eric after he twice attempted to enter into their apartment. Eric lost his temper and even threatened to kill Faith if he couldn't reconcile with Karina. Faith's life had taken a dark turn, and even though she continued to have hope for the future, she found herself in a precarious situation. Faith's family was devastated by her passing. Faith's loss was unfathomable to her mother, who had already dealt with a lot of difficulties as a single mom raising her children. Having lost a sister who served as a support system and role model, Faith's siblings were also devastated. Her family was left to deal with her passing. She had been a bright, kind young woman with a bright future. In addition to being extremely personal, Faith's passing was a setback for the entire community, which had supported her aspirations and watched her develop. Her family was left feeling incredibly empty and unable to comprehend why someone so full of promise had been brutally ripped from them. The choice to start the investigation into Faith's death in secret sparked immediate criticism. In contrast to standard police practice, the Chapel Hill authorities took considerable care to conceal information. All records were sealed by a court order, and even the media's repeated requests for information were turned down. The police worked discreetly behind closed doors, gathering evidence from the incident without disclosing what they had discovered, while the community awaited answers. Semen and extracted DNA were the first important clues from the actual crime site. When the autopsy report stated that Faith had died from blunt force trauma to the head, most likely from a rum bottle, the question became even more complicated, even though it matched male DNA discovered elsewhere in the apartment. From the beginning, the police focused on one man, Karina Rosario's ex-boyfriend, Eric Taco Jones. He was a prime suspect because of his history of domestic abuse and his previous threats against Faith. "Forgive me for what I am about to do," Jones had even warned in a text message to a friend the night before the murder, and he later shared the same statement on Twitter. He altered his Facebook banner to a haunting precursor to what appeared to be an admission of guilt 3 days after Faith's death. "Dear Lord, forgive me for all my sins and the sins I may commit today." Police were unable to directly link Jones to the crime in spite of these warning signs. He provided a DNA sample, but it did not match the evidence gathered at the scene. No matches were found in additional DNA testing from other individuals, including those who had visited the local nightclub where Faith and Karina had spent time. After Jones was formally ruled out as a suspect, the inquiry appeared to come to a standstill. It appeared as though the puzzle pieces would be put together fast when the inquiry into Faith's death originally started, but as time passed, detectives discovered evidence that only made the mystery more complex. The disclosure of some anticipated and some surprising details suggested an incomprehensible level of intricacy. The 911 call, which would subsequently come under close examination, was a crucial piece of evidence in the case. After discovering her friends dead at their apartment, Karina Rosario called. Many found it strange that she only referred to Faith as her buddy during the call, never mentioning her by name. Reporter Tom Gasparovia questioned the legitimacy of the conversation, speculating that it might not have been Rosario but perhaps Marisol Rangel, whose voice sounded similar. Additionally, Rosario appeared abnormally hesitant during the conversation, despite the dispatcher's repeated requests for her to check Faith's respiration, Gasparovia noted. Was the individual who found the body truly as innocent as they appeared to be? Was the 911 call itself a hint? The people who were following the case started to have these types of questions. The odd information wasn't limited to the 911 call either. Confusion was further exacerbated by another important piece of evidence discovered close to the crime scene, a mysterious letter written on a piece of ripped paper. Written in a sloppy hand with a ballpoint pen, the message said, "I'm not stupid, bitch, jealous." Its rambling, angry writing appeared to be the result of a fit of wrath, but it was unclear what it meant. Why would someone leave a letter at a murder site? The ripped piece of paper seems to have come from a takeaway bag from Time Out, where Faith and Karina had eaten at that evening. However, was the note a spontaneous outburst or a private communication to Faith? When forensic specialists examined the note, they discovered that the handwriting was erratic. The word stupid, which was written much more clearly, was underlined by one, perhaps by someone attempting to hide their identity or deceive investigators. Even more concerning was the fact that the message seemed to be written before the murder because there was blood all around the room, and the note itself seemed free of blood. Why abandon it? Was it a deliberate deception or a hint? Reporter Tom Gasparelli speculated that Faith might not have been the intended recipient of the note. The murderer might have planted it to trick detectives. Was it a last desperate communication, or was it a lie? The note's emotional tone suggested intense annoyance or jealousy. Was it Faith, or someone else that the murderer was angry at? Faith's own phone provided yet another horrifying piece of evidence in her case. Faith's phone unintentionally called a friend the night before she was murdered, recording a brief but unsettling chat. With background noise and muddled conversations, it initially appeared to be a simple pocket dial accident. However, when audio specialist Arlo West examined the call, he found some concerning snippets. West also claimed to hear a woman's voice saying, "I think she's dying," followed by a man's voice saying, "Do it anyhow." References to Eric and Rosie that seemed to connect the conversation to Faith's roommate Karina Rosario and her violent past with Eric Taco Jones were also heard. The call's timestamp of 1:23 a.m. coincided with the claimed time when Faith arrived at the club. Police initially brushed it off, thinking the call was simply background noise from a night out. However, West pointed out that there were several oddities, such as the unusual absence of typical nightclub sounds, which gave the scene a strange vibe. Did the call record the last seconds before Faith was killed? Or might it have been recorded earlier? These unresolved issues gave an already terrible case a troubling undertone. Investigators were left with more questions than answers as they combed through this perplexing evidence. Although these pieces of evidence were far from conclusive, they were sufficient to raise the possibility that the murderer may have left behind more than just tangible evidence at the site. They might have left a trail of psychological hints that, if the investigators could decipher their actual meaning, could tell us a lot about the killer's mental state. The public's annoyance increased while the case went unresolved. A $29,000 0-cents reward was given by the university, the Halawashaponi tribe, the local Crime Stoppers chapter, and the apartment complex where Faith had resided for any information that resulted in an arrest. It was believed that the reward would lead to a tip that would completely unravel the case. However, months and weeks went by with no improvement. There was still no breakthrough when Governor Bev Perdue increased the award by an additional $10.00. The probe was conducted in secret in the interim. The UNC student newspaper, the Daily Tar Heel, petitioned for the release of the secret documents in November 2012. The case remained sealed beneath a veil of silence when the court rejected their plea, despite publicly claiming that their daughter's death certificate verified she had been battered. Faith's family was also kept in the dark about several specifics. The town of Chapel Hill remained uneasy as the months passed. The FBI has created a profile of the male DNA recovered from the scene by January 2013. According to the authorities, this person had lived close to Faith, had expressed interest in her, and his actions had probably changed after the crime. The court nevertheless mandated that the records be kept secret in spite of this development. The public was left in the dark about the case, which appeared to be proceeding behind closed doors. The police didn't formally ask the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation for assistance until September 2013, a full year after Faith's passing. Chris Blue, the police chief for Chapel Hill, acknowledged that they had run out of options and that the case had gone cold. The murder of Faith was still a mystery, and the case files were still sealed. After 2 months, the inquiry took yet another unsettling turn. Publications such as the Tar Heel started to doubt the investigation's objectivity. Why hadn't the police pursued important leads? Although the police had never thoroughly searched the neighborhood, neighbors in the apartment building where Faith had resided said they had concerns about Eric Jones long before the murder. Only Faith's apartment had actually been completely examined. The other apartments in the complex, including the woods beyond the building, had not been looked at. When it was discovered that police had never examined security footage from the Thrills parking lot, a significant lost opportunity became apparent. The owner of the towing firm that was in charge of the parking lot, the nightclub where Faith and Karina had spent the night before the murder, had installed security cameras that may have recorded important footage. But it wasn't until almost 19 months after the incident that the police requested to view it. The court eventually ordered the records to be opened in 2014. Following a great deal of public pressure. Following the release of important papers by investigators, such as the search warrants and investigative notes, there was a flurry of media coverage. These documents demonstrated the extent, or lack thereof, of the police involvement in the case. They also offered the first glimpse of the chronology of events that preceded Faith's demise. The autopsy report was eventually released to the public in September 2014, over 2 years after the murder. It validated the suspicions of many. Faith had suffered severe physical abuse. Blood was discovered beneath her fingernails, indicating that she had retaliated against the severe blow to her head. Initially believed to be the key to identifying the murderer, the DNA recovered from the site remained a mystery. The question of who killed Faith Hedgepeth and why remained unanswered despite ongoing investigation. Unanswered questions became more pressing as the investigation progressed. Had the police conducted the inquiry improperly in the beginning? The most disturbing of all was the identity of the man whose DNA was discovered at the scene, and the reason behind Faith's murder. For years to come, these questions would still exist. Faith Hedgepeth's death remained a mystery for years, with many speculations but no conclusive solutions. One thing was certain: despite the speculation about suspects and motivations, Faith's killer was probably someone who knew her. According to Chapel Hill police, the murder was committed by a member of her UNC Chapel Hill social circle rather than at random. Investigators interviewed more than 2,000 people over the years, obtained 750 people's DNA, and reduced the number of potential suspects to 10. Chief Chris Blue stressed in 2016 that the case was still very much alive despite the lapse of time. In their quest for the truth, the police continued to concentrate on this core group. However, the issue still stood. What motivated the murderer to carry out such a heinous act, and who was the murderer? But on September 23, 2016, almost 4 years after Faith's passing, the case took even another unexpected turn as the inquiry proceeded to uncover. Unexpectedly, the Chapel Hill police announced that they had teamed up with Parabon Nanolabs, a genetic testing business that had created a device that could create physical representations of suspects using their DNA. This public image provided a unique look at the unidentified culprit and was solely based on the DNA profile found at the crime site. It wasn't a perfect portrait, of course. It was predicated on phenotyping, which is the process of predicting physical characteristics from an individual's genetic makeup. Snapshot: Parabon's technology uses DNA to forecast skin tone, freckles, eye and hair color, and even the shape of a person's face. The president of the organization indicated that, while their system could provide a remarkably high level of detail regarding a person's possible appearance, it was unable to forecast a person's height or weight. A man of mixed ancestry, mainly Native American and European with some Latino heritage, was the image produced by DNA analysis. In addition to having origins in Mexican, Colombian, and Iberian civilizations, he was probably dark-skinned, black-hailed, and freckle-free, with faint indications of South American and African heritage. The forecast provided a very accurate likeness and was made with over 80% confidence. Investigators were able to see a potential suspect for the first time thanks to this picture, but it also made them wonder: who was this person? Why had the police failed to identify them? And how did their DNA get to the crime scene? Notwithstanding this recent development, journalist Tom Gasparoli hypothesized in 2017 that the murderer might be a distant acquaintance of Faith's who harbored animosity or resentment toward her. When authorities began concentrating on Faith's roommate, Carino Rosario, this theory gathered traction. Since Rosario never mentioned Faith by name and only ever referred to her as a friend, her 911 call raised questions. Faith's texts to her ex-boyfriend that evening conveyed a sense of urgency over Rosario's need for him. Although Rosario claimed to have left the flat while Faith was asleep, there were questions raised regarding her account. Rosario remained silent and had moved away, but she kept in touch with investigators. Gasparoli made hints that she might be more knowledgeable than she was admitting, and that she might have the secret to cracking the case. The question was whether the truth will ever be revealed for so long. A significant development in the case did not occur until 2021. A breakthrough in September 2021 would finally provide resolution after almost 10 years of mystery, but it also sparked new inquiries. Miguel Salguero Olivares, 28, of Durham, North Carolina, was taken into custody by Chapel Hill police after he had not been previously considered a suspect. Why was he arrested and what changed? DNA was the solution. In August 2021, Salguero Olivares was detained on a different charge of driving under the influence. However, the DNA found during his arrest would eventually link him to Faith Hedgepeth's murder. According to court records filed in January 2022, Salguero Olivares' DNA and the palm print on the murder weapon both matched those taken from the crime site. Even though the discovery marked a sea change in the case, the police were still hesitant to speak in public. Chief Blue informed the media that although Salguero Olivares had been taken into custody, the full narrative will take time to develop. Now, it was unclear how Salguero Olivares, an unidentified player in the case, had gotten involved. How did he relate to Faith? Although the arrest introduced a new level of intricacy to the case, it did not provide all the answers. Did Salguero Olivares have a close relationship with Faith, or was his involvement only incidental? What had motivated him to carry out such a horrific crime was maybe even more disturbing. Salgado Olivares is currently in 2024, awaiting his trial, and minimal information is available about him. New possibilities and previous ideas of Faith's death blended together as investigators examined Salgado Olivares' involvement. Did he have a deeper connection to her? Or was he just a stranger? What did that mean for Rosario and other suspects if he was involved? Roland Hedgepeth, Faith's father, conveyed his appreciation and thanked God for allowing him to see this event. Connie Hedgepeth, Faith's mother, assured the public that the truth regarding her daughter's passing will eventually come to light. While Salgado Olivares' arrest provided some clarification, it also sparked other inquiries. After years of research, the case remained mysterious, and the full tale was still unknown as it entered its second decade. Although the arrest didn't end the investigation, it did offer a new dimension and raise questions about whether this was the last piece, or merely a new development in an ongoing mystery. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. One of the strongest, most uncontrollable, and most unpredictable emotions with the potential for real destruction is teenage love. A teen's first conscious experience of emotional and passionate feelings is brought on by hormonal changes and changes in how they interact with others. Everyone, however, perceives and feels this sensitive sensation differently. Young individuals frequently take risks in an attempt to impress their significant other and gain their attention, favor, and adoration, because this is an age of rebellion, self-discovery, and the desire for self-affirmation. The bucolic and serene Georgian village of Lawrenceville was the scene of a string of incredibly violent crimes in the spring of 2017. 2 persons lost their lives as a result of these acts, while 4 more were put in grave danger. For financial gain, an elderly couple was tormented and beaten to death. Law enforcement's quick action helped put an end to the violent rampage, preventing the young criminals from finishing what they had begun. 2 pupils were seriously hurt but amazingly survived. Because the lovers intended to die together, the press likened the story of these young offenders, Cassandra Bjorg, 17, and Johnny Ryder, 19, to the story of Romeo and Juliet, but they liked to think of themselves as Bonnie and Clyde. The most horrifying thing, despite their ignorance of the fabled criminal duo's past, was that they specifically targeted members of their own families in an attempt to get rid of everyone they cared about. In late January 2017, Cassandra Bjorg and Johnny Ryder met in the company of mutual acquaintances and fell in love at first sight. At the time, Johnny had just turned 19 and had already been married and divorced. He was not prepared for family life, and the marriage was a forced arrangement because his underage fiancée had gotten pregnant, while Cassandra was 17 and still enrolled in school. But the pregnancy ended too soon, and within 6 months, their partnership was over. Johnny was enthralled by Cassandra and fell deeply in love with her at first sight. Despite her small stature and good looks, Cassandra was a fierce, unbridled energy ball. She took Taekwondo, Wushu, and Korean martial arts like Tang Soo Do very seriously. Bjorg had even competed several times, but she eventually stopped training, saying that emotional upheaval had caused her to lose her focus. In actuality, the schoolgirl's bad habits that were incompatible with athletics and her preference for partying with friends were the primary causes. The girl was attractive and had a trim build. She was good at drawing attention to herself and manipulating people, particularly the boys who were in love with her. Many now question if she really loved Johnny or if she only exploited him to further her evil. The boy, on the other hand, was obviously smitten with her and would stop at nothing to win her over. He felt he had discovered his soulmate and true love. While his new girlfriend resided with her grandparents, who loved their only granddaughter, Ryder lived with his mother and 2 sisters in his parents' home. The young couple fell in love almost immediately after meeting, and they rushed to show their significant others to their family members to show how serious they were about their plans. But their loved ones disapproved of their decisions, which infuriated them and put them in grave peril. In this criminal case, too many circumstances came together to create a terrible tragedy. even though it is likely that this couple would never have committed a severe crime on their own, much less deprived their family members of their lives. Johnny revealed that Cassandra was the source of horrific ideas that her partner was prepared to carry out without hesitation, while his girlfriend was susceptible to manipulation and influence due to her addiction to illegal substances. What information is available about Cassandra Bjorge? On January 19, 2000, Cassandra Bjorge was born in Peachtree Corners, Georgia, which is in Gwinnett County. She was born out of wedlock to Amanda Sterling, who had her as her sole child. Cassandra never interacted with her real father and never knew him. Cassandra had behavioral and aggressive problems from an early age, since her mother was more concerned with her personal life than with rearing her daughter. Cassandra's mother married Stephen when she was 15 years old. Her stepfather started making attempts toward his young stepdaughter and displaying abnormal interest in her. As a habitual liar who was always getting into trouble, Cassandra tried to inform her mother about this, but she did not believe her and assumed that her daughter was making it up. The teenager then complained about the situation to her grandparents, Wendy and Randall, over the phone. The elderly couple felt it would be better for their lone grandchild to live with them, after becoming very worried about the situation. The 15-year-old girl so relocated to her grandparents' large 2-story home in Lawrenceville in October 2015. She had her own room there, and her grandparents rarely denied her anything, giving her all she needed. Cassandra deftly used Wendy and Randall's generosity, who thought that their love and attention would help their granddaughter recover. She ran away from home frequently, stopped playing sports, missed school, and hooked out with the wrong crowd. She also began taking money from her family members and using it to buy illegal drugs and alcohol. She once threatened to kill her grandma after she was unable to obtain the quantity she required. The Bjorge family phoned the police over 30 times between October 2015 and March 2017 due to Cassandra's uncontrollable behavior, which included frequent runs, unexplained disappearances, fights, theft, and aggressive behavior while under the influence of drugs. After Cassandra started dating Johnny Ryder, her conduct became unmanageable. Wendy and Randall were adamantly opposed to her bringing her boyfriend to her grandparents' house and telling them he would now live with them. When Johnny attempted to invite Cassandra to live with him at his family's house, a similar circumstance happened. The pair was expelled due to opposition from his mother and sisters. The couple quickly came to the conclusion that anyone who obstructed their relationship ought to be removed. They intended to see Cassandra's mother and stepfather to make amends, take all of their savings, deal with Cassandra's grandparents, get rid of Johnny's family, seize their money, and then run away to Florida to spend as much money as they could from the 3 residences. The harsh treatment of the grandparents. Cassandra was aware of the precise location of her grandparents' home where a sizable quantity of money was kept. Cassandra didn't know the password to the little safe that was kept in a closet in one of the second-floor rooms. The explanation is that Wendy and Randall started hiding the money after they saw it was missing and realized their cherished grandchild was stealing. Randall, Wendy's husband, had just turned 64, and Wendy herself was 63. After more than 40 years of marriage, they had a daughter, bought their ideal house, and intended to spend their golden years on the second floor. They occupied 2 bedrooms that were next to each other and had separate bathrooms. Because they thought their granddaughter could be rehabilitated and didn't want to ruin her life, the old couple didn't want to send her back to her mother or place her in juvenile detention, despite their inability to handle her. Cassandra allowed Johnny to enter the residence with kitchen knives and baseball bats on the evening of April 2, 2017, after the elderly couple had already gone to bed. The pair made their way to the second level via the stairs. While Johnny went to Randall and began striking him with the bat, Cassandra went into her grandmother's room where she was sleeping and stood beside her bed. It took the old man a while to comprehend what was going on. He was scared, confused, and helpless to protect himself. Johnny leaped onto the bed, stood on top of his victim, and kept striking him. Wendy, meantime, awoke to the commotion, hearing slow thuds and what sounded like a garbled cry in the shadows. She recognized the figure by her bed as her granddaughter. She was stabbed in the shoulder as soon as she attempted to stand up. Deep slashes on the woman's hands showed that she attempted self-defense, but the forces were not equal. In the adjacent room where Johnny was mistreating her grandfather, Cassandra pulled her grandma by the hair. Demanding the code to the safe and threatening to kill them if they didn't comply, the young couple bound the elderly couple with tape and kept beating them. The elderly couple prayed their granddaughter wouldn't dare to take away the lives of her closest relatives, even though Johnny was holding a knife to Randall's throat. But when Cassandra Command's boyfriend began stabbing Randall in the stomach a minute later, Wendy screamed, pleading with them to stop, and revealed the code to the safe. In order to open the safe, Cassandra hurried to her grandmother's room right away. Then, with a victorious yell and a few fat envelopes of cash, she ran back to show her accomplice that they had succeeded. But the old couple's agony didn't stop there. In an attempt to obtain the bank card credentials so they could steal more money, Cassandra and her boyfriend persisted in beating them. It's possible that Wendy and Randall began saying farewell and declaring their love for one another after realizing they wouldn't be left alive. Later, when she was being questioned, Cassandra recalled this, and it made her laugh a lot. Once they had all the information they needed, the young monsters pulled Wendy into the toilet after killing Randall with a knife to the neck in front of his wife. They were still dealing with her. Her own granddaughter killed her by striking her head with a baseball bat. Cassandra once bemoaned to Johnny that Wendy would not pass away and would still be alive. Then, to make sure the woman had no chance of surviving, Johnny cut her throat. Cut party on the bones. Their granddaughter and her companion remained in the house, while the two bodies rotted in the second-floor rooms, following the cruel treatment of the elderly couple. The young pair used the pilfered funds to purchase anything they want, including alcohol and any illegal drugs they could find. They admitted during questioning that they wanted to try everything and that they could now afford to do so. A few days later, Wendy's sister called the police to ask for a welfare check on her relatives, who hadn't spoken to her since April 1st. Wendy's bad vision made it unusual for her to simply send texts rather than answer the phone. The texts requested not to worry and said that everything was okay. However, this just made matters worse. To make sure everything was okay, law enforcement dispatched a patrol officer to the specified house, but nobody answered the door. Nothing looked strange at first. Neighbors noticed the couple's vehicle heading downtown, but there were no indications of a break-in or that the mail had been picked up. The officer came to the conclusion in the morning that the elderly couple had left the residence without a warrant to search it while out on errands. After stating that he had completed his work and found nothing odd, he departed. In the meantime, the juvenile offenders went shopping in the victim's vehicle. They ordered meal delivery and purchased food and drink every day, but they were unable to consume all of the food they purchased, so the rotten and uneaten goods were left to fester in boxes on the floor, tables, windowsills, and every other surface in the house. They took money out of Wendy's bank card as the money started to run low, but they were unable to locate Randall's wallet using his cards. Cassandra and Johnny invited their friends to a party at their residence, approximately a week after the crime against her grandparents. They had a major issue, though, because the remains on the second story had decayed considerably and were giving off an odor that was hard to ignore. After discovering 2 cans of construction sealant in the garage, Johnny made the decision to seal the doors of the rooms containing the remains, but first they had to cover up the stench. They covered the bodies with several liters of chlorine bleach that they purchased from a hardware shop. After that, Johnny meticulously caulked all the cracks around the bathroom door and the bedroom door. The couple informed their pals over the phone that Cassandra had a lot of money after her grandparents left town for a few days, and that she intended to have a large party with wine and more entertaining activities. But their buddies found the story highly dubious. The majority of them were aware of the several occasions Wendy and Randall had called the police due to their inability to manage their granddaughter. As a result, nobody dared to go to this peculiar gathering. Only a tiny bad company of problematic youths, including those who could obtain illegal substances and consented to do so in exchange for a reward, eventually assembled at the house. The guests complained about the awful stench, even while they were drunk, and Cassandra attributed it to a clogged sewer. It became intolerable for the criminals to remain in the residence, so the following day they decided it was time to depart. But they needed additional money for their getaway, because they were running low on cash and had almost used all the card's balance. The strategy to obtain it had been simmering for some time and now had to be put into action. However, more of their family members would have had to die for this. On Friday, April 7, 2017, the family was saved by an unintentional victim. The pair infiltrated the Ryder household. Johnny had keys, so it was home. They got there in the morning when Johnny's sisters and mother were at the university working. They found enough cash and goods to sustain them for a while once they were able to raid the house. The criminals purchased bear spray, a considerably larger and more potent aerosol that resembles pepper spray, and armed themselves with baseball bats. This unique spray, which is intended to deter hostile bears, contains potent tearing and irritating chemicals that burn skin and mucous membranes chemically, causing acute coughing and excruciating agony in humans. This weapon has the potential to be lethal. They planned to attack and kill each member of the family one at a time, then take the loot and flee with it. They knew roughly when each member would arrive home. Assuming the mother and sisters had left for the weekend, no one would be searching for them by Monday, giving the criminals a few days' advantage. After her university lessons, Melissa, Johnny's younger sister, was the first to return home. However, she was accompanied by her boyfriend, whom she had asked over so they could have some alone time together. The thieves chose to follow their strategy and add another victim to their blacklist, despite the complexity of the situation. Melissa and her boyfriend realized there had been intruders, probably burglars, when they came in and saw the mess. Melissa rushed to the phone right away to call the police, but she was unable to do so. And bitter orange haze filled the room, causing their skin to feel like it was on fire, their throats to burn, and their eyes to water. Abruptly, two bat-wielding figures with scarfed faces emerged and started beating the pupils. The victims, however, surprisingly put up a strong fight. Unaware of the bear spray's potency, the attackers started strangling themselves during the ensuing altercation. The homeowner, Johnny's mother, who had come home from work earlier than normal, appeared as the front door opened abruptly. While the criminals were able to flee through the kitchen door, she shouted and dialed 911. Johnny took extra keys to his mother's car during the robbery, and they used them to escape, leaving behind the primary piece of evidence, a car registered to the late Randall, while Cassandra dropped the car keys they had brought with them during the attack. Although the crooks wanted to murder the additional witness right away, the couple didn't expect Melissa to return home with her boyfriend because it was difficult to attack and kill two strong young people at once. Luckily, they were unable to finish their plot. They obviously miscalculated the might of House of Horrors, their weapon of choice, and overestimated their own talents. Although both attack victims lived, they were admitted to the hospital with various levels of wounds and chemical burns. The abandoned vehicle in the backyard, which did not belong to the Ryder family, piqued the interest of the responding law enforcement authorities. They identified the legitimate owner of the vehicle by looking through the registration plates. It soon became apparent that the car's owner had phoned the police earlier that week, but no one had come to the door. Officers went straight to Randall and Wendy's house, and this time, after failing to receive a response, they pried open the door and went inside. They were instantly struck by the smell of rotting, which was obviously coming from one of the bedrooms upstairs. The floor and bed were stained with blood, and the closet was open, exposing an empty safe. The door had been sealed with construction adhesive, making it hard to enter the other bedroom, and taking time and effort to pry it open. The decomposing body of an elderly guy with his hands bound behind his back and obvious marks of extreme torture was on the floor when the cops eventually made their way inside. Additionally, the bathroom door was sealed, making it more difficult to break in. The homeowner's wife's remains were discovered. She had clearly been beaten and tormented before having her neck cut, which is how she died. Empty beer bottles littered the house. The sink was piled high with filthy dishes, and there were garbage boxes and containers of ruined takeout food all over the place. She became the main suspect in this case because police had been to the residence dozens of times over the previous year and a half and knew that the murdered couple had a granddaughter who often ran away, acted aggressively, and got into trouble. However, dangerous guests, where can I locate the youngster who is accused of such a horrible crime? Upon learning of what had transpired at the Borgie residence, the injured Ryder's relatives instantly implicated Cassandra, claiming that Johnny might be her accomplice because he was enamored with her and might follow her example. The automobile in which the young robbers and offenders fled was also listed as wanted. In order to wash away the bear spray residue and ease the excruciating burning, the couple went to a store after leaving the site and purchased 5 liters of milk. Johnny reflected for a moment and thought of Jason, his best buddy from high school, with whom he had been inseparable in their senior year, but had nearly lost touch. The criminals made the decision to temporarily seek refuge and assistance at Jason's house after graduating. When his old classmate showed up at his flat with a girl, Jason was taken aback. Although the two appeared menacing, Johnny asserted that they were in danger and had no other options. Johnny claims that he and his mother got into a heated disagreement about his girlfriend, whom she didn't like. According to rumors, his mother sprayed them both with pepper spray and threw him out. The unexpected visitors requested to clean up and take a shower. In addition to providing clean clothes, meals, and the opportunity to spend the night, Jason and his mother were incredibly generous and let the couple use their restroom. Since they had nowhere else to go, the two accepted the offer. The apartment's owner made coffee and breakfast for everyone in the morning. She engaged the guests in friendly conversation and inquired if she could be of any further assistance. Outside, the sound of police sirens suddenly became more audible. A minute later, cops used a megaphone to call out to Johnny and Cassandra by name and urge them to surrender as police cars pulled up just beneath the windows. This change in circumstances surprised Jason and his mother. After thanking their host for their kindness and directing them to vacate the flat, Johnny grabbed a big kitchen knife. The crooks shut themselves inside, and the hosts, instantly frightened, hurried to the escape. They decided it would be better to die together, and they had no plans to give up. The crooks realized that a SWAT team would arrive at any moment, and that they couldn't hide in someone else's apartment for very long after failing Romeo and Juliet. With a knife in hand, they proceeded to the restroom and, in the hopes that the wounds would bleed out rapidly, made multiple deep cuts on their wrists. Already losing consciousness, Johnny pulled out his phone and left his mother a voicemail pleading for her forgiveness. He apologized for what he had done. He claimed that he shouldn't have harmed his family because he loved them so much. He went on to say that this was his last message and that he was passing away in the arms of his cherished girlfriend. But no one received any such texts from Cassandra. The young couple was lying on the tiled floor in one another's arms, surrounded by a massive pool of blood, when the cops broke into the apartment and pried open the bathroom door. Despite being unconscious, they both displayed signs of life. After receiving emergency medical care, they were taken to the hospital. Shocking admissions made by the juvenile offenders. The young couple inquired about one another as soon as they were conscious again. The first person to confess was Johnny, who said he felt bad about what he had done. His girlfriend, meanwhile, made an effort to appear helpless and blamed her partner for everything. She stated that she was extremely furious with herself, had been depressed for years, and no longer wanted to live. But as she described what had happened, she unintentionally revealed that she had long wished for her grandparents to die. Cassandra acted like a child during the interrogation, making expressions, complaining about the unappetizing hospital food, and even flirting with the police. It was only after a restaurant gave her quick food, which she had asked, that she began to speak. Even the most experienced officers were taken aback by what the teenager disclosed. Cassandra gently responded that her grandparents had lived long enough when asked why she took their life. She went on to say that they forced her to attend school, ruined her fun, and concealed money that she needed. Cassandra was simply angry because she couldn't locate her grandfather's bank card and didn't express regret for robbing the few people who loved her of their life. Grandpa was always damn smart, she said, laughing when he informed her that he had hidden his wallet beneath his pillow because he was afraid she would steal it. The teenage criminals also acknowledged that they planned to kill the Ryder family as payback for their rejection of Cassandra and their attempts to keep Johnny from seeing her because they believed she was a negative influence. Because they believe that deceased people don't require money, they also intend to loot the family. They then want to pay a visit to Cassandra's mother and stepfather in order to exact revenge on them for their mistreatment of her. This couple planned to spend their money and enjoy life by the sea in Florida. The couple reconnected in the courtroom a few months after the abortive attempt on their lives. They constantly argued, criticized one another, and even used slurs, giving the impression that there was no longer any love or passion between them. Both ultimately entered guilty pleas to the robbery, the assault on the students, and the offenses against the elderly couple. Both Johnny Ryder and Cassandra Bjorgi were given 2 life sentences, with the possibility of parole after the court found them guilty on all counts. Cassandra said she had nothing to repent for, but after 60 years, Johnny showed sincere regret and apologized to everyone he had harmed. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.